At the end of August, in Seattle at 1475 Aurora Avenue, in front of the State Technical College. It was the beginning of the school year, and the area was bustling with vehicles and students alike. Zhang Jing stood amidst the crowd, his eyes bewildered by the kaleidoscope of black, white, yellow, and brown faces. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that many young women were dressed quite revealingly, showcasing midriffs, low necklines, and shorts that were even shorter than conventional. Once, as he observed, a bold and striking girl with long brown hair approached him, inquiring, "Hello, do you need help?" While he could not comprehend much, he understood this single phrase in English, yet Zhang Jing found himself at a loss for words in response. He was a quintessential citizen of the Dragon Nation, having only arrived in this beautiful country 2 weeks prior. For the past 2 years, he had been toiling in the Gobi Desert, scavenging for iron meteorites, relying on his golden finger to ensure his sustenance, and even had a girlfriend. His golden finger, akin to a metal detector, allowed him to perceive metallic objects within a 2-meter radius. When he first acquired this device, Zhang Jing explored the areas near his hometown, discovering numerous metallic signals underground, leading him to believe he would unearth ancient coins or rare metals. However, after laboriously digging for hours, he found nothing but scrap metal and worthless coins. Eventually, he ventured far from home to the remote western region, where vast undeveloped lands and deserts remained, and with its high latitude, many meteorites had fallen. For instance, the first and second largest meteorites were discovered in this western territory, with countless smaller ones scattered about in this treasure-laden land. Armed with his golden finger and a strong work ethic, Zhang Jing managed to find a considerable number of valuable items over 2 years, earning a decent sum, only to be heartbroken when his girlfriend left him for a wealthier suitor. Disheartened, he impulsively boarded a train away from the western region, randomly selecting a city and a hotel to stay in. At that moment, Zhang Jing faced the dilemma of his next steps in his childhood, specifically at the tender age of 5. His parents divorced, leaving him as an unwanted burden. Fortunately, he had a grandfather, but tragically, just as he graduated and was about to seek employment, the elder passed away in the harsh winter, unable to return to his village and unable to integrate into an unfamiliar city. For Zhang Jing, departing from the western region meant venturing into the unknown, in the cramped confines of his unfamiliar hotel room. After ample contemplation and a slight influence from others, he resolved to try his luck in the United States. He had heard tales of a river of gold in Alaska, whispered of the Edward treasure yet to be found, and the war goddess still resting in the depths of the Florida Strait. Not to mention the stunning beauty of the ocean horses. Ancient wisdom had not deceived him. Whether the other legends held truth remained uncertain, but the ocean horses were indeed magnificent and truly alluring. "Hello." Seeing Zhang Jing lost in thought, the striking girl waved her hand. Zhang Jing retrieved his phone and utilized the translation app, stating, "I am a freshman. What's your major? I can take you to find your professor." He had come to this beautiful country to seize opportunities, and the visa-related matters were handled by a roadside agency, which had arranged a student visa for him, allowing him a prolonged stay. However, he had enrolled in a dubious university without any intent to study earnestly and had not taken the time to understand his situation, relying solely on the agency to complete the visa paperwork. Zhang Jing was even unaware of what major he had enrolled in. After a brief search on his phone, he discovered it was brewing. With no expectations, there are naturally no disappointments. Regardless of the technical profession, Zhang Jing remains indifferent. He is merely seeking to navigate the visa process. Understanding Zhang Jing's situation, the young woman guides him through the gates of the academy, leading him deeper into the grounds, flanked by majestic maple trees. "My name is Ruth," a rather commonplace name, the brown-haired girl converses as. They walk within the academy. "I'm studying veterinary medicine, aspiring to become a rural veterinarian, much like Jimmy Hall." "Wow." Zhang Jing reassesses Ruth, surprised to learn that this boldly dressed, curvaceous senior idolizes Jimmy Hall. Having watched the television series, he is well acquainted with the figure. An individual of humble origins, Jimmy Hall dedicated his life to veterinary work in the countryside, served in the military, survived World War II, embarked on a writing career in his 50s, and, at the age of 63, received the Imperial Medal and an audience with the Queen, earning the title of a writer who makes professional authors feel inadequate. It is hard to reconcile this with Ruth, as she appears more akin to a common girl, seemingly far removed from Hall's esteemed legacy. Ruth perceives Zhang Jing's thoughts and, unperturbed, remarks, "Everyone has their dreams, provided I can graduate from the academy." Zhang Jing nods in acknowledgement, recognizing through her attire and demeanor that she is likely facing hardships. Her clothing, perhaps a hand-me-down, suggests a struggle. Her heavy-eyed bags and rough skin tell of her burdens. As they converse, they navigate a winding path lined with grapevines, arriving at a modest two-story teaching building. This is the preparatory class. Ruth explains, "As an international student, you have a year of language study ahead of you. Best of luck." "Thank you, and I wish you good fortune as well." As he speaks, a 10-meter bill appears in Zhang Jing's hand. Ruth accepts the money. The decision to offer a tip is not solely Zhang Jing's. Even in a taxi, it is customary to provide an additional 35 yuan as gratuity. Failing to do so would invite a direct request for it, and in the event of a dispute, he would not only lack support for bystanders, but would also face disdain, as cultural nuances can differ significantly. As he watches Ruth's cool silhouette vanish behind the grapevines, Zhang Jing suddenly feels the weight of reality. He has truly arrived in a foreign land. In front of the two-story teaching building, a considerable number of people were coming and going. Zhang Jing intercepted a maturely dressed woman and inquired, "Hello, classmate. My name is Zhang Jing, a new student in the preparatory class. May I ask whom I should report to?" The woman, appearing to be around 26 or 27, had cascading black hair, a straight posture, and a golden complexion. Zhang Jing deliberately addressed her as classmate. The woman, whose name was Gusk, murmured in Mandarin, consulting a list she had on hand, "I am your instructor for Class 2 of the preparatory course, which is in the adjacent classroom." The pronunciation resembled Gus or Gussi. As her name suggested, it embodied beauty and romance, a fitting representation for her. Realizing she was a teacher, Zhang Jing flattered her. Commenting on her youthful appearance, "I thought you were a fellow student." Gus pointed to the second classroom on the left side of the first floor, thanking him for the compliment. "That is your classroom. I will come by shortly." Upon locating the classroom and bidding a hasty farewell to the busy instructor, Zhang Jing entered Class 2 of the preparatory course. The classroom was of average size, accommodating about 20 to 23 students. Observing the diverse array of skin tones and features, he noted the presence of individuals from India, South Asia, the Dragon Kingdom, Eastern Europe, and 2 individuals of African descent, resembling a miniature United Nations. As Zhang Jing surveyed his classmates, they reciprocated the scrutiny with mutual admiration. The 4th and 5th rows were nearly filled. As students generally preferred not to sit in the front, Zhang Jing was no exception, opting for a seat in the 3rd row. A boy at the adjacent desk on his left greeted him in a language that sounded like Japanese, though Zhang Jing could not comprehend it. Realizing the language barrier, the boy smiled slightly, easing the tension. "Hello, classmate," a girl at the desk to his right chimed in. "My name is Irina Svitolina. Do you speak Mandarin?" Zhang Jing was taken aback. She appeared Eastern European, yet her Mandarin was impeccable. "I once studied in the Dragon Kingdom," Irina lamented, "but upon returning home, I encountered conflict and unfortunately became a refugee." Feeling a moment of sympathy for Irina, Zhang Jing extended his fist in greeting. "I am pleased to meet you." Irina smiled and reciprocated the gesture. At that moment, another new student entered the classroom, a young Eastern European man, seemingly formidable, in his 20s. He scanned the room briefly before approaching Zhang Jing. Unable to understand the language, he gestured for Zhang Jing to change seats, his demeanor quite arrogant. All eyes turned towards Zhang Jing. What should one do in such a situation? With 2 years of treasure hunting experience, having faced both triumph and adversity, Zhang Jing understood the importance of standing up for oneself and protecting one's dignity and possessions. Fighting was not to be feared, weakness was. Rising to his feet amidst the mocking expressions of the Eastern European, Zhang Jing seized a metal chair and brought it crashing down upon the provocateur's back with a resounding thud. Taken by surprise, the Eastern European stumbled forward, bracing himself on all fours, attempting to rise. Having fought before, Zhang Jing knew he could not afford to give his opponent the chance to recover. He stepped forward and struck again, delivering another heavy blow. The chair became deformed with the force of the impact. He continued until the Eastern European could no longer stand. his back battered and motionless. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhang Jing retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Hello. I am currently embroiled in a conflict at the State Technical College. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in securing a prominent attorney. Do not concern yourself with the costs. I simply need to be extricated from this predicament. Are you injured? Inquired the voice on the other end with concern. No, but the other party will likely require medical attention. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. Remain calm and untroubled. I happen to have the contact information for a lawyer who will arrive promptly. The reassurance was comforting. As if speaking from experience, the voice continued. Make your way outside the classroom and await the police and ambulance. When the officers arrive, do not resist. Keep your hands out of your pockets. He noted the instructions carefully before ending the call, just as his instructor, Ms. Jess, entered the room, her expression one of utter disbelief at the unfolding situation. 3 to 4 minutes later, the campus police arrived. Zhang Jing had already set his phone down, arms outstretched, lying flat on the ground in complete surrender. The officers remarked on his apparent familiarity with the situation. Shortly thereafter, the ambulance arrived, and the injured party was lifted onto a stretcher while Zhang Jing was escorted to the police station at the entrance of the school. Why did you strike him? Queried a Latino officer, his tone accusatory. Zhang Jing, unable to comprehend, remained silent with his hands restrained. After a few fruitless questions, the Latino officer summoned an Asian middle-aged policeman who took a seat opposite Zhang Jing and, in Mandarin, asked, Are you from the Dragon Country? Zhang Jing nodded. Why were you fighting? It was not a fight, Zhang Jing clarified. It was an act of self-defense. The Asian officer chuckled, his demeanor suggesting he was seasoned in such matters. Zhang Jing chose not to respond, biding his time. What are you waiting for? The Asian officer inquired. A lawyer. Zhang Jing replied. The officer scrutinized him, harboring doubts about his ability to afford legal representation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the renowned Seattle attorney, Shen Mingming, confidently entered the room with a briefcase in hand. Mr. Zhang, I presume? Shen Mingming asked directly. Indeed, that is I, Zhang Jing affirmed, channeling an air of assuredness. Shen Mingming addressed the Asian officer with clarity. My assistant has already visited the classroom, and the details of the incident have been thoroughly investigated. Mr. Zhang acted in self-defense, and my team has already filed for his bail. Furthermore, we are preparing to sue the other party for instigation. In the next 2 hours, I kindly ask that you treat my client well, as he will be departing from here before noon. Upon seeing the sun again, Zhang Jing was astonished. He had indeed been released from the police station within 2 hours. The cost? A bail sum of $40,000. Most importantly, he would not need to compensate the injured party, as the bail would be refunded upon the conclusion of the legal proceedings. The attorney's fee was somewhat steep, amounting to $8,000. However, considering he would avoid incarceration, not have to pay damages, and evade medical expenses, the $8,000 seemed a reasonable price to pay. Exiting the precinct, Zhang Jing immediately spotted a familiar face. Ding Jiaqing, clad in a beige pleated dress, her long hair casually tied back with a ribbon, stood before him. Approximately 1.7 meters tall and weighing around 110 pounds, her face bore a hint of softness. She was not conventionally beautiful, yet not unattractive either. A native of the South, she had previously studied at Xizang University. Zhang Jing had met her a year and a half ago on the Huanzhong-Xizang train line. On his inaugural journey abroad, Zhang Jing chose not to visit New York or the heavily Chinese-populated Los Angeles, but instead headed to Seattle, where he felt a sense of reassurance knowing a familiar face, Ding Jiaqing, would be there. Are you all right, Brother Zhang? Ding Jiaqing inquired with concern as she approached him. I'm fine. The sun is high in the sky, Zhang Jing replied, inviting her. Allow me to treat you to a meal. The lawyer you found is exceptional. Ding Jiaqing suggested they head to the cafeteria. Having landed in the United States for 15 days, today marked his first day reporting to school. And since he was merely there for a visa, he had not given much thought to actually attending classes, leaving him unaware of the cafeteria's location. After several inquiries, he finally discovered it behind a teaching building. During lunchtime, the cafeteria was filled with a cacophony of noise. Glancing around, he noted the expansive dining hall could accommodate 300 to 400 patrons simultaneously, predominantly occupied by Caucasians, followed by African Americans, then Latinos, and finally, Asians in lesser numbers. Students queued past the self-service food display, selecting their meals. The food trays featured 5 compartments, allowing for the choice of 5 items. The selections were categorized into 5 groups. The first included hot lunches such as hot dogs, pizzas, quesadillas, macaroni and cheese, assorted sandwiches, and beans. The second offered vegetables, both raw and cooked, or in salad form. The third consisted of fresh or canned fruits. The fourth presented beverages like bottled water, milk, or juice. Diners could choose 5 items according to their preferences, with a fixed price of less than $4, payable in cash or by card. As Zhang Jing searched for a vacant seat, he spotted Irina and sat down across from her. Irina was in the midst of her meal, her large eyes widening in surprise at Zhang Jing's swift appearance. She then turned her gaze to Ding Jiaqin, momentarily taken aback by the girl's striking demeanor. Irina. Allow me to introduce Ding Jiaqin, Zhang Jing said. Hello, Ding, Irina greeted with a smile. Hello, Ding Jiaqin replied. Looking into Irina's eyes and smiling as she spoke in English, though Zhang Jing could not comprehend her words. Irina's expression shifted, resembling that of a rabbit encountering a lion. She lowered her head and continued her meal in silence. Midway through the meal, Ding Jiaqin, seemingly casual, yet subtly reminding him, said, Brother Zhang. Last year there were over 50,000 HIV infections in the United States, primarily among college students and international students. Also, remember not to drink beverages from strangers. And even with acquaintances, maintain a degree of caution. HIV seemed like a constraint imposed on humanity's morals by some divine force. Zhang Jing understood this. But he questioned the issue with drinking. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. After reading the message, he arranged to meet Ding Jiaqin for dinner later that evening and hurriedly departed. He dismissed the idea of attending the school he deemed a fly-by-night institution, having no intention of studying there, and skipped the afternoon classes altogether. Taking a taxi across the 502 bridge, Zhang Jing arrived at 1032 84th Avenue on the eastern shore of Lake Washington after a 40-minute journey. Unlike typical residential areas, the homes here were spaced far apart, adorned with numerous large trees, each boasting its own expansive front and back gardens, creating an overall sense of privacy and affluence. This left Zhang Jing bewildered. The reason for his visit was due to meeting a client on the plane, a lady from the Dragon Kingdom. The conundrum remained. How could someone flying in economy class possibly reside in such grand homes? As I wandered off, a middle-aged woman clad in a home-cleaning uniform opened the black iron gate from the yard. Good morning, is this Mr. Zhang? She greeted in Mandarin. Good morning. It is I, he replied. The woman opened the electric gate from within and invited, Please, follow me. The lady is waiting for you in the reception room. Upon entering the courtyard and navigating around a tree screen, Zhang Jing was greeted by a more expansive vista. He surveyed the yard, suitable for a game of soccer, featuring a manicured lawn, exquisite ornamental trees, and in the distance, an imposing mansion, a place he recognized as far beyond his financial reach. He boarded a covered 4-wheeled electric sightseeing vehicle, which transported him from the gate to the main building along a winding concrete path in approximately 2 minutes. Passing through the grand entrance of the villa, Zhang Jing entered the foyer under the watchful gaze of 2 robust Asian bodyguards. To the left of the foyer entrance stood 2 roughly 3-meter-high sculpted doors. The woman in her work attire approached and pushed open the double doors. Glancing at Zhang Jing and inviting him inside, Zhang Jing swallowed nervously. At 23 years of age, he was encountering a residence of such magnificence for the first time. Stepping into the reception room, he spotted a familiar client from the airplane, Winley. The reception room, with a ceiling height of about 5 meters, was simply adorned, featuring a soft carpet and a predominantly white color scheme, complemented by large windows that overlooked the verdant courtyard. Like Lu Lao stepping into the Grandview Garden, he observed an elderly lady seated comfortably, donning a dark-hued long dress and a pearl necklace. With a hint of restraint, Zhang Jing inquired, What do you need me to find? During their previous flight, when Li had learned of Zhang Jing's identity as a treasure seeker, consequently, she proposed to hire him. Leading to his visit today, I wish to find my beloved grandson, Su Lin. When Li stated flatly, he has been missing for 5 years. I'm afraid that's not possible. Zhang Jing replied gently, yet firmly, I am a treasure seeker, and there is a distinction between people and objects. He is no longer here. His remains cannot be found. If you can locate him, a considerable reward awaits you. How substantial? Zhang Jing queried. How about 100,000 US dollars? The prospect intrigued Zhang Jing. Is there a general area? It should be in the lake. Lastly, do you have a photograph? I have a video. The elderly lady produced a video on her phone, showcasing a small dock beside a fishing boat measuring over 20 meters in length. A handsome young man, bare-chested and clad in white shorts, ambled past the camera. Initially harboring little hope, Zhang Jing's resolve was reignited upon noticing the young man adorned with a nose ring. He decided to give it a try. This endeavor was destined to be a lengthy undertaking. When Li, seated on the sofa, exuded kindness as she sipped her tea, Zhang Jing positioned himself opposite her, where a server presented fragrant tea. Over the past half-month, when Li inquired, "Where do you reside?" "At the Hilton near the Space Needle." "Are you with that little girlfriend of yours?" Zhang Jing quickly grasped that when Li's reference to little girlfriend pertained to Ding Jieqi. Ding Jieqi had flown from Longwood to Huaguay 2 months prior, arriving before Zhang Jing, and when Li had encountered her once upon her arrival. "No." Zhang Jing shook his head. "She is not my girlfriend." Engaging in a light conversation, when Li deftly shifted the topic to work. "Behind the estate lies Washington Lake, where my grandson mysteriously vanished 5 years ago. Please be cautious of the underwater vegetation while diving." "I shall do so." Photography and videography are strictly prohibited during work hours within the estate. Zhang Jing acquiesced. Having grasped the owner's needs and requirements, Zhang Jing formally commenced his duties, following an elderly white butler through the villa and into the backyard. To his astonishment, Zhang Jing beheld an expansive golf course in the rear, dotted with an occasional grand tree, a stark contrast to his previous experience of playing soccer in the front yard. Raising his gaze, he noted that the backyard extended to connect with a large lake in the distance. The sheer size of the yard was remarkable, and what was equally impressive was its meticulous upkeep, which is notoriously costly. He counted approximately 20 gardeners, attendants, cleaners, security personnel, and the butler himself tending to the estate. Accompanying the butler in an electric vehicle, they traversed the entirety of the backyard until they reached a pristine, tidy, and spacious private dock. Pointing to a well-maintained 20-meter fishing yacht, the butler explained in standard Mandarin that this was the vessel Master Su Lin had been aboard at the time of his incident, preserved in its original condition. While listening to the butler's narration, Zhang Jing surveyed the surrounding environment. From this brief interaction, he could ascertain 2 critical points. First, when Li had undoubtedly sought assistance from professionals, perhaps even the most esteemed, yet to no avail. Second, whether he could succeed where others had failed remained a significant question mark, likely resulting in fruitless efforts. With his mind racing, Zhang Jing interrupted the butler's monologue, inquiring about the numerous cameras nearby. "When were these installed?" Following Master Su Lin's incident, the butler replied. The estate had upgraded its security system to the Lin's comprehensive system. Lin sounded like a foreign company, yet Zhang Jing recognized it as a domestic enterprise masquerading in foreign guise, specializing in protective systems for private villas and estates. It bore similarities to certain international firms that, due to excessive indulgence, could no longer remain concealed from public knowledge. "What about prior to the incident?" Zhang Jing probed. The butler informed him that there had been only 1 camera then, and security measures had not been as stringent. "Did the elderly lady ever engage a professional team for underwater searches?" Zhang Jing inquired. The butler, dressed impeccably and exuding a meticulous demeanor, nodded, confirming that in the past 5 years, 4 rounds of diving experts and teams had been commissioned, all yielding no results. He was the 5th and the sole individual team. Although Zhang Jing often jested that experts were merely pretenders, he could not deny that they typically possessed considerable expertise and equipment. Given Wen Li's immense wealth, it was reasonable to assume that the specialists she hired were of a high caliber, possibly among the best in the field. With this in mind, Zhang Jing temporarily set aside the idea of diving and turned to the butler, asking, "May I first explore the estate?" "I must seek permission from the lady," the butler replied, retrieving his phone. Upon receiving consent, Zhang Jing, accompanied by the butler, entered the villa, eager to utilize his unique abilities to uncover the hidden nose ring beneath the walls or flooring. As he commenced his tour, his astonishment grew. The main house was adorned with opulence and subtlety, its design and intricate details showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. The elegance and opulence of the estate are evident in its chef-grade kitchen, adorned with golden fixtures and exquisite decor, hand-carved wooden doors, and stone sculptures, mosaics, and frescoes crafted by talented artists. The expansive main residence boasts only 4 suites, yet features 9 luxurious bathrooms. Additionally, there is a dedicated office area, a library, a cinema, a billiards room, a gymnasium, an 8-car garage, and 3 swimming pools situated in various locations. To top it all off, there is even an indoor tennis court. Adjacent to the main house is a separate guest residence, complete with a fully equipped kitchen, a living area, and 5 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. This secondary dwelling also includes a separate 6-car garage and RV parking accessible from both the front and back. However, after an extensive half-day inspection, Zhang Jing found nothing of significance. "You seem to have come up empty-handed," Wenli remarked as she sauntered over, observing Wenli closely. Zhang Jing wondered if she might be an anonymous shareholder in a certain e-commerce platform, search engine, or news outlet. This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he replied, "I have not uncovered anything. I believe the prospects are dim. If you deem it unnecessary, I shall not return tomorrow." Wenli chuckled, "Let us dine first. I have plans to eat with friends. Then I shall cancel," she insisted with an air of finality. Zhang Jing had no choice but to inform Ding Jieqi of the change in plans. Moments later, he accompanied Wenli to the dining room. The affluent have many customs. The dining area was divided into a breakfast room and a formal dining room, where meals were served la carte, with attendants nearby. Fortunately, the cuisine was exquisite. Baked lobster, weighing 2 pounds, steamed abalone, presented on a plate of considerable size, alongside 3 vegetable dishes, including sweet potato leaves, peas, and spinach, with rice as the staple. Zhang Jing, perhaps unlike others, craved a large bottle of beer, but it seemed the matron had no intention of serving alcohol. Midway through the meal, he abruptly set down his chopsticks, suddenly finding the lobster unappealing. He glanced at Wenli and tentatively inquired, "Madam, did you not expect me to find anything? Why would you think that?" Wenli replied, her expression impassive. "It's a guess," he admitted. "You are perceptive and thoughtful, yet you have not directly delved into the depths. With so many experts failing to uncover anything, why employ me? Because I am deeply disappointed by those so-called experts. They have proven ineffectual, thus I wish to give you, a brick expert, a chance." "I have disappointed you as well." Zhang Jing felt deflated. "I am not disappointed," Wenli countered. "Your approach is quite novel. Perhaps you might indeed locate my grandson." They agreed to reconvene the following day. Upon leaving the estate, Zhang Jing regretted his decision. Under the night sky, along the tree-lined avenue, he found no taxis, reminiscent of the situation in Longhua, where taxis abound in the city but are scarce in villa districts. After walking 6 or 7 miles, he finally discovered a boutique hotel, thus concluding a day of exhaustion. Being situated in a luxury neighborhood, the hotel was not inexpensive, charging 500 yuan per night. Zhang Jing had anticipated a restful night's sleep, but to his dismay, fireworks erupted in the latter half of the night. It was only when the blaring sirens of an ambulance and police arrived that he learned the front desk had been robbed, resulting in the death of a hotel security guard. In the stillness of the night, as he lay upon his bed, Zhang Jing could only utter a single exclamation, "Oh, damn." The following day, which was Saturday, at 6 in the morning, Zhang Jing returned to Manor 1032. His only clue was Su Lin's nose ring, undoubtedly metallic, and likely still present after 5 years. After consulting Yuan Fong and eliminating all possibilities, he deduced that the most improbable scenario was indeed the truth. Finding nothing in the water, he speculated that Su Lin might have perished within the manor. This time, Zhang Jing commenced his search from the front yard. At a brisk jog and fast walk, he traversed the expansive front yard, comparable in size to a football field, inspecting every nook and cranny, including the base of the walls and behind the trees. Wenli, who had risen early, stood at the second-floor window watching Zhang Jing run, feeling a pang of regret. Unlike the professionals of the past, Zhang Jing appeared rather foolish. The butler reported that Mr. Zhang had arrived at 6, alternating between running and walking in the front yard for unknown reasons, while the security noted that he had triggered numerous sensors. These sensors were part of the manor's security system, typically placed in less frequented areas and embedded beneath the soil or grass to serve as alerts for thieves and intruders. Wenli, unconcerned, allowed him to continue his antics, having tried many methods herself without success. The butler was dismissed, driven by the prospect of profit. Zhang Jing tirelessly completed his exploration of the front yard and then the back. Finally, his perseverance bore fruit. Around 11 in the morning, while jogging past a beech tree planted at the center of the golf course, Zhang Jing gradually came to a halt, leaning against the tree trunk. He took a moment to rest before returning to the villa to find Wenli. "Are you considering giving up?" Wenli inquired softly. "Your word is your bond, isn't it?" Zhang Jing asked. "That statement? Finding your grandson's remains will earn me 100,000 US dollars. Wenli's expression gradually became rigid. "I am no longer young. I do not jest. If you dare to joke with me, the consequences will be dire." Zhang Jing sniffed, realizing, during their flight, that Wenli exuded a formidable presence, which was somewhat unsettling. He prompted her, When was that beech tree planted in the middle of the golf course? Visibly agitated, when Li's breathing grew increasingly labored, her ominous aura intensifying, she turned to the butler, her voice a low growl akin to that of a tigress. Dig up that tree. What followed was chilling. Beneath the expansive root system of the beech lay a skeletal remains. The nose ring that had guided Zhang Jing to the corpse was also found among the remains. The ensuing events grew complicated, seemingly entangled in familial strife, matters which did not concern Zhang Jing. With a check for 100,000 in hand, he departed with a flourish, embodying the essence of once the matter is resolved, one can retreat and vanish into obscurity. Crossing the 502 bridge, he returned to downtown Seattle, arriving at the apartment building where Ding Jiaqing resided. After placing a phone call, Zhang Jing soon met her. Brother Zhang, what brings you here today? Ding Jiaqing spoke, her every cell seemingly dancing with joy. Yesterday's dinner cancellation was due to a client, Zhang Jing replied, his expression one of resignation. The timing is just right. I would like to treat you to lunch. Can I bring my friend? Ding Jiaqing's eyes sparkled like stars. She is my best friend and also my roommate. Of course. Ding Jiaqing cheered, turning to dash into the apartment building, taking the elevator to fetch her friend. Watching her silhouette disappear, a smile graced Zhang Jing's face. Having known each other for a year and a half, I never found Ding Jiaqing particularly attractive, especially considering the abundance of beauties in the West. However, after spending half a month in the United States, I now perceive Ding Jiaqing as ethereal, akin to a fairy. Previously, I was only aware of the disheartening sights in America, homeless individuals, tents, debris, and the alarming obesity rates. Yet, upon arrival, I discovered another facet of beauty along the streets. There were numerous individuals engaged in unconventional professions. Most of them were quite corpulent, their figures resembling that of a sheep's tail, clad in form-fitting skirts and thong underwear, sauntering slowly along the roadside, hoping to attract a wealthy patron. In contrast, Ding Jiaqing, with a slight roundness to her face, a height of approximately 1.7 meters, and a weight around 110 pounds, appeared as a celestial being, adorably charming in comparison. Soon, two girls jogged over. Zhang Ge, this is my friend Chu Xiaqing. Hello. Chu Xiaqing extended her hand. I've heard your name so often that my ears are calloused. Without a second thought, I shook her hand gently. What would you like to eat? I inquired. Ding Jiaqing, with her cheerful demeanor, suggested, how about fried chicken? Chu Xiaqing grimaced at the thought, expressing her disdain. Unlike the situation in our homeland, fast food fried chicken in America is akin to animal feed, unless it's free-range chicken. Consuming it is no different from ingesting slow poison. Just look at those terrifyingly obese individuals on the street. For the sake of a perfect figure, I absolutely refuse to eat fast food fried chicken. Though Chu Xiaoqing's reaction seemed somewhat unreasonable, I supported her. She had a valid point. Those figures were indeed alarming. Ding Jiaqing turned her gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle, pointing out the iconic Space Needle of Seattle, located 300 meters away. She mused, would dining atop the Space Needle be excessively extravagant? I believe reservations are required for the restaurant at the Space Needle, Chu Xiaoqing reminded us. Business shouldn't be too bustling at noon. Having just earned $100,000, we can certainly afford the French cuisine, I suggested. Perhaps there might be an available table. Let us go take a look. 300 meters isn't a long distance. We walked there. The entrance fee was $11 per person for the elevator ride. I felt a twinge of acrophobia. The higher we ascended, the weaker my legs became, and I had to lean against the wall to steady myself. Eventually, the elevator halted at a height of about 150 to 160 meters, where the observation deck and revolving restaurant were located. The view was splendid, offering a panoramic 360-degree vista of Seattle. We were fortunate to find an available table in the restaurant. But dining proved to be quite a challenge. The pace of service could not keep up with our appetites. We ordered a bottle of ordinary red wine, and the average meal cost $350 per person. The following days were rather leisurely. We spent our afternoons admiring the scenery and our evenings watching pay-per-view television. Occasionally, I would invite Ding Jiaqing out for a meal, and life unfolded in a tranquil and delightful manner. Out of boredom, I began filming videos, lacking advanced editing skills. I simply posted the unedited segments on social media platforms. Until one day, when Li called, prompting me to arrive early at 1032 Avenue 84 once again. In the breakfast hall, I discreetly scanned the tables: shrimp dumplings, soup buns, beef balls, char siu, and aged white tea. What a feast! Have you had breakfast? When Li asked, Since the hotel room rate included breakfast, I certainly couldn't pass up such a bargain. After finishing breakfast, I shook my head as I prepared to leave. Please sit. I have something for you to do after we eat. Zhang Jing, unabashed, sat opposite Wen Li, relishing the meal before him. Whether it was due to his hunger or the chef's exceptional skills, both the shrimp dumplings and soup buns were extraordinarily delectable. Once satiated, Wen Li gently placed an A4 sheet on the table, stating, "This is what I have prepared for you." As Zhang Jing picked up the A4, he had yet to examine its contents when a notification echoed in his mind. You have acquired a fragmented treasure hunting clue, now recorded. The host needs to gather more data or information to supplement the incomplete clue in order to obtain an accurate treasure location. For the past 2 years, Zhang Jing had assumed the treasure hunting system was mute, only to be surprised by its sudden alert today. Is there a problem? Wen Li inquired. No, Zhang Jing replied, shaking off his distraction as he unfolded the A4 paper, which bore handwritten Chinese characters. My father's close friend, Jordan Beard, possessed 3 commemorative coins of the Declaration of Independence. Sadly, he perished in a car accident, and by the time I reached his residence, it had changed hands. Su Hong's War 1875 to 1945. Wen Li promised. If you find the 3 coins, you will receive a total reward of 30,000 meters. Zhang Jing sighed inwardly, without a specific address. The only clue was the name Jordan Beard. As the name suggests, he was evidently of African descent, but that was all. Where could he possibly begin to search? Had the reward not been so enticing, Zhang Jing would have walked away without a second thought. With a mindset of trial and error, Zhang Jing asked Wen Li, "Where's Jordan Beard's house?" Wen Li tilted her head in contemplation, probably in Seattle. Zhang Jing chuckled softly, amused by her vague response. Why not say it's on Earth? Or in the Milky Way? After departing the manor, Zhang Jing utilized a certain music platform to search for the commemorative coins of the Declaration of Independence. To his astonishment, he discovered that the coins were issued at the end of 1776. The prominent figures who drafted the declaration initially intended to produce 1,000 coins. But due to inadequate machinery, they resorted to handcrafting, resulting in a final count of merely 100. Fewer than 20 of these coins still exist today. The prices were astonishing as well. A coin in perfect condition could fetch as much as 2 million meters. Even those with significant wear could sell for 30 to 40,000 meters each. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Zhang Jing continued his search for Jordan Beard. Online sources revealed that his father was a leader in the African-American movement, while he himself remained relatively obscure, having even served 5 years in prison. Disappointed by the lack of an address, Zhang Jing felt as if he were searching for a needle in a haystack, sensing that the prospects were dim. Indeed, earning money was never easy. It was universally challenging. Ding ding. His phone rang. It was the visa agency calling. Zhang Jing pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Zhang. The school just contacted us, stating that you have been absent for several consecutive days. Please attend classes promptly, as this is closely linked to your visa. The Dragon Kingdom and the Flower Flag Nation do not offer visa waivers. And Zhang Jing had sought an M1 vocational skills training visa through the agency, essentially enrolling in a dubious university. The agency had previously assured him that attending occasionally would suffice, with no need for daily classes and answers readily available for exams. Theoretically, as long as he paid the tuition, Zhang Jing could reside in the Flower Flag Nation for 3 to 4 years. Now, what was the situation? Realizing the truth, Zhang Jing gritted his teeth in anger. You deceived me. Well, Mr. Zhang, the agent stammered. Previously, it was indeed unnecessary to attend classes or take exams, but this is an unforeseen circumstance. Zhang Jing erupted in a tirade. I acquired my diploma from a vocational school through purchase. What makes you think I could pass a single test? Apologies were uttered. The call ended with a disheartening tone, as he had already been blocked. Enrolled in a dubious university for the sake of a visa. He had initially believed that daily attendance was unnecessary. Now it appeared that financial prowess was the only means to attain personal freedom. In this moment of despair, Zhang Jing could not foresee that due to the agent's call, he would soon discover the commemorative coin. Zhang Jing once again arrived at the State Technical College, situated opposite the eastern gate of the University of Seattle, in stark contrast to the grand campus of the university. The humble technical college seemed to be buried in the dust of insignificance. After the afternoon class, Professor Gus handed Zhang Jing a key attached to a tag, stating that he needed to register with the dormitory manager for their shared accommodation and advised him not to skip classes casually in the future. While Zhang Jing nodded in agreement outwardly, he harbored an inner dissent. Parting ways with Gus, he navigated the cement pathways of the campus, inquiring along the way until he found the dormitory for the preparatory class. To his surprise, his roommate was an African American. Preconceived notions lingered in Zhang Jing's mind, associating the African American community with stereotypes of crime and laziness. Yet, this was the era of political correctness in America, where even the smallest establishments were mandated to employ African Americans, and films, educators, and governmental bodies were expected to reflect this diversity. None of this was of particular concern to Zhang Jing, but the prospect of sharing a room with an African American made him uncomfortable. As he contemplated the idea of relinquishing the dormitory, his roommate greeted him warmly. "Hello, I am Yakub Beard. Clue to incomplete treasure hunt recorded." The voice in Zhang Jing's mind chimed. "Su Hongzhua, my father's friend, Jordan Beard, collected 3 commemorative coins of the Declaration of Independence. But he died in a car accident. When I found his residence, it had changed ownership. Congratulations to the host for finding a descendant of Jordan Beard. He may possess some knowledge." Observing his diminutive stature, frail physique, large eyes, and naturally curly hair, Zhang Jing's eyes gradually brightened as he introduced himself. "I am Zhang Jing." Their subsequent conversations necessitated the use of a translation app on their phones. "Does your name hold any significance?" Yakub Beard inquired. "No particular significance. It's simply straightforward and effortless," Zhang Jing retorted. "What about your name?" "Yakub represents a scholar, one who is self-disciplined," Yakub Beard explained. "It also signifies frailty intertwined with great power." Zhang Jing understood. It was a straightforward metaphor for the scholarly class being delicate, yet wielding considerable influence. Much like the ancient civil officials. "You speak English remarkably well. You don't seem like a freshman in the preparatory class," Zhang Jing observed. "I am not an international student. I was born in Tennessee, an American citizen, and I am a freshman in the electrical engineering department," Yakub clarified. Realizing this, Zhang Jing's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he probed. "Your name is quite meaningful. Did any notable figures emerge from your ancestry?" Upon mentioning his lineage, Yakub Beard's demeanor brightened. "My grandfather's father, my great-grandfather, was a prominent leader in the African American movement in Seattle. He lived at 125 57th Street 130 years ago. But tragically, he passed away in a car accident at the pinnacle of his career. Clue to incomplete treasure hunt has been enriched. 3 commemorative coins of the Declaration of Independence are concealed within 125 57th Street. Please retrieve them promptly," the voice echoed in Zhang Jing's heart, causing it to race with excitement. Treasure hunting could be this simple. Concluding their conversation, Zhang Jing bid farewell to Yakub Beard and made his way downstairs. Unable to wait until the next day, he dashed to the college entrance, hailed a taxi, and directed the driver to drop him off near 125 57th Street. In this African-American community, numerous young individuals congregate along the streets, chatting or smoking in small clusters. Their common traits include donning branded sneakers and loose-fitting t-shirts, presenting an air of youthful rebellion. Rumor has it that African-American men favor baggy t-shirts partly for the convenience of concealing firearms. At this thought, Zhang Jing suddenly regretted getting out of the car, his heart racing with apprehension. Sure enough, just a few steps out, 3 young men approached him, blocking his way. "Hey, this is Sudan gang territory. Where are you headed?" Unable to comprehend, Zhang Jing attempted to utilize a translation app on his phone, only to have it snatched away. Should he confront them? Though young, Zhang possessed intelligence, and the 3 thugs bore firearms at their waists. Definitely not worth the trouble. As he contemplated leaving, a Chevrolet hatchback pulled up beside him, and a man of Asian descent lowered the window, inquiring in English, "Are you from the Dragon Nation or the Yamato Nation?" "The Dragon Nation," Zhang Jing replied in Mandarin. "Me too," the man responded in Mandarin. "Get in quickly. You shouldn't have wandered in here." Zhang Jing opened the passenger door and took a seat, only then noticing multiple hidden cameras inside the car. Aware of Zhang Jing's gaze, Wang Li introduced himself warmly. "I am a video blogger, here to collect footage." Speaking of videos, Zhang Jing nearly forgot he too was learning to shoot videos. "My name is Wang Li. What's yours?" Zhang Jing. "Why venture into this community?" Wang Li asked curiously. "I was looking to rent an apartment," Zhang Jing fibbed. "Someone told me the rents here are low." "Just arrived in the United States?" "Yes." "You've been misled," Wang Li explained. Blocks 57 and 58 are notorious for being African-American enclaves, rife with drugs and gangs. The adjacent areas have property prices exceeding $1 million. While here they're just a few $100,000, and they don't sell well. Moreover, no Chinese resides here. Is it really that outrageous? Not at all. Even affluent African Americans avoid living here. If you must pass through, remember not to stop or get out of the car. During their conversation, the vehicle gradually exited the litter-strewn African American neighborhood, akin to parting clouds to reveal sunshine, transforming the world into a clearer vista. Though his first attempt had ended in failure, Zhang Jing remained undeterred. One plan thwarted, he promptly devised another. He purchased a phone, acquired a new SIM card, and downloaded a real estate app, intending to investigate property prices on 57th Street, proactively reaching out to the current owner to request the purchase of property number 125. To his surprise, the property was indeed for sale, listed at $350,000. This was undoubtedly good news. The dynamics of wanting to buy versus hastily selling were distinctly favorable. Zhang Jing felt considerably lighter in spirit, humming a tune as he prepared to hail a taxi when a light blue Bentley sports car halted in front of him. Chu Xiaoqing, wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat and a black sundress, confidently removed her sunglasses, her lips parting to ask, "Where to?" "I'll give you a ride." "I can't shake the feeling that you have ulterior motives," Zhang Jing replied, declining to get in. Chu Xiaoqing playfully traced her pink tongue around her lips, enticingly suggesting, "Let's find a place for a drink." Zhang Jing felt overwhelmed. Was this woman truly deranged? Ultimately, he settled into his sports car. With a rare afternoon free, he resolved to renew his driver's license and purchase a new vehicle, as relying on taxis was not a sustainable solution. Fortunately, the United States recognized the validity of his Dragon Country driver's license. Navigating the bureaucratic process required only a few visits, which, while still cumbersome, was far less arduous than retaking the driving test. Chu Xiaoqing happened to be at a loose end, so he enlisted her as a chauffeur. By evening, Chu Xiaoqing returned to their apartment, her weary frame betraying her exhaustion. Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing, both international students at the University of Seattle, looked at their friend with curiosity. "What kept you busy this afternoon?" Ding Jiaqing inquired. "I was nearly worn out by Zhang Jing," Chu Xiaoqing responded, weakly opening the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of water, gulping down nearly half of it. "Were you two together this afternoon?" Ding Jiaqing asked, her tone uncertain. Chu Xiaoqing nodded. "I intended to test his character, but it turned out to be quite disappointing." Ding Jiaqing's expression darkened with confusion. "How did you test him?" "I had hoped to seduce him, but instead, he treated me like a mere driver. Not only did he take advantage of my time all afternoon, but he didn't even offer to buy me a meal or a drink." Chu Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed with indignation. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ding Jiaqing exclaimed. "I'm not being foolish," Chu Xiaoqing replied, her demeanor suddenly serious. "You like Zhang Jing, yet he remains utterly oblivious. Stop making baseless claims." "I'm not blind," Chu Xiaoqing retorted. "What exactly transpired between you two and Shijiang?" Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, who was unaware of the conversation between Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing, he sought out Ruth the following day at the academy. Ruth was the epitome of a classic Caucasian girl, with lustrous brown hair, a pronounced nose, deep-set eyes, and a sprinkling of freckles adorning her face. Her attire was notably provocative, with denim shorts that could hardly be shorter. "Good morning, Miss Ruth," Zhang Jing greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Mr. Zhang," she replied. "I wish to purchase a property. Could you assist me in finding a small lawyer?" After a brief pause, Zhang Jing added, "You will be compensated." "Where is this property located?" Ruth inquired. "I found information online regarding 125 West 57th Street, listed at $350,000. I would like to see if I can acquire it for $250,000. Ruth cautioned. West 57th Street is predominantly an African-American neighborhood, notorious for its lack of safety. As an Asian, you would undoubtedly be at risk of robbery, and the likelihood of life-threatening danger increases dramatically with prolonged residence. I have compelling reasons for needing to purchase it, Zhang Jing stated, pausing for a moment. At the very least, I wish to spend half a day there. Is half a day sufficient? Ruth echoed. Absolutely. Internally marveling at Zhang Jing's wealth, Ruth eagerly proclaimed, I guarantee your safety for half a day at 125 West 57th Street. No need to purchase the property. Delighted by this unexpected turn, Zhang Jing promised, if that is the case, you shall receive a special reward. Ruth enthusiastically agreed. As she sprinted a few meters ahead, Ruth suddenly halted, turning back to locate Zhang Jing. Are you looking for something? She asked. Zhang Jing nodded. I'm truly sorry. Ruth explained. If that is the case, purchasing the house would be a safer option. Otherwise, there is a risk of being held accountable by the other party. The conversation returned to its origins. Assist me in finding a small attorney to facilitate the house purchase, preferably one with reasonable fees. Once this matter is settled, you shall still receive a reward. Unlike the circumstances in Longhua, most English-speaking countries require intermediaries and lawyers for real estate transactions, and such legal counsel is indeed essential. Fortunately, the fees for legal services are not exorbitant. For properties in predominantly African-American neighborhoods, a budget of 4 to 500,000 yuan suffices. With the task entrusted to Ruth, Zhang Jing proceeded to attend his class in the preparatory program. In the classroom, all eyes turned to Zhang Jing, who sensed that he was regarded with a mixture of intimidation and disdain. Irina, smiling, extended her fist toward him. He reciprocated the gesture, curious about what had brought her such joy. You can hit someone without facing jail time. You are a wealthy magnate, Irina replied, her eyes sparkling. All the new students in the preparatory class know your name. Would a magnate attend the same school as refugees? Zhang Jing retorted. Irina was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor softening as she expressed her hurt. Perhaps for you, this is merely a jest, but you have succeeded in wounding my pride, and I am quite upset. Please refrain from speaking to me in the future. Zhang Jing's reputation in class was far from favorable. Even his compatriots shunned him. Irina, however, stood as his sole friend, and she was genuinely kind, understanding, and approachable. Reflecting on this, Zhang Jing softened his stance. I did not mean to offend. I hope you can forgive me. Irina turned her back to him, contemplating her response. After a brief moment, Zhang Jing continued to persuade her. I'll treat you to lunch at the cafeteria. Irina relaxed her shoulders slightly. Zhang Jing intensified his efforts, adding, I'll also treat you tomorrow at noon. A single lunch would cost approximately 400 yuan, making 2 meals an expense of 800 yuan, a slight financial sacrifice for him. At last, Irina turned around, her expression shifting from stormy to sunny. I forgive you. Zhang Jing found the situation amusing as he offered his fist once more. Their fists collided, and a reconciliation was achieved, preserving their fragile friendship. While Zhang Jing was engaged in class, Ruth skipped hers to meet with the real estate agent and attorney, initiating the process with a phone conversation. Their intentions aligned closely. And Ruth, accompanied by the agent, arrived at 125 57th Street to negotiate directly with the homeowner. The owner was a middle-aged African-American woman, overwhelmed as she juggled 3 children amidst a cacophony of chaos. It was evident that the pressures of life had driven her to the brink of despair. With one party willing to sell and the other inclined to buy, an agreement was swiftly reached at a price of 280,000 yuan. In contrast to other areas where prices typically start above 1 million yuan, this property was deemed a distressed asset, available at a bargain rate. The original owner vacated the premises in haste, leaving by noon on the 3rd day. Zhang Jing and Ruth then took a taxi to the property at 125 57th Street. Awaiting them were the attorney and the agent. Mr. Zhang, the young Chinese lawyer representing the buyer, cautioned, this house has numerous issues. Miss Ruth, however, assured him that it was acceptable. The issues referred to structural concerns, while the transfer of ownership was not problematic. Indeed, Zhang Jing retorted nonchalantly, I intend to demolish and rebuild. The young lawyer raised his hands in a gesture of caution, kindly advising that it was not a prudent idea. Zhang Jing refrained from elaborating, settling all outstanding fees. For 100,000 yuan for legal services and a somewhat steep 5 commission, but the property price was reasonable. After bidding farewell to the intermediary, Zhang Jing took his first formal appraisal of the house before him. A classic 2-story building. Its exterior, adorned with a fresh coat of white waterproof paint, appeared quite new. This was crucial, as neglecting exterior maintenance could lead wooden structures to deteriorate rapidly. Furthermore, differing national circumstances dictate that, under normal conditions, a seller would typically undertake exterior upkeep to enhance the property's appeal prior to sale. Upon entering the dwelling, however, the sight was disheartening. The floorboards were buckling, the walls were seeping moisture, and a pungent odor of mildew pervaded the air. A scene both unbearable to behold and unpleasant to inhale. The noxious blend of mildew, acidity, decay, and an artificial fragrance mixed together was enough to induce nausea. Ruth covered her mouth and nose, inquiring out of curiosity, what are we looking for? Not we, Zhang Jing corrected her. But I, Ruth shrugged and asked again, sir. What are you searching for? Silence. Stay here and wait for me, he instructed, leaving her in the living room as he began his earnest search. Thanks to his keen instincts, half an hour later Zhang Jing discovered 3 silver coins commemorating the Declaration of Freedom, hidden atop a wooden beam in the attic. This location was a blind spot, and had it not been for Zhang Jing, they would likely have remained concealed indefinitely. He could not touch them directly. Instead, he donned gloves and retrieved a small plastic case he had prepared in advance, carefully placing the coins into 3 individual compartments. Congratulations, host, for completing the first treasure hunting task. Having successfully gathered 3 treasure clues and received relevant rewards, echoed in his mind. Ah, Zhang Jing felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a fortuitous development, a growth system. His gaze returned to the 3 relatively intact commemorative silver coins, each valued at a maximum of 2 million yuan, with the least among them still capable of fetching 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. At that moment, Zhang Jing hesitated, pondering whether it was necessary to hand them over to Wenli in exchange for a reward of 30,000 yuan. Suddenly, 3 gunshots rang out, causing Zhang Jing's heart to skip a beat. He quickly concealed the coins and, bending slightly, hurried downstairs. To his astonishment, it was Ruth, with her striking figure and long legs, who had fired the shots, gripping a small revolver with both hands, the barrel aimed at the entrance. "What is happening?" Zhang Jing asked with concern. "Why do you have a gun?" 2 thugs attempted to break in. "I bought this gun for 525 yuan, Ruth replied, appearing frightened, her hands trembling as she held the weapon. "Did you hit anyone?" Zhang Jing inquired. "I think maybe I don't know," Ruth responded, bewildered. Due to their frequent communication, Zhang Jing's English had improved significantly, enabling him to engage in simple conversations. 10 minutes later, the sheriff arrived, beaming with a radiant smile, and immediately congratulated Ruth as if there were cause for celebration. "Congratulations, miss," a Caucasian sheriff announced. "You just shot one of the thugs, and he has succumbed to blood loss during his escape." "I didn't mean to," Ruth explained anxiously. "Of course, you didn't mean to," the sheriff replied, maintaining his smile. "You were merely exercising your legal right to defend yourself." As the 2 other officers examined the scene, the gang members' blood spilled at the entrance of the living room, indicating their intrusion into the private residence. Ruth's act of firing her weapon was a matter of self-defense. There was no need for her to visit the police station or to wear handcuffs. She could simply sign a document and depart. The unfolding of the incident felt almost farcical. Was it truly due to Ruth's Caucasian identity that she received preferential treatment? Having experienced it firsthand, Zhang Jing was convinced that Ruth's race indeed afforded her certain advantages. At the very least, the officers conversed with her amicably, without shouting, threats, choking holds, or tasers. With their objective accomplished and eager to leave, Zhang Jing and Ruth returned to the entrance of the technical academy. Turning to Ruth, he initially planned to grant her a special reward of 1,000 yuan. However, considering her bravery that day, which had potentially saved his life, he decided to double the reward to 2,000. As he handed her a thick stack of franklins, Ruth's expression conveyed disbelief, and she uncertainly asked, "For me?" "Indeed," he replied. "Isn't that too much?" She inquired. "Not at all. Practice your marksmanship. I may need your services again." Overwhelmed by the sudden windfall, Ruth wondered if there would be more such easy jobs in the future. "There will be," Zhang Jing encouraged. "I have high hopes for you." "Yay," Ruth exclaimed, accepting the cash and planting a kiss on the bills. "Thank you, boss. My phone is on 24/7 for you." Upon returning to the 1032 estate, Zhang Jing rang the doorbell. After 7 or 8 minutes, he met Wenli in the dining room. "How have you been these past days?" Wenli asked slowly. Sitting at the dining table, with Zhang Jing standing nearby, he surveyed the array of food before him, astonished. Were those individual pearls caviar? Were those slices black truffles? Was the Remy Martin merely mouthwash? With a plethora of thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Jing responded, "I have money in my pocket. Life is quite good." "Money in your pocket?" Wenli chuckled. "Is it over 32 million renminbi?" Zhang Jing was taken aback. How could someone know such a secret? He instinctively feared that his bank card had been lost or that his password had been compromised. Wenli continued, "Speaking neither too fast nor too slow, after breaking up with your ex-girlfriend, you discovered a rare meteorite and sold it for 22.86 million renminbi. You procured a bulletproof vehicle at Dongluan port, yielding a post-tax profit of 4 million. Then someone extorted you, and you counter-extorted to receive 6 million in compensation. In total, that amounts to 32.86 million renminbi. Madam, I am somewhat frightened," Zhang Jing admitted, trembling in both his liver and legs. Previously suspecting Wenli of being a silent shareholder in some online venture, he now realized she was even more formidable. "Please, have a seat," Wenli invited slowly. "Let us eat." First, you should clarify your intentions, Zhang Jing stammered. Otherwise, no matter how delicious the food, it would feel like chewing on wax. It's only natural to investigate your past, especially since you uncovered my grandson's remains upon your arrival, Wenli stated. Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. With a clear conscience, he boldly sat to her right. A servant presented plates, cutlery, and wine glasses. Once granted permission, Zhang Jing scooped a spoonful of caviar. Observing the plump, smooth pearls, with their translucent and lustrous sheen, he caught a faint, delightful aroma wafting through the air. As it was delicately placed on his palate, the exquisite flavor burst forth, undoubtedly making it the finest cuisine he had ever experienced, without exception. This delicacy was the caviar from an 80-year-old sturgeon of the Caspian Sea, ideally complemented by a glass of champagne. Wenli spoke in a casual and light-hearted manner. The server approached with a bottle wrapped in gold foil. Pouring a third of a glass for Zhang Jing, the beverage appeared effervescent with fine bubbles and an alluring hue. How much did I just consume in one bite? Zhang Jing inquired cautiously. When it comes to food, price is irrelevant. Indulge as much as you desire, Wenli replied. Zhang Jing, unable to disregard her generosity, took a modest sip. I heard you attended classes at the State Technical College for 2 consecutive days? Heard? Who told you? No need to speculate. It's likely someone has been following you. Still, one remains untroubled if one's conduct is upright, Zhang Jing quipped. I assumed it was a diploma mill where attendance was optional, and answers could be copied during exams, yet it turned out to be the opposite. Wenli chuckled, finding it amusing. Did you encounter any attractive girls? Zhang Jing nodded, acknowledging that Ruth indeed qualified as one. Did you take her to the restroom? Why the restroom? Zhang Jing replied, puzzled. It's convenient, swift, exhilarating, and offers high enjoyment. Zhang Jing was at a loss for words. Was it the case of an old villain or an elderly person succumbing to mischief? He deflected, I'm afraid of contracting HIV. Wenli scoffed, that's merely a low probability event. Calmly, Wenli finished her dinner before inquiring, what brings you to me? Rising from her seat, Zhang Jing gently placed 3 silver commemorative coins before her, explaining that their total cost was 289,000 USD, plus my 30,000 commission, culminating in 319,000 USD. Gazing at the 3 coins lying quietly on the table, Wenli seemed to enter a trance, first staring blankly, then bursting into laughter, tilting her head back in mirth. Zhang Jing felt a chill run down his spine at her laughter. Once she had finished, Zhang Jing reminded her, including the commission, please pay me 319,000 USD. Wenli beckoned to a middle-aged male assistant named Li Xing, who was waiting nearby. A check, please. Li Xing promptly produced a checkbook and pen, handing them to Wenli. With a swift motion, she jotted down the figures, signed her name, tore off a page, and handed it to Zhang Jing. This is what you deserve. As Zhang Jing received the check, his eyes widened, and his heart raced. 7 figures. In disbelief, he asked Wenli, is there an extra 0 after the 6? No, it is worth that much. Zhang Jing gripped the check tightly. This amounted to 600,000 USD. It would directly elevate his total savings by 120. Astonished by Wenli's generosity, he remarked on her vast spirit. Once he regained his composure, he inquired, could I exchange this for Hong Kong dollars? Such a large sum must incur hefty taxes. Zhang Jing was initially unaware, only realizing before his departure that he needed to convert the funds into Hong Kong dollars, as they could be freely exchanged with USD. In Hong Kong, there exists a policy that exempts foreign profits and capital from capital gains tax. Only profits generated locally are subject to taxation, with a tax rate of less than 9 for profits up to 2 million and a rate of 16.5 for amounts exceeding that threshold. In contrast, in both the Dragon Country and the Land of the Free, an income of 6 million USD incurs a tax rate ranging from 35 to 45. Wenli nodded, seemingly regarding the matter as trivial, while her assistant, positioned nearby, was instructed to assist Zhang Jing in exchanging the check for Hong Kong currency. Li Xing stepped forward, extending a hand toward Zhang Jing. This marked the first encounter between Zhang Jing and Li Xing, who appeared to be around 40 years of age and bore a resemblance to a certain Zhao. Hesitant to relinquish the check, Zhang Jing was asked by Li Xing if he possessed a Hong Kong bank card. Swiftly, Zhang Jing produced his phone from his pocket and opened the mobile app of the Nanyang Bank, where he had registered before his departure. Li Xing noted the card number. How did you find them? Wenli inquired with curiosity. At the State Technical College, my African-American roommate is named Jacob Beard. He precisely recited the address of his great-grandfather. Jordan Beard. I spent $280,000 USD to purchase the house, where I discovered 3 commemorative coins. Was it truly that simple? Wen Li's expression reflected astonishment. Luck played a significant role, Zhang Jing humbly replied. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been accomplished so swiftly. Your fortune is remarkable, Wen Li reminisced. There was once a fool who searched for a decade without success, and you required less than 10 days. Zhang Jing silently pondered whether the fool Wen Li referred to was perhaps her husband. With no further matters at hand, Zhang Jing expressed his intention to take leave, aiming to return home early. Wait, Wen Li called out to him, follow me. With no other option, Zhang Jing accompanied the elderly lady to the entrance of a hidden study nestled between the first and second floors. You may enter and browse at your leisure, Wen Li stated nonchalantly. Zhang Jing hesitated, asking, what should I look at? Just browse as you please. I find reading quite taxing, Zhang Jing firmly declined. 1,000 USD. Provided you remain inside for at least half an hour. Zhang Jing, motivated by the prospect of monetary gain, eagerly replied, I shall enter at once. Upon entering the study, which spanned approximately 50 square meters and was adorned in a style reminiscent of the medieval vampire era, he noted its antiquity and character. The furnishings were of high quality, featuring oak flooring, a peachwood desk, a pearwood bookshelf, a solid gold globe, and even the ink and paper were of the finest quality. Continuing his examination, Zhang Jing observed several framed photographs adorning the walls, showcasing numerous old images. The earliest photograph, dated 1842, featured an individual named Zhang Luo, 1785 to 1855. The black and white image, faded and worn, revealed a soldier with a piercing gaze, clad in a neat uniform. Beneath the photograph of Zhang Luo were 5 names: Zhang Bixian, 1656 to 1690, Zhang Wanting, 1675 to 1735, Zhang Huiyuan, 1701 to 1772, Zhang Qi, 1728 to 1785, and Zhang Wenxing, 1755 to 1831. It was evident that these were the names of successive heirs within a single family lineage. The absence of a photograph preceding Zhang Luo's was likely attributable to the invention of the camera. Interestingly, after Zhang Luo, the heir to this family no longer bore the surname Zhang. The line continued with Su Huang, 1835 to 1895, Su Hongzhua, 1875 to 1945, Su Tongmao, 1915 to 1983, Su CK, 1935 to 2015, and finally Su Lin, 1997 to 2017. Su Lin was the last, having passed away 5 years ago. There is no need for speculation. Su Lin was undoubtedly the grandson of Wen Li. Zhang Jing turned to look at Wen Li, who stood in the doorway, and asked with curiosity, this doesn't resemble an ancestral hall? This is a study, Wen Li replied with certainty. Why don't you come in? Rules prohibit me from entering. It's all right. Zhang Jing encouraged, come in. I won't tell anyone. Wen Li remained silent. A chill ran down Zhang Jing's spine. He thought, old lady, you don't intend to make me a sacrificial offering, do you? No, Wen Li denied, on the contrary. I intend for you to be displayed on the wall in the future. You frightened me, Zhang Jing admitted, his legs trembling. My favorite grandson has passed away. Wen Li seemed to age considerably. You found his remains. Perhaps it is destiny. What does it mean to be displayed on the wall in the future? Zhang Jing inquired tentatively. You will inherit everything in this study, including the photographs on the wall and the handwritten manuscripts on the shelves. And you will bear the responsibility of passing it down. What significance does this hold? Zhang Jing countered. I do not know, Wen Li replied. I disagree. Zhang Jing refused. He was a treasure seeker, most motivated by monetary gain, and loathed the burden of responsibility. Sensing Zhang Jing's reluctance, Wen Li spoke slowly under the dim light of the corridor. As long as I am alive, I will offer you assistance within my means. Should I pass away and you relinquish your responsibilities, the consequences shall be dire. Zhang Jing responded with a hint of mockery at your age. How much within your means do you truly possess? Undeterred by Zhang Jing's contempt, Wen Li slowly took out her phone and made a call. Her voice steady and commanding. Hang Palmer in the house, including his dog. Who is Palmer? After leaving the estate and returning to the boutique hotel at 7 that evening, Zhang Jing, filled with curiosity, searched for the name on a music app. The results revealed numerous individuals named Palmer, including a famous golfer, a football player, and even a movie titled Palmer. Not only men, but also women bore the name Palmer. There were even animated heroes named Palmer. The number was overwhelming. So, who was the Palmer that Wen Li intended to kill? The following day, Zhang Jing visited Pike Place Market near the Space Needle. This was a tourist market, featuring everything from farmers selling their produce to luxury cars and antiques, encompassing a wide array of goods. He found a liquor store and purchased 2 bottles of red gift-boxed champagne for 99 yuan. Subsequently, he arrived at the apartment building where Ding Jieqi resided. It was Saturday, and Ding Jieqi had invited him for lunch, preparing a meal at the apartment. The large iron gate of the apartment was half open during the day, and Zhang Jing walked straight in, where an elderly African-American security guard stood watchfully behind the service desk. "Good morning, sir. I need to access the 16th floor." Zhang Jing requested, "Could you please assist me with the elevator card?" Ding Jieqi made a prior phone call, and the security guard, holding the elevator card, ushered Zhang Jing into the lift. The elevator ascended quietly, and upon reaching its destination with a soft chime, Zhang Jing walked along the bright corridor and pressed the doorbell of room 1609. The door swung open, revealing a cheerful Ding Jieqi, who greeted him warmly. "Brother Zhang, welcome to my home. Please come in." Ding Jieqi was dressed in a white floral t-shirt, light blue denim jeans, and a pair of pink sneakers, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. "Champagne, I hope you like it," Zhang Jing said, presenting his gift. "Oh, wine," Ding Jieqi replied, her gaze momentarily evasive. "I rarely drink. But it's fine. Champagne has a lower alcohol content, so I can have a little." In the living room, Chu Shaoqing overheard their conversation at the entrance and chuckled to herself, playfully critiquing her best friend's cunning demeanor, as she could clearly handle vodka, even at 96 proof. Upon entering the apartment, Zhang Jing noted the bright decor and thoughtful design. The living room featured a 5-meter-wide floor-to-ceiling window offering a splendid view of the cityscape. Creating a sense of spaciousness, the apartment, comprising 2 bedrooms, 2 living areas, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen, exuded an air of sophistication. "For this lunch, Jieqi has been preparing since yesterday," Chu Shaoqing remarked, elegantly attired in a navy blue spaghetti strap dress paired with high heels. Zhang Jing turned to Ding Jieqi, expressing his gratitude for her hospitality. "Not at all, Brother Zhang. Let's eat and see how my cooking turned out." At the white rectangular dining table, Zhang Jing took a seat on the right, while Ding Jieqi and Chu Shaoqing sat opposite him. The table was adorned with 6 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold kelp salad, stir-fried lettuce, braised ribbon fish, a steamed perch, and half a poached chicken. "All these are organic foods purchased from Whole Foods," Ding Jieqi explained. "Delicious and healthy." Zhang Jing was pleasantly surprised by Ding Jieqi's culinary skills. These dishes were not only visually appealing, but also aromatic, showcasing her impressive talents. "Shall we have some wine?" Chu Shaoqing suggested. Ding Jieqi hesitated, pondering whether it was appropriate for women to drink. "Oh, come on," Chu Shaoqing replied with a smirk, magically producing a bottle of white wine from beneath the table. "This is locally produced roast from a winery, aged in oak barrels for 3 years. It's delightful and won't give you a headache." "Let's not drink this," Ding Jieqi interjected, insisting they stick to the champagne brought by Zhang Jing. "But the champagne has too low an alcohol content. This is perfect," Chu Shaoqing countered. Ding Jieqi then cautioned. The owner of the roast winery was found hanged at home this morning, along with his lover, his 9-year-old illegitimate son, and 2 dogs. It was reportedly a gruesome scene. Serving this wine to guests would be quite ill-fated. Chu Shaoqing's expression faltered. Zhang Jing's heart sank at the revelation. Was the owner of the winery named Palmer? Did Brother Zhang see the news? Ding Jieqi affirmed that that's indeed the name. Zhang Jing felt a chill run down his spine, pondering the perilous times they lived in, where even dogs seemed to be in danger. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Jing's unease went unnoticed. At the dining table, Chu Shaoqing shook her head in dismay, lamenting the audacity of those who dared to offend those beyond reproach. "What do you mean by a cautionary tale?" Zhang Jing inquired, seated across from the 2 women. "About 4 or 5 years ago, there was a madam in New York who had a cadre of young models and starlets, catering to powerful figures." In a conversation, Chu Shaoqing revealed that due to her involvement with illicit activities, she had been apprehended by the police. She publicly declared to the media that should her influential clients fail to rescue her, she would disclose their scandalous dealings. Zhang Jing, intrigued, inquired further. Ding Jieqi elaborated that this brazen madam ultimately met a grim fate, hanging in her cell, while her boyfriend and pet dog suffered a similar demise at home. Reminiscent of the wine estate owner's circumstances, a shiver coursed through Zhang Jing as he contemplated the horror of it all, resolutely deciding to accept the study that symbolized heritage. It is often said that one's appearance reflects their inner self. Wen Li appeared benevolent and compassionate, yet her actions were ruthlessly severe. What sort of temperament did she possess? What grievances existed between her and Palmer? Did it pertain to the death of his grandson? The brutality extended beyond Palmer himself. Even his lover, a 9-year-old illegitimate child, and 2 dogs were not spared. The mere thought made Zhang Jing's legs tremble slightly. Typically, one might expect interpersonal conflicts to culminate in brawls or lawsuits, yet the notion of betrayal felt somewhat surreal. However, according to Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing, such sordid affairs seemed all too common in the United States. Realizing that he was outmatched, Zhang Jing resolved to take the study. Shifting the conversation, he inquired of Ding Jiaqing about the reliability of the real estate agent they had engaged for their rental search. Having had limited interaction, she deemed him satisfactory. And with curiosity, she asked if Zhang planned to rent. I am considering purchasing, provided the price is reasonable and the location slightly off the beaten path, he replied. While Zhang Jing contemplated renting, the circumstances did not permit it. Wen Li's study was approximately 50 square meters, filled with numerous belongings. Ding Jiaqing, though disapproving, chose not to confront Zhang Jing directly. Instead, she gently suggested, Zhang, properties in the suburbs are preferable, whether for personal use or rental. They offer convenience and ease of resale. Moreover, Ding Jiaqing, astutely aware, noted that a lower price and less central location could lead to neighbors who were less than agreeable, which might severely affect one's daily mood. I do not intend to reside there. It is merely for storage, Zhang Jing clarified. If you trust me, allow me to handle this, Ding Jiaqing asserted confidently, patting her C-grade. Observing the clarity in her bright eyes, Zhang Jing shook his head in refusal, stating, This is a troublesome matter. I shall manage it myself. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, Ding Jiaqing shed her fade and disposed of the empty plates into the trash. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xiaoqing burst into laughter, exclaiming that she could not even wash a plate, yet boasted about preparing lunch. It turned out that the ingredients were purchased by Jiaqing from the supermarket, then sent to a nearby Chinese restaurant for preparation, only to be brought back to the apartment. Zhang Jing was indeed pitiable, and Chu Xiaoqing laughed until her stomach ached. Ding Jiaqing, unfazed by her friend's teasing, remarked seriously, One must not choose a property in a questionable area. Certain neighbors can be quite difficult to deal with. What does that have to do with you? Chu Xiaoqing reminded her. It may not matter now, but what about in the future? Chu Xiaoqing's expression turned earnest as she cautioned, Do not get ahead of yourself. It is clear Zhang Jing wishes to maintain his distance. Zhang, having recently experienced a breakup, naturally harbors reservations towards women. Ding Jiaqing confidently asserts that, with time, he will come to appreciate her humble charm. There are so many inexpensive women of various colors on the streets. Do you think Zhang Jing has never indulged? Questions Chu Xiaoqing. Impossible, Ding Jiaqing counters. I have known brother Zhang for a year and a half. He was always attentive to his ex-girlfriend and would never act recklessly. But now he is single. Why shouldn't he indulge? Chu Xiaoqing retorts, boldly confronting the essence of the matter. Ding Jiaqing finds herself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, who is staying at the nearby W Hotel, he is currently in the lobby where a woman stands before him. She is a Caucasian, approximately 30 years old, with golden hair, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose, exuding an air of professionalism adorned with subtle makeup. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Barbie Mallory, a real estate agent. Miss Ding mentioned you are considering purchasing a property. Yes, Zhang replies. What are your requirements? The location, size of the yard, type of house structure, number of rooms, garage availability, budget, age of the house, and materials used. All these details will assist me in finding the most suitable options for you. The more specific, the better. It is evident that Barbie Mallory is eager to pinpoint the ideal property for Zhang Jing. Typically, a home that meets numerous criteria simultaneously is virtually non-existent unless one opts to build from scratch or possesses substantial wealth to purchase an exorbitantly priced estate akin to the one at 1032. Zhang has set clear objectives. He desires a standalone house with a front and backyard, 3 rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a garage, with flexibility on most criteria. However, one non-negotiable condition remains. The structure must be stone or concrete, entirely avoiding wooden houses. His previous experience in a wooden house within the African-American community on 57th Avenue had left him thoroughly repulsed, despite its outward beauty. The necessity for frequent maintenance and significant costs could not be concealed. Over time, the musty odor became quite pronounced, and concerns about termite infestations loomed large, requiring waterproofing of the entire exterior every few years, an immense hassle indeed. Barbie Mallory, taken aback, realizes that this single stringent requirement eliminates 98 of available properties. Considering this, she gently reminds Zhang, such houses are not inexpensive. What is your budget? Without hesitation, Zhang is acutely aware of his financial standing. He can afford to pay in full, ideally aiming for 2 to 3 million, and would delight in uncovering a bargain. Barbie Mallory is astonished. She had not anticipated that this young man could afford a $3 million property. Instinctively, Barbie Mallory tucks her golden hair behind her ear, revealing more of her alabaster neck. Are there such properties available? Zhang interjects, interrupting her musings. Yes, I will need to return to organize some information and will provide you with a response tomorrow. Just before parting, Zhang calls out to Barbie Mallory. I am currently on an M1 visa and must attend classes at the technical college from Monday to Friday. Is there any way to avoid attending classes? The M1 visa resembles a golden snare, tightly encircling one's head. Neglecting classes and failing courses may result in expulsion from the country, followed by a permanent prohibition on re-entry. It is imperative to remove this burden. Zhang Jing's inquiry was rather straightforward. Barbie Mallory replied without hesitation. Naturally, one would obtain a green card. No, Zhang Jing clarified. I do not wish to acquire citizenship in the United States. A green card and citizenship are two distinct matters, Barbie elucidated. A green card is akin to a permanent visa, granting most of the associated benefits, albeit without the right to vote or be elected. What is the quickest way to obtain a green card? Zhang Jing inquired with interest. Investment, Barbie Mallory explained. Investing $1 million to establish a company and complete the requisite documentation will secure a green card, though initially, it is only valid for 2 years. The investment must be deposited into a corporate account designated by the Immigration Bureau, and it must create employment for 10 or more U.S. citizens. After the 2-year investment period, one may apply for the removal of the 2-year limitation, converting it to permanent status by presenting proof of employment for 10 individuals and a project profit and loss statement 90 days in advance. Zhang Jing chuckled. This seems tailored for the wealthy of the world, does it not? Barbie Mallory nodded. Can you assist me with this matter? Zhang Jing asked Barbie Mallory. Without a moment's hesitation, she affirmed, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity to build rapport with her client. The key was a 5 brokerage fee, of which she could potentially retain 35, a rather lucrative prospect. I excel at running errands. Since you need to provide employment for 10 individuals, what type of company do you intend to establish? Barbie queried. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Zhang Jing pondered. Do you have any suggestions? The simplest approach would be to open a supermarket, hiring over 10 stock clerks and cashiers, she suggested. This sounded quite straightforward, and Zhang Jing felt a sense of ease. However, given that the market was already saturated, with high-end options like Whole Foods, low-end like Aldi, and mid-range like Sam's, alongside numerous Chinese supermarkets, he recognized the likelihood of a supermarket yielding little to no profit. If it doesn't make money, it's a loss, Zhang Jing remarked. Are there any alternative options? Barbie Mallory, a driven entrepreneur, transformed into a saleswoman, clearly articulated to Zhang Jing the lucrative potential of engaging in the human reproduction business, commonly referred to as certain delightful events. While others might have varied reactions to such terminology, Zhang Jing viewed it as a source of endless complications, fraught with countless lawsuits and daily court appearances. The risks are too great, he declined, asserting that a supermarket seemed more reliable. Mr. Zhang, Barbie Mallory urged. The risks are manageable. There should not be any significant issues. Zhang Jing scrutinized Barbie Mallory and curiously asked, what benefit does this hold for you? I have been preparing for this concept for 3 to 4 years, but due to a lack of funds, I have yet to implement it. You, being affluent, likely lack the time for personal management. With 7 years of sales experience, I am well suited for a managerial role. I admire your enthusiasm for work, Zhang Jing complimented. But first, let us sort out the housing situation. I will need it soon. Zhang Jing did not acquiesce, yet Barbie Mallory remained undeterred, responding with optimism. That evening, due to the unfamiliar environment and the disorientation it brought, Zhang Jing experienced insomnia. The following morning, precisely at 9 o'clock, he visited Wenli, weary yet determined. Before the incident, Zhang Jing was certain to arrive before 7 o'clock, not for any other reason but to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Now, however, he hesitates. The tragic demise of Palmer, the owner of the Rose Winery, haunts him. It is said that he was found hanging, his tongue grotesquely protruding from the corner of his mouth. Even his 9-year-old illegitimate son and his dog were not spared. The horror is overwhelming. Wenli stands quietly in the backyard, gazing at the pit left by the fallen beech tree. Unlike before, the estate is now guarded solely by male protectors. Today, however, there are two exceptionally strong female guards, one towering over 1.8 meters and the other just below 1.7 meters, both sporting cropped hair and possessing strikingly defined features. Their skin seemingly taut over muscles brimming with strength. They remain poised 10 meters behind Wenli. Zhang Jing dares not intrude upon Wenli's moment of remembrance for her loved ones and stands alongside the two formidable women. The two women regard Zhang Jing with scrutinizing glances. He offers a smile, a silent greeting. 10 minutes pass in hushed stillness when the shorter female guard steps forward to assist Wenli away from the tree pit. "Why are you so late today?" Wenli inquires of Zhang Jing, her voice significantly weaker than before. Zhang Jing slightly bends at the waist, appearing quite timid. "I was immature in the past. Please forgive me. Is there something you need? I have already entrusted a real estate agent to facilitate the purchase of a house. The study will be ready for relocation within 2 months. Thank you." Wenli expresses her gratitude. Zhang Jing feels a chill run down his spine. Her gratitude carries a heavy weight. "Is there anything else?" Wenli asks. Not wishing to disturb her remembrance, Zhang Jing makes a swift exit. Upon leaving the estate, Ding Jiechi calls via video, noticing the roadside scenery. "Zhanggu, where are you?" "I just left the estate at No. 1032 and am on my way back to the city," he replies. There was a report earlier about a professor of dragon descent, surnamed Wang, who lived in the suburbs of Yisage, along with his wife and their 2 children. Tragically, they were all found hanged in their home. Zhang Jing feels a dryness in his throat. The method of execution mirrors that of the Palmer family. Is it merely a coincidence? 40 minutes later, Zhang Jing arrives at the apartment rented by Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing. Zhanggu, the local Chinese forum, is in an uproar over this incident. Why the uproar? Zhang Jing queries, puzzled. Shouldn't they be united in their outrage? Some say the professor got what he deserved, while others argue that the entire family shouldn't have suffered for his actions. Ding Jiechi shrugs. Sounds like he was not well liked, Zhang Jing remarks. As fellow expatriates, he believes they should stand together. "I know," Chu Xiaoqing interjects, holding her phone. "I just followed the victim's account on a certain platform. He had a staggering 100,000 followers. His content was quite intriguing. Let me read a couple of posts to you." "Go ahead," Ding Jiechi urges. Clearing her throat, Chu Xiaoqing reads aloud from her phone. AI Mooing has announced its third-quarter financial report, with a remarkable 62% increase in revenue, reaching $380 million US dollars, recovering from a loss of $69 million US dollars during the same period last year. The company has declared a buyback of $2 billion US dollars in stocks to reward shareholders. AI Mooing announced its exit from the dragon market last May, yet its performance has exceeded expectations. Setting her phone down, Chu Xiaoqing chuckles. "Consider this carefully. Doesn't it sound rather villainous?" Zhang Jing and Ding Jiechi understood, hinting that the Longwell market was dragging down the business of AI Mooing. Hence the saying that he deserved his fate. This was indeed more intriguing. Chu Xiaoqing picked up her phone and read again. "I found the data. Over 1 million new cases in a week, 300 deaths, a mortality rate of 0.03. 1/3 that of the flu. What are you worried about?" With a face of mixed emotions. It was certainly captivating. Without further consideration, these 2 pieces of information alone could attest to the fact that Professor Wang was of dubious character. Arguments and opinions were of little concern to Zhang Jing, who curiously inquired about the profession of the victim. Chu Xiaoqing glanced at her phone, and the brief introduction seemed to indicate a background in architectural design. "What about the owner of the winery?" Zhang Jing whimsically asked if he had any other profession. "I know this," Ding Jiechi chimed in. "Palmer is an internist, a cardiologist. General practitioners typically earn a high income, and Palmer's earnings place him at the pinnacle of the medical field, making the winery his side venture." With the winery mentioned again, Ding Jiechi suddenly remembered something. "Brother Zhang, you're at the State Technical College. Your major seems to be brewing?" The information filled out by the agency was merely for the visa, Zhang Jing explained. "I plan to invest to obtain a green card, freeing myself from the constraints of the M1 visa." Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing exchanged a silent glance, both realizing that an investment of $1 million US dollars was necessary to secure a green card. It turned out that Zhang Jing was more affluent than they had imagined. "What business do you intend to pursue?" Ding Jiechi inquired. "The real estate agent you mentioned, Miss Barbie, suggested conservatively opening a supermarket or, more audaciously, engaging in the procreation industry. The supermarket market is saturated. It's not a wise idea," Ding Jieqi analyzed. The second option seems plausible. With the rising status of women in Longhua, this industry could be viable in 2 or 3 years. Why 2 or 3 years? Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. This field requires genuine skill. Ordinary individuals cannot navigate it successfully. It was evident that Ding Jieqi was quite confident. Zhang Jing sought her counsel. Do you have any good strategies? There are 2 options. One is to buy a winery, the other is to acquire a racetrack. Or perhaps we could combine efforts. The investment isn't substantial, and within 2 years it could stabilize to meet the requirements for 10 employees. Zhang Jing chuckled, reflecting on Ding Jieqi's youth. Although he was also an outsider, he understood that both winemaking and managing a racetrack required substantial expertise. Forcing oneself into these ventures would likely lead to a 99 chance of losing everything. Ding Jieqi, being astute, continued, the winery and racetrack are merely gimmicks. The decor must convey a sense of ceremony to receive visitors and satisfy their need for vanity, allowing them to boast on social media. It seemed plausible, yet still felt somewhat unreliable. Hire an entry-level winemaker for appearances, purchase various wines in bulk from the market, repackage them into attractive glass bottles for display. Additionally, offer some pre-packaged foods, arrange a few rustic wooden tables and chairs, and it should be a surefire success. Zhang Jing was taken aback. Isn't that a scam? This is business. Ding Jieqi countered. How would you manage the racetrack? Zhang Jing inquired with curiosity. The equestrian venture appears deceptively simple. Ding Jieqi eloquently discusses that an ordinary muscular horse can be acquired for a mere 1,000 to 3,000 yuan each. With 7 or 8 of these horses purchased, one could then hire a proficient rider and a nutritionist to tend to the horses. No extensive expertise required, as their hiring costs are quite reasonable. However, it is imperative to imbue the experience with a sense of ceremony, providing visitors with elegant and stylish equestrian attire, along with a splendid racing venue and a sophisticated environment for photography. Zhang Jing murmurs to himself, recalling a particular idiom. What is it? Ding Jieqi inquires, intrigued. Deceptive appearances. He replies. Chu Shaoqing bursts into laughter on the sofa, clutching her stomach in mirth. Ding Jieqi, undeterred, asserts, since ancient times, genuine emotions have often gone unrecognized. Only cunning strategies win hearts. Zhang Jing wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment, reflecting on how he had shown immense kindness and affection to his ex-girlfriend, only to have their relationship dissolve abruptly. He realizes that while vineyards and equestrian centers may sound luxurious, they can be operated on a modest budget, utilizing clever tactics that are more reliable than a supermarket. Acknowledging Ding Jieqi as a treasure of a girl, Zhang Jing promptly contacts the real estate agent Barbie to seek out a horse farm or vineyard. This time, he specifies a preference for a location that caters to tourists and is not too secluded. Barbie Mallory proves to be quite professional, promptly providing property recommendations upon receiving Zhang Jing's call. The recently publicized Rose Winery is currently up for sale. Over the phone, Barbie reveals that the winery's owner, Palmer, was murdered, and the bank has since repossessed the property. Zhang Jing is taken aback, realizing that fate can be orchestrated in such peculiar ways. What is the price? He asks. The auction is scheduled for next Saturday, starting at 6 million yuan, with a final price likely reaching 7 to 8 million, she responds. Why is it so expensive? He queries. It spans 600 acres, half of which is planted with old vine grapevines. Additionally, it includes 5 buildings, comprising a winery and a cellar. The location is advantageous as it lies only 50 kilometers from the airport and city center. 50 kilometers? That translates to an hour's drive, quite distant, indeed, he muses. When can I view the property? Access to the winery is not allowed. It's like opening a blind box, only available during the auction next Saturday. How does one register? You can register on-site with a deposit of 1,000 yuan. After winning the bid, you may opt for financing or pay in full. After ending the call, Zhang Jing turns to Ding Jieqi, sharing. The Rose Winery will be auctioned next Saturday, starting at 6 million yuan, encompassing 600 acres, 5 buildings including a winery and a cellar, and 300 acres of vineyards. I intend to participate in the bidding. Chu Shaoqing looks up in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ding Jieqi's heart skips a beat. Brother Zhang, do you actually possess 6 million yuan? As a matter of fact, I do, he replies nonchalantly. How could you possibly have that much? Chu Shaoqing expresses her skepticism. Jieqi, you're all on your own. Where did you acquire such funds? From treasure hunting, he answers cryptically. What could possibly be worth 6 million yuan? Chu Xiaoqing exclaims, utterly astonished. Zhang Jing merely shrugs, unwilling to divulge further details, as he feels a responsibility to maintain confidentiality for his client. Brother Zhang, you must absolutely avoid any dealings with D-grade products, Ding Jiaqing advises with concern. Rest assured, the money is clean and in Hong Kong dollars. That as well, Ding Jiaqing trusts Zhang Jing. On Saturday, I shall accompany you to the auction. I will join as well, Qiu Xiaoqing unwilling to fall behind. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, Ding Jiaqing clenched her fists, her delicate face serious, and solemnly stated to her close friend, "We must assist Brother Zhang. He will face numerous competitors, and the prices will be driven exceedingly high." Qiu Xiaoqing pursed her lips, replying, "He is your brother Zhang, not mine." Ding Jiaqing remained unfazed, fully aware that Qiu Xiaoqing had a boyfriend, a muscular one at that. And Zhang Jing was indeed not to her taste. What did termites like to eat? Ding Jiaqing suddenly inquired. After diligently attending classes for a week, she received her driving license on Friday afternoon and decided to skip the final class to purchase a car. Having once studied abroad in the Dragon Country, the Ukrainian girl Irina, who spoke Mandarin, accompanied Zhang Jing in his truancy. They headed straight to the second-hand car market, where they spent 6,000 yuan to acquire a well-maintained Ford pickup truck, only 5 years old and with less than 90,000 kilometers on the odometer. No longer would they have to endure the exorbitant taxi fares, not to mention the added gratuities. Gazing at the blue pickup, Irina enviously asked, "What is your source of studying abroad?" "I am a treasure seeker. I was deceived by a visa agency, which is why I ended up attending classes," Zhang Jing lamented. "They initially told me there was no need to attend classes, just to cheat on the exams and graduate smoothly while working during this period. This situation is unexpected. I want to stay long. I will leave the school." "Treasure seeker?" Irina expressed her surprise. "Leaving school?" Zhang Jing nodded. Irina felt a complex mix of emotions. From Monday to Friday, they attended classes together, shared lunch, and spent considerable time together, establishing a bond of friendship. Observing Irina, who had long, soft brown hair, fair skin, and striking beauty, lost in thought, Zhang Jing opened the passenger door, urging, "Get in. I shall treat you to dinner, a grand feast." Irina complied, taking her place in the passenger seat. Knowing there was a steakhouse near the technical college, Zhang Jing inquired from the driver's seat, "How does steak sound?" "Sounds great." Irina readily replied, her mind wandering to the implications of dining and drinking together. What would follow? A bathtub, a pristine white bed, intimacy, her heart raced. Lost in such thoughts, they soon arrived at the bustling steakhouse where Zhang Jing led Irina inside. "Please follow me," the waitress greeted them with a smile, offering a window seat. "No need for seating. Let us order," Zhang Jing insisted. "We'll take it to go." The waitress's expression faltered momentarily, her gaze subtly sweeping over Irina, and she interjected, "The night is long. You may savor your dinner at leisure." It was not just the waitress who thought this. Even Irina believed Zhang Jing was eager for something to happen between them. Zhang Jing instantly understood the waitress's insinuation, which translated to, "Do not rush to the hotel. One should offer the girl some romance." "To go," Zhang Jing emphasized. Half an hour later, they had packed 4 steaks for 60 yuan and 2 bottles of ordinary red wine for 40 yuan. Irina carried 2 steaks and a bottle of wine back to her dormitory. Zhang Jing took up residence at the W Hotel beside Pike Market Beach, where no irrational events transpired. Drawing back the blackout curtains, the night view of Seattle Bay unfolds before me, with clusters of luminous orbs representing the cruising vessels gliding gracefully through the waters, a sight that is truly delightful. My own reflection dances upon the glass, and for a moment, I indulge in solitary admiration before sinking into an hour-long soak in the bathtub. Eventually, I begin to savor the steak and red wine I brought back. I first sample the red wine, a dry variety with a hint of astringency. Difficult to discern its quality. Indeed, it proves to be unpalatable without the addition of Sprite. The hefty steak possesses a bit of chewiness, and it is, after all, worth only $15 apiece. Midway through my meal, my phone chimes. It is a video call from Ding Jiaqing, and Zhang Jing instinctively chooses to answer. "Oh, Brother Zhang, are you drinking?" Ding Jiaqing inquires, her perceptive nature evident. Zhang Jing casually wipes the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, revealing a trace of red wine, and replies, "Dinner, with red wine." Aware that Zhang Jing is new and unaware of the perils abroad, yet concerned that someone might misunderstand, Ding Jiaqing tactfully remarks, "Brother Zhang, let me clarify. I am not trying to inspect your room. What I mean to say is that there are numerous criminals who may install miniature cameras in rooms to observe whether you possess valuable items or if you are consuming alcohol. And then, in the dead of night, they could use universal cards to gain entry and commit theft. After a time of back-and-forth conversation, Zhang Jing perceives that Ding Jiaqing possesses a keen sense of vigilance, suggesting she has a wealth of experience living abroad, which is rather unexpected. Zhang Jing, without a second thought, followed Ding Jiaqing's instructions to reverse the camera lens, raising his phone to capture a panoramic view of the room, searching for any potential hidden cameras. In the midst of this, a knock echoed at the door. It was a server wheeling in a cart, presenting a complimentary fruit platter. Zhang Jing displayed the free fruits to Ding Jiaqing, who smiled gently in the video, saying, "Brother Zhang, you should rest early. Good night, see you later." After ending the video call, Ding Jiaqing turned her head on the sofa to her close friend. "You have a heart full of suspicion. There are no women in Brother Zhang's room." "That may not necessarily be the case," Chu Shaoqing countered. "Men can be more cunning than you think. They might book 2 rooms, one for show and the other to hide a woman." Ding Jiaqing had never heard of such tactics before. Yet she found it hard to believe, as Zhang Jing was single and had no need for such deceit. "It seems Zhang Jing is staying opposite room 1705. Should I take a look?" Chu Shaoqing suggested. Zhang Jing had just opened the door to retrieve the fruits, and the room number 1705 was clearly visible. Thus Chu Shaoqing was aware. Ding Jiaqing hesitated, neither nodding nor shaking her head, leaving it unspoken. Chu Shaoqing, feeling elated, chuckled as she left the apartment. The distance was less than a kilometer, and she opted to drive rather than walk at night. In a manner akin to espionage, Chu Shaoqing donned black leather shoes, loose beige trousers, and a short-sleeved top of the same hue, clutching a small Gucci bag. With a confident stride, she entered the lobby of the W Hotel and proceeded to the elevator, pressing the button for the 17th floor. However, an unexpected twist awaited her. The elevator halted at the second-floor restaurant, and a drunken, tattooed Asian man stumbled in, reeking of alcohol and weighing approximately 200 pounds. Notably, he did not press a floor button, leaving Chu Shaoqing frozen in the corner of the elevator, akin to a frightened quail, her earlier bravado dissipating. As the elevator reached the 17th floor and the doors opened, Chu Shaoqing seized the moment, darting past the bald man. True to her fears, he followed her out. In a panic, she hurriedly searched for room 1705, soon finding it, and began frantically banging on Zhang Jing's door. "Zhang Jing, open the door, please. Help, inside." Zhang Jing was startled by the forceful knocks, causing him to shudder. It was all too sudden and loud. Upon opening the door, he found Chu Shaoqing looking alarmed, her face pale with fear. Peering outside toward the elevator, Zhang Jing noticed a drunken man behind her, shirtless and resembling a member of a renowned Japanese theater troupe. He quickly pulled Chu Shaoqing into the room, shutting the door and securing the chain, feeling a twinge of panic himself. "How did you attract the attention of a gang member?" Zhang Jing pressed gently against the door, questioning her in a hushed tone. "I didn't," Chu Shaoqing stammered, her teeth chattering, tears streaming uncontrollably. The drunken man, feeling bewildered and unclear, or perhaps acting out of impulse, delivered a heavy punch against Zhang Jing's door before continuing on, swiping into the neighboring room. To the inebriated man, it was merely a casual knock, yet it struck deep into the hearts of Zhang Jing and Chu Shaoqing, leaving them in a state of utter alarm. After a prolonged moment of quiet anticipation, feeling temporarily secure, Chu Shaoqing approached the dining table by the window and poured herself a generous gulp from the wine bottle to calm her nerves. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Jing questioned Chu Shaoqing with a hint of irritation. Chu Shaoqing replied with unwavering confidence. "I came to ensure you haven't been unfaithful. I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I possibly stray?" He retorted. "You may leave now." "Leave?" Chu Shaoqing shivered involuntarily, her body betraying her control, and took another hearty swig of red wine, simultaneously grabbing a steak to nibble on. Perhaps overwhelmed by fright, she quickly drained more than half the bottle. Her poor tolerance for alcohol rendered her as unsteady as a puddle of mud upon the carpet. Zhang Jing was both amused and exasperated, prompting him to video call Ding Jiaqing. Witnessing her friend's disheveled state, Ding Jiaqing covered her face, feeling the awkwardness even through the screen. For the sake of safety, the arrangement was made. Zhang Jing would sleep in the bed, Chu Shaoqing on the carpet, and Ding Jiaqing would remain in the apartment for the night. They agreed to meet the next day for the wine estate auction. Just when they thought all was settled, around 2 in the morning, Chu Shaoqing's phone rang repeatedly. Initially reluctant to answer, Zhang Jing noticed the caller ID read Dad, and, concerned for the caller's distress, decided to pick up. The following Saturday, Zhang Jing parked his pickup truck beneath Ding Jiaqing's apartment. As they settled into the back seat, Ding Jiaqing turned to her friend with a teasing smile. "Did anything happen between you two last night?" Xu Xiaoqing raised her left hand high, vowing earnestly to Ding Jiaqing, "I swear, nothing happened." "Huh?" Ding Jiaqing responded with a wry smile. As Zhang Jing started the vehicle, he too struggled to contain his laughter, reminding Xu Xiaoqing, "Your phone kept ringing last night. I answered it for you." Xu Xiaoqing abruptly turned her gaze towards Zhang Jing, while Ding Jiaqing's expression froze in surprise. "I didn't mean to," Zhang Jing explained. "The caller ID said that. I was worried your father was anxious back home. But when I answered, he started cursing, so I hung up." "You've ruined me," Xu Xiaoqing exclaimed, seizing her phone to call back, only to find she had been blocked. "What did I do wrong?" Zhang Jing asked Ding Jiaqing in confusion. She shrugged, replying, "That was her boyfriend." As the pickup truck departed from the city, it headed east, passing over the 502 bridge and through the downtown area of Yisich. An hour later, they arrived at a quaint place called Bayou Town. According to online information, Bayou Town has a mere 200 residents, nestled in a valley through which a river flows. The Rosy Wine Estate is located 7 kilometers northeast of the town, basking in ample sunlight and abundant water, ideal for grape cultivation. "How remote," Xu Xiaoqing remarked with an edge of frustration, appearing rather irritable. Zhang Jing found it acceptable. It was only 50 kilometers away, and with no traffic, an hour was sufficient. They traversed the town streets and followed the gravel path alongside the gurgling river for 7 kilometers, finally reaching their destination. To their surprise, a crowd had already gathered outside the wine estate, with 2 television stations present. As Zhang Jing parked the vehicle by the roadside, he overheard a middle-aged Caucasian man with flushed skin grumbling, "There are so many termites. It's quite troublesome." Another buyer chimed in, "I've spotted termites behind the winery too. There could be even more inside." Zhang Jing's curiosity piqued. What connection could termites possibly have? Acquiring a few pangolins would suffice. A thought that emerged belatedly. "Is there even a pangolin in North America?" A chubby young man approached to greet him. Zhang Jing nodded. "I am Kangxi," the youth, resembling a social butterfly, introduced himself, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Jing noticed Ding Jiaqing and himself were close together, prompting Kangxi to inquire, "Is this your girlfriend?" "A female friend," Zhang Jing clarified, introducing Ding Jiaqing and Xu Xiaoqing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kangxi asked, "Are you also planning to participate in the auction?" Zhang Jing nodded. Kangxi remarked, "I arrived at 6 this morning and took a stroll around the winery. It appears beautiful from the outside, but the reality may be quite different. There are many termites." "Are you implying that the bank's valuation of 6 million is excessive?" Zhang Jing inquired. 6 million is acceptable, but if the bidding exceeds 7 million, I will reconsider its worth. Dealing with pest infestations is not inexpensive, and the winery structure may have suffered significantly from the termites. Zhang Jing scanned the crowd of potential buyers, noting the competition appeared fierce. "Most are here with a mindset of seeking a bargain," Kangxi explained. "The genuine buyers number no more than 5. Do you consider yourself a genuine buyer?" Ding Jiaqing asked Kangxi. "I came here to seek a bargain as well," Kangxi candidly admitted. "I only proceed if there is a price difference. Otherwise, it is not worth the effort." "Is this your profession?" Zhang Jing queried. Kangxi nodded. "I buy undervalued properties, renovate them, and sell them for a profit." "It sounds quite lucrative." "Just enough to make a living," Kangxi replied. He then asked Zhang Jing, "What is your purpose in purchasing this winery?" "To enjoy life," Zhang Jing responded. Kangxi gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent choice." The winery is bordered by a stream to the south and a mountain to the north, with distant neighbors to the east and west, ensuring tranquility. Half an hour later, the bank's appointed auctioneer arrived to register bidders on site, requiring a straightforward deposit of $1,000, a simple yet blunt process. The auction commenced at 9 o'clock on the stone bridge at the entrance of the winery. Half of the bridge belonged to the winery and the other half to the public. The bank had previously placed an obstruction in the middle of the bridge, preventing vehicles and pedestrians from passing through. The host, a short and stout Caucasian, announced, "The starting bid is $6 million, with increments no less than 2,000. Bidding begins now." It was evident that everyone was cautious with their funds, as the first bid merely increased by 2,000. The second bidder followed suit. And after 20 rounds, the price climbed to 6,400,000. The bidders exhibited a conservative approach, unable to tolerate such minimal increments. Kangxi raised his hand and shouted, 6,200,000. Everyone turned to look at Kangxi, their expressions akin to witnessing a rare creature. The conventional auction strategy is to increase bids incrementally, tormenting opponents psychologically and gradually eliminating competition. Kangxi, however, projected an aura of affluence. An elderly, slender Caucasian man in his 70s raised the bid by 2,000. Zhang Jing joined in, raising the bid by 2,000 as well, signaling to the crowd that he too was a contender, not merely an observer. Numerous bids of 2,000 followed, and after an hour, the price reached 6,700,000. This time, Kangxi increased the bid by an additional 200,000, bringing the total to 6.9 million, exuding an aura of invincibility. However, Zhang Jing was aware that 7 million was a critical threshold, as steady as a rock in the river. The elderly Caucasian gentleman, appearing calm, followed suit with a bid of 2,000. Kangxi temporarily relinquished the bidding, and others also withdrew, leaving only Zhang Jing and the diminutive old man in competition. Zhang Jing raised the offer by another 2,000. Without further hesitation, he gestured to the host, tacitly accepting the minimum increment. The host, a consummate professional, spoke with the rapidity of a bullet, his gaze darting between Zhang Jing and the slender old man. The price swiftly ascended to 7 million, and Kangxi, seemingly intent on creating a stir, suddenly proclaimed with commanding presence, 1 million. Zhang Jing, unwavering, offered 2,000 without granting him an ounce of deference. The white-haired elder, still resolute, echoed with 2,000, as steadfast as an ancient tree with deep roots. Brother Zhang, Ding Jia gently tugged at Zhang Jing's sleeve, whispering a reminder that they were all nearing their limits. Zhang Jing mused to himself, I too am nearing my limit. Though his heart raced, his demeanor remained composed, and he raised his hand to add another 2,000. Kangxi, deflated like a punctured balloon, shrugged his shoulders in surrender. The slender white elder glanced at Zhang Jing, his expression intricate, before also shaking his head in concession. Ultimately, Zhang Jing secured the 600-acre winery for $106 million. Congratulations, the short, stout auctioneer extended his hand, and Zhang Jing clasped it firmly. With the transaction concluded, the profits and losses were his to bear. He needed to pay the full amount immediately or arrange for financing before gaining access to the winery. Access was temporarily restricted, and he had 6 days to remit the full payment to the bank, finalize the transaction, and ultimately receive a document stamped with an official seal, akin to a property title. The first order of business for Zhang Jing was to call Barbie, inviting her to meet at a steakhouse near the west gate of the Technical Institute, where he had previously ordered 4 steaks and 2 bottles of red wine. Arriving first, he awaited Barbie, who arrived punctually. She strode in high heels, clutching a white handbag, adorned in a blue blazer paired with dark trousers, embodying the essence of a professional woman. As they perused the menu, the same female server from last time reminded Zhang Jing to infuse a touch of romance and not to rush to the hotel. Ignoring the server's curious gaze, he swiftly finalized the order, a standard steak and a bottle of ordinary red wine. Fixing his gaze on Barbie, Zhang Jing cut to the chase, revealing that the winery transaction had been completed and that he required assistance in its management. How is your current job? He inquired. I cannot manage a winery. Barbie replied without hesitation. It could lead to significant losses. In a span of 5 minutes, Zhang Jing recounted Ding Jieqi's approach of internal decay. The restaurant's music played softly in the background as they sat across from one another. Barbie, astonished, countered Zhang Jing's assertions, questioning the notion of the worst winemaker and a mere tourist trap designed to satisfy the vanity of visitors. Good winemakers do not come cheap, Zhang Jing reminded her. While there may be some short-term gains, they will not last. Only quality products can retain and bind customers. Zhang Jing was reluctant to discuss the matter any further. He had resolved to proceed according to his plan. Barbie, tucking her golden locks behind her ear, inquired with concern, what about my salary? I have done some research and found that teachers at schools earn approximately 80,000 per year, mid to senior level professionals around 60,000, and ordinary white-collar workers about 40,000 annually. I hope to receive a weekly wage of $200, Barbie insisted. Zhang Jing painted a promising picture for the first year, offering $1,000 per week. If the business performs well, I will raise it by 100 each week in the second year and again by 100 in the third year. We can negotiate for the 4th year, he stated. Barbie did not oppose this and added, I wish to reside in the winery. Additionally, I have a 3-year-old son currently under my mother's care, and I would like him to be with me. What about the child's father? Zhang Jing asked curiously. He is a scoundrel who abandoned us and returned to the dragon country alone, Barbie replied. Zhang Jing chose not to speak ill of his compatriot and shook hands to seal the agreement. Recruiting staff is essential to gradually support the winery and ensure its operation. Zhang Jing advised. There are 2 requirements for hiring. Candidates must possess American citizenship and be affordable. For a green card? Zhang Jing nodded. We need to register the company. And in 2 years, we must provide proof of 10 employment positions and a profit and loss statement. After lunch, Barbie went directly to the Rose Winery while Zhang Jing returned to the Technical Academy, where he called Ruth at the entrance of the preparatory class. Ruth was a classic white girl with dreams of becoming a veterinarian, sporting brown hair, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and a few faint freckles on her face. She arrived 10 minutes later, as always, dressed in a strikingly bold fashion. Even in mid-October, with daytime temperatures hovering around 15 degrees, she exuded an air of coolness. Good afternoon, Ruth greeted. How have you been lately? Zhang Jing inquired casually. Ruth shook her head. Not well. Do you need a job? Zhang Jing asked. I already have a job. I work at a restaurant in the evenings and also on weekends. Zhang Jing was perplexed. What pressure do you have? I was scammed by my scoundrel of an ex, and now I'm 20,000 USD in debt on my credit card, which I must repay every month, Ruth replied. Her expression one of resignation. My tuition is also financed by loans that I will have to repay in the future. Zhang Jing wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and cautiously asked, Your boyfriend isn't from the dragon country, is he? No, Ruth inquired with concern. Do you have any quick money jobs for me? None, but if you are free on Saturdays and Sundays, I could use some help with odd jobs. Where is it? And how far from the school? Whitefish Town, 50 kilometers away. Ruth shook her head. If it were a veterinary position, I would go. But odd jobs at 50 kilometers seem a bit far. Working at the restaurant on weekends is more worthwhile. How is the pay at the restaurant calculated? It's $16.5 per hour. What if I offer you $18 per hour? Zhang Jing proposed. Ruth looked skeptical. Why would you want to help me? In 2 years. I need to provide the immigration office with proof of 10 employment positions, and right now, I only have Barbie. I cannot afford to hire anyone else, Zhang Jing thought. But he denied. It's not about helping you. I genuinely need assistance, and the odd jobs will be quite demanding. I am not afraid of hard work, Ruth assured. I will certainly put in the effort, and I can work 3 days a week. We agreed on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as working days, and then Ruth left. During the lunch break, there were only a few students in the classroom, and Zhang Jing sat down beside Irina. Did you not go to the cafeteria at noon? Irina inquired. Whenever at school, Zhang Jing always had lunch with Irina in the cafeteria, inseparable like shadows. No, Zhang Jing bid farewell to Irina. I want to be coming to class starting next week. Irina was surprised. Are you going back to Longhua? No, I'm still in Seattle. If all goes well, I should receive my green card next week. Invest $1 million and get a temporary green card for 2 years to employ 10 people. Then switch to permanent status in 2 years? Irina asked in astonishment. Yes, that's impressive. Irina's eyes sparkled. Unfortunately, I do not have American citizenship. Otherwise, I could work for you. Observing Irina, she was beautiful, with cascading brown hair, fair skin, large eyes, and a splendid figure, curvaceous where it mattered. The Eastern European man who had caused trouble for Zhang Jing was merely seeking to sit beside the lovely Irina. Unexpectedly and regrettably, trouble arrived. The unfriendly-looking Eastern European youth entered the preparatory class, striding directly towards Zhang Jing. He spoke in a Slavic language, and Irina translated for Zhang Jing. He is a Georgian and wants to talk to you. Zhang Jing nodded. My name is Levin Chedlids, and I apologize for my previous mistakes, he said. Irina translated simultaneously. I hope you can withdraw your accusations against me, Levin Chedlids implored, or I will be deported. The lawsuit against Zhang Jing for assault was still ongoing. Zhang Jing was unharmed, having even countersued. Observing Levin Chedlids, in his 20s, with a thin face that appeared pitiful, Zhang Jing remained skeptical. Believing it was merely a fade, he had been exceedingly arrogant when he had demanded Zhang Jing vacate his seat. Unlike the circumstances in Longhua, conflicts among classmates typically culminated in brawls, resulting in injuries severe enough to necessitate hospitalization. The worst outcome led to detention. In the United States, firearms were relatively accessible, and conflicts could escalate to gunfights, with the best outcome being a hospital visit and the worst resulting in a fatality. The most alarming detail was the visible dagger concealed at Levin Chedlid's lower back. Considering the possibility of him resorting to violence, Zhang Jing decided to stall, saying, "I will call my lawyer. Can you do it now?" Levin Chedlitz pressed. Initially uncertain, it became clear that Levin exhibited signs of paranoia and instability. Encountering such an individual, one could only lament, what bad luck, worse than stepping in dog feces. Zhang Jing pretended to reach for his phone, but in the next moment, he lunged towards Levin, crashing into a group of desks and chairs, and a scuffle ensued. Irina let out a scream as she noticed the dagger protruding from Levin's lower back. As Levin attempted to stab Zhang Jing with the blade, Irina, quick on her feet, managed to snatch the weapon away first, clutching a dagger. As she observed the two men grappling with one another, Irina realized this was her opportunity to alter her fate. Indeed, Irina chose to side with Zhang Jing, for he possessed wealth. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged the dagger into Levin Chedlit's lower back. A scream escaped Levin's lips as he was gravely injured, rendered powerless to resist, and was subsequently knocked down by Zhang Jing's punch. As he surveyed the deranged man wailing in agony, Zhang Jing pondered whether he might perish and promptly dialed for the police and an ambulance. The campus security officer was the first to arrive, and Zhang Jing raised his hands in explanation. Levin Chedlitz threatened me with a dagger, demanding I withdraw my lawsuit. He exhibited severe violent tendencies. I acted in self-defense. Simultaneously, Irina corroborated Zhang Jing's account. At the police station near the Technical College's west gate, Zhang Jing found himself summoned for the second time. "What brings you here again?" inquired the Asian officer. "Levin Chedlitz coerced me with a weapon to retract my lawsuit," Zhang Jing elucidated. "My life was in jeopardy, and I was compelled to retaliate." The sequence of events was relatively straightforward, with Zhang Jing and Irina mutually validating their statements, and the evidence was compelling. Half an hour later, attorney Shen Mingming arrived, and with his assistance, Zhang Jing posted a bail of 10,000 M, while Irina's bail amounted to 20,000 M. They subsequently exited the precinct, with the understanding that should Zhang Jing and Irina be found innocent after the judge's ruling, the 30,000 M in bail would be returned. Fortuitously, Irina had assisted him today. Otherwise, he might have traversed the path to the underworld, sipping the soup of the deceased. "Your girlfriend has arrived," Irina remarked at the police station entrance before departing. Zhang Jing wished to clarify that Ding Jiaqing was not his girlfriend, but alas, Irina had already walked away. Shen Mingming also exited ahead of them. "Brother Zhang, are you injured?" Ding Jiaqing inquired, scrutinizing Zhang Jing with concern. "I'm fine," he replied. Ding Jiaqing, still fuming, questioned why such a dangerous individual would be released, wondering if the judge was a fool. "Do not be upset. He will surely face imprisonment or deportation this time," Zhang Jing reassured her. "I hope Shen Mingming is not all talk," Ding Jiaqing retorted. "If he fails to ensure the appropriate punishment, I will demand a refund of the attorney's fees, akin to a fan seeking a ticket refund." Shen Mingming was the lawyer Ding Jiaqing had procured for Zhang Jing, who had expended 8,000 M for his legal representation. Unbeknownst to him, the actual fee was 20,000 M, with Ding Jiaqing covering 12,000 of that sum. Finding Ding Jiaqing endearing, Zhang Jing shifted the topic, asking, "Have you eaten lunch?" "Not yet," Ding Jiaqing responded with concern. "As soon as I heard you were in a fight, I rushed over." "Let me treat you to a meal," he offered. "Not today, I lack the time." Ding Jiaqing checked her watch. "Tomorrow is Friday. In the evening, I will be going to your roast winery with Xiaoqing. You will treat us. And we have a gift for you." "No need for gifts." Zhang Jing felt it unnecessary. Tuition fees are not cheap, given their long acquaintance. Zhang Jing knew that Ding Jiaqing's monthly living expenses while studying in Shijiang were 200 renminbi, a cost borne through her parents' frugality. A little bit of money. Ding Jiaqing gestured, indicating no more than 200 M, her mood brightening as she added, "Congratulations on acquiring the winery." After parting ways with Ding Jiaqing, Zhang Jing sought out his preparatory class instructor, Gus. At that moment, a male classmate passed by and accidentally dropped a book, which Zhang Jing caught midair. A fragment of a treasure-hunting clue has been acquired and recorded. The host needs to gather more data or information to supplement the incomplete clue in order to obtain the precise treasure-hunting location. Can this also yield treasure-hunting clues? His heart raced, yet his expression remained unchanged as Zhang Jing returned the book. "Thank you," the young man said as he accepted the book. Appearing to be of Japanese descent, Zhang Jing smiled, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Upon opening the recorded incomplete treasure-hunting content, the details unfolded. "Chai Qian, Comet Subara, is dead. Where is that golden jade hidden?" Golden jade? The term alone sounded extraordinarily valuable, suppressing the stir of excitement within. Zhang Jing continued his conversation with Gus without displaying any emotion. An indefinite leave of absence? Gus remarked in surprise. I enrolled in the technical college for the visa. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should receive my green card next week. Investment green card? Gus inquired. 2 years temporary, after which I must provide employment for 10 individuals to transition to permanent status. Gus, recognizing the concept of an investment green card, gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the wealth involved. After a brief exchange, Zhang Jing drove away from the technical college, parking his pickup truck by the roadside to search online for Kamatsubo dead. Relevant news articles surfaced. A year ago, Kamatsubo was shot dead in his apartment in Seattle, and the assailant had yet to be apprehended, accompanied by images. The article showed police tape surrounding the apartment building. The structure appeared familiar. It was indeed the apartment where Ding Jieqi and Xu Xiaoqing resided. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jing arrived outside the apartment building and entered the lobby on the first floor, where an African-American security guard sat behind the bar. Hello, sir. Zhang Jing initiated the conversation. Do you recall the Japanese man who was shot last April? The security guard nodded. Zhang Jing handed him $20. In which room did he die? Accepting the money, the security guard promptly responded, room 1609. Zhang Jing was momentarily taken aback. That was indeed the room occupied by Ding Jieqi and Xu Xiaoqing. In a conversational tone, he asked, was the room renovated after the incident? The security guard shook his head, explaining that only partial repainting and some furniture replacements had been made. Realizing he had gleaned the information he sought, Zhang Jing smiled at the security guard, thinking to himself, what a stroke of luck. Exiting, he returned to his pickup truck and drove eastward, crossing the 502 bridge, passing through Bellevue and Issaquah, leaving the city until he arrived at Whitefish Town. After traversing the town and driving 7 kilometers along a gravel road by the river, Zhang Jing returned to the Rose Red Winery. Barbie had arrived first, accompanied by her 3-year-old son, who was dismantling the wooden barriers in the middle of the ancient stone bridge. The barriers had been set up by the bank to enclose the auction, resembling a blind box. Barbie, Zhang Jing interrupted her as she was removing the barriers. Did you know that the apartment you found for Ding Jieqi and Xu Xiaoqing had a death last April? At this moment, the treasure hunting system sent a notification. The incomplete treasure hunting clue has been supplemented. Barbie may know something about the golden jade, just as when searching for commemorative coins. The initial step involved recording incomplete clues. Upon encountering relevant individuals, the treasure hunting system would proactively provide hints. Barbie was unaware of Zhang Jing's complex inner thoughts as she spoke casually. What does it matter? The murder occurred last April. The house has been repainted and the furniture replaced. Due to differing beliefs, Westerners do not place as much significance on haunted houses, which is why Barbie appeared unfazed. Suddenly, Zhang Jing probed. You killed Xia Sanjuan, didn't you? Where is the golden jade piece? Upon mentioning Xia Sanjuan and the golden seal, Barbie's gaze flickered uneasily. It was evident, as suggested by the treasure hunting system, that she was concealing something. To alleviate Barbie's concerns, Zhang Jing reassured her, I only seek the golden jade piece. The rest is irrelevant. Even if you did kill Xia Sanjuan. Barbie instantly broke down, sobbing, that man attempted to assault me. Zhang Jing was taken aback, asking, did you truly kill Xia Sanjuan? Barbie hesitated but eventually nodded. Zhang Jing reiterated, your act of murder does not concern me. I have no intention of intervening. Just tell me where the golden jade piece is. Really? Barbie questioned uncertainly. Zhang Jing affirmed, indeed. Barbie sniffled, I was greedy and took the valuables, but worried that the police would discover them, so I discarded them into Washington Lake. Washington Lake stretches approximately 27 kilometers north to south and 2 to 5 kilometers east to west. The lake adjacent to Winley Manor is also Washington Lake. Do you remember the approximate location where you discarded it? Zhang Jing asked, confident that with the golden finger, he could retrieve it from the lake. Barbie nodded. On the west bank of Washington Lake, at the small boat dock for tourists, I stood on the shore and threw it in, about 20 meters away. This remains between us. Focus on your work, and there will be no unforeseen consequences. Boss, Barbie pleaded, that item cannot be liquidated, or the police will come looking. To reassure her, Zhang Jing explained earnestly, firstly, you are my partner, and the police will not learn anything from me. Secondly, even if it is liquidated, it will be done in the Dragon Country. Barbie felt a sense of relief and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. In a good mood, Zhang Jing glanced at Barbie's adorable 3-year-old mixed-race son and wondered which irresponsible individual was his father, as he helped Barbie dismantle the barriers. Zhang Jing contemplated how to explain the situation to Ding Jiechi. After much deliberation and finding no suitable solution, he decided to inform her directly via text. Ding Jiechi, who had just finished class and was preparing to go to the library for research, was startled by Zhang Jing's message. The house she had lived in for 2 months was a murder scene? Xu Shaqing, upon learning this, expressed her reluctance to return, and the two decided to stay in a hotel. Have Zhang come help us move tomorrow, Xu Shaqing complained. If he hadn't said anything, I would have at least been brave enough to go back. That's a robber's logic, Ding Jiechi retorted. If he hadn't said anything, you would complain even more. Xu Shaqing, feeling downcast, lamented, he caused my breakup. This is truly frustrating. Brother Zhang is quite good. Who told you to save your boyfriend as daddy? Xu Shaqing scoffed, calling him Brother Zhang repeatedly. It's like you've become infatuated. Ding Jiechi fell silent. Zhang Jing remained oblivious to Ding Jiechi's troubles as he explored the vineyard he had recently acquired. His first stop was the wine house designated for welcoming guests. The structure, crafted from wood, was square and encircled by a charming corridor. The interior spanned approximately 200 square meters and featured a gabled roof, with numerous glass windows that bathed the space in light, exuding a decor reminiscent of a stylish bar in Dali. Inside, a modest bar counter about 1.2 meters wide and 9 to 10 meters long displayed an array of exquisitely presented wines. Additionally, there were 6 sets of tables and chairs, complemented by several rustic 225-liter wine barrels that contributed to the overall bar-like atmosphere. Barbie licked her lips and remarked, "Boss, these wines appear delectable." However, Zhang Jing had no discernible appreciation for wine. He could not distinguish between good and bad, only aware that red wine could be classified into dry, sweet, and semi-sweet varieties, with the sweet type often referred to as ladies' wine. He was unaware that dry wine is typically enhanced with Sprite, nor did he comprehend the nuances of sweetness and astringency. As he raised his hand to catch a termite fluttering by, he expressed a peculiar concern. There seemed to be quite a few pests here. What could be the reason? Barbie was at a loss for words and intended to purchase some insecticide. After touring the guest reception area, they proceeded to the main villa of the estate. The principal building was a single-story structure with a brown exterior, featuring 4 bedrooms, 3 living areas, and 4.5 bathrooms, along with 3 garages. While the interior decor could not rival that of the Wenli Manor, it was adequately furnished with essential furniture, kitchenware, and appliances, exuding a sense of sophistication. For Zhang Jing, it sufficed. After 2 years of treasure hunting in the wilderness of Shijiang, where he either camped in tents or shared dormitory rooms with 4 to 6 people, this house felt remarkably pleasant by comparison. However, a disquieting thought lingered. 3 people and 2 dogs had perished within these walls, all by hanging. This grim history cast a chill over the house, leading him to ponder whether it was haunted by lingering spirits. Behind the main residence lay several children's play equipment, including a trampoline, swings, a wooden playhouse, and a tennis court. This served as a stark reminder for Zhang Jing that life is singular and precious. One must never provoke Wenli, who spared not even a 9-year-old child, a truly terrifying notion. As night fell, Zhang Jing refrained from spending the night in the house where tragedies had occurred, opting instead to camp out with Barbie and her son in the wine house. The evening air was slightly chilly, but fortunately, both Zhang Jing and Barbie had blankets in their vehicle. With the dawn of a new day, Ruth drove a second-hand Chevrolet, her first day on the job commencing with the task of mowing the lawn. The vineyard sprawled over 600 acres, half of which was devoted to grape cultivation, with ample green spaces where the grass had grown taller than a person in some areas. Zhang Jing and Barbie continued their tour of the winery, including the production workshop and cellar. The workshop, measuring around 700 to 800 square meters, was modestly sized, neither too large nor too small, resembling an ordinary workshop filled with various brewing equipment, which Zhang Jing could not comprehend as an outsider. The cellar, intriguingly, was both underground and above ground. Its design mirrored that of the terracotta army pits, with rows of 255-liter pine or oak barrels displayed 3 meters below the surface. Above, a steel frame supported a modern roof, approximately 5 meters above ground. "Boss, there are about 400 barrels of wine here," Barbie exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "If the quality is good, we might even turn a profit." Zhang Jing inquired, "What is the quality of the Rose from the Rose Vineyard?" The production of wine at the Rose Red Winery is limited, and its clientele is not extensive. Though I have yet to sample it myself, I have heard from others that the quality is commendable. Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. It is better to have something than nothing at all, even if it lacks monetary value. It could serve well for a bath. There lies a building in close proximity to the vineyard, half of which is cluttered with agricultural tools and miscellaneous items. The other half consists of 6 single-room worker dormitories, each featuring a bedroom, a bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen. Including various taxes and fees, the asking price is $7.5 million. Do you deem it worthwhile? Barbie, taken aback, was astonished by Zhang Jing's wealth and replied, after all, with 600 acres, it is not exorbitantly priced when considering the area. Whether it is expensive or not is beside the point now that it has been purchased. Dwelling on it serves no purpose. Zhang Jing maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, has the recruitment information been posted online? Indeed, came the response. It is crucial to articulate the salary and benefits clearly without ambiguity. The information is straightforward and leaves no room for confusion. That is reassuring, Zhang Jing advised. Ensure that no one is misled, lest they accuse us of deception. The winemaker earns a maximum of $800 per week, while the laborers receive $600. I am concerned about our ability to recruit, Barbie expressed her worries. With rising fuel and living costs, it will be challenging to find even laborers, let alone a winemaker. Zhang Jing dismissed her concerns, stating, I will make a trip to downtown Seattle. The boss is stubborn, Barbie sighed. As they stood at the winery's entrance, a stranger halted Zhang Jing before he could depart. Examining the elderly man with white hair who had competed against him in the auction last Saturday, Zhang Jing was puzzled. Is there something you need? He inquired. I saw online that you are hiring a winemaker, the frail old man replied. The stated salary is $800 per week. Did you perhaps forget a zero? Absolutely not, Zhang Jing, seated in the driver's seat, remained firm without exiting the vehicle. It is indeed $800, no error. The old man countered, typically. Winemakers not only receive high salaries but also profit shares from the winery. How could it possibly be just $800 per week? Zhang Jing stood his ground, asserting that the Rose Red Winery could only offer that amount. What can a winemaker earning $800 a week produce? Zhang Jing was aware that such a salary defied logic, and the true reasons could not be disclosed to outsiders. The elderly gentleman appeared quite affluent and likely had an extensive social network, making it even more imperative to keep the underlying reasons concealed. With a wealth of thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Jing feigned despondency, claiming that all funds had been allocated to the purchase of the winery, leaving no budget for high-salaried winemakers. Thus, he hoped to find a promising intern at a bargain. Your perspective is rather naive, Zhang Jing shrugged, signaling for the old man to move aside. Unexpectedly, the elder placed his hand on the car door, blocking the exit, prompting Zhang Jing to nearly run him over. Are you trying to stage an accident? He exclaimed as he jumped out of the car. I have a granddaughter who is currently working as a waitress. Could you give her a chance? Zhang Jing was taken aback. He had anticipated finding a promising intern in winemaking, but the old man was proposing to introduce a waitress for the role of winemaker. Does she hold citizenship in the United States? Zhang Jing inquired. The frail old man nodded. Does she possess any winemaking skills? She has self-studied for a period, came the reply. Acquiring the desired information, Zhang Jing swiftly countered, painting an enticing picture, a weekly salary of $600 in the first year, $700 in the second, and further negotiations in the third. You can afford a winery, the old man remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm, yet he drove a dilapidated pickup truck. The salary seemed meager, revealing him to be a miserly individual. Zhang Jing, irritated, retorted, if you possess such wealth, why not purchase a winery for your granddaughter to enjoy? The old man, visibly vexed by Zhang Jing's words, softened his tone, acknowledging his reliance on him. She will arrive at 2 in the afternoon. Zhang Jing refrained from further confrontation, solving yet another dilemma. After bidding farewell to the old man, a black Chevrolet SUV approached, accompanied by a black SUV resembling a Mercedes G-Class, yet adorned with the double B emblem, as well as a seemingly brand-new blue box truck. All 3 vehicles lined up in procession. Li Xing, assistant to Wen Li, emerged from the Chevrolet, gesturing towards the truck. The study is all in the cargo hold, and then pointed to the double B emblem SUV, a gift from the old lady to celebrate your new residence. Zhang Jing's brows furrowed. He couldn't shake the feeling that Wen Li was being rather indiscreet, previously inquiring if he had brought a woman into the restroom. She now gifted him a rugged vehicle that seemed to attract women. What was her intent? Regardless of Wen Li's motives, Zhang Jing had no intention of accepting, aware that accepting gifts often leads to obligations. Moreover, he had sufficient funds to purchase 10 vehicles himself. However, living in a foreign place, he preferred to avoid inciting envy or jealousy, What if he encountered an unstable individual and faced dire consequences? Firm in his decision, Zhang Jing politely declined. Please return the vehicle. With no choice, Li Xing drove it back and shifted the conversation. Let us unload the items from the truck. You choose the location. Originally, Zhang Jing intended to visit Washington Lake today to retrieve treasures, but given the multitude of tasks at hand, he decided to postpone until the following day. Subsequently, for 3 hours, Li Xing and 3 others collaborated to transfer the contents of the truck into the master bedroom of the winery. The master bedroom was the only spacious area, as the other rooms could scarcely accommodate many items. They brought in a peachwood bookshelf, a pearwood desk, a line-bound autobiographical diary, and a row of photographs adorned the walls. Aside from the floor and the walls, the study was entirely furnished with the newly moved items. Before departing, Li Xing reminded him that the old lady had specifically stated, "Women are not allowed in the study." Is there a particular reason? Zhang Jing inquired. No reason was given. That is simply what she said, Li Xing responded. Zhang Jing recalled that evening at Manor 1032 when Li had refused to enter the study. Realizing there was indeed a restriction in place, previously unnoticed, the thought lingered in his mind until Li Xing's reminder conjured an unrelated yet intriguing figure, Zhang He. In the eastern coastal city of Semarang on Java Island, there exists a temple dedicated to Zhang He, flourishing with incense and tourists. Initially, women were forbidden entry, later modified to exclude women during their menstrual period. Zhang Jing found it difficult not to connect these seemingly disparate matters, as few places impose additional restrictions on women's access. With his mind racing with associations, Zhang Jing curiously asked, what would happen if a woman were to enter? A high probability of misfortune looms, and Li Xing merely shrugs, expressing his uncertainty. After bidding farewell to the guest, Zhang Jing returns to his study, approaching the antique bookshelf. He picks up a withered and yellowed volume, casually flipping through its pages. Suddenly, the treasure hunting system sends a notification, new treasure hunting clue detected. Unable to record, only one treasure hunting clue can be recorded at a time. Complete 3 treasure hunting clues to receive related rewards. Zhang Jing's expression remains unchanged, yet he is astonished within, a treasure hunting clue concealed within a book. He places it back on the shelf and picks up the adjacent second volume. A diary-like autobiography penned by the same individual, perusing it with casual interest. Again, the treasure hunting system delivers the same notification, new incomplete treasure hunting clue detected. Unable to record, only one treasure hunting clue can be recorded at a time. Complete 3 treasure hunting clues to receive related rewards. He examines other volumes, discovering that more than half require an elevated recording level, while a smaller portion yields no notifications. Zhang Jing is astounded, his mind reeling. He finds himself in a room brimming with treasure hunting clues. Upon closer inspection, he notes that the oldest volume dates back 340 years, while the most recent was authored merely 5 years prior. All are diary-like autobiographies, primarily consisting of mundane narratives, where one could hardly discern treasure hunting clues without meticulous reading. Knock, knock. A voice resembling that of Barbie echoes from outside. Boss, a gentleman has arrived to apply for the position of a laborer. A laborer? Zhang Jing soon encountered the visitors at the entrance of the winery's main building, a father and daughter duo. Boss, Barbie introduced, this gentleman insists on meeting you. He did not filter through a phone call. The reason for bypassing the phone screening was evident. The man bore a disability in his left leg, causing him to walk with a slight limp. Judging by his complexion and features, he appeared to be from the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 30 years of age, standing around 1.70 meters, with a medium build and a rather stern expression. The little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, seemed shy, hiding behind the man. Greetings, sir. The man introduced himself in English. I am Dylan. My Chinese name is also. I apologize for the intrusion. The name Dylan, or, signifies a spirit of cooperation and loyalty. It has a melodious and resonant sound, evoking a sense of vigor. What did you do previously? Zhang Jing inquired in Mandarin. Dylan's eyes brightened as he replied in the same language. I was originally a mechanic, but I lost my job due to a leg injury. The position I applied for online is a general labor role. I can repair cars, roofs, plumbing, mow lawns, pick grapes, and till the land. What salary should I offer you? Zhang Jing asked. If accommodation is provided, I can accept a weekly salary of 600. Are you a citizen of the United States? Zhang Jing questioned. I was born in the United States and hold citizenship. All children born on U.S. territory, including its territorial waters and airspace, are automatically U.S. citizens. Zhang Jing turned to the little girl hiding behind Dylan. Is she your daughter? Yes, Dylan confirmed. Can you tell me about her mother? She was deported by immigration authorities. What a pair of unfortunate souls, Zhang Jing thought to himself as he extended his hand. I've made a good deal with the 600 weekly wage. Thank you. Dylan grasped Zhang Jing's hand in return. Those who are not disabled may not comprehend the subtle way the new employer addressed his dignity. Barbie produced a pre-prepared contract, and after establishing the employment relationship, Dylan immediately commenced work, with the first task being to mow the grass. There were 600 acres of land, half of which comprised vineyards, with the remainder featuring ample green spaces, some areas with weeds reaching waist-high that required trimming. Dylan's daughter, named Dylan, was 4 years old, making her a perfect companion for Barbie's 3-year-old son. The two children initially approached each other with trepidation, but soon burst into laughter. Following this, they interviewed the winemaker. Upon meeting for the first time, both Zhang Jing and the woman were taken aback. What a small world, Zhang Jing exclaimed, recognizing her as the waitress from the steakhouse who had once advised him, the night is long, provide a bit more romance for the lady, and do not rush. The woman, in her mid-20s, possessed long, dark brown hair, brown eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and deep-set eyes, with a strikingly defined facial structure. What a coincidence, she remarked, defending her compatriots, wealthy individuals who merely treat their companions to $15 steaks and $20 wines. Zhang Jing chuckled at her strong sense of justice. What may I call you? Cindy Olsen, she replied. Age? Age is a secret, Cindy Olsen retorted. Do you harbor prejudice against a woman's age? Zhang Jing felt a surge of irritation. He had merely posed a casual inquiry, yet her reaction was so pronounced. Could it be that she harbored feminist sentiments? The winery lacked any form of union or feminist ideology. Zhang Jing firmly established the rules. If one could not accept them, they should return to whence they came. Cindy Olsen remained silent, her demeanor suggesting she had no intention of departing. After a brief pause, Zhang Jing inquired once more, given that this is a 300-acre vineyard, do you truly believe you can manage it? I cannot. I am a novice, she replied. That is acceptable. But you must possess the ability to project an air of sophistication, an aura of elegance and refined taste. Cindy Olsen's expression was one of confusion. Zhang Jing then turned to Barbie, offering her a weekly salary of 600, requesting she sign a contract and a non-disclosure agreement. While also briefing her on the winery's profit model, Barbie readily agreed. With some time to spare, Zhang Jing drove 20 kilometers to Issaquah. Located 20 kilometers to the west of Issaquah was downtown Seattle, and 25 kilometers to the east lay Whitefish, with the Rose Red Winery situated 7 kilometers northeast of the town. At a membership store, he procured 2 industrial-grade vacuum cleaners imported from Longwa, each the size of a bucket, capable of sucking up even the largest of stones. These would expedite cleaning far more efficiently than manual labor. He also acquired various household items, primarily blankets, food, disinfectants, and ant poison. By mid-October, the evening temperatures hovered around 7 to 8 degrees Celsius, without thick blankets. One could easily catch a cold. The ant poison was necessary due to an overwhelming presence of termites, while the situation was manageable at night, during warm sunny days. They were a persistent nuisance that could not be ignored. Upon returning to the winery after sunset, he crossed a stone bridge and noticed Chu Xiaoqing and Ding Jiaqing filming a video by the riverbank. Ding Jiaqing spotted the blue pickup as it passed over the bridge, inhaling the crisp air before approaching Zhang Jing. Chu Xiaoqing shook her head in disapproval from behind. Brother Zhang, congratulations on your new abode. Here is a modest gift I prepared for you. Although inexpensive, I put a lot of thought into it, so please do not discard it. On the riverbank, Ding Jiaqing presented Zhang Jing with a men's wristwatch. Upon receiving it, he observed that it appeared somewhat worn, lacking any manufacturer's markings on the face or band. Clearly a second or even third-hand item. Zhang Jing did not express disdain, assuring her, I will certainly not discard it. I will wear it always. Ding Jiaqing beamed with a sweet smile. Let me put it on you. Zhang Jing graciously accepted her kind gesture. At that moment, Chu Xiaoqing leisurely approached, teasingly remarking, You owe me a boyfriend, preferably one with muscles. Zhang Jing felt exasperated. Chu Xiaoqing was indeed eccentric. He had merely intended to ease her father's worry by answering her phone call at 2 in the morning, yet despite nothing occurring, he would have likely ended the relationship if he were in her shoes. As expected, she was later left heartbroken. After a bustling day, the night brought with it a gentle drizzle, and the air felt even colder. Zhang Jing, Barbie, her 3-year-old son, Ruth, Ding Jiaqing, Chu Xiaoqing, Dylan, and his 4-year-old daughter, along with the winemaker Cindy, gathered in the winery to prepare a meal. A single stove supported a cast iron pot, bubbling with a hearty mixture of beef, potatoes, carrots, and tomatoes. Whether it would be delicious was uncertain, but it was certainly abundant enough to satisfy their hunger. In the tavern, there were ready-made tables and chairs, with 8 people gathered around a table adorned with 4 bottles of red wine, 8 sets of chopsticks, forks, knives, and wine glasses. Barbie poured a third of a glass of red wine for everyone. Zhang Jing proposed a toast, reciting a saying. Buddha speaks of 500 lifetimes of glances exchanged in the past, which allows us to brush past each other in this life. The fact that we can dine together today signifies a special bond from our previous lives. Cheers. The group smiled and raised their glasses, the sound of 6 elegant glass cups clinking together resonating in the air. Bringing the glasses to their lips, Ding Jiaqi took a sip, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "This is excellent red wine. It has a delightful fruity aroma and a smooth, rich texture." "Indeed, it's quite impressive," Barbie concurred. "It seems this vineyard once had a skilled winemaker." "Boss, have you ever thought of inviting the previous winemaker back?" Cindy, with her lustrous black hair, inquired tentatively. "No," Zhang Jing denied. "I have never entertained such an idea. A good winemaker does not come cheap. They demand high salaries and generous bonuses. Our sole objective," Zhang Jing reiterated, "is to transform the vineyard into a popular destination. The act of winemaking is merely a facade. Thus, it matters little what I produce." "Is that so?" Cindy asked. "Yes," Zhang Jing replied, directing his gaze toward the waiter-turned-winemaker. "You have no extra assistants. With 300 acres of vineyards and an 800-square-foot winery, you are on your own." Though she had already grasped the harsh reality from manager Barbie, hearing it again still left Cindy disheartened. She yearned to be taken seriously. Yet the boss had no intention of crafting fine wine. No wonder the weekly salary is a mere 600. How disappointing. DeLong, however, was not burdened by such concerns. He was content to have a job that allowed him to be with his daughter every day, with the vineyard providing accommodations. To quickly integrate into the vineyard's atmosphere, DeLong indulged in generous amounts of wine, treating red wine as casually as water. Ruth, studying veterinary science at a technical college, worked at the vineyard doing odd jobs and was also capable of drinking, managing to consume a bottle in half an hour. Barbie, needing to care for her 3-year-old son, drank comparatively less. Tonight was Zhang Jing's gathering, and he too drank heartily, matching DeLong glass for glass, ultimately finding himself sprawled over the table by the end. Ding Jiaqi and Chu Xiaoqing drank the least. Fortunately, they exercised moderation, or else no one would be left to clean up the mess. The following day, Zhang Jing was roused from his slumber by the sound of singing, discovering that Chu Xiaoqing was tidying up numerous bottles of red wine while humming a tune. Despite her annoying demeanor, her singing was surprisingly pleasant. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized they had all slept in the tavern, in a long row of beds. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiaqi approached with concern, "how are you feeling? Any headache?" "No headache." Zhang Jing shook his head, donning the jacket that Ding Jiaqi handed him. "Ruth, DeLong, Cindy, and Barbie have gone to work," Ding Jiaqi chatted. "Xiaoqing and I are just here polishing wine bottles." With thoughts of Lake Washington and the boat dock occupying his mind, Zhang Jing declared, "I want to visit the west shore of Lake Washington. Is there something you need to do there?" Ding Jiaqi asked curiously. "I wish to go boating." "But," Ding Jiaqi was at a loss for words. For the morning temperature was only 12 or 13 degrees, and the highest it would reach was merely 15 degrees. What boating? Could this be an insinuation of a date? With a mind brimming with thoughts, Ding Jiaqi tentatively inquired, "Shall I join as well?" Of course, Zhang Jing readily agreed, relishing the prospect of companionship to fend off boredom. "I'll treat you to a sumptuous feast at noon." "I want to go too," exclaimed Chu Xiaoqing, her excitement palpable at the mention of a grand meal. Having long been deprived of meat, given that vegetables are rather pricey while meat is more affordable, Zhang Jing would certainly ensure Chu Xiaoqing feasted to her heart's content. After a brief discussion, the trio set off, 2 vehicles, a pickup truck and a sports car, journeying for 70 minutes to arrive at the public lakeside park. The emphasis on public was warranted, as a significant portion of the lakeshore was privately owned. For instance, the Winley Manor on the eastern bank boasted a lavish stretch of private lakeshore approximately 70 to 80 meters wide. Due to it being the weekend, the lakeside was bustling with numerous visitors and local families. Where there are crowds, one naturally finds stalls and delectable treats. Spotting a young lady selling takoyaki, Chu Shaoqing eagerly urged, Jakiki, let us buy some takoyaki. They were absolutely delicious when I tried them during the horse racing event in Japan. Ding Jakiki discreetly pinched her friend at the waist, whispering, be careful, don't say anything out of turn. Chu Shaoqing winced, momentarily forgetting that Ding Jakiki was currently indulging in roleplay. Zhang Jing, oblivious to their private banter, assumed they were simply restless from spending too much time in the apartment. Hence their lively chatter. To satisfy Chu Shaoqing's cravings, Ding Jakiki queued at the stall, with 3 customers ahead of her, necessitating a brief wait. Zhang Jing and Chu Shaoqing stood by, watching Ding Jakiki from a distance. Her fair skin and adorable yet slightly serious demeanor elicited a teasing remark from Chu Shaoqing. I heard you bought your college diploma? And if I did? Zhang Jing retorted, perplexed by Chu Shaoqing's sudden outburst. Were you too busy dating in high school to attend a proper university? What if my grades were poor? Chu Shaoqing boasted, my father is wealthy. He can send me to Seattle University. Zhang Jing, contemplating, inquired, how much does it cost to attend Seattle University? Just as Chu Shaoqing was about to respond, Ding Jakiki approached. Can you both spare me the hassle? We're arguing again. Chu Shaoqing collected her takoyaki, dismissing Zhang Jing entirely. Zhang Jing received his own portion, a paper box containing 8 pieces, skewered for easy consumption. The aroma was enticing, the batter was soft, the octopus tender, and the taste delightful. How much is this box? Zhang Jing asked Ding Jakiki. $2. $2 refers to $2 American. Expensive, isn't it? Converting it into local currency, it seemed rather steep. For Zhang Jing personally, earning and spending in the same currency felt relatively inexpensive. Continuing along the relaxed lakeside path, the trio's second culinary adventure featured a Mexican burrito filled with shredded onions, cucumber, cream, and beef. It appeared appetizing and generously portioned. As there were still many foods to sample, they decided to share one burrito, dividing it into 3 portions. I've heard Mexican food tends to be quite spicy. Chu Shaoqing hesitated. Ding Jakiki turned to Zhang Jing. Big brother Zhang, why don't you try it first? I'm afraid of spice too. Zhang Jing took the burrito, brought it to his mouth, and began to chew slowly, his eyes brightening with delight. Observing Zhang Jing's expression, one might assume the food was delectable. Chu Shaoqing took a hearty bite of her wrap, only to experience an intense heat akin to a burning iron rod. Her face visibly flushed, the color creeping down to her neck. The wrap stall also offered cola, and Chu Shaoqing hastily opened the fridge to gulp down a can of icy soda, appearing rather disheveled. Ding Jiechi, naturally, refrained from partaking, her tone a blend of playful complaint and mild reproach. Brother Zhang, Shaoqing can't handle spicy food. This joke has gone a bit too far. Zhang Jing recognized that the jest had indeed crossed a line. Unlike the typical spicy fare, this wrap possessed an infernal level of heat that could overwhelm any ordinary person. Subsequently, Chu Shaoqing refused to engage in conversation with Zhang Jing, her irritation unmistakable. Not wanting to be caught in the middle, Ding Jiechi felt somewhat uncomfortable, prompting Zhang Jing to take the initiative by purchasing ice cream, even returning to buy 2 servings of her favorite takoyaki, along with grilled shrimp and scallops. They enjoyed a satisfying lunch before the trio made their way to the tourist boat dock. Here, the main objective for Zhang Jing was treasure hunting. Accompanying the girls and indulging in gourmet delights were merely ancillary pursuits. Spending 100 yuan, they rented a small rowboat with a sunshade. After donning life jackets, the 3 slowly paddled away from the dock. Chu Shaoqing was in high spirits, repeatedly taking selfies, while Ding Jiechi wore a constant smile. I plan to swim in the lake, Zhang Jing advised. You 2 stay on the boat and don't drift away. Swim? Ding Jiechi and Chu Shaoqing exclaimed in disbelief. It's too cold. It's fine, Zhang Jing replied, setting his phone down, removing his watch, and swiftly shedding his jacket, shirt, and trousers. Ding Jiechi and Chu Shaoqing averted their gazes, and when they heard a splash, Zhang Jing had already plunged into the water. The sensation was shockingly frigid, and it took him a while to acclimate. The boat was not far from the shore, approximately 20 meters away, surrounded by many others rowing. With no one paying attention, just as Zhang Jing had hoped, he adjusted to the water temperature and gently slipped beneath the surface, diving towards the lake's bottom. According to Barbie's description, she had forcefully tossed the gold imprint into the lake from the dock, roughly 20 meters away. The depth was about 5 to 6 meters, and Zhang Jing swiftly reached the bottom, maneuvering underwater for about a minute before resurfacing for air. On his first attempt, he did not find it. One could hardly call it bad luck, as Barbie's throwing motion possessed considerable randomness. He then descended again for a second, third, and fourth dive. Chu Shaoqing followed Ding Jieqi's gaze towards Zhang Jing, inquiring with curiosity, what is he searching for? While others assumed Zhang Jing was merely swimming, Ding Jieqi and Chu Shaoqing discerned he was indeed searching for something on the lake's floor. After half an hour of fruitless searching, Zhang Jing returned to the boat to rest, as swimming was quite exhausting. What are you looking for? Chu Shaoqing asked, preempting Ding Jieqi. Zhang Jing casually replied, it's a professional habit. Almost forgetting, Chu Shaoqing remarked, you're a treasure hunter. Is it possible to find anything valuable here, so close to shore? Ding Jieqi questioned skeptically. It's possible, for instance, something belonging to a heartbroken girl. As he spoke, Zhang Jing produced a diamond ring from his hand. Wow, Chu Shaoqing exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. You really can find good stuff. Moments later, Zhang Jing revealed a gold necklace in his hand as well. Chu Shaoqing and Ding Jieqi both felt a surge of excitement. Is it merely luck, or does it signify something deeper? The lake is abundant with treasures. Chu Shaoqing, brimming with enthusiasm, yearned to plunge into the water in search of hidden gems. Yet as soon as her fingers grazed the surface, trepidation seized her. Ding Jieqi, who had no intention of getting wet, assumed the role of the supportive friend, exclaiming, Zhang Ge, you were truly remarkable. As Zhang Jing gazed at Ding Jieqi's expressive eyes, delicate skin, and youthful visage, his heart fluttered softly. Ding Jieqi, aware of Zhang Jing's scrutiny, felt her cheeks flush, yet she did not shy away. Zhang Jing was not oblivious. He sensed an underlying tension that deviated from their previous agreement of being merely friends, prompting him to retreat once more from the water's edge. Chu Shaoqing, observing the unfolding dynamics, took the opportunity to earnestly advise her friend for the first time. Zhang Jing is a good person, an ordinary one at that. Given your family's circumstances, it is simply implausible for you to become involved with him. The mention of entanglement struck a chord with Ding Jieqi, awakening her to the reality of the world. Some individuals, while traversing the streets, might suddenly find themselves embroiled in conflict, leading to mutual violence and imprisonment. Others may tragically fall victim to accidents. In a country like America, seeking revenge on someone is not particularly challenging. One could easily succumb to a routine robbery or be wrongfully implicated in drug offenses. These thoughts flitted through Ding Jieqi's mind, and she shook her head, resolute in her desire not to relinquish Zhang Jing. That is merely the mindset of the older generation. My parents are mere bystanders, unable to influence my life from a distance, she explained. What do you see in Zhang Jing? Chu Shaoqing inquired, perplexed. You have only been in the West for 2 years, and your acquaintance spans merely a year and a half. I have witnessed the essence of love, Ding Jieqi replied, her trust in Chu Shaoqing evident as she bared her soul. There is no ulterior motive, no melodrama, only genuine goodwill towards another. You have not observed how attentively Zhang Ge cared for his ex-girlfriend, nor the lengths he went to for her sake, which incites both admiration and jealousy within me. As a close friend, Chu Shaoqing was well aware of Ding Jieqi's family dynamics, particularly the tumultuous relationship between her uncle and aunt, drama that would be deemed excessive even for television. The ongoing rivalry between her aunt and uncle was equally fierce, yet their bond remained unbroken, a source of torment even for outsiders. Given this backdrop, it was hardly surprising that Ding Jieqi yearned for a pure and beautiful love. Understanding the intricacies of womanhood, Chu Shaoqing advised, you simply lack experience. If a man were to shower you with such attention over time, it would inevitably become tiresome. I would not feel that way, Ding Jieqi countered. If Zhang Ge treated me with such kindness, I would be obedient, never throwing tantrums or frequenting bars, wholly devoted to managing our home and supporting him in his work. Chu Shaoqing slowly shook her head, her heart unconvinced, yet wise enough not to dismantle her friend's dreams outright. Instead, she tactfully suggested, if you wish to be with Zhang Jing, grant him time and avoid appearing too eager. What should I do? Ding Jieqi retorted. Maintain a respectful distance, invest time in self-improvement, and moderate the pace of your affections, Chu Shaoqing advised. Is love not a slow burn? Indeed, she continued, Zhang Jing must also strive to elevate himself over the next 5 to 6 years, narrowing the gap between your families. 5 to 6 years? Ding Jieqi murmured to herself, apprehensive that Zhang Ge might not meet such expectations. I believe it is feasible. Your family does not possess a throne, and Zhang Jing is quite easy to pursue. Chu Shaoqing, on the other hand, has confidence in Zhang Jing. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Yet he has already acquired a vineyard, and his profits will undoubtedly escalate in due course. Ding Jieqi nodded in agreement with her friend's opinion. Chu Shaoqing felt a twinge of regret. This was merely a delay. Over time, the novelty would fade, and she believed that Ding Jiaqing and Zhang Jing would naturally part ways. Zhang Jing remained unaware of the conversation between Ding Jiaqing and Chu Shaoqing. After an extensive search, spanning a 2-meter radius with a metal detector, around 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Jing finally discovered the gold-inlaid jade that Barbie had discarded at the bottom of the lake. He also retrieved 3 gold necklaces and a diamond ring, yielding a bountiful harvest. Upon examining the gold-inlaid jade closely, he noted its elongated shape, roughly the size of an adult's thumb, truly a blend of gold and jade. The long, rectangular jade was enveloped in intricately woven golden threads, resembling a gilded cloak for the jade, and it was indeed quite exquisite, regardless of the artifact's intrinsic value or significance. The craftsmanship alone made it appear far more valuable than mere pure gold. "What is this?" Chu Shaoqing inquired, pointing at the gold-inlaid jade. It resembled a seal, but specifics would require expert consultation. "It's beautiful. May I take a photograph?" Chu Shaoqing asked. Zhang Jing declined, stating it was not permissible. Chu Shaoqing shrugged, not pressing the matter further. Subsequently, Zhang Jing contacted Associate Professor Su Zheong from Zhejiang University via WeChat, transferring 300 yuan to him. He then held the gold seal in his left hand, slowly rotating it in a 360-degree motion, while using his right hand to film a 30-second video to send. Su Zheong, a retired professor now re-engaged, primarily focused on teaching and had an extensive knowledge of the historical Silk Road and ancient artifacts. His secondary role involved authentication, earning him the respect and admiration of treasure hunters due to his reliability. At midnight in Longhua, Su Zheong was attending to his ailing wife. Upon receiving the video, he instantly became alert, immediately captivated by the gold thread encasing the jade seal. He then messaged Zhang Jing, stating that the authentication fee would be 1,000 yuan. Adding somewhat casually that the watch looked impressive and surmising that Zhang Jing was likely not in Longhua at that moment. Zhang Jing was taken aback. Could a professor really be so astute? How could a simple video lead to a deduction of his location abroad? He replied, inquiring how the watch could reveal his presence overseas. "This too requires an authentication fee, but I'll give you a discount, 200. Zhang Jing chuckled. Transferring 3,000 yuan directly to the elderly gentleman, his wealth afforded him the luxury of spontaneity, not out of sympathy for Su Zheong's ailing wife. To discuss the watch. It was a special edition from Blancpain, intentionally aged to appear inexpensive. Only distinguished individuals in the country would wear it. Ordinary citizens would never spend 2 million on a damaged watch. They would prefer to invest 30,000 in a conspicuous Rolex. Clearly, he did not belong to the elite class and need not feign poverty. Such a watch was typically worn abroad in less secure environments where theft was rampant, thus necessitating a low-profile luxury. It was akin to the unassuming exterior of Middle Eastern wealthy women's undergarments that concealed lavishness within. Zhang Jing's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Uncertain, he responded, "Old Su, are you sure you're not mistaken? This watch is worth 2 million? It shouldn't be that expensive abroad, perhaps around 200,000 US dollars. Zhang Jing concluded, "Let us leave it at that for now. I need to examine this gold seal further. I shall respond to you before tomorrow evening." After a brief pause of 7 or 8 seconds, Su Zheong sent another message. "Thank you for your generosity. I would like to remind you that it may be worth more than your watch. If its origins are questionable, it would be wise not to disclose it to others." Setting his phone aside, Zhang Jing raised his gaze towards Ding Jiaqi. It was utterly unexpected. What appeared to be a mere second-hand watch was, in fact, valued at an astonishing 200,000 US dollars. Such a figure is indeed extravagant, whether in the Dragon Country or the land of the free. Reflecting on the myriad moments spent with Ding Jiaqi, many previously irrational now appeared crystal clear. To think, this young lady had been feigning poverty. What peculiar quirk was this? It was akin to Chu Shaoqing labeling her boyfriend as dad. Having distanced herself from society after scavenging treasures in the western regions for 2 years. Unaware that her ruse had been uncovered, Ding Jiaqi inquired, "Brother Zhang, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Jing chuckled inwardly. Ding Jiaqi truly was an actress deserving of an Oscar. Rather than exposing her, he tactfully remarked, "You seem to have gained a bit of weight lately. Perhaps you should eat less meat." Humph. Ding Jiaqi feigned displeasure. Upon returning to the shore, they returned the small boat and retrieved their deposit, driving 70 minutes back to the vineyard. Considering Su Zheong's warning about the need for legitimate origins, Zhang Jing activated the recording function on his phone and summoned Barbie to the eerie mansion at the vineyard. Barbie had killed Xiao Song Yuan, taken the golden jade, and fearing the police might uncover evidence, had disposed of the jade in the lake to erase her tracks. Zhang Jing had previously assured her that he would not report the incident nor use it as leverage against her. When Barbie arrived, Zhang Jing immediately noticed a handgun concealed behind her, its barrel angled downwards at a 45-degree angle. He boldly turned and walked into the living room, with Barbie trailing closely behind. She quickly spotted a pile of cash and the very golden jade she had discarded on the coffee table. "I found what you lost," Zhang Jing said, pointing at the jade. "Here is $10,000 for you, as if I purchased it." "Why are you giving me money?" Barbie asked, puzzled. The true rationale was to render the jade's existence legitimate. Though Barbie's acquisition was illicit, Zhang Jing's payment effectively laundered the item, rendering it pristine in an instant. This approach might seem superfluous, even wasteful of $10,000. Yet there is an age-old adage: those who often walk by the riverbank will eventually get their shoes wet. Thus, exercising caution is never misplaced. "I intend to return it to the Dragon Country for sale," Zhang Jing explained. "This jade rightfully belongs to you, and you should share in its value." An ancient proverb from the Dragon Country states that one should not neglect to earn every last penny. Uncertain of Barbie's thoughts, he observed as she willingly stuffed the $10,000 into her pocket before departing. Watching her walk away, Zhang Jing felt a sense of relief. Women always seem to carry firearms, which is quite alarming. The night passed in silence, and at 4:30 in the morning, the phone rang. "Good morning, Professor Su." Zhang Jing greeted, still bleary-eyed. "Congratulations, Zhang Jing." Su Zhang exclaimed excitedly over the phone. "That golden jade is a remarkable piece." Zhang Jing instantly became alert. "What is its origin?" "You may find it hard to believe," Su Zhang elaborated, "but your golden jade likely originates from the Mughal Empire, crafted by Han artisans." "Professor Su, what are you saying? Do you even understand it yourself?" Although Zhang Jing may not excel academically, he is aware that the Mughal Empire was a medieval state in northern India. His heart sank as he emphasized the word deputy, clearly mocking him. The gold inlaid jade was unmistakably inscribed with characters from Japan, a fact utterly irrelevant to the topic. Could Su Zhang truly be an expert? That little brat. Su Zhang scolded angrily over the phone. If only he had read more, he would not be so ignorant. "Please be serious," Zhang Jing interjected. The Mughal Empire was established by Babur, a descendant of Genghis Khan and Timur, who entered Afghanistan from the western region and abducted many artisans during the Ming dynasty. "Is this merely your speculation?" Zhang Jing interrupted Su Zhang's explanation. "The historical records clearly document this. And the golden-laid jade you found serves as perfect evidence of the significant presence of Chinese artisans in the Mughal Empire." Zhang Jing examined the golden-laid jade in his hand, puzzled as to why he couldn't discern the connection. Recognizing Zhang Jing's confusion, Su Zhang elaborated. "The gold thread weaving technique on the jade's surface, let me put it this way, even a pig can't climb a tree. And the Japanese of the medieval period couldn't have crafted something so exquisite. Furthermore, the jade was evidently high-quality Hittian jade." "That's not right," Zhang Jing countered, confused. "Even if the Mughals had Chinese artisans, they couldn't possibly fly to Japan across thousands of mountains and rivers, could they? Could it be that coastal Chinese artisans took a piece of Hittian jade to Japan?" Zhang Jing retorted. "Huh." Su Zhang laughed heartily over the phone, clearly amused. "Yes, that's a possibility. If that is the case, the value of the golden-laid jade you hold would diminish significantly. A common piece, even if an antique, has value. But due to this evidence, it could shift from valuable to priceless." Dazed, Zhang Jing stared at the thumb-sized gold seal in his hand, wondering why he couldn't see the evidence. "Is the golden-laid jade currently in your possession?" Su Zhang asked. "Yes," he replied. "The seal has 4 sides. Look closely at the side with the patterns. When you understand it, you will see why it can be considered priceless." Zhang Jing switched on his phone's flashlight and held the golden-laid jade seal before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. At first glance, it merely appeared to be a piece of jade wrapped in a golden net, with characters from Japan inscribed on the base. Su Zhang reminded him over the phone. In the medieval period, specifically around 1600, the Dutch had already established their eastern trade routes. They once occupied the Penghu Islands but were expelled by the Ming army before seeking new trading footholds in Japan. Feeling embarrassed, Zhang Jing still failed to grasp the significance. Su Zhang continued. Around 1600, present-day Mumbai was once a colony of the Portuguese, who were allies of the Dutch at that time. Do you understand now? Zhang Jing's eyes fixated on the intertwining patterns of jade and gold, his gaze widening as he hesitantly remarked, "It seems to resemble a map?" "Exactly," Su Zhang exclaimed, nearly euphoric. "Though not very evident, It is indeed a map, tracing the route from Mumbai, around the Sikkim Strait, through the Bay of Bengal, the Strait of Singapore, and finally to Japan. Utilizing the natural patterns of gold thread and jade surface to create a map requires extraordinary skill. Su Zhong's voice was elevated over the phone, a clear indication of rising blood pressure that he struggled to contain. Zhang Jing inquired, "What does the gold seal from the Woka signify?" Su Zhong succinctly explained that Date Masamyun, the 17th head of the Date clan, was a renowned daimyo of the Yu region during the Azuchi Momoyama period and the founder of the Sendai domain in the Edo period. Realizing that Zhang Jing might not grasp the reference, he further clarified, "You may interpret him as a local feudal lord. This individual lost his right eye to smallpox during childhood, earning him the moniker One-Eyed Dragon Masamyun." Zhang Jing comprehended the historical context. A Chinese artisan initially accompanied the Mongols to the Mughal Empire, then boarded a ship in Mumbai, sailing for 3 to 4 months to reach Japan, where he crafted the gold seal for Date Masamyun. The subsequent history remains shrouded in mystery, leaving the circumstances of its journey to Seattle unknown. What might it be worth? Zhang Jing posed the most pressing question. Upon mentioning value, a heavy silence enveloped the conversation. After a lengthy pause, Su Zhang solemnly remarked, "The reason this artisan devoted himself so earnestly is out of fear of losing his way home. He has been adrift for over 400 years. Zhang Jing, perhaps it is best to donate it, so he may return home." Zhang Jing's initial reaction was one of disdain. "Your wife is gravely ill. If I sell it, I might still share a portion with you, but a donation leaves nothing." Su Zhang remained silent for an extended time before gently ending the call. Zhang Jing could sense Su Zhong's sorrow for the unfortunate, unnamed artisan unable to return home, a sentiment that left him quite displeased. As dawn approached in quietude, Zhang Jing pondered deeply, ultimately arriving at a decision. Selling would betray history, donating felt too difficult. So he resolved to keep it for himself. With clarity in thought came a revival of spirit. As the first light of day broke, he emerged from his warm cocoon, making his way to the desolate main house of the ominous dwelling. Upon entering the study and turning on the light, he discovered numerous diary-like tomes on the shelves, many containing treasure-hunting clues. He randomly selected one, his fingers tingling with anticipation as a prompt appeared. "You have acquired a fragmentary treasure-hunting clue, now recorded. The host must gather more information or materials to supplement the incomplete clue to attain an accurate treasure hunting location." The details of the recorded fragmentary treasure were as follows. Ning, the proprietor of 2 brothels with over 70 courtesans, amassed a fortune from gold miners on July 3, 1890. He was shot dead in his home by his subordinates, and the gold was stolen. Rumors suggest that the assailants did not recover all of the gold. Ning? Zhang Jing murmured. Could he be the grandfather of that blonde boy? He also started from a brothel. The clue provided names and dates. The next step was to locate Ning's residence from over a century ago. Not intending to change his task, Zhang Jing listed the search for Ning's gold as his next treasure-seeking endeavor. After all, gold is eternally cherished, difficult for anyone to despise. Avoiding lingering in the ill-fated house, Zhang Jing stepped outside just in time to encounter Ruth, who was dressed in a white top, cinched at the waist with a black ribbon and paired with beige trousers. She exuded an alluring charm. "Good morning, boss," Ruth greeted. "Good morning. How did you sleep last night?" he inquired. "The floor was quite hard. Bring your luggage over next week. You can have a dormitory of your own. Near the vineyard, there is a long row of houses, half of which serve as warehouses, while the other half comprises 6 interconnected dormitories, each consisting of a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Although modest, they are adequately furnished." Ruth, wearing a cheerful expression, expressed her gratitude to her boss, promising to tidy up in advance. Reflecting on the last discovery of a commemorative coin within the African community and Zhang Jing's treasure hunt in the attic, Ruth had demonstrated her formidable strength by fending off 2 thugs on the ground floor. With a spirit of experimentation, Zhang Jing inquired whether Ruth had ever heard of a person named Ning. This individual owned 2 brothels and had over 70 women under his employ, amassing a considerable fortune from gold seekers. Tragically, on July 3, 1890, he was murdered in his home by his own men, who absconded with his gold. Zhang Jing assured Ruth that if she could uncover the location of this man's residence, his murder site, he would assist her in settling her credit card debt of 20,000 meters. Initially inclined to admit her ignorance, Ruth swallowed her words upon learning of Zhang Jing's willingness to help alleviate her debt. "I will definitely find it," Ruth declared, raising her right hand with unwavering conviction and fervor. "Please grant me a little time. I shall uncover the residence where Ning was slain. Zhang Jing smiled, reminding her to stay safe. Ceasing her other tasks, Ruth departed from the winery, immediately setting out to investigate the elusive Ning. Despite being a recent figure, the passage of time had created a significant gap, and Ruth could only rely on word-of-mouth inquiries, particularly from the elderly. However, such inquiries had their challenges. Zhang Jing, due to his complexion, faced discrimination and encountered individuals with peculiar and irritable dispositions, making the quest unpredictable. Ruth was the perfect candidate for this endeavor. In the afternoon, Zhang Jing drove Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing back to the city, as they were to attend classes the following day. Due to the apartment's sinister reputation, they opted to stay temporarily at a hotel near the school. Pretending to be unaware of Ding Jieqi's penchant for role-playing, Zhang Jing handed her a 1,000-meter note before leaving, acknowledging the hotel's high rates. "Brother Zhang, I have money. I don't need to borrow from you for now," Ding Jieqi declined. "The hotel charges 300 meters per night. How long can your funds last?" Ding Jieqi was momentarily at a loss for words, as her assumed monthly budget of 1,200 renminbi meant that a single night's expense equated to her living costs for nearly 50 days in the distant west. Chu Xiaoqing stifled her laughter, finding Ding Jieqi's predicament amusing yet frustrating. "Just take it," Zhang Jing urged. Reluctantly, Ding Jieqi accepted the money, vowing to repay him. Zhang Jing, feigning indifference, waved his wrist, adorned with the watch she had gifted him, and instructed them to head upstairs, promising to see them next time. Ding Jieqi, aware of the watch on Zhang Jing's wrist, pretended to be oblivious, responding, "See you on Friday." Zhang Jing chuckled, waving goodbye as he departed without a trace of regret. After watching him leave, Ding Jieqi dropped her FAA and headed to the supermarket to purchase a few bottles of wine. Longing to indulge as she had only been spectating for the past few days. "Who told you to act so innocent?" Chu Xiaoqing retorted in jest, unaware of their exchange. Zhang Jing continued on to the Parker Market. This bustling marketplace featured an array of vendors selling food, beverages, clothing, luggage, souvenirs, antiques, nightclubs, and bars. He stepped into a quaint antique shop, intrigued by its charm. In the shop, there were 7 individuals, 2 African-American security guards, 2 tellers, and 3 customers, all huddled around an antique cigar box, engaged in spirited negotiations. Upon noticing Zhang Jing's entrance, a robust man with dark brown hair, approximately 1.7 meters tall and weighing around 100 kilograms, greeted him from behind the counter with a warm, "Hello." Zhang Jing gently placed 3 gold necklaces and a diamond ring, which he had retrieved from the water the previous day, onto the counter. "Wow," the man exclaimed, extending his hand. "I am Will." Zhang Jing smiled slightly, donned a pair of gloves, and scrutinized the ring carefully before inquiring after a moment, "Where did this come from?" "Near the small boat dock. I found it while swimming." Zhang Jing replied. "What good fortune." Will remarked, "How much do you intend to sell it for?" "I have no idea of its value," Zhang Jing confessed. "This is a standard diamond ring," Will explained. "The band is made of platinum. The diamond weighs 0.25 carats with a diameter of approximately 4.1 millimeter and a height of 2.5 millimeters. I can offer you 3,000 yuan." "No problem," Zhang Jing readily agreed. Next, Will picked up the 3 gold necklaces and, with uncertainty, asked, "Did you also find these while swimming?" Zhang Jing nodded. "Wow," Will exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. "You are truly a blessed individual. The price of gold is easy to calculate. After authentication and weighing, they amount to 500 yuan. Adding the diamond ring, the total comes to 8,500 yuan. As Zhang Jing prepared to leave, Will called out from behind, "Mr. Zhang, are you a professional treasure hunter?" Zhang Jing nodded once more. "I have another piece of information that may be of interest to you," Will enthusiastically continued. "In the past year, several Japanese individuals have been searching for a gold seal. They have visited every pawn shop, offering a handsome reward for its recovery. You might find this intriguing." As he spoke, Will presented a printed image to Zhang Jing. Upon viewing the image, which depicted the coveted gold seal, Zhang Jing maintained a composed demeanor and remarked, "The so-called high price may merely be a ruse." Will shook his head and explained, "They have secured a guarantee from Mr. Dale of the Winston family, the manager of the W Hotel in Seattle, ensuring that there will be no issues with payment. The W Hotel, relatively unfamiliar in the Dragon Country, is part of the same group as the Sheraton and Starwood brands, each catering to distinct market segments. The W Hotel attracts a clientele of trendsetters, typically aged between 30 and 35, well-educated, generally without children, and keenly interested in the latest, most fashionable items. Thus, Zhang Jing often encountered an eclectic array of characters during his stays at the W Hotel. Body piercings were not uncommon. Once, he had witnessed a gentleman with 2 piercings on his chest, quite a shocking sight. Contemplating the rich thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Jing casually inquired, "What price are they offering?" Will raised a finger, stating 1 million yuan, a staggering sum. Just then, as if in perfect synchronicity, 2 Japanese individuals entered the pawn shop. Dressed in lightweight cotton linen suits and casual denim, they appeared ordinary at first glance, but their distinct hairstyles, gait, and height made it immediately evident that they were indeed from Japan. For instance, one individual stands approximately 175 centimeters tall, which is not considered short. His hairstyle is quite fashionable, slicked back with a significant amount of hair product, and he walks with a slight outward splay of his feet. The other person is somewhat shorter and walks normally. When observed individually, their differences are not particularly pronounced. However, when they walk together, it is almost as if their faces proclaim, "We are from Japan." Just as Westerners can distinguish between Eastern Europeans, Western Europeans, and North Americans, one can also perceive subtle differences among individuals from the Dragon Country, the land of the rising sun, and those from the southern and northern dynasties. "Good day, Mr. Will. Have there been any updates regarding the tall gentleman from the pawn shop?" "None," Will replied, gesturing towards a picture on the counter. "Mr. Zhang Jing is a professional treasure hunter, and I am in the process of introducing him to the items you seek." Zhang Jing smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang." The tall Japanese man extended his hand, introducing himself, Shibasaki from Yokohama Sankey Corporation. "Shibasaki, Kametsubara has passed away. Where is his gold seal hidden?" The informant of the clues identified himself as Shibasaki. Zhang Jing extended his hand to shake with the other, pleased to meet him. "Have you seen this gold-inlaid jade?" Shibasaki inquired, pointing to the image. "No. If you happen to come across it in the future, please give us a call," he said politely, handing over a business card, assuring that there would be generous compensation. Perhaps due to his unfortunate circumstances, this was the first business card Zhang Jing had ever received. Upon leaving the pawn shop, Zhang Jing could not have anticipated that he would encounter Shibasaki again a week later. Returning to the winery in the evening as he passed through the town, a police car was stationed at the intersection, and a tall, slender officer waved to signal Zhang Jing's pickup truck to stop. "Hello." Zhang Jing lowered his window to inquire. "Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. I'm Joe Taylor." Examining the officer, he stood about 190 centimeters tall and weighed approximately 70 kilograms. His uniform appearing somewhat loose on his lean frame. "Have I committed an infraction?" Zhang Jing asked. "No, you have not." Joe Taylor shook his head. "I am merely engaging in casual conversation." Skeptical, Zhang Jing exited the vehicle, extending his hand. "Whitefish Town is beautiful. It is a pleasure to be your neighbor." As expected, Joe Taylor shook Zhang Jing's hand and inquired, "There are still no leads on the murder case at the winery. Given that you reside there, have you noticed any clues?" Zhang Jing shook his head. He dared not report only. Aside from the slight issue with termites, there were no other concerns. Speaking of termites, Joe Taylor retrieved his phone and displayed a photograph. "We have discovered that 2 Asian women visited the vicinity of the winery 4 days prior to the auction. They may be responsible for the termites. If you wish to file a complaint, we are willing to provide evidence." Upon examining the photograph, although not very clear, he could discern that it was Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing. Realizing this, Zhang Jing quickly shook his head. "I do not intend to press charges against them." During their conversation, a plump woman approached to greet them. "Good afternoon, Joe. Is this the new owner of the Rose Winery?" "Hello, ma'am," Zhang Jing responded. "I am Zhang Jing." "Hello, I am Susan, and I run a gun shop." The name Susan is quite common, imbued with positive connotations, symbolizing respect and courage, leaving an impression of vibrancy and versatility. The matron paused for a moment before continuing. "Adjacent to the vineyard lies a quaint 20-acre pony farm, which belongs to my ex-husband and me. Would you be willing to spend 300,000 euros to purchase it?" The tall, slender policeman beside her expressed his astonishment. "Did you not previously list it for 400,000 euros? Aunt Susan turned her gaze towards the lanky officer. "400,000 went unsold for half a year. I wish to avoid any further entanglements with that man." Zhang Jing's eyes shifted between the two. He wondered if this plump woman and slender man were merely performing a comedic duet. After agreeing to inspect the property, he took the key from Aunt Susan and departed. Upon returning to the vineyard, Zhang Jing inquired with Barbie about the neighboring 20-acre pony farm to the east. Is 30,000 euros too expensive? He asked. Not at all. Barbie expertly analyzed. If the buildings are well preserved, you could make a modest profit upon resale. This is a real bargain. Though Zhang Jing harbored doubts about Aunt Susan and the slender officer, he trusted Barbie's judgment and resolved to take a look. Crossing the wire fence, Zhang Jing and Barbie entered the pony farm located to the east of the vineyard. As they crouched beneath the wire, he noticed that Barbie was armed. And he teasingly asked, Miss Barbie, you aren't planning to silence me, are you? I have indeed contemplated such a notion, she candidly replied. Zhang Jing understood her predicament. She bore the weight of a crime, and he had inadvertently brought her evidence to light. Shifting the conversation, Zhang Jing inquired. With a population barely exceeding 200 in Whitefish, and given its remote location, why are property prices so steep? It's only 50 kilometers to Seattle, Barbie replied nonchalantly. Washington state has a population of approximately 6.7 million, with around 4.8 million residing in the Seattle-Bellevue-Tacoma metropolitan area. Issaquah, just 20 kilometers away, is the fourth largest city in Washington, yet only has 30,000 residents. 30 kilometers further east lies Whitefish, and 200 people is not insignificant. Zhang Jing was left speechless, struggling to comprehend the reasons behind such sparse demographics. As they continued their tour, Zhang Jing found himself increasingly enamored with the property. Believing that 300,000 euros was a worthy investment, the family-run pony farm spanned 20 acres, bordered by mountains to the north, with a portion of the land featuring a hillside through which a stream flowed abundantly. Additionally, there were 3 single-story commercial office buildings at the entrance, a 300-square-meter barn capable of accommodating 20 horses, 2 residences for storage sheds, and a 5-acre flat racetrack. Reaching the southern entrance of the farm, Barbie held her phone, displaying property listing information. Pointing to a row of houses, she introduced, this particular house is a gem, comprising 6 suites, each featuring a bedroom, a small living area, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Are these for staff accommodation? Zhang Jing inquired tentatively. Caring for horses requires riders, trainers, veterinarians, nutritionists, agents, and so forth. Approaching the front door, Barbie opened one of the rooms. The wooden floor, white walls, and bright windows let in ample light, complemented by heating facilities. It appeared far more comfortable than the W Hotel. There are 2 styles, Barbie remarked during their chat. The W Hotel has a modern aesthetic. While this embodies a garden style, any expectant mother residing here would surely find joy. Zhang Jing smiled. Although Barbie had kept silent, she never forgot about the peculiar profession. Upon leaving the staff dormitory, they encountered a flat expanse of approximately 200 square meters, equipped with a barbecue grill and a basketball hoop. Further along was a horse racing ground, a 30-acre expanse ample enough for horses to gallop, yet overgrown with weeds due to prolonged neglect. On the opposite side of the racetrack stood a stable and a stone building, exuding a rustic charm. A concrete path connected all functional structures. Next, they explored the main house of the racetrack, a stone edifice. Barbie pointed out its shortcomings, noting its age and the absence of a garage. However, the lack of a garage was not a significant issue. One could simply park under the sun and cover the vehicle with a sunshade. Yet, Zhang Jing was particularly sensitive to the term age and inquired whether anyone had perished within its walls. Having learned about certain taboos in Dragon Country folklore from the internet after meeting Zhang Jing, Barbie shrugged her shoulders, explaining that with a history spanning over 2 centuries, such occurrences were inevitable. Is this stone house truly over 200 years old? Zhang Jing expressed astonishment. The sales information suggested so, indicating that such gray stone constructions were now a rarity. Zhang Jing felt at a loss. The winery's main house was said to be haunted, forcing him to sleep on the floor of the tavern every night. He had not anticipated that the main house of the racetrack had also witnessed death. Upon entering the main house, the coolness of the stone walls was palpable against the skin. Barbie extended her finger, gently sweeping across the table, only to collect a layer of dust. If renovations were not undertaken, a thorough cleaning, disinfection, and replacement of furniture would be imperative. Zhang Jing shook his head, as he had no intention of residing there. They then ascended to the upper floor. The layout comprised 4 rooms and 2 halls, while the number of rooms was limited. Each was quite spacious. Their final stop was the largest structure on the racetrack, the stable, along with 4 small storage rooms attached to it. These 5 buildings were not well maintained. Some areas leaked, while others had been gnawed by termites. After their tour, Barbie curiously asked, "Boss, what do you think of this place?" Zhang Jing could only sum it up in one word: large. He reiterated, "Is it certain that 300 USD qualifies as a bargain? Barbie nodded affirmatively, explaining that with a listed price of 400,000 USD, if they could acquire it for 300,000, clearing the weeds, repairing the leaks, disposing of the old furniture, and ensuring cleanliness could yield a profit of 30,000 to 40,000 USD, making it a lucrative flip. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. Zhang Jing promptly called Aunt Susan to confirm the purchase. Returning to the entrance of the racetrack, they unexpectedly encountered Lucy, who was peering through the iron gate. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Jing asked in surprise. However, upon seeing Zhang Jing, Lucy looked disheartened and replied, "Have you found it?" "Found what?" Zhang Jing was puzzled, but before he could finish, he suddenly realized, pointing to the ground beneath him, "Is this the place where Ning was shot?" Lucy nodded, explaining that she had been inquiring persistently to locate this site. Zhang Jing was astounded by the coincidence. The crux was that he had just explored every corner and found no gold. At that moment, the treasure hunting system flashed numerous prompts. The host has located the place where Ning lived. Regrettably, there is no gold here. The host has completed 3 rounds of clue supplementation, and the treasure hunting system commences its upgrade. The upgrade is now complete. New rewards for treasure hunting have been introduced. First, the metal detection range has been extended to 5 meters. Second, a unique opportunity has presented itself in the form of a rural dog. Third, a discerning eye will assist the host in identifying 3 potential racing horses hidden among the multitude of ordinary steeds. The next upgrade will require the completion of 6 clue supplements. Zhang Jing felt a sense of satisfaction. The absence of gold was inconsequential, for the 3 rewards were indeed bountiful. As he momentarily lost his train of thought, a small puppy unexpectedly appeared, scampering to his feet and yapping playfully. He picked up the sandy-colored pup, which was undeniably adorable and appeared to be less than a month old. This place had been vacant for over 6 months. Whence had this little creature come? Barbie, filled with curiosity, mused about their serendipitous encounter. Zhang Jing, embracing the notion of fate, declared, "I shall take responsibility for raising this puppy." Barbie, recognizing the boss's affection, had no objections, given the presence of a stable, training grounds, and equestrian equipment. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. Zhang Jing resolutely decided, "Please find someone to renovate this place. I have made up my mind to raise horses, specifically racehorses." Barbie was somewhat taken aback and candidly warned, "With all due respect, the cost of maintaining racehorses is exceedingly high. You may find yourself facing bankruptcy. I have already resolved to post online job listings for veterinarians, nutritionists, riders, and trainers," Zhang Jing asserted. Barbie attempted to protest, but was silenced by a glance from him. "Mr. Zhang," Rose piped up shyly from the side, "I am studying veterinary medicine. Although I have yet to obtain my medical license, I am confident I will do so by next year." Zhang Jing turned to Rose, saying, "I have no objections, but I hope you won't inadvertently harm my horses. The salary will remain unchanged." "That is perfectly acceptable," Rose replied eagerly. "I will graduate from the academy as soon as possible and then commit to full-time work." Barbie, coming to terms with reality, took a deep breath and suggested, "Boss, we should choose an impressive name for the horse farm. Would Champion Equestrian Center provoke any backlash?" Zhang Jing countered. Barbie was momentarily at a loss for words. In the ensuing days, Barbie completed the purchase formalities for the horse farm, registering the new company as Bayou Town Champion Equestrian Center. Additionally, they received over 10 online resumes. Zhang Jing felt disheartened. The applicants for the roles of trainers and riders were all inexperienced novices. Unlike the winery, the horse farm could not afford to be careless, especially with 3 fine horses anticipated to join. Thus, competent trainers and riders were essential. However, good trainers and riders are a matter of mutual selection. Their income is largely commission-based rather than fixed. According to industry norms, trainers earn 10 of competition winnings, while riders receive 5. If a horse is sold, trainers also earn a 10 commission. Consequently, the newly established Champion Equestrian Center struggled to attract skilled trainers and riders. Yet, due to the 3 opportunities for discerning horses, Zhang Jing was determined to find competent trainers and riders to honor the quality of the horses. The silver lining was that time was still on their side, as they had yet to procure the horses. On Friday evening, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing returned to the winery, just in time to encounter Zhang Jing as he stepped outside. Their vehicles met at the entrance. Admiring the dapper figure of Zhang Jing, clad in a suit with his hair impeccably styled, Ding Jiaqing couldn't help but marvel at his handsomeness. "Brother Zhang, where are you headed?" she inquired. "The Manor 1032. Wenli sent an invitation for a party she is hosting tonight," he replied. "Oh, I see," Ding Jiaqing said, momentarily overcome with shyness before asking, "I don't have a formal dress. Do you think I could buy one in the downtown area of Yisij in time?" Without a second thought, Zhang Jing declined, "I'll be back shortly," though a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered in her heart. Ding Jiaqing didn't wish to leave a negative impression on him, so she smiled warmly and replied, "I'll wait for you to return." As she watched Zhang Jing drive away in his pickup truck, her friend Chu Xiaoqing interjected, "I bet he won TB back tonight. He'll find a girl at the party and stay till dawn." To her surprise, just as Chu Xiaoqing finished her statement, Zhang Jing reversed his vehicle. Ding Jiaqing's heart raced with anticipation. He did not disappoint her, inviting, "Shall we go together?" "Absolutely," Ding Jiaqing exclaimed, then turned to her friend, asserting, "You need to get out." Chu Xiaoqing was taken aback. "Why?" "Your car has been commandeered," Ding Jiaqing stated firmly. Zhang Jing concurred with her decision. After all, Wenli's social circle was comprised of the elite, and he could easily find a discreet corner to linger until the party concluded without concern for appearances. With a smile, Zhang Jing tossed the keys of the pickup truck to a bewildered Chu Xiaoqing and drove off in her Bentley towards the affluent district on the eastern shore of Washington Lake. Watching her luxury car recede into the distance, Chu Xiaoqing kicked at the wild grass by the roadside, grumbling as she stubbed her toe in the process. The journey to Yisij was 20 kilometers. Zhang Jing accompanied Ding Jiaqing into a boutique specializing in women's evening wear. Standing at 1.7 meters tall and weighing approximately 110 pounds, with a chest size that could be estimated at AC. Her fair complexion and slightly rounded features made her a captivating sight. She could pull off any attire with grace. Ding Jiaqing quickly selected a modest yet exquisitely crafted white gown, complemented by a pair of crystal high heels. When she emerged from the fitting room, Zhang Jing felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. She looked stunning, pure, and radiant. "You look magnificent, simply perfect," he praised, his heart racing uncontrollably. Even the shop owner was astonished, exclaiming that the dress seemed tailor-made for Ding Jiaqing. With a faint blush adorning her cheeks, Ding Jiaqing spun around, clearly pleased with her choice. The outfit was exquisite but not inexpensive. 900 yuan for the dress and 300 yuan for the heels, totaling 200 yuan. With approximately 4.6 million yuan remaining in her Hong Kong bank account, she felt no hesitation in spending. Once back in the car, Zhang Jing's racing heart began to settle as he focused intently on driving. In half an hour, they arrived at Manor 1032 on Avenue 84. After confirming the invitation, the Manor's imposing iron gate swung open, allowing Zhang Jing to drive into the estate. Following the internal road, they reached the entrance of the main villa, where numerous luxury cars were parked. Somewhat unexpectedly, luxury cars are indeed luxurious, yet there are few youthful models like the Bentley Coupe, with the majority being opulent family vehicles and high-end business sedans. This indicates that the attendees of the party are generally not young. Indeed, the guests arrived en masse, predominantly middle-aged and elderly individuals, all exuding grace and adorned in exquisite attire. When they welcomed the guests at the villa's entrance, her countenance radiating warmth and kindness, she greeted an elderly gentleman. "Good evening, Mr. Gavin. Welcome to my humble abode." "Good evening, Mrs. Su. It is an honor to receive your invitation to the party. This is my grandson, Gauls." Wenli turned to the young man beside Gavin, complimenting, "What a handsome young man. Where do you work?" Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqi stood right behind Gauls. He appeared polite and distinguished. "I am currently pursuing a master's degree in finance at the University of California." "A promising future indeed," Wenli praised. Zhang Jing was unsure of the significance of a master's degree in finance from the University of California. Yet the young man exuded confidence, appearing quite impressive. A brief exchange followed before it was Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqi's turn. "Good evening," Zhang Jing greeted. Upon receiving the invitation, I examined it several times, suspecting a printing error. "Not at all," Wenli affirmed. "Your invitation was personally handwritten by me." Zhang Jing slightly bowed, saying, "It is my honor to be here." Wenli turned to Ding Jiaqi, genuinely admiring, "What a beautiful girl." "Good evening, Grandma Wan," Ding Jiaqi replied, appearing sweet and possessing a lovely voice. "Good evening," Wenli responded, her mood visibly bright. "Zhang Jing loves gourmet food. I have prepared an abundance of delicacies for you to enjoy." With just a few simple sentences exchanged, they followed the waiter into the expansive living room. The furniture had been rearranged for the party, creating an even more spacious ambience. The party was self-service, with 3 long tables adorned with pristine white tablecloths. laden with a sumptuous array of food and fine wines. Additional waitstaff, dressed in formal attire, carried trays filled with aromatic and delectable champagne. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiechi whispered softly, her tone uncertain, "why do I feel that the elderly lady treats you differently?" "Perhaps because I have successfully completed 2 commission tasks for her," Zhang Jing replied. Ding Jiechi did not press further, her gaze sweeping across the numerous guests, likely prominent figures from Seattle, though they were unfamiliar to her, regardless of their status. "I remain unbothered," Zhang Jing remarked. "Since we are here, we might as well enjoy ourselves and make the most of it." Ding Jiechi smiled, appreciating Zhang Jing's optimistic spirit as her eyes wandered to the array of food prepared for the party. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback by the glistening, plump caviar, the aromatic foie gras, and the exquisite wagyu steak. These 3 items truly elevated the occasion, making the king crab and Australian lobster seem somewhat less impressive by comparison. Additionally, there was a variety of Chinese delicacies, predominantly southern dim sum, each dish meticulously crafted. The Western offerings included pizza and an assortment of fruit tarts. The food was splendid, and the beverages were equally remarkable, featuring Louise Princess Champagne, the coveted Sauternes from the John Hill Estate, and premium Chivas Regal whiskey, among others. In summary, food resembles small mountains, while champagne flows like rivers. "Brother Zhang, these delicacies and fine wines are exceedingly precious." Presenting such an abundance to guests indicates that the wealth and vitality of the elderly lady may surpass imagination. Zhang Jing has grown accustomed to the bizarre. One can take so many lives, yet still joyfully host a party. How could their energy be lacking? Before long, the guests have arrived. With a serene demeanor and a joyful expression, Wen Li, adorned with a pearl necklace and dressed in a flowing blue gown, stands at the focal point of the reception room, accompanied by the butler. She expresses gratitude for everyone's long-standing support of the Su family's endeavors. The room is quiet, yet her gentle voice resonates clearly. "Su CK has been gone for 7 years, and my grandson Su Lin tragically passed away 5 years ago. For a time, I feared that the hopes of Su CK and our family would cease with me, but, by divine grace, that did not come to pass." When Li's toast leaves the guests somewhat perplexed, they all know she has more than one grandchild, and the death of Su Lin is hardly a significant loss. Moreover, the Su family is deeply rooted and flourishing. How could hope ever be extinguished? Some astute individuals discern that Wen Li's remarks pertain to a different context of loss. In high spirits, Wen Li accepts a glass of champagne from the butler and cheerfully declares, "Please indulge in the food and fine wine." Zhang Jing, newly arrived and aware of Wen Li's formidable nature but uninformed about the Su family's circumstances, feels an air of confidence. As Wen Li concludes her toast, the atmosphere becomes vibrant, with clinking glasses, lively conversations, and opportunities to meet new acquaintances. Shortly thereafter, a band of 7 or 8 musicians enters, carrying various instruments, and settles in a corner as soothing melodies fill the air. Guests take to the center of the venue to dance the tango. "Brother Zhang, can you dance?" Ding Jiechi inquires eagerly. "Not at all," he replies. "I shall teach you," she insists. Zhang Jing does not hesitate, immediately acquiescing. Ding Jiechi is simply too enchanting, and he fears losing her to another if he does not dance with her. At the edge of the dance floor, Zhang Jing gazes into Ding Jiechi's eyes, gently placing his right hand on her lower back, not embracing but merely resting it there. Their left hands intertwine. As the music begins, they start with simple steps, gliding 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. The dance floor is undoubtedly lively, yet Zhang Jing finds guidance beside him, allowing him to progress swiftly. As the song concludes, he reluctantly releases Ding Jiechi's soft form. At that moment, a dashing gentleman named Gao's arrives, extending his hand to Ding Jiechi with a gentlemanly demeanor. "Hello, beautiful miss. May I have the honor of a dance with you?" Zhang Jing feels a pang in his chest, as if his heart has been stolen. Instinctively, he interjects, "No." Gao looks at Ding Jiechi, awaiting her response. Ding Jiechi, affectionately linking her arm with Zhang Jing's, shakes her head at the stranger, firmly declining, "No, thank you." Having received no favorable outcome, Gao departs. The music gently fades. Wen Li approaches Zhang Jing, praising, "Your companion is the most exquisite gem at tonight's gathering. What harm is there in dancing?" Zhang Jing, who is not one to be generous, especially concerning his partner, shakes his head and resolutely retorts, "I cherish gold. I treasure wealth, and I adore Ding Jiechi. I shall not share her, not even a dime." Ding Jiechi's heart quivered at the unexpected proclamation of "I love Ding Jiechi" from Zhang Jing, a statement imbued with intense possessiveness. while Wenli appeared benevolent. Her words were laced with a chilling reality. The rigid must bend, the wise may suffer, the prominent may face humiliation, and deep affection rarely endures. This sentiment, broad in its implications, directly suggested a lack of faith in the longevity of Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi's relationship. Zhang Jing remained unaffected by the words, yet they seemed to resonate deeply within Ding Jieqi. The gathering extended until 10 in the evening, and the journey back was enveloped in silence. After a considerable pause, Ding Jieqi broke the quiet, her tone tinged with mild reproach. "Brother Zhang, why am I placed after money?" Zhang Jing reflected on his earlier words. "I love gold. Love money. Love Ding Jieqi. Don't take it to heart," he replied, maintaining his composure as he gazed ahead. "I only love money." The latter part was merely an afterthought. Fearing further inquiries from Ding Jieqi, Zhang Jing deftly shifted the conversation. "Why did you and Chu Shaoqing invest in the vineyard?" Ding Jieqi sniffled, her voice thick with emotion. "For someone to successfully acquire the vineyard, I have endured more than just 10 bites from termites. I'm covered in welts." Zhang Jing's feelings were complex. He feared encountering another deceitful woman while also worrying that someone might snatch away the virtuous Ding Jieqi. Thus, he could only maintain the pretense. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Jing once again diverted the topic. "Next to the vineyard, I have purchased a 20-acre small horse farm with the intention of raising racehorses." Ding Jieqi's attention was instantly captured. "Brother Zhang, observing horses and racing them are two entirely different matters. Raising racehorses is a specialized endeavor. Who advised you on this?" "No one. It's a venture I wish to pursue," Zhang Jing replied. Understanding Zhang Jing well enough, Ding Jieqi quickly accepted the idea of horse breeding. "I support you, Brother Zhang, but be aware this is a costly and technical affair. If it fails after a year, it would be best to abandon it, merely a hurdle in life." "Why a year?" Zhang Jing inquired, perplexed. For the second time, Ding Jieqi recognized the distinction between traditional aristocracy and nouveau riche, explaining, "A pony can participate in a 1,200-meter sprint after 14 months. This seemed common knowledge, and Zhang Jing self-deprecatingly admitted, "I know nothing yet, I'm diving headfirst into it." Ding Jieqi, possessing considerable intellect, refrained from directly criticizing Zhang Jing and instead tactfully queried, "Is Barbie's working under you her suggestion?" "Not at all. She has consistently encouraged me to engage in the human reproduction assistance business." "Well then," Ding Jieqi supported, "since you have decided to enter the horse racing industry, you must commit fully." "I will," he affirmed. The following day, Saturday, at Yasik, Jodin Racecourse, a sprawling estate exceeding 500 acres with professional tracks and multiple racing fields awaited. Ding Jieqi, Chu Shaoqing, and Zhang Jing arrived to purchase horses, while other buyers critiqued the racing horses alongside the track. Ordinary draft horses were priced slightly lower than a beef cow, not exceeding 1,000 yuan. Ding Jieqi elaborated that only racehorses, thoroughbreds, or those whose lineage boasts of illustrious ancestors can command exorbitant prices. Observing the magnificent horses galloping on the racetrack, one cannot help but notice their beauty, muscular build, and powerful, elongated limbs, coupled with an impressive stride. Another notable characteristic is the generally slender stature of the riders. Regarding pricing, Ding Jieqi explained that the more accolades a racehorse as parents have earned, the higher its value. If both parents and grandparents have triumphed in prestigious races, their prices can soar to unimaginable heights, such as 3 million meters. Zhang Jing's heart raced, for he possessed only approximately 3 million meters. "Do not worry," Ding Jieqi reassured him. "The horses here are not excessively expensive, and the foals will be even more affordable." "How do you know so much?" Zhang Jing inquired with curiosity. "I once trained in fancy equestrianism in Hong Kong with Chu Shaoqing, the Olympic variety. But due to a lack of talent, I only learned a little in a year. Although I later abandoned it, my love for horses remained unwavering." "That's impressive," Zhang Jing praised. Ding Jieqi proudly lifted her snowy neck. "Good morning, sir and madam. I am Malcolm, an employee at Jodin Racecourse." A middle-aged man of African descent with full lips introduced himself, gesturing towards the galloping horses. "Do any of these catch your fancy?" "Not yet," Zhang Jing insisted. "We wish to see more, including mares, foals, and ordinary racehorses." "Please follow me," Malcolm invited, stepping aside. Nearby, there was a 6-seater electric cart. Malcolm took the driver's seat, while Zhang Jing, Ding Jieqi, and Chu Shaoqing settled into the back, proceeding along the straight path between two independent racetracks towards the stables. After traveling approximately 1,000 meters, they arrived at two separate enclosures, each about 20 meters in diameter. Malcolm pointed to the horses tethered beside the enclosures and said, "There are 17 mares available for sale here. The left enclosure is priced at 30,000 meters each, while the right enclosure is at 45,000 meters each." The selling approach seemed rather casual. If they were exceptional horses, the sellers would surely boast extensively. "These mares generally possess flaws," Ding Jiechi remarked in Mandarin. "Most are over 20 years old and past their prime breeding age. Some are mediocre in appearance, and a few even bear injuries or ailments. The advantage is that they are all racehorses, albeit of ordinary lineage, ensuring that the sellers would not incur losses." "Are there no good horses?" Zhang Jing asked. "Perhaps there are," Ding Jiechi replied with a tone of resignation, "but they would exceed my knowledge." Zhang Jing understood that while talented horses are not uncommon, discerning trainers are rare. After inspecting all 17 mares from a distance of 2 or 3 meters, Zhang Jing's golden finger offered no indication. They were common, not the 1,000-mile horses he sought. "Take us to see the foals," he requested. Malcolm nodded and once again boarded the electric cart, proceeding 100 meters to another 2 independent enclosures. The left enclosure was priced at 5,000, while the right enclosure was 7,000. Malcolm indicated the 8 foals within the 2 enclosures, stating that they were all born between 5 to 7 months ago. The foals were tethered beside the enclosures, allowing for close observation, though it was best not to touch them casually unless there was a strong intent to purchase. Having taken a brief glance, the treasure hunting system still offered no indication, until, from the direction of the nearby stable, a truck approached. 50 meters away, the golden finger issued a compelling directive: "Purchase it." Zhang Jing inquired casually about the circumstances surrounding the oncoming truck. Malcolm merely cast a cursory glance. Atop it was a wounded mare, destined for the slaughterhouse. Zhang Jing's unexpected interest in ailing horse astonished everyone. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiechi urged, "it must hold no value, or it would not have been sent to the slaughterhouse." "Indeed," Chu Shaoqing chimed in, "the owner of the stable cannot be foolish. There must be no other recourse, hence the disposal." "How much?" Zhang Jing inquired of the stable staff. "Sir, that is a sick mare," Malcolm interjected. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Jing's expression turned sorrowful, his tone compassionate as he articulated, "I cannot bear the thought of a beautiful creature being sent to the slaughterhouse." Having worked at the stable for many years, Malcolm had encountered individuals with profound affections for horses, some even willing to invest time and money to care for a useless horse until its natural demise. However, the stable could not afford such mercy, as it must be profitable and pay taxes. In his heart, Malcolm admired and supported those like Zhang Jing. So he waved down the delivery truck and called his boss. It was at this moment that Zhang Jing noticed the truck carried a thin chestnut mare, appearing rather unwell, reminiscent of a tomato that had gone 3 days without water, looking exceedingly frail. After a brief conversation, Malcolm hung up and informed Zhang Jing, 3,000 yuan. Delivered within 100 kilometers, it will not be sold for less. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiechi interjected once more, "this could be a scam. Some merchants exploit people's compassion for profit. This horse's true worth does not exceed 1,000 yuan. It is only worth its meat." Ding Jiechi's suspicions were indeed correct. The mare was beyond medical help, and the stable owner had been making rounds along the main path for 2 consecutive days, deliberately allowing customers to see until he encountered Zhang Jing, the fool. Zhang Jing gently patted Ding Jiechi's hand, resolutely stating, "I cannot stand by and watch a life perish." They then proceeded to the office area to sign the transfer agreement, hand over the birth certificate, and pay the sum. The horse was to be taken directly to the champion's stable 30 kilometers away, where Barbie and Ruth awaited. After witnessing the galloping racehorses, the elegant pedigree mares, and the spirited young ponies, Zhang Jing chose to purchase the ailing mare. The Denton stable provided no further surprises, and Zhang Jing and Ding Jiechi departed. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiechi queried from the passenger seat, "may I know your reasoning?" "I cannot bear to be indifferent," Zhang Jing replied, unable to articulate the complexities of his actions, resigning to label his peculiar behavior as mere kindness. Ding Jiechi fell silent. Chu Shaoqing observed Zhang Jing's actions in silence, realizing that indeed, such selfless individuals exist in this world. Leaving the Denton stable, the trio arrived at the adjacent St. Fortune stable, which was considerably larger, as Zhang Jing hoped to find 2 more commendable horses there. "I do not like it here," Ding Jiechi suddenly remarked. Zhang Jing surveyed the stable environment. The main path was flanked by lush greenery, and the air was filled with the earthy aroma of soil and fresh grass, leaving a positive first impression. Occasionally, riders passed by, and visitors meandered through, as a parent-child riding event was taking place that day, attracting a multitude of guests. Zhang Jing reassured her. Let us take a quick look around, and we will leave shortly. Ding Jieqi softly replied with an Is maintaining a racecourse particularly challenging? Zhang Jing inquired as they walked along the internal pathways of the stable, engaging Ding Jieqi in conversation. Denton stables may indeed be more relaxed, as the owner is relatively affluent. Have you ever encountered St. Forth stables? Zhang Jing inquired of Ding Jieqi. No, Ding Jieqi replied. This is my first visit here. In the next moment, a mocking voice came from behind. An old friend has arrived. Why didn't you notify me in advance? What are you afraid of? Following Ding Jieqi's furious gaze, a tall woman with golden hair stood 5 meters away. Initially, only a silhouette was visible, but upon recognizing Zhang Jing, Aijizi's expression faltered for a brief moment as she greeted, Good morning, Mr. Zhang, in stark contrast to her derision towards Ding Jieqi. Aijizi's demeanor towards Zhang Jing was markedly cordial. You know me? Zhang Jing asked, perplexed. Indeed, my grandmother is friends with Madame Su. I learned your name through her. And I have seen you enter and exit the 1032 estate multiple times. You know Ding Jieqi? I do, Aijizi responded succinctly. Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi stood close together, leading Aijizi to naturally assume they were romantically involved, which irked her considerably. With the intention of creating a rift, she declared, We have known each other for 10 years. Classmates for 4, and have fought 5 times in total. Fought? Zhang Jing looked incredulously at the delicate, plump-cheeked girl beside him, whose charm was undeniable. Ding Jieqi interjected. Brother Zhang, don't listen to her nonsense. She was the one who attacked first, bullying Xiaoqing, which prompted me to fight back. Aijizi nodded, not contesting the claim, and added, Did Mr. Zhang know that during her time studying in Hong Kong, she smoked and drank? Zhang Jing was taken aback. Ding Jieqi appeared so innocent. It was hard to imagine. Brother Zhang, Ding Jieqi's expression turned plaintive. That was merely youthful folly. Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, I only smoked 7 or 8 packs and drank just over 20 bottles. The term just was aptly chosen. However, Zhang Jing was not bothered by this. He found this genuine and endearing side of Ding Jieqi relatable, who has experienced their rebellious youth. He gently patted her shoulder to indicate that it was inconsequential and turned to Aijizi, saying, We intend to take a look at the horses. So we shall take our leave. Brother Zhang, Ding Jieqi reminded him, Aijizi's grandmother is the owner of St. Forth stables. Aijizi's gaze flitted between Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi. And with a slight smile, she said, Allow me to escort you to see the horses. Unable to decline her hospitality, Zhang Jing accepted. Aijizi, clad in high heels, beige straight-leg trousers, and a white wrinkled long-sleeve top, complemented by her sleek golden hair, certainly appeared quite demure. Do you require ponies, mares, or professional racehorses? Would it be troublesome to view them all? Zhang Jing inquired. Not at all. Aijizi shot a challenging look at Ding Jieqi. It is my honor to accompany Mr. Zhang in viewing the horses. The notion of honor was certainly intertwined with warmth. To prevent any further misunderstandings, Zhang Jing clarified, Miss Aijizi, I have no connection with the owner of the 1032 estate. My previous frequent visits were solely for work. Is that truly the case? Indeed it is. Gazing into Zhang Jing's eyes, Aegis discerned the truth, and the warm smile on her face faded. Take your time, she said. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. This was her nature, as she watched Aegis depart. Ding Jieqi introduced her, describing Aegis as a staunch pragmatist. If one possesses wealth and power, she will eagerly forge a friendship. If devoid of both, she discards them like refuse, much like the present situation. Zhang Jing chuckled, lamenting that Aegis's theatrical talent was regrettably underutilized. He casually summoned a stable employee, and he and Ding Jieqi resumed their scrutiny of the horses. Meanwhile, Aegis returned to the villa situated on a hillside behind the stables. The crimson-hued, sprawling residence, when viewed from above, resembled a colossal turtle lying on the ground. Miss Aegis. The stable assistant stationed at the entrance reminded her, Mrs. Maley is meeting with an important guest. Mrs. Maley, Aegis's grandmother, was 72 years old. Who is it? Aegis inquired with curiosity. The estate owner of 84 Avenue, number 1032. Aegis inhaled deeply, adjusted her attire, and turned to the assistant, asking, How do I look? Is there anything inappropriate? You look perfect, the assistant praised. Just relax. Aegis took a moment to compose herself, then confidently stepped onto the floor leading to the living room. As she traversed the 10-meter corridor adorned with statues and artworks, she spotted her grandmother and Wenli engaged in lively conversation. Grandmother, Aegis greeted sweetly. Sister, Mrs. Meili introduced. This is my granddaughter Aegis. You held her as a child. I remember, Wenli replied, glancing at Aegis. You've blossomed into such a lovely young lady. Hello, grandmother. Aegis warmly greeted Wenli, expressing her joy at seeing her. I am also delighted, Wenli replied casually. What have you been up to? You seem to have mud on your shoes. Aegis looked down to find indeed some dirt on the tips of her shoes, silently admiring her grandmother's keen observation. I was accompanying a client to view the horses. Aegis tentatively asked, Do you know Zhang Jing, Grandma Wen? With her ever-gentle demeanor, Wenli nodded. As a renowned figure in Seattle, Mrs. Meili seized the opportunity to inquire. You once spoke highly of Zhang Jing. Is he your junior? Not quite, Wenli refuted. He is remarkably efficient, an impressive young man. Shifting the conversation, Wenli intentionally diverted the topic to discuss a thoroughbred horse instead. Thus, both Mrs. Meili and Aegis gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Jing, albeit from differing perspectives. An hour later, Mrs. Meili escorted her guests to the entrance of the stables, with Aegis accompanying them. Once Wenli's convoy vanished from sight, Mrs. Meili turned to her granddaughter and inquired, What are your thoughts on Zhang Jing? Not much. Aegis instinctively replied, Do not underestimate others, nor be blind to their worth. Mrs. May admonished her granddaughter, highlighting the differences between Easterners and ourselves. I once had a classmate in the UK, and it wasn't until 7 years after graduation that I discovered he was the Crown Prince of North Korea. The most significant aspect is that such instances are not rare, they are quite prevalent. In summary, you must cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Jing. It may very well open the doors to the Dragon Kingdom market, which is of utmost importance. You must exert all your efforts. Aegis felt a twinge of reluctance. Having just dismissed Zhang Jing as inconsequential, she hesitated to ask, Zhang Jing's surname is Zhang, not Su or Wen. Will forging a connection with him be futile? Perhaps it will be, or perhaps it will not. This is an opportunity. Wenli is aged, and it is rather absurd that we have yet to establish a binding connection. Aegis was not particularly enthusiastic about it. You had better succeed, Mrs. May warned her granddaughter, or I shall remotely lock your sports car and drain your bank account. Aegis took a deep breath of the cold air, accustomed to a life of luxury. Without her sports car and funds, she felt less than a mere chicken. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing remained unaware of the esteem others held for him. At the Shengfu racecourse, a renowned establishment, he successfully acquired 2 additional fine horses. One was a 5-month-old colt, an American quarter horse of commonplace lineage, with both grandparents having achieved commendable results. Priced at 60,000 yuan. The other was a 12-year-old mare, also a quarter horse. Her sire had once claimed victory in the Seattle Cup. With her graceful physique, well-developed muscles, and expansive stride, her price soared to astronomical heights. Yet, the golden finger provided a strong indication that he must purchase her, leading him to be swindled out of a staggering 350,000 yuan. Upon returning to the racecourse, the 3 horses had already arrived. The barefoot veterinarian, Ruth, was examining the first horse, the ailing mare he had purchased for 3,000 yuan. She checked its teeth, measured its temperature, listened to its heart and lungs, conducted a rectal examination, collected urine, drew blood, and searched for the cause of illness. Boss, Ruth remarked while working. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would not purchase a sick horse. It might even infect the other 2 healthy ones. The 3 horses were kept apart for the time being, in fear of contagious disease. Zhang Jing, not wishing to have made the purchase, could not explain his reasons and instructed, Cure her. This is your first case. Do not falter. I need to buy some equipment, which will cost around 20 to 30,000 yuan, Ruth stated. The equipment could be reused, and since he had embarked on this venture, it was only a matter of time before he would need to acquire it. Zhang Jing readily transferred 50,000 yuan to Ruth. Upon receiving the transfer, Ruth, uncertain, inquired, Boss, why 50,000 yuan? I'll pay off your credit card debt, Zhang Jing casually explained. After a brief pause of 3 to 4 seconds, Ruth's tears fell uncontrollably as she sobbed. I thought you had found it first, so there was no bonus. Zhang Jing chuckled. He had not intended to pay, but the reality was that Ruth had been immensely helpful. Without her assistance in pinpointing Ning's residence, the golden finger would not have indicated the completion of the task. Ding Jieqi and Xu Xiaoqing stood nearby, and Ruth boldly stepped forward to embrace Zhang Jing tightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, boss. I will certainly work hard. With a clear mind and a hint of apprehension about future repercussions, Lucy embraced Ding Jieqi, who promptly acknowledged her as the boss. A wave of excitement surged within Ding Jieqi, while Zhang Jing remained taciturn, making the atmosphere even more conducive. Maintaining her composure, Ding Jiechi affirmed her role and encouraged Lucy to pay off her credit card, earn credits diligently, and strive for an early graduation. I will secure a full year's worth of credits within 6 months, Lucy motivated herself, determined to succeed. Purchasing equipment requires a receipt, quipped Chu Xiaoqing from the sidelines, emphasizing the importance of separating personal and professional matters. Lucy nodded earnestly. Zhang Jing chuckled, surprised by Chu Xiaoqing's attentiveness and impeccable timing. In a buoyant mood, Ding Jiechi proposed. Brother Zhang, let us give them names. The more resounding, the better. How about General, Boss, Lightning, Gale, Kung Fu, and so forth? Zhang Jing shook his head, feeling an unexpected discord with Ding Jiechi's perspective. What do you suggest then? Ding Jiechi challenged. Zhang Jing had his own ideas, suggesting names such as Startling Surprise. What the heck, half a gene of ergo too, and picking up money on the way out. Ding Jiechi's expression turned incredulous, and she replied, Brother Zhang, you can't be serious. Zhang Jing animatedly described, imagine if we use these names during the races, the commentary would announce, winning a Startling Surprise. As expected. It's what the heck. Leading temporarily is half a gene of ergo too. Trailing behind is picking up money on the way out. Ding Jiechi, Chu Xiaoqing, Lucy. Naming the horses was postponed as guests arrived at the entrance, specifically requesting to see Zhang Jing and Barbie. A black Toyota Highlander halted 5 meters from the gate, and 2 Japanese individuals who had been seen the previous Saturday alighted from the vehicle. Hello, Mr. Zhang, greeted the dapper Chaichi. Hello, what brings you here? Zhang Jing inquired. Chaichi directed his gaze toward Barbie, addressing her by her full name, Miss Barbie Mallory. Do you know Kosamura? Kosamura is my client. Who are you? Barbie asked, her mind racing. We are neither friends of Kosamura nor the police. But we need you to hand over that golden-laid jade. Not being the police is a relief, Barbie retorted boldly. I have no idea what you're talking about. Miss Barbie. Chaichi's words were laced with veiled threats. To you, it may seem trivial, but to certain influential figures, it holds significant value. Hand it over to avoid calamity. This is absurd. Miss Barbie, don't force us to disclose your involvement in Kosamura's death to the authorities, Chaichi threatened. Mr. Chaichi, Zhang Jing interjected, intimidation is inappropriate. Without evidence, refrain from making allegations. This is not Japan, and defamation carries consequences. Chaichi turned to Zhang Jing and asked, what is your relationship with Miss Barbie? She is my employee. Mr. Zhang, you may have misconceptions about Hongbin Sankue Corporation. We are a legitimate company, untainted by illicit activities or unsavory dealings. Zhang Jing's lips curled slightly. Was he being threatened? Barbie withdrew a revolver from her pocket, aiming it squarely at Chaichi and his companion. Boss, eliminate them now. Whether they are black or white, we hold the authority. A glance at Barbie made it hard to believe she was a mother to a 3-year-old. So quick to draw her weapon, truly impressive. By the way, why is it always a revolver and not a more stylish magazine-fed pistol? Put the gun down. Zhang Jing urged. What they seek, we do not possess. There is no need for bloodshed. Under the intimidating gaze of the gun, Chaichi and his associate gradually retreated and hastily departed in their vehicle. Feeling anxious, Barbie turned to Zhang Jing and asked, they seem to have significant connections. What should we do now? Zhang Jing searched online for Hongbin Sankue Corporation. Public records indicated that it is a Japanese machinery company, manufacturing excavators, bulldozers, loaders, dump trucks, large presses, cutting machines, and other industrial equipment. Additionally, it is a military enterprise, producing various military vehicles. Do not worry, Zhang Jing reassured Barbie. There are always more solutions than problems. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed Su Zheong. Initially, he had no intention of keeping the golden jade. Converting it directly into money seemed preferable. However, Su Zheong insisted on an emotional appeal, urging the wandering craftsman of 4 centuries to return home. After a brief conversation, Su Zheong agreed to publicly claim ownership of the golden jade, drawing fire away from Zhang Jing. Boss, Barbie inquired anxiously. Do they have evidence of my involvement in the murder? Zhang Jing chuckled. If they did, they wouldn't be making such bold claims here. Rest easy. Barbie lowered her gaze slightly. By the way, Zhang Jing remembered to ask, what has Cindy been busy with these days? She's been in the brewing workshop, Barbie replied. She is not slacking off, is she? Not at all. She has been maintaining the brewing equipment. When can the winery open to visitors? Zhang Jing inquired with concern. It can open any time. We have stockpiled wine, and minor flaws can be rectified while operating. The only issue is that due to the murder case, tourists are too frightened to come. Do you have any good solutions? It seems that self-media promotion is the only way, ideally. Someone who can write soft articles and shoot videos to spread the word daily. Mentioning soft articles reminded Zhang Jing of his classmate from the Technical Institute, Irina Svitolina. A Ukrainian with brown hair and fair skin, standing at 165 meters. She had previously studied in Longwa and was known for creating videos and writing soft articles on a certain platform. Everything was going well. She had amassed quite a following. But due to the war, countless netizens demanded she take a stand, leading her to cease updates. Considering his own venture into short videos, Zhang Jing decided to enlist Irina to manage his accounts on that platform, and even YouTube could be an option. Irina had previously risked her safety to assist Zhang Jing, stabbing a certain Eastern European from behind. Her gamble had finally paid off, as he now sought to provide her with work. She promised to arrive within 2 hours. Everyone has their tasks, and even Ding Jiaqin and Chu Xiaoqing are not idle, assisting Ruth in caring for the 3 horses recently acquired. Zhang Jing drives to Whitefish Town to procure provisions for the evening's gathering. After a busy day, as darkness envelopes the sky, a fire ignites in the stable, with meat sizzling on the grill. Beside it, a cast iron pot bubbles with a hearty stew of beef, carrots, and tomatoes. The dining table, a wooden piece missing a leg, is propped up by a stack of bricks. On its surface lie several bottles of red wine, along with an assortment of bowls, chopsticks, knives, forks, and wine glasses. Ruth fills each glass to the brim. Zhang Jing raises a toast. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today, our champion stable welcomes 3 horses. Here's to the stable and everyone's prosperous future. Cheers. 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 The 8 of them, Zhang Jing, Barbie, Delone, Cindy, Ruth, Irina, Chu Xiaoqing, and Ding Jiaqin, clink their glasses together. Delone's 4-year-old daughter, Dylan, Barbie's 3-year-old mixed-race son, and a month-old puppy are, of course, not partaking in the wine. This time, they refrain from overindulgence. The 8 drink 5 bottles, focusing mainly on the meat and soup, which provide warmth against the evening chill. Suddenly, the previously quiet puppy barks, gazing towards the stable's entrance where a figure stands shrouded in darkness. Goodness, like a ghost, Ruth exclaims, pulling out her revolver, followed by Barbie and Delong, with Ding Jiaqin surprisingly brandishing a sleek M1911. Including the 2 children, there are 4 guns among 10 people. Although it is common for Americans to own an average of 2 firearms, Zhang Jing finds it somewhat exaggerated given the stark contrast to his past environment. The dim lighting reveals the figure, startling the newcomer, who immediately raises her hands in surrender. "I mean no harm," she says, her voice youthful and her English slightly imperfect. "I came to find work based on an online address, but got lost, and since there was a gap in the gate, I entered." "A gap in the gate?" Ruth remarks, still holding her revolver, her tone calming. The girl complies, lowering her hand slowly. As they observe her closely, it becomes clear that she is merely a child, appearing around 15 or 16 years old, standing approximately 1.60 meters tall and weighing about 40 kilograms. No wonder she could slip through the gate's gap. "You're far too young," Barbie cautions. "Employing child labor could bring trouble to the stable." "I'm not a child laborer," the girl asserts, her large eyes sparkling. "I'm already 16. Do you have citizenship?" Barbie inquires. The girl's response is evasive. "I can feed horses. I have raised 2 Arabian offspring worth over $1 million for wealthy individuals. Who would entrust a minor with such prized horses?" Chu Xiaoqing questions, intrigued. "It's a family trade. My grandfather and father have made a living raising racehorses for the affluent." Barbie glances at Zhang Jing, realizing the girl likely has no nationality and is probably an illegal immigrant, yet her skills are undeniably impressive. Although the name of the champion racetrack resonates with grandeur, in reality, it is but a modest establishment, one that experienced nutritionists hardly regard with any esteem. In the market, there exist renowned nutritionists with clear pricing, yet Zhang Jing cannot afford their services. Ultimately, Zhang Jing is compelled to yield to reality, compromising with a 6-month probation period, accommodation provided, and a weekly salary of 200 yuan. Ding Jiaqing gazes at Zhang Jing. Hiring an experienced nutritionist typically requires a minimum weekly salary of 2,000. So offering merely sustenance is a cunning way to strike at the heart of the matter. Impressive. Despite the harsh exploitation, the young woman beams with joy, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "What is your name? Where are you from?" Zhang Jing inquires. "Haifa Vahara, from Lebanon." Lebanon often evokes an impression of chaos. What opportunities could there possibly be for nurturing elite horses? However, Contemplating that war-torn Afghanistan boasts some of the world's most opulent residences, Zhang Jing finds solace. Come, let us dine. Ding Jiaqing beckons Haifa, who appears so slender that it tugs at the heartstrings. I will first inspect the horses. As she speaks, Haifa jogs to the stables, scrutinizing all 3 horses closely before returning to the dining table. Ding Jiaqing slides a bowl of beef towards the young woman. Devouring her meal with gusto, Haifa reveals a contented smile. What do you think of these 3 horses? Ding Jiaqing inquires, testing Haifa's knowledge. The racetrack, comprising Zhang Jing, Barbie, Lucy, and the newly hired Irina, seems devoid of competent individuals. Yet, despite her youth, Haifa embodies the facility's hope. They are all quite good. Her simple remark disappoints everyone except Zhang Jing. Clearly, one horse, a chestnut thoroughbred, suffers from a significant ailment, struggling to breathe. How could she claim they are all fine? They are indeed all quite good, Haifa asserts, scanning the faces around her. The chestnut thoroughbred is merely unwell. If it regains health, it will be the finest of the trio. Why do you say so? Ding Jiaqing, who possesses some knowledge of horses, asks, limited to superficial understanding. Breathing, Haifa explains. Its respiration is deep and labored, expelling approximately 5 to 10 more heat than a healthy thoroughbred does when ill, while inhalation is comparably affected. Doesn't that indicate it is near death? Chu Xiaoqing retorts. Haifa shakes her head. An increased respiratory rate in illness signifies a strong will to survive. It may also suggest superior cardiopulmonary function compared to ordinary racehorses. It simply needs to rise again. This horse was just acquired today, Zhang Jing clarifies. The seller mentioned it has been ill for 19 days. Do you have any effective remedies? 19 days. It should have seen a veterinarian by now. If nothing has improved, I would recommend a regimen of antibiotics, followed by adrenaline. And the best feed to get it running again, Haifa articulates with conviction. That is absurd. Lucy, who had been silent, interjects vehemently. It is far too sick to endure such aggressive treatment or physical exertion. Haifa, undeterred, counters, 19 days, if it could be healed. It would have shown signs of improvement by now. There is an old saying in Longhua, illness descends like a mountain, but departs like a thread. Zhang Jing supports Lucy's stance, advocating for gentle medication and treatment. Unexpectedly, Haifa remarked, though a quarter horse may not rival an Arabian, it embodies a spirit that we should learn from. Either it experiences rebirth in its gallop or meets its demise. Zhang Jing, listening nearby, found wisdom in this perspective, fighting fire with fire. Ding Jiaqing cautioned that excessive antibiotics could impair liver, kidney, and uterine functions, potentially affecting the horse's ability to foal. Do you have any effective solutions? Zhang Jing inquired, turning to Ding Jiaqing. Perhaps it may seem implausible to you, Ding Jiaqing replied. But my mother once faced immense work pressure, leading to prolonged exhaustion and severe headaches. The doctor advised her to sleep for a full day and night, during which she received only 1 bottle of antibiotics. The rest was glucose and saline, and she made a complete recovery. Her captivating gaze swept across the crowd. Do you not think it could simply be a matter of being overly fatigued and in need of a thorough rest? Silence enveloped the group. They had not anticipated Ding Jiaqing to propose an alternative treatment that diverged from Ruth and Haifa's methods. It seemed quite reasonable. Ultimately, Zhang Jing opted for Ding Jiaqing's shock treatment, administering anesthesia to the quarter horse, allowing it to rest completely for a day and a night. Come morning, its fate would be revealed. Haifa, a racehorse nutritionist rather than a veterinarian, then shifted the conversation to the horse's dietary needs. An adult racehorse requires 3 meals of concentrated feed and 3 to 5 servings of forage daily, with supply being timely and measured, varying according to each horse's requirements. Corn, oats, bran, carrots, apples, honey, eggs, and grains are all part of its diet, Haifa elaborated, with each serving of concentrated feed weighing approximately 4 kilograms. Then came the critical question. Boss, do you intend to nurture the horse properly, or will you treat it casually? Zhang Jing curled his lip. He knew that if he claimed he wanted to raise the horse well, a trap would undoubtedly follow. As expected, Haifa added, to raise a horse properly, its food must be exclusively organic, free from pesticides and chemical fertilizers. The forage, corn, carrots, oats, apples, honey, and eggs are best if grown and raised by oneself. Zhang Jing turned to Barbie and asked nonchalantly, is it still feasible to switch careers to healthcare and engage in human reproduction? Barbie immediately pulled out her phone to modify the job listing, adding 2 positions for those with agricultural experience. The horse ranch spans 20 acres, equivalent to approximately 120 mu. with roads, buildings, racetracks, and streams occupying 15 acres, leaving 5 acres available for cultivation. The following day, on the weekend, after lunch, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing departed for downtown Seattle. With the quarter horse still in a deep slumber, Ruth stayed behind to care for it, while Zhang Jing and Dilong spent the morning repairing the stable roof. Barbie and Haifa ventured out to procure horse feed and hay, and they also returned with a second-hand pickup truck specifically for hauling heavy loads. At 2 p.m., 2 middle-aged men, around 50 years of age, arrived at the ranch for a planting job interview. "What is your relationship?" Zhang Jing queried, holding a hoe and surveying the peculiar duo. Anticipating Zhang Jing's thoughts, the Asian man replied, "It is not as you might think. I am an old friend of Jamie, and we have worked together on several farms for over 15 years. Zhang Jing nodded, observing them walking side by side, momentarily mistaking them for boys. One wonders when women stroll hand in hand down the street, why such assumptions are not made. "Allow me to introduce myself." Zhang Jing initiated the conversation. "I am a third-generation immigrant from the Dragon Nation. My surname is Fei, and my Chinese name is Fei Lai, while in English, I am known as Finley. The name Finley can be translated as Fei Lai or Funley, embodying the qualities of intelligence and prudence with a grounded connotation. I am 47 years old," Fei Lai continued. "We cultivate various crops in Seattle, including wheat, corn, soybeans, beets, and tulips. Do you grow pasture as well?" Zhang Jing inquired with interest. "Absolutely," Fei Lai assured him. Zhang Jing then turned to Fei Lai's companion, Jamie, an African-American. "Greetings, Mr. Fox. Could you share a bit about yourself?" "Hello, sir. My name is Jamie Fox. I am 49 years old. I served in the military for 4 years during my youth, and after my discharge, I began working on a farm. As Fei Lai mentioned, we grow a wide array of crops, and my specialty lies with bees." Zhang Jing looked to Fei Lai and asked in Mandarin, "Does your friend suffer from any war-related trauma? Is there any inclination towards violence?" Before Fei Lai could respond, Jamie Fox explained in Mandarin, "I served in a support role and never saw direct combat. Thus, I bear no war-related trauma nor any propensity for violence." "You speak Mandarin?" Zhang Jing expressed his surprise. "Fei Lai and I are good friends. If I cannot learn his language, how would I discern if he were to slander me unjustly?" Zhang Jing felt a sense of admiration. Initially hesitant about employing an African-American, he deliberated for 3 to 4 seconds before deciding to keep them. At this point, the ranch had attracted 8 employees, namely, manager Barbie, brewer Cindy, veterinarian Ruth, mechanic Dylan, nutritionist Haifa, agriculturalist Fei Lai, agriculturalist Jamie, and social media account operator Irina. Barbie, age 30, is tall with blonde hair and blue eyes, possessing a medium build and extensive professional experience, as well as a 3-year-old biracial son. Cindy, 26, stands at 1.75 meters, with long brown hair and brown eyes, of medium build and a strong sense of justice, has transitioned to become a brewer. Ruth, at 20, boasts long legs and a fiery sense of style, also with blonde hair and blue eyes, has a slender figure, and is yet to graduate. Aspiring to be a veterinarian as great as Jimmy Hall. Dylan, 30, stands around 1.70 meters tall with a rugged expression, and is the father of a 4-year-old daughter named Dylan. Haifa, 16 years old, is 1.60 meters tall and weighs merely 40 kilograms, with large eyes that give her a youthful appearance. She is Lebanese and an undocumented immigrant. Fei Lai, aged 47, is approximately 1.75 meters tall, of medium build, with silver-streaked hair, a third-generation immigrant from the Dragon Nation. Jamie, at 49, stands about 1.70 meters tall with a thin build, and is of African descent. Irina, 22, is 1.67 meters tall, with brown hair and a slender figure, originally from Ukraine and a refugee. As the number of individuals increased, while they may not be a formidable force, at least they formed a solid foundation. Now, the only positions left to fill are those of the horse trainer and rider. Skilled trainers and riders are unlikely to lower themselves, as their primary income derives from bonuses, distinguishing them from other occupations. The horse trainer receives 10 of the competition prize, as well as 10 from the horse trading transactions. The riders not only earn a fixed salary but also receive 5 of the competition prizes. In the current circumstances, with neither skilled soldiers nor strong steeds, it is unlikely that talented individuals would be willing to commit to the champion racetrack. Just as Zhang Jing found himself at a loss, a stylish figure walked into the champion racetrack, exuding confidence. Ijizi, with her white flats, distressed jeans, and pink long-sleeved sweatshirt, appeared innocent, quite different from her previously mature attire. I am here to apologize, Ijizi explained. I did not abandon you in Dingjiechi on Saturday. That's all right. Is there something you need? Zhang Jing inquired. Nothing in particular, but since the champion racetrack has just opened, is there anything I can assist with? Ijizi's sudden politeness puzzled Zhang Jing. He expressed his difficulties, stating that he needed a trainer and a rider. If you don't mind, Ijizi offered. I can take on the role of trainer. As for the rider, isn't that girl a rider? Following Ijizi's gaze, Zhang Jing noticed Haifa entering the stable with an iron bucket. Surprised, Zhang Jing realized that Haifa, standing at 1.6 meters tall and weighing 40 kilograms, indeed seemed capable. No way, Zhang Jing turned to Ijizi. You are the trainer? Are you joking? Ask Dingjiechi if you don't believe me, Ijizi replied, her neck gracefully arched, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, radiating confidence. Doubtful, Zhang Jing called Dingjiechi, who confirmed over the phone that Ijizi was indeed a talented and exceptional trainer. Though she was somewhat self-serving, and her willingness to help must have ulterior motives. After hanging up, Zhang Jing turned to Ijizi and asked, Do you have any conditions? No conditions at all. We are friends, and it is only natural to help one another. Zhang Jing, though skeptical, extended his hand, needing a trainer regardless of Ijizi's intentions. Ijizi took his hand in agreement. What is your goal? Ijizi asked. The highest local honor is the Seattle Cup, and I hope to have a horse that can reach the finals. Zhang Jing acquired 2 horses from St. Buddha racetrack, but after Ijizi reviewed their profiles, she realized that it would be a considerable challenge for them to compete in the Seattle Cup finals. Taking a deep breath of the brisk air, Ijizi nodded, deciding to give it a shot. As a trainer, she understood the importance of bloodlines in racing, but also the significance of trainings, possessing the transformative magic to turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Otherwise, why should trainers earn 10 of the competition prize or 10 from horse sales? With a character inclined towards pragmatism and a commendable work ethic, Ijizi immediately commenced her work. In a stroke of good fortune, the ailing chestnut stallion also regained its health and stood up once more. Due to its resilience, Zhang Jing named the chestnut stallion survivor. With no other matters at hand, Zhang Jing drove to Whitefish Town, located 7 kilometers away. Being remote, the town had only a couple of hundred residents, with just a few shops in operation. Zhang Jing stepped into a grocery store, where the available food items were limited to chicken, beef, eggs, and frozen seafood. The variety of vegetables is somewhat abundant, as they are consigned by local farmers, including potatoes, pumpkins, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, carrots, and corn. Greetings were exchanged between the shopkeeper, a man with a red, flushed nose, and Zhang Jing, who introduced himself as Lao Lei. Hello, Mr. Lei, Zhang Jing said. Your presence, along with your companions, has invigorated our quaint town. Just a few people can truly enliven a town? Zhang Jing chuckled. Lao Lei extended an invitation. This Saturday, there will be a second-hand goods exchange event in front of the town police station, and you are welcome to join. The police station, conveniently located beside the interstate highway, was nearby. Considering the abundance of second-hand furniture from local wineries and stables, Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. After loading the food into the pickup truck's bed, he entered the third shop next door, a rather peculiar establishment. Statistics indicate that the United States boasts approximately 14,000 McDonald's outlets and 35,000 gun shops. With McDonald's omnipresent, the existence of a gun store in this town seemed almost natural. Good afternoon. What kind of weapon do you seek? The shopkeeper, Aunt Susan, a woman in her 50s with a somewhat greasy appearance, was already familiar to him. Good afternoon, Zhang Jing said, leaning on the counter. He finally voiced a question that had lingered in his mind. Why do so many prefer revolvers? They are affordable, practical, and reliable. Unlike magazine-fed pistols, they never jam. She replied, Is it possible to purchase a gun without a gun permit? Zhang Jing posed this question, already suspecting the answer to be negative. To his surprise, Aunt Susan promptly slapped a form onto the glass counter, stating, Fill out the application for a gun permit. If you only buy 1 gun, it will take about 90 days for the permit. If you buy 3, it's only 60 days. If 6, then 30 days. Once your permit arrives, I'll give you a call. It was evident that this woman had connections. Zhang Jing countered, What if I want to buy 10? Around 20 days, is that quick enough? She replied with a chuckle. With your green card and driver's license in hand, just fill out the form, and then you can purchase the firearm. The silver revolver that Ruth used was priced at $525, while the M1911 civilian version that Dingjiechi favored was listed at $250. Surprisingly, a deep-powered rifle, limited in firing capacity and range, was available for just over $200. Initially, Zhang Jing felt that dollars were not worth much and spent quickly. Yet he was astonished to see their value rise within the gun shop. Indeed, there is a reason for the popularity of revolvers, he mused. Deciding to purchase 4 along with an additional 60 rounds of ammunition, he opted for 4 M1911s, with 8 extra magazines and 2 depowered rifles, accompanied by 6 magazines. The total for 10 firearms was $7,500, with ammunition bringing the cost to just under $7,600, a price that was astonishingly low. Since you lack a gun permit, Aunt Susan cautioned, the firearms and ammunition must be stored separately. They can only be placed in the trunk, not in the passenger seat or within reach, as per legal regulations. Furthermore, the firearms can only be used at home until your permit is received. Thank you for the reminder, Zhang Jing replied. You're welcome, she said, her demeanor surprisingly pleasant despite her appearance. However, misfortune struck as Zhang Jing was about to leave. A police car approached, and 2 officers stepped out, dressed in police uniform, adorned with insignia, a firearm holstered at his waist, a walkie-talkie hanging from his chest, and an enforcement camera in tow. Mr. Zhang appeared to be gearing up for civil unrest. The officer speaking was a tall, slender figure, approximately 1.9 meters in height and weighing around 70 kilograms, unmistakably Joe Taylor. Zhang Jing was perplexed by this insinuation. Was it an attempt at defamation? It felt like a jest. As a rather rotund woman nearby interjected, Zhang Jing chuckled internally, baffled by the absurdity of the comment. With a feigned smile, he retorted, if I were to incite civil war, it would be in defense of liberty. The motto of the United States is freedom, which preceded the so-called Declaration of Independence. Of course, freedom has proven to be a falsehood. Otherwise, countless accounts belonging to the old boys' wound tea have been suspended. This response garnered the tall officer's approval, who then extended an invitation. This weekend, the local police station will host its annual second-hand goods fair. You are welcome to participate. I shall attend, Zhang Jing replied, acknowledging the necessity of social interactions in a shared community. After a few more exchanges, Zhang Jing took his leave and drove the 7 kilometers back to the ranch. Little did he know that a new treasure-hunting clue was on its way, one concerning a special item. As Saturday arrived, the annual second-hand goods fair in Whitefish Town commenced. Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing had arrived at the ranch the previous evening. The veterinarian, Ruth, had referred to Ding Jieqi as the landlady, a title she did not refute. And Zhang Jing similarly remained silent, allowing her role as the hostess to be tacitly accepted by all. Zhang Jing intended to sell the second-hand furniture from the haunted house. Ding Jieqi wholeheartedly agreed and busied herself early in the morning. The 4 men, Zhang Jing, a 47-year-old third-generation immigrant, 49-year-old African-American Jamie, and 30-year-old Dylan, engaged in the labor of moving a sofa, wardrobe, television, tables, chairs, and even lamps, range hoods, and gas stoves onto the pickup trucks, making 8 trips back and forth until everything was cleared out. Having arrived early, Zhang Jing set up his stall just as the second vendor leisurely drove in with their pickup, soon followed by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th vendors. The scene rapidly transformed into a bustling marketplace. Brother Zhang, Ding Jieqi asked, holding a marker and cardboard, how should we price these items? Let us price them by size. The large sofa for 200, chairs for 10. Is that not too low? As long as they sell, that's what matters. Zhang Jing replied with a hint of sarcasm, I certainly don't wish to move them back. Ding Jieqi shared his sentiment. Loading them onto the truck and unloading them was exhausting, so they opted for a direct clearance sale at reduced prices. Everyone was busy setting up their stalls, and before they officially opened, Old Lei from the general store strolled over, his gaze scanning Zhang Jing's second-hand items. After a moment, he said, I'll buy these in bulk. It was clear that the pricing was too low. Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi paid little mind, readily packaging the items for him, netting to $100, enough to purchase 4 small revolvers. With time still on their side, Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing wished to explore further, and Zhang Jing accompanied them. Not long after my stroll, I encountered the tall and slender officer Joe Taylor, who was selling books at a stall, roughly 20 volumes, including classics such as Wuthering Heights, Les Miserables, The Decameron, and Faust, all esteemed Western literary works. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Good morning, ladies, Joe Taylor greeted. Good morning, Joe. How much are your books? Zhang Jing casually picked up a book, flipped through it, and then set it down again. The second-hand books are affordably priced at 15 yuan each, Joe replied. How much for the entire set? Zhang inquired, gesturing towards the collection. 300, Zhou countered. Are you certain? There are 20 volumes here. Will you truly finish them? I have a penchant for classics. After all, boasting bears no tax, Zhang explained. If I read for an hour each night, I could surely finish them in 2 years. Zhou Taylor packed the books for Zhang, complimenting him. You possess remarkable determination. Zhang chuckled. 20 books are quite heavy, as he carried them back to his vehicle. Why purchase these classics? Zhang Jing questioned. Doesn't reading give you a headache? It truly does, Zhang replied nonchalantly as he opened the recently acquired treasure-hunting clues. Zhou Taylor. Philip Johnson is deceased. Where are his ill-gotten gains concealed? The host must gather more information to supplement the incomplete clues to obtain the precise treasure-hunting location. Driving the pickup truck back to the ranch, Zhang searched online for Philip Johnson. Little did he know, upon investigation, he was astounded to discover that this individual was a legend. Philip Johnson was an armored truck driver earning 11 million yuan per hour. The date, March 29, 2005. The location, Seattle. The target, U.S. Bank. After extensive preparation, on that fateful day, Johnson discovered that the armored vehicle he was operating contained $18 million, a sum irresistible to anyone. Thus, he took the plunge. He drew his firearm, confined his colleagues within the vehicle, and hijacked the armored truck. He then fled, subsequently restraining one colleague to a tree along the way, and another as well. Johnson continued his escape, ultimately concealing the cash while carrying a mere 100,000 yuan, trekking unguarded through the border's mountainous woods into the land of maple leaves. The operation was executed flawlessly. The police failed to apprehend him or locate the armored vehicle. However, 5 months later, having exhausted his funds, he attempted to return for the money. While crossing the border, Johnson made a grave error by using the same alias he had employed during his escape. The police had already disseminated this alias to all relevant parties, including border inspection personnel. They immediately recognized the name and promptly alerted the authorities. Unsurprisingly, Johnson was apprehended. Even more unfortunate was the fact that Johnson perished in the transport vehicle en route to the police station. The whereabouts of the armored truck remain a mystery to this day. A man who absconded with $18 million, and the police could not recover the money. It is no wonder that Johnson is regarded as a legend online. 17 years have passed since his death, yet many still remember him. Meanwhile, in 2005, Zhou Taylor was merely a police academy trainee, casually inscribing a few words in a book, which the system cataloged as an incomplete treasure-hunting clue. Zhang Jing resolved to set aside all his affairs and dedicate himself entirely to the pursuit of the missing 18 million. Whether a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle hinged upon the success of locating the cash transport vehicle. The winery was destined to remain devoid of visitors for the time being, and the framework of the racetrack had already been erected. Thus, he could withdraw with minimal further investment. On the weekend, Zhang Jing settled into the W Hotel in Seattle with his small yellow dog. He procured a map and diligently gathered every piece of information available online regarding Johnson, meticulously copying it down and creating a map of Johnson's movements. The internet is a remarkable repository, retaining a multitude of details, including Johnson's residence, the schools he attended, the women he pursued, his favorite bars, and the hiking trails he frequented. Johnson lived 40 kilometers north of Seattle in Everett, and a further 150 kilometers beyond lay the border of the Maple Leaf Country. In 2005, when Johnson fled, he did not cross at an official border point, but rather traversed through the mountainous woodlands. This suggests that Johnson possessed considerable physical stamina, or, more likely, extensive hiking experience. Therefore, in order to recover the 18 million, it was imperative for Zhang Jing to retrace Johnson's former life path, hoping to uncover vital clues that would lead to the cash transport vehicle. After a day of rest at the hotel and organizing his materials, Zhang Jing first visited the United Bank, where Johnson had committed his robbery. The building was striking. The advertisements commanding attention, U.S. Bank emblazoned in bold red against a white backdrop, its shield-like emblem evoking a sense of security. Driving a second-hand pickup truck he had purchased, Zhang Jing departed from the bank's entrance, following the daily route that Johnson had taken 17 years prior. He made this journey once, twice, 3 times, 7 times. He gleaned much from the experience, gaining a deeper understanding of Seattle's streets and traffic patterns. As evening approached, Zhang Jing drove to Everett, a small town 40 kilometers north of Seattle where Johnson had lived 17 years ago. It was even smaller than Issaquah, yet its scenery was pleasing and it boasted the necessary amenities. Near the small boat dock, Zhang Jing checked into the Hampton Inn. Unlike the stylish ambience of the W Hotel, this establishment was more affordable, catering to lively young travelers. It was here that he made a new acquaintance. "Hello, I'm Jason," greeted a friendly young man with short brown hair as Zhang Jing prepared to unlock his hotel room on the 7th floor. "Hi, Zhang Jing. I just checked in this morning and have 7 or 8 roommates. We're planning a barbecue party on the beach. Would you like to join us?" "Sure," Zhang Jing replied readily, locking his backpack in the room and taking his smart beans in hand as he followed Jason to the nearby beach. The beach was vibrant in the evening, the air thick with the aroma of food. Towards the rear of the beach, there was a designated area for barbecuing, where grills, food, and charcoal could be rented. By the time Zhang Jing and Jason arrived, the other 7 had already gathered. The group comprised 9 individuals, 6 men and 3 women, including 2 of African descent, 2 Asians, 1 of mixed heritage, and 4 Caucasians. "This is my new friend, Zhang Jing," Jason introduced him, who just checked into the Hampton Inn. Jason had mentioned earlier that the 7 were all backpackers from various corners of the globe, some on a brief adventure, while others had been wandering for an extended period. "Greetings, everyone," Zhang Jing conversed. "This is a delightful surprise for me. I adore parties." "We share the sentiment," replied an African-American woman. As everyone gathered, contributions were pooled to purchase food, 20 each, with adjustments made for any excess or shortfall. The crowd produced their wallets, and Zhang Jing revealed his brown leather wallet, notably worn. It was no mystery that it had been purchased by Ding Jiaqing, who intentionally chose an old one. Concern for Zhang Jing's safety went out and about, her meticulous nature evident. Upon opening the wallet, he discovered 6 $5 bills and 3 $20 bills, totaling $90. Jason cast a glance into Zhang Jing's wallet, lamenting his own financial status. He handed $20 to the African-American woman, who, along with 2 others, would procure the food and charcoal. At that moment, a woman approximately 1.8 meters tall, with deep brown long hair and striking blue eyes, slender features, settled beside Zhang Jing. She introduced herself. "I am Katie Lou Samuelson. Are you from the Dragon Kingdom?" "Indeed, I am. Have you visited the Dragon Kingdom?" "I once traveled to Hangzhou for a tennis tournament. It is a remarkably beautiful city, and the Dragon Kingdom is equally stunning." It is no wonder that Katie Lou Samuelson, despite her height, possessed a well-proportioned physique, attributed to her athletic pursuits. With no other matters at hand, Zhang Jing engaged in casual conversation, inquiring if it was true that Americans believed the Dragon Kingdom was solely populated by bicycles and antique shops. Indeed, Katie Lou Samuelson elucidated. It is a result of cinematic and media misrepresentation, compounded by the conservative nature of Americans who are reluctant to engage with the outside world, thus giving the impression of insularity to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Jing concurred, acknowledging that while Hollywood films are illustrious and wealthy individuals are renowned, there exists a substantial number of unworldly rednecks and individuals with mental health issues in the United States. The African-American woman returned with the food. Otherwise, Zhang Jing would have continued his engaging dialogue with Katie. The evening air turned slightly chilly, yet it did not dampen the enthusiasm for the barbecue. The African-American woman joyfully raised her mineral water bottle, prompting, "Guess what this is?" Laughter ensued. Zhang Jing was perplexed by the humor of Americans. What was so amusing about a bottle of water? "It contains alcohol," Katie Lou Samuelson clarified for Zhang Jing. "It is Riesling, or perhaps vodka." Contrary to the situation in the Dragon Kingdom, Katie explained, Americans can carry firearms in public, but are prohibited from consuming alcohol on the streets. Encountering a stringent police officer can lead to complications. This peculiar regulation is quite well known. I presume you have heard of it? Zhang Jing nodded, having indeed heard of it, pondering whether the lawmaker had suffered from counterfeit liquor, thus enacting a form of retribution. Pre-prepared skewers, merely requiring gentle heating over charcoal, were ready for consumption. Each person received a bottle of Riesling, and amidst chatting, feasting on meat, and sipping drinks, the atmosphere remained relaxed. The party continued until 10 in the evening. Satisfied and sated, the 9 individuals returned together to the Happy Friends Hotel. "Can I inquire about your profession?" Katie Lou Samuelson, slightly inebriated, asked Zhang Jing on their way back to the hotel. "I raise horses." "Wow," Katie exclaimed, "that was my childhood dream, to become a racehorse nutritionist." Zhang Jing chuckled inwardly, speculating that Katie had indulged a bit too much, her thoughts quite whimsical. As anticipated, Katie Lou Samuelson followed Zhang Jing to the door of his room, overtly suggesting, "Let's have another drink and discuss horse breeding." Had it not been for Ding Jiaqing, Zhang would have welcomed Katie inside for an earnest and profound exchange. However, given that someone was likely monitoring via video, he politely declined, stating, "I have a girlfriend." Katie's expression turned serious as she took a step back, bidding him good night before departing. Just as he locked the door, his phone chimed. It was a video call from Ding Jiaqing. "Zhang, I'm so bored. What are you doing?" "I just got back from a party with some friends." "Have you been drinking?" Ding's tone was laced with concern. "I polished off around a pound of white wine." "Try to drink a little less," Ding remarked, looking adorable on the screen. "Your room seems nice. Can you show me around?" Zhang chuckled inwardly, fully aware of the situation, and used the camera to give her a tour of the room. Ding seemed pleased with the panoramic view and cautioned him to avoid drinks from strangers, emphasizing safety first. Zhang nodded, engaging in casual conversation. "Did anything interesting happen at school today?" "Nothing particularly new. Almost every week, someone confesses to me and Chu Xiaoqing." Although it was not a novel occurrence, Zhang felt a twinge of jealousy each time he heard it. "Oh, and one more thing," Ding added. "My mom is coming to visit in a couple of days. Should I prepare to host her?" Zhang felt a hint of anxiety. Ding teasingly asked, "Why do you need to host her?" Zhang chuckled. Ding's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You don't need to prepare anything. She doesn't know I visit you every weekend." Zhang was equally unprepared to meet Ding's mother and cautioned, "I will be in the Rockies tomorrow and the day after. The signal may be poor. If you can't reach me, don't worry." Ding understood that Zhang was on a quest for something, and despite her reluctance to sound overly concerned, she couldn't help but advise. "Zhang, please be careful. You never know who might be armed. Don't be overly competitive. Sometimes, patience leads to peace, and retreating can open new horizons." Her words were heartwarming, and Zhang naturally agreed. At dawn the next day, Zhang checked out of his room and drove to the small town where Johnson once lived. Nestled at the edge of the Rockies, it was a picturesque place, adorned with majestic mountains. Following the address he found online, Zhang drove slowly past Johnson's former residence, which had changed ownership and was now inhabited by a family of 4 or 5. Concerned about misunderstanding, he refrained from stopping. However, his peculiar behavior, coupled with the town's size, inevitably attracted the attention of the police. Amidst warnings, Zhang pulled his pickup over to the roadside, complying with the inquiry. He moved slowly, placing his hands on the steering wheel. 2 officers, both wearing sunglasses, approached him with stern voices, their fingers resting on their holsters, as if bracing for confrontation. Zhang complied, moving with exaggerated slowness, as if in slow motion. "What have I done wrong?" Zhang inquired. "Someone reported that your behavior was suspicious," the officer replied. Zhang chuckled. The officer commanded, "Present your driver's license and vehicle registration, but do so slowly. We have ample time." Zhang Jing complied, deliberately reducing his movements by 200%. After inspecting the driver's license, the officer inquired, "Is there a firearm in the vehicle?" "No," Zhang replied. "Step out and approach the front of the car. We intend to search it." Zhang slowly unfastened his seatbelt, gently pushed open the door, and, with hands raised high, exited the vehicle. He cautiously walked to the front, pressing his palms against the hood to ensure the officers had no opportunity to draw their weapons. It was then that he firmly stated, "I do not consent to a search." The 2 Caucasian officers, underestimating Zhang's legal knowledge, had anticipated compliance, but were taken aback by his refusal. "We understand your presence here," one officer remarked. "Every year, numerous individuals come in search of the fabled armored truck purportedly hidden by Johnson, which, in reality, does not exist. Am I free to go?" Zhang queried, having committed no offense. The officer returned his license, and they departed. Once back in his truck, Zhang started the engine and drove through the town, arriving at a parking lot. Behind him lay a footpath ascending the mountain, a scenic trail that Johnson had frequently traversed during his lifetime. Zhang resolved to take a stroll, seeking to immerse himself in Johnson's emotions during those days. Whether this endeavor would yield any insights was uncertain. Nonetheless, Zhang felt compelled to witness the landscapes Johnson had seen, tread the paths he had walked, savor the food he had eaten, and drink the beverages he had consumed. As for romantic pursuits, he dismissed the thought, realizing that the women Johnson had courted were likely in their 40s or 50s now. He organized his backpack, packing water, food, an umbrella, and his pet dog before setting off. The mountain trail was long, akin to the spine of an animal, ascending gradually. The initial stages were rather monotonous, but as he reached the midway point, a stunning vista unfolded before him. Behind the ridge lay a magnificent lake, shimmering like a jewel, reflecting the azure sky, white clouds, and towering mountains. One could only imagine Johnson's astonishment upon first encountering such beauty. With no established path ahead, the vegetation thinned as he climbed higher, the slope predominantly strewn with stones. Thus, despite the absence of a trail, progress was still possible, provided one avoided being struck or pierced by falling rocks or sharp stones. Zhang, possessing commendable stamina, continued his ascent, reaching the summit by noon. From this vantage point, the view of the lake was even more breathtaking. The lingering question remained: where had Johnson concealed the armored truck? What could have prevented its discovery for 17 years? Surely, it could not be hidden in the lake. As vehicles cannot traverse mountains, nor can money withstand immersion in water. After lingering at the peak for half an hour, he began his descent, returning to the parking lot by 4 in the afternoon. Unwilling to concede defeat, Zhang proceeded to the town's tavern, where online sources indicated Johnson had enjoyed frequenting for a drink. To his surprise, the blue-eyed young woman, Katie, was present, raising her glass and engaging in jovial conversation with the locals, exuding an atmosphere of camaraderie. A jovial, portly middle-aged man pointed at Zhang and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Another dreamer." The locals had grown accustomed to strangers, well aware that many were in pursuit of the armored truck. It was evident that Katie was also a treasure seeker. She recognized Zhang's intentions as well. "Greetings, horseman," Katie teased playfully. Zhang retorted, "Hello, Miss Tennis." Katie chuckled, "You must be utterly clueless, aren't you?" "Indeed." Zhang Jing readily acknowledged that otherwise he would not have sought solace in inebriation. In truth, his hopes were exceedingly dim, as Katie remarked, for if they were not, he would not have spent 17 years in vain pursuit. Zhang Jing understood the reasoning. It was precisely for this reason that everyone had the opportunity to claim the 18 million, or else the funds would have long been seized by the bank. The armored truck was far too substantial to simply vanish in a thin air, Zhang Jing quipped. It could not be submerged in a lake, as Katie noted, nor could it be hidden underground, including in the residences of the Johnsons or even throughout the entire town, all of which had been scoured by metal detectors. Zhang Jing pondered, concluding that if this possibility was ruled out, and that was also implausible, it was no wonder that it had remained unfound for 17 years. After resting for a night at a motel, Zhang Jing resolved to heed his teacher's advice the following day. If one did not know the sum of 100 plus 100, one could simply draw 100 lines, then another 100, and count them one by one. Applying this method to the armored truck incident, Zhang Jing decided to investigate every lake along Johnson's escape route, regardless of whether they were large lakes, small lakes, rivers, or ponds, irrespective of their plausibility. Upon returning to Everett, he expended $30,000 to procure a fishing boat and trailer, which could be easily towed by his pickup truck. Subsequently, Zhang Jing transformed into an avid angler, drifting upon lakes and rivers daily. Tirelessly, the days slipped by unnoticed. And as November approached its midpoint, the temperatures dropped steadily, reaching only 7 or 8 degrees during the day and 3 or 4 at night. As conditions grew increasingly harsh, Zhang Jing steeled his resolve. Perseverance would ultimately bear fruit, and at long last, he discovered the armored truck. This location was over 100 kilometers from the town where Johnson had lived and less than 40 kilometers from the border. A natural small lake, concealed behind foliage and situated on private land, remained untouched and uninhabited, allowing Zhang Jing access. Katie had previously mentioned that the police had thoroughly searched Johnson's hometown with metal detectors, seeking the armored truck, oblivious to the fact that it lay 100 kilometers away. Due to the shallow waters, from the fishing boat, the truck's roof was clearly visible, riddled with rust holes. There was no trace of elation. After 17 years submerged, could the money still be intact? Gently, he lowered a waterproof camera into the water, revealing the situation beneath the surface. Through the roof's openings, the camera penetrated the interior of the vehicle. Inside, it was utterly barren, devoid of any bank's metal cash boxes. Yet, there was no cause for despair. Although he had not found the money, this was a positive sign, indicating that Johnson had transferred the funds before submerging the truck. A new question arose. Where had the money been hidden? After such a lengthy search, Zhang Jing had ample time to contemplate. 18 million appeared substantial. Yet it amounted to merely 1,800 stacks, easily fitting into 3 or 4 suitcases. The target had shifted from a large entity to a smaller one, seemingly increasing the difficulty but, in fact, rendering it considerably easier. The armored truck could not soar. It had traversed the roads, prompting Zhang Jing to retrace the route. Employing the simplest of methods, he scoured the ground inch by inch along both sides of the road, for the bank's cash boxes were metallic. And whether buried underground or concealed within tree hollows, his keen instincts could be of service. As if destined by fate, after a circuitous journey. A span of 43 days later, Zhang Jing returned once more to the quaint town nestled at the foot of the mountains where Johnson had once resided. A pickup truck halted at the entrance of a small town, where a roadside cemetery lay, previously unnoticed by Zhang Jing, who gazed thoughtfully at the graves. As midnight approached, Zhang Jing transformed into a nocturnal wanderer, stealthily traversing among the tombstones, suppressing his fear while engaging in a heart-pounding yet exhilarating endeavor. "Boss, when will you return?" De Long, bedding down with his 4-year-old daughter De Lin in the stable, looked up at Zhang Jing, surprise evident in his expression. "I just arrived," Zhang Jing inquired with concern. "Is it cold sleeping here?" 3 hours prior, at 1 in the morning, Zhang Jing had finally acquired the money. To his astonishment, Johnson had concealed the funds within another's grave. The grave had been meticulously selected, an unmarked one, easily accessible without the need for excavation. Merely lifting the heavy stone slab sufficed. "It's not cold. The hay beneath is quite warm," De Long replied. Zhang Jing exhaled warm breath from his hands. "I feel both cold and frightened. It's terrifying to disturb someone's coffin at midnight, especially while carrying 18 million on foot. It's quite alarming." The night's temperature lingered around 3 or 4 degrees, compounded by 43 consecutive days of relentless searching. Earning money proved to be no easy feat. De Long donned a coat, moved towards the hot pot, added fresh firewood, placed the iron pot over the flame, and poured in water, intending to stew some beef for Zhang Jing to warm him up. Zhang Jing first glanced at his 3 prized horses before settling by the fire, feeling much warmer. "How's the stable faring lately?" he inquired. "Fei Lai and Jamie have constructed a greenhouse and planted some vegetables. After introducing wild bees, we now have honey as well. Miss Haifa has made rapid progress in her equestrian skills. Miss Ijeezy plans to enter General Land Can't Die in the spring racing events next year." Zhang Jing interrupted De Long. "Who is General?" "That 12-year-old black Hankwater horse. Miss Ijeezy claims it's worth 350,000 USD. Zhang Jing was momentarily speechless, undoubtedly. This name was chosen by Ding Jiaqing. Let it be General. The exorbitant value of General stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, its father had once claimed the Seattle Cup 1,600-meter championship. Secondly, it possessed a graceful physique, well-developed muscles, and an expansive stride. Perhaps it had other special traits, as it was a racehorse selected by the Golden Finger. "What else?" Zhang Jing asked. "Miss Ding's mother visited the winery and the stables." Zhang Jing nodded, feeling a persistent lack of security, worrying about potential troubles. "Has anyone caused any issues?" "No, such occurrences are quite rare," De Long reassured. "Compared to the eastern and southern states, the security in Seattle is relatively better, plus we have many firearms. No one dares to cause trouble." De Long's comfort was effective, and Zhang Jing felt considerably relieved. "Please protect those 3 horses for me. My future wealth depends on them." "I will," De Long replied. Zhang Jing placed a hand on De Long's shoulder, encouragingly saying, "De Lin will attend a good school. Leave this matter to me." De Long was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a generous promise from his boss, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. I will do my utmost." Zhang Jing glanced at the sleeping De Lin, a cherubic 4-year-old, whose little face was adorably plump. She looked quite pitiful without her mother nearby. As the meat gradually cooked during their conversation, the sky outside began to brighten. 16-year-old Haifa had arrived early to tend to the horses, greeting Zhang Jing with a cheerful, "Boss, long time no see." Haifa was truly a capable young lady, caring exceptionally well for the 3 horses. "It's been a while. I've heard your equestrian skills have improved remarkably." "Impressive," Zhang Jing praised. Haifa shyly replied, "It's all thanks to Miss Ijeezy's excellent teaching. Otherwise, I would still only know how to feed the horses." Zhang Jing complimented her further. "You all are quite remarkable." "Boss, your words can be misinterpreted," Haifa retorted, somewhat displeased. "I've been learning Mandarin recently, and there's a joke online that says, 'You all are quite remarkable,' which has another meaning implying you're all excellent in bed." Zhang Jing was taken aback and playfully tossed a chestnut shell at her, exclaiming, "If Ding Jiaqi hears that, will I still have a peaceful life?" Speaking of Ding Jiaqi, Zhang Jing inquired with concern, "Have Ding Jiaqi and Ijeezy had any altercations?" "No fighting," Haifa clarified, "but their relationship isn't very good, especially with Miss Chu. She really dislikes Ijeezy." Zhang Jing felt helpless regarding this matter. Historical grievances lingered, making resolution difficult. With no other pressing issues, the horse farm was operating smoothly, allowing Zhang Jing to relax, indulge in a hearty meal, find a cozy spot, and settle down for sleep. Treasure hunting often necessitated overnight stays in the wilderness. And over time, he grew uneasy sleeping in a bed, unsure if this discomfort stemmed from habit or a mild psychological ailment. He had never sought treatment for it. After an exhausting night, he slept soundly until 2 in the afternoon. Upon awakening, he found Ding Jieqi sitting beside a fireplace. Zhang Jing, still groggy, asked, "Where's your mother?" "Finally, you're awake," Ding Jieqi introduced. "She has been back for 5 days. My mom praises you for managing the horse farm well." But what?" Zhang Jing asked anxiously. "But there are too many beautiful girls." Zhang Jing was left speechless. Barbie, at 32, was not his type. Lucy's attire was excessively provocative. She wore yoga pants without a bra, leaving men feeling insecure, which also did not appeal to Zhang Jing. Haifa, at 16, stood at 1.60 meters and weighed only 40 kilograms, skinny and far from the conventional beauty. The so-called beautiful girl actually referred to Igz, a classic Western beauty with pleasant features, flowing blonde hair, a tall figure, and ample bosom, though she had a slight body odor, which she usually masked with perfume. Igz was a horse trainer, and Zhang Jing explained in a serious tone, "In time, when she realizes she cannot extract any value from me, she may choose to leave." Understanding Zhang Jing's predicament, Ding Jieqi shifted the topic, asking, "Have you found what you were looking for?" Zhang Jing nodded and led her to the pickup truck parked by the stable. Lifting the waterproof cover of the truck bed to reveal 4 metal cash boxes designated for bank use. "I've already checked. They're dry and intact." "How much?" "I haven't counted, but it's approximately 18 million. I thought that was merely a legend." "How did you manage that?" "By the most tedious method, inspecting one pond, lake, and riverbed at a time." Ding Jieqi, imagining Zhang Jing diving in the frigid weather, felt tears welling up at the thought of his hardships. In truth, Zhang Jing had never dived, not even once. He simply drove his pickup truck, towing a fishing boat, meandering along the lakeside or riverside. The prolonged duration was primarily due to the abundance of lakes and rivers, and he had not anticipated that the cash transport vehicle would be hidden so far away. No wonder it had eluded discovery for 17 years. From a different perspective, everyone assumed that Johnson had premeditated the concealment of the transport vehicle in a nearby, obscure location. The money required laundering before it could be utilized. Ding Jieqi inquired, "Do you have a solution?" "None," he replied. Ding Jieqi elaborated. "The most effective method is to take it out of the United States, deposit it in foreign banks, and then convert it into other currencies. This approach is the most direct and efficient." "Isn't it rather challenging to take it out?" Zhang Jing questioned skeptically. "Indeed, the second option involves hiring professional money launderers, who typically charge around 60%. 60%? Zhang Jing chuckled. "I might as well keep it as pocket money and use it little by little." "Dude, if you trust me, let me handle it. The loss will be about 20%, but you mustn't inquire about the process." "I trust you, but don't get yourself entangled." "It's not worth it," Zhang Jing cautioned, feeling a sense of concern from Ding Jieqi, who nodded earnestly. Ding Jieqi asserted that it would be quick, but Zhang Jing thought that even the fastest method would take at least a day. To his surprise, Ding Jieqi directly pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hello? Ms. Vaughn, I can offer you 14 million for your yacht. No need for thanks, but there is a prerequisite. It must be cash. No bank transfers. Otherwise, you'll have to wait for it to sell slowly." In just a few sentences, Ding Jieqi struck a deal. After hanging up, Zhang Jing curiously asked, "What is the situation?" "A once famous star is in dire need of cash to settle a mountain of gambling debts." "Where did you get that information?" Zhang Jing inquired, perplexed. "I previously rented her yacht, so I was aware that she was eager to sell. The cost of a $300,000 car, including insurance, requires at least $5,000 a year for maintenance, which is relatively economical. The maintenance cost for a $14 million yacht will undoubtedly be higher. And it also comes with a crew, making it more expensive to maintain than a small horse ranch." Zhang Jing worriedly asked, "Will there be any issues flipping it?" "No. It should be sellable within a year, likely for around 12 million, as legitimate income," Ding Jieqi continued. Ding Jieqi explained that Seattle is a tourist city, and the yacht could be rented online for daily rates ranging from $6,000 to $9,000. "Can it really be rented out?" Zhang Jing questioned. "There is considerable demand for business, dates, parties, and tourists. Currently, it's the off-peak season for travel, so it could be rented out for about 10 days a month, with better business at other times. It might indeed be a difference in consumer perspectives," Zhang Jing would never consider renting a yacht for $6,000 a day. And what about the $4 million? Zhang Jing asked. Ding Jiechi replied cheerfully, let us buy 3 luxury cars first, so you can alternate picking me up from school. To avoid having someone confess their feelings for me every week. This request was impossible to refuse, and Zhang Jing acquiesced. Once the arrangements were settled, Ding Jiechi departed with Barbie and Dylan, cash in hand, to purchase many items, as an assistant was deemed necessary. After bidding farewell to Ding Jiechi, the horse trainer, Ijizi, unexpectedly appeared, her smile radiant, and said, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? At the St. Fomar Ranch. There is a desire to repurchase Black Sugar, the name of general at the ranch. The golden finger indicated that it must be bought back, and Zhang Jing spent a staggering $350,000 USD to reclaim this precious gem. However, he refuses to sell, stating that discussing the price could harm their relationship. You have just returned and are unfamiliar with horses. Yet you seem to know the price? Aegis inquired uncertainly. Zhang Jing chuckled, exhibiting an air of confidence, asserting that he understands General's potential far better than she does. Although she is already 12 years old and not valued highly at present, he believes that her worth will exceed 1 million USD in the future. Aegis was taken aback. She had intended to suggest an additional 50,000 USD from the ranch for the buyback, but Zhang Jing's price soared to astronomical heights. Nonetheless, Aegis harbored doubts. Zhang Jing appeared not to be as uninformed about horses as he claimed. In fact, he was quite the expert in assessing horses. Not only had General shown remarkable improvement, but even the 9-year-old not dead yet, along with the less than a year-old colt, exhibited some unusual signs. The disparity in the proposed prices rendered the buyback impossible. Shifting the conversation to work, Aegis mentioned that General and not dead yet would participate in the Seattle Cup race next spring and that they required a male jockey. Do you have anyone to recommend? Zhang Jing, not being part of the circle, was unfamiliar with any jockeys, having only taken up the sport himself at the age of 16. I have someone in mind. If you trust me, he replied while placing a reassuring hand on Aegis's shoulder. Aegis cast a sidelong glance at a certain individual. Zhang Jing awkwardly withdrew his hand. Ding Jiechi acted swiftly, returning the next afternoon with 3 high-value vehicles. 2 Lamborghinis, 1 champagne-colored and 1 black, each valued at 490,000 USD. In conversion, they would sell for $2.76 million in the United States and $7.38 million in Longwa. The most powerful model can unleash a maximum of 700 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds. Quite impressive indeed. Zhang Jing was astonished that Ding Jiechi would purchase such extravagant vehicles. Having always perceived her to be of a more stable temperament, one who would not easily indulge in excess. Not only was her personality steady, but she also favored a low profile. Otherwise, she would not possess vintage watches and worn leather wallets. This was rather unexpected. The other vehicle was a more understated black Audi R8, priced at 149,000 USD. Its maximum power reached 570 horsepower, with an acceleration time of 3.7 seconds to 100 km/h and a top speed of 329 km/h. While the speed was exhilarating, it came with the caveat of not flipping the car, otherwise tears would surely flow. Brother Zhang, the cars I selected are quite excellent, aren't they? Ding Jiechi asked, her face slightly raised in anticipation. In truth, Zhang Jing preferred money, seeing it as digits in a bank account, but regrettably, it was illicit funds, lacking a clear origin, which compelled him to spend. Considering their value retention, purchasing these cars was a wise choice, and Zhang Jing praised her. Very impressive. Additionally, with $35 million in cash, I plan to invest in some silver. Ding Jiechi ventured tentatively. What do you think? Why silver? Given the current severe inflation and rising industrial demand, silver appreciates faster than gold. What could Zhang Jing say? Having a girlfriend who is financially savvy is indeed commendable. With no other matters to attend to in the afternoon, Ding Jiechi drove the Lamborghini, taking Zhang Jing to the Pike Place Market Yacht Dock. The yacht, priced at an astounding $14 million, lies anchored here. But one might mistakenly believe it to be the most splendid of all. In reality, it is merely average. Everyone enjoys yachting. And Ding Jiechi gestures towards the docks filled with boats of various sizes, some priced as low as 300,000 to 400,000, while others soar to 400 or 500 million. Notably, there is that one. Following Ding Jiechi's, a sleek, drop-shaped yacht is moored not far away, approximately 100 meters in length, appearing remarkably impressive. In contrast, The yacht Zhang Jing purchased is a modest white, 35 meters long, with a weathered exterior and significant rust in many areas. It neither exudes luxury nor distinction, merely blending in among the multitude of vessels, lacking any notable flair. Zhang Jing feels it is hardly worth the 14 million and experiences a tinge of regret. However, it soon becomes evident that Zhang Jing's apprehensions were unfounded. At that moment, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupts Ding Jiaqing, the caller having obtained her contact information from the previous owner. They express a willingness to offer 13 million for the dilapidated vessel before them. Ding Jiaqing is taken aback. The yacht had only arrived in her possession that very morning. Should she sell? She covers the phone and inquires of Zhang Jing. A reduction from 14 million to 13 million appears to be a significant loss, but in truth, it transforms a deficit into a substantial profit. So, with Zhang Jing's affirmation, Ding Jiaqing turns back to the phone, asking whether payment can be made in Hong Kong dollars. Hong Kong, as a global financial hub, facilitates currency exchange with ease, ensuring a swift and efficient process, notably minimizing tax liabilities. Accepting U.S. dollars directly into an account would result in an exorbitant tax come the following April. Yes, the caller assures her, suggesting a meeting with a lawyer to finalize the agreement. After a few brief exchanges, the call ends, and a radiant smile spreads across Ding Jiaqing's face. Zhang Jing gives her a thumbs up. Withdrawing funds from a Hong Kong bank could save over 20% in taxes while remaining entirely legal. Because the yacht is not registered in the United States, taxes cannot be imposed on Zhang Jing. As for the minimal fees associated with the change of registration, both Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing are indifferent. Let us celebrate. I shall treat you to dinner. Zhang Jing invites Ding Jiaqing. Sounds great. Where to? She replies, her excitement palpable. The top of the Space Needle. Really? Ding Jiaqing questions. Skepticism evident. Absolutely. When did you make the reservation? The day before yesterday afternoon. Ding Jiaqing hesitates for a few seconds, then, standing on her toes, pecks Zhang Jing lightly on the cheek before transforming into a bashful little swan. They enjoy a fine dining experience, savoring French cuisine from 6 in the evening until 9. With dishes arriving gradually, the focus primarily on their conversation. Upon leaving the restaurant, they stand together in a sparsely populated square, reluctant to part ways. Ding Jiaqing's fair skin, naturally pink, takes on a rosy hue from the wine, rendering her even more beautiful. Zhang Jing's heart races uncontrollably, and mustering his courage, he softly suggests, "Shall we go to a hotel?" Ding Jiaqing, resembling a startled rabbit, shakes her head decisively. "No, brother Zhang, that's not appropriate. It's a bit chilly." Zhang Jing concedes without pressing further. The following days pass quietly until the champion racetrack delivers 4 tons of silver. The vineyard is vast and sparsely populated, while the racetrack is always bustling, so the silver is stored in the stable. Purchasing 4 tons of tangible silver for 2.72 million meters is the remarkable investment strategy of Ding Jiaqing, which astounds Zhang Jing, who initially presumed it to be mere paper silver. Little did he know that she was engaging in something far more substantial. Bars of silver, the size of bricks, were delivered to the stable, awaiting the opportune moment for sale to launder illicit funds. As she surveyed the diminutive silver mountain formed from the stacked ingots, Lucy warned Zhang Jing. Believing he was testing human integrity, "Boss, the most fragile thing is the human heart. Do not play with fire. It would be wiser to secure them in a safe." Gently caressing the silver, akin to touching smooth, tender skin, Zhang Jing received a special prompt from his golden finger. "Would you like to consume 2 tons of high-purity silver to refine 1 cubic meter of secret silver space?" "Yes, no. You may leave for now," he instructed Lucy, wishing to be alone for a moment. As she bowed her head and exited, Zhang Jing placed his hand upon the mound of silver. "Would you like to consume 2 tons of high-purity silver to refine 1 cubic meter of secret silver space?" Yes, no. Even a blind person would know how to answer. He immediately selected yes. It was as if by magic, the silver bars transformed into a silky, silver fabric, morphing into a cubic meter of space that gradually faded until it vanished. Though it disappeared, Zhang Jing could still sense its tangible presence. As if it were right beside him, he bent down to grasp a handful of hay, which in the next moment vanished without a trace, seamlessly transferred into the secret silver space. With 2 tons of silver remaining, when Zhang Jing contemplated expanding the secret silver space to 2 cubic meters, his golden finger indicated that 4 tons of silver would be required. This exaggerated increase left him in disbelief, but upon reflection, considering the practicality of the secret silver space, the higher cost seemed justifiable. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhang Jing trembled as he dialed Ding Jikiki, disregarding whether she was in class. Ding Jikiki, surprised by his call, knowing he rarely contacted her during lectures, assumed it must be urgent and discreetly left the classroom to answer. Selling the yacht for 13 million meters. All converted into tangible silver, Zhang Jing explained. Brother Zhang, this money can be utilized directly, Ding Jikiki reminded him. Good, convert it all into silver. Concerned that Ding Jikiki might struggle alone, Zhang Jing enlisted Barbie and Dilong to assist her in purchasing silver while he remained at the vineyard. Collecting new treasure hunting leads in his study. Money flowed like water. New revenue streams were essential. Having spent 13 million on silver, he still had 3 million meters in his account. Maintaining a vineyard and a horse farm was sufficient, but if he desired to purchase a fine horse, a splendid boat, or pursue a certain star, he could only watch from the sidelines. Not to mention, upgrading the treasure hunting system also necessitated the completion of treasure hunting tasks. Unvaluable treasure leads were promptly dismissed, and after attempting over 10 hints, he finally unearthed a lead that appeared to promise a valuable treasure. Upon opening the recorded treasure hunting clues, Su Huang remarked in 1855, "It is the most exquisite statue I have ever encountered. I cannot fathom how the ancients managed to carve such a flawless female form from stone. Just a glimpse, and I was entranced. I fell in love with it. To my descendants, I apologize, for the passage of time has dulled my memories. I only recall that it sank along with the slave ship July in a certain maritime area southeast of Florida. Specific details have eluded me due to the urgency of the situation back then. Yet, it is truly perfect, unparalleled, and ethereal. If possible, please ensure it is found." After reading this account, Zhang Jing was incredulous. How could a man fall in love with a statue? It must have been extraordinarily beautiful. Regardless of its beauty, it certainly sounded valuable. Su Huang's former partner was Zhang Luo, and the lineage remained Su until 5 years prior when Li's grandson, Su Jiao, passed away. In 1855, the Civil War had not yet erupted in the United States, where the South was engaged in slave plantations while the North focused on industry. Su Huang lived during the era of slavery, just before its conclusion, making the mention of the July slave ship a crucial clue. Further analysis of a certain maritime area southeast of Florida also serves as a clue, delineating a region, which is certainly preferable to searching in a vast ocean. The seemingly trivial statement, "Due to the urgency of the situation, I cannot recall," holds significant weight, as it likely indicates a fierce naval confrontation against the slave ship. Before 1855, the United States had already enacted the Slave Trade Act in 1806. This legislation allowed slaveholders to retain their existing slaves as property impervious to infringement, but prohibited the slave trade, forbidding the purchase and sale of new slaves. Prior to the act, a slave could be acquired from Africa for 20 gold coins and sold on the southern shores of the United States for an average of 100 gold coins. After the act, the price of a slave skyrocketed to 450 gold coins each. How remarkable are the profits, doubling, or even multiplying by dozens. Some irate slave traders, like madmen, would rather engage in cannon fire with the Navy than miss the opportunity to sell slaves to plantation owners. Su Huang's description of the urgent situation likely alludes to a fierce clash between the Navy and audacious slave traders. This is promising, as such a modern conflict would surely yield some documentation. With this thought, Zhang Jing's anticipation was palpable. Suddenly, his phone chimed, dousing his excitement. Expecting it to be Ding Jiechi, he was surprised to find it was Katie Lou Samuelson, a striking 21-year-old with a height of 182 meters, a well-proportioned physique, striking features, and captivating blue eyes. "What are you busy with?" Katie inquired with a casual tone. "Nothing much," he replied. "You seem in good spirits?" "I just experienced something rather exhilarating." "Huh?" she scoffed. "I've seen what you men have at 15. Such juvenile antics are rather childish." Zhang Jing, disinterested in elaborating. Cut to the chase. "What's the matter? You're new, and so am I. Let us team up and head to Alaska, returning before Christmas. Shall we go drink in the Arctic wind?" Zhang Jing has a habit of retorting. Christmas is fast approaching, and Seattle's daytime temperatures hover around 6 to 7 degrees, plummeting close to freezing at night, a biting chill indeed. Alaska, being near the Arctic, is bound to be even colder, Katie mysteriously stated. "Someone told me that there is gold flowing from the mountains somewhere in the tributaries of the Yukon River. If we go now, we can return before Christmas." "Do you really believe such nonsense?" "He is my grandfather. Why not wait until next summer?" Zhang Jing had many questions. "In summer, one is likely to encounter other treasure seekers, and if I encounter them in the wild, Not only would I be robbed, but I could also be killed. Zhang Jing reminded Katie, I am armed as well. You dearly love your girlfriend. Huh. It turns out this invitation stems from that night when you rejected her after the beach barbecue. Zhang Jing stated emphatically, no, I will not go. Don't you want to pay off your credit card? Katie lured over the phone. No. Don't you wish to buy a ring for your girlfriend? No. Don't you want to earn a lot of money? No. Katie, infuriated, exploded. Are you even a man? Zhang Jing almost retorted otherwise, but ended the topic with, I will not go unless you call me Dad. Dad? Without a moment's hesitation, Katie exclaimed. Zhang Jing. This is awkward. It reminded him of a joke where a mayor invited a certain group to develop real estate. The group, reluctant to go, presented an unacceptably outrageous reason. Your city's government location is quite nice. To their surprise, the mayor replied, okay, I'll move. You come. Zhang Jing felt similarly dumbfounded now. After a long moment of calm reflection, he truly did not intend to go. Running off to Alaska seemed utterly foolish. Unless one possesses exceptional wilderness survival skills, Zhang Jing, although he had spent 2 years treasure hunting in the wilds of the western frontier, would not boast of his outdoor survival prowess. How much do you owe? Zhang Jing inquired over the phone. Over 70,000. What have you done? 70,000 is no small amount. It's hard to comprehend how a girl could accumulate such debt. After 2 consecutive failed treasure hunts and the loss of a small boat, if quick money isn't forthcoming, she'd have to resort to selling her body, or worse, her organs. Miss Katie, where are you now? Everett. Everett is situated 40 kilometers north of Seattle, while Whitefish is 50 kilometers east of the city, not too far. I'll hire you. Zhang Jing proposed, with a weekly salary of 600. Next summer, I will accompany you to search for gold. Huh, Katie replied, unimpressed, a weekly salary of 600. Minus rent, barely covers meals, it's not enough even for utilities. Accommodation and utilities will be covered. There was a silence on the phone for a good 7 or 8 seconds before Katie finally blurted out, address. It wasn't far, and the next morning, Katie arrived at the Champion horse racing grounds. Observing the horses, Haifa and the resilient one training at the racetrack, Katie exclaimed in surprise, you own the racetrack? Barely. Zhang Jing replied, there are only 3 horses. That is still quite impressive. Horse racing is not cheap, Katie marveled. Calm your heart, Zhang Jing advised Katie. Focus on your work here. One day, you will surely rise again. Do what? Katie replied, didn't you want to discuss feeding the horses with me? Zhang Jing gestured towards Haifa, who was mounted on a horse. She was originally an equine nutritionist, but her duties as a rider kept her quite busy. You can learn horse feeding from her. Katie had little fondness for the task, yet found herself with no alternative and nodded in acquiescence. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air from the direction of the stable. Ruth bolted out in panic, shouting, Boss, the silver is missing. It was evident that Ruth was genuinely frightened. Losing half of the 4 tons was no trivial matter. Who could possibly steal it overnight? Remain calm, Zhang Jing explained. I took half. Took half? Ruth instinctively reminded him. That amounts to 2 tons. It has not been lost, Zhang Jing reiterated firmly. All right, Ruth exhaled, patting her chest. That is for the best. I've been keeping the gun on me since yesterday. It's terrifying. Ruth cautioned Zhang Jing. Wealth can entice the greedy. Not only do those working at the stable know about the 2 tons of silver, but also the sellers and delivery men. Once the 13 million in silver is returned, would the Champion horse farm become a tempting target for many bandits and rogues? We mustn't harbor ill intentions, but we must also be vigilant. Zhang Jing resolved to acquire automatic weapons capable of sweeping fire. Although illegal, if concealed within a secret space, the police would be powerless against him. Imagine encountering a thug and suddenly brandishing an AK-47. The spectacle would be quite dramatic. Leaving Katie in Ruth's care, Zhang Jing drove the second-hand pickup truck he had purchased for the horse farm and returned to the town-esque gun shop. Upon seeing him, the plump lady behind the counter, engrossed in her phone, broke into a genuine smile. Buying a gun? Zhang Jing wiped his nose and feigned nonchalance. The rifle I bought last time had quality issues. It can't fire continuously and lacks range. The lady, sharp as a tack, retorted, looking for an automatic rifle? Zhang Jing nodded affirmatively. With a flourish, the lady produced a weapon wrapped in oilcloth from under the counter. A brand new, original Soviet AK-47. Excellent shooting accuracy and reliable action. Impressed by her prowess, Zhang Jing inquired about the price. 2,900 for 1, 2,008 for 2, 2,007 for 3. If you buy 10, it's only 1,009 each. The lady rattled off the prices like a well-rehearsed mantra, adding, With Christmas approaching, the shop is offering a family ammunition package, 14,000 rounds for just 4,000 yuan. Quite a bargain, isn't it? Oh, and I also deliver. Money in, money out, Zhang Jing mused, recognizing the lady's exceptional business acumen. If you didn't make a purchase, it would be a disservice to her enthusiastic sales pitch. I'll take 10 automatic rifles and 2 family ammunition packages. That'll be 27,000 yuan, right? No, let us make it 30,000 yuan for 3 family packages. Send me another 20 magazines, Zhang Jing requested. The elderly woman did not refuse, extending her hand forward. Zhang Jing grasped her hand firmly. Let me make one thing clear. She cautioned, automatic weapons are illegal. Should anything go awry, do not claim it was I who sold them to you. The transaction must be in cash. Understood. Could you please deliver them to the racetrack? I fear being stopped by the police on the way. The woman readily agreed. For the remainder of the day, Zhang Jing practiced shooting behind the stable, mentored by Jamie, an African-American farmer. Jamie Fox had served 4 years in the military as a non-combat soldier before transitioning to farm work, where he remained ever since. Although not a frontline soldier, he was more than capable of handling firearms and adequately instructing Zhang Jing. In Silver, Tacoma, within a 2-story apartment, 8 individuals conspired to rob the champion racetrack. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed with a shiny bald head and gold-rimmed glasses, pointed to a map as he elaborated. In Whitefish Town, the champion racetrack has recently acquired a substantial amount of physical silver. To my knowledge, there are already $72 million worth of silver stored in the stables, with an additional $13 million arriving in the next couple of days. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be a group of downtrodden individuals. Yet they were all adorned in the attire of successful professionals, sporting luxury watches and exuding an air of respectability. Why not rob them on the road? An African-American man inquired. The racetrack is in a secluded location. It should be easier that way, because the sellers deliver right to their doorstep. We cannot afford to cross a precious metals company, but the champion racetrack is an outsider, definitely Asian. At this, the group eagerly rubbed their hands together, viewing the racetrack as a lamb ready for slaughter. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, he was the object of their scheming. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the champion racetrack received a second shipment of silver, valued at $13 million and weighing 19 tons. The owner had developed a penchant for purchasing silver, leaving the employees, including Ding Jiaqing, perplexed. Asset allocation typically involves diverse investments. No one is reckless enough to hoard silver, not even Zhang Jing. But he sought to expand his secret silver space. Observing the 2 cubic meters of silver piled within the stable, Ding Jiaqing sighed. Zhang, you seem rather foolish. I can't believe I'm assisting you. We are both quite dim-witted. It's no wonder we make a pair. Zhang Jing chuckled, following their last dinner together. Although they did not go to a hotel, they solidified their romantic relationship, planting a kiss on his girlfriend's forehead. It's been a long day. Let me take you back to school. No need, I'll return with Xiaoqing. Chu Xiaoqing, stunned by the mountain of silver, struggled to comprehend who would obsessively hoard silver. She had heard of iron, but silver was an entirely new concept. Jiaqing, please look into the status of the July slave ship when you return to school. The more detailed, the better. Ding Jiaqing instantly understood that the slave ship was Zhang Jing's next target, nodding her head as she left alongside Chu Xiaoqing. With no one else around, Zhang Jing placed his palm upon the silver mountain. Would you like to consume 4 tons of high-purity silver to upgrade the secret silver space to 2 by 2 by 2 meters? Yes, no. He selected yes without hesitation. The 4 tons of silver transformed into a flowing stream, dissipating in an instant. The secret silver space, initially measuring 1 by 1 by 1 meters, visibly expanded rapidly to 2 by 2 by 2 meters. Such exhilarating sensations. Zhang Jing once again placed his hand upon the remaining silver, prompting the system to send a notification. Would you like to consume 8 tons of high-purity silver to upgrade the silver space to 3 by 3 by 3 meters? Yes, no. It was evident that the consumption of silver escalated exponentially. 2 tons for the first upgrade, 4 tons for the second, and 8 tons for the third. Choosing yes once more, the secret silver space increased to 3 by 3 by 3 meters. With 19 tons of silver provided and an initial balance of 2 tons, totaling 21 tons, he utilized 12 tons. However, when Zhang Jing intended to use it again, the remaining 9 tons yielded no response. Clearly, only by gathering a total of 16 tons could the silver space be expanded to 4 by 4 by 4 meters. To achieve a 5 by 5 by 5 meter space would require 32 tons of silver. Astonished, Zhang Jing marveled at the absurdity of such exponential growth. Considering the exceptional practicality of the secret silver space, it seemed almost a bargain. At the stable's entrance, Zhang Jing encountered Katie, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking yet hesitated. "Have you been waiting for me?" Zhang Jing inquired, pausing in his steps. "Boss, I do not wish to tend to the horses. Could you sponsor me in tennis?" Katie Lou Samuelson earnestly explained, "I have achieved commendable results and possess considerable talent. I assumed that treasure hunting was merely a fade for your true profession in tennis." Curiously, Zhang Jing asked, "Treasure hunting is a necessity, whereas tennis is my destiny. If someone sponsors me and allows me to focus on training, I am certain I can achieve remarkable results. How much do you think I would need, including my debts? 2 years of training, coaching fees, and rental of training facilities, approximately $350,000 to $450,000 US dollars," she replied. Taken aback, Zhang Jing responded, "Miss Katie, we have just met. Do you believe that is reasonable?" "I understand this is sudden," Katie earnestly justified. "Tennis has a golden age. At 21. If I train for 2 years and compete, achieving good results could lead to endorsements that would certainly yield profit for you." Zhang Jing confronted the harsh reality, stating, "The prerequisite is good results, which are statistically improbable. You understand this better than I do. The world is vast, filled with geniuses. It is highly likely that hundreds of thousands could be wasted. I possess considerable talent for the game," Katie insisted. Zhang Jing, with a hint of mockery, retorted, "Then why has no one invested in you?" "Because they are fools," she replied. Zhang Jing shook his head, utterly disinterested, and prepared to depart. "Your girlfriend is truly pathetic," Katie boldly exclaimed, addressing Zhang Jing's retreating figure. "No height, no curves. Don't you want to experience what it feels like to be with a future Grand Slam champion?" Zhang Jing turned, taking 2 steps back towards Katie, and delivered a sharp slap across her face. As she covered her cheek, unfazed, she met his gaze defiantly, sneering, "You are the most pathetic man I have ever encountered, cowardly and spineless. Surely you are not still a virgin?" Zhang Jing nearly dragged her into the stable, urging her to calm down, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. In a struggling economy, there were plenty of women on the streets, if Zhang Jing desired. He could easily find 100 Katies. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jing remarked, "Your provocation is effective. I shall sponsor you with a 15-year contract, where you shall receive 1/10 of the earnings, while I take 9/10. If you prove to be worthless, if you are but a facade of failure, should you falter." His voice turned ominous, "I shall sell you to Mexico, where you will engage in peculiar services for the rest of your days until age renders you unappealing." Katie's heart trembled as she resolved, "I will train diligently, not to disappoint your expectations." Midnight arrived, and Zhang Jing was deep in slumber when the phone rang. "Madam Susan, I presume you do not wish to sell me weapons in the dead of night?" he inquired, his voice weary and weak. "Indeed. If you find yourself in need of ammunition, do remember to contact me," the older woman replied casually. 2 box trucks have just passed through town, heading northeast. I have heard you possess a considerable amount of silver." A moment's realization struck Zhang Jing, and within seconds, he sprang from his bed, tossing aside the covers. As he dressed, he dialed Barbie, Dylan, and Fei Lai. They were situated in the 6-unit dormitory at the entrance of the stables, while Zhang Jing made do with a makeshift bed in the barn. The distance from the town to the stables was a mere 7 kilometers, not on asphalt, but on a gravel road, making it a 10-minute drive. Though seemingly brief, it was far preferable to being caught off guard. "Thank you, dear lady. Your generosity is greatly appreciated." Commanding the clever little dog, Xiao Huang, to guard the 3 racehorses, Zhang Jing drove his pickup through the racing grounds to the dormitory's backyard, where he met with Barbie, Jamie, Fei Lai, Dylan, Haifa, and Katie. Dylan cradled his sleeping daughter, Dylan, while Barbie held her son. The winemaker Cindy was absent, as was the veterinarian Ruth, and the horse trainer Agnes. Also missing were Ding Jiaqi and Chu Xiaoqing. This was satisfactory, aside from Haifa and the 2 children. The remaining individuals were all capable of handling firearms. "Someone seeks to steal my silver. 2 trucks, though I know not how many accomplices," Zhang Jing queried the group. "Should we fight, hide, or alert the authorities?" "Why hide?" Katie countered, glancing at Zhang Jing. "Why involve the police?" Barbie echoed her sentiment. Dylan added, "Some matters cannot be evaded. Let it be known that the Rose Red Winery and Champion Stables are not to be trifled with. Should anyone harbor ill intentions in the future, they will think twice. Then we shall fight." Zhang Jing surveyed the group. "I possess 3 automatic rifles. Who among you is skilled in marksmanship?" "I am." Katie raised her hand confidently, declaring, I excel at tennis and am not lacking in shooting proficiency. And I, the African farmer Jamie, raised his hand as well. To everyone's surprise, Dylan was the third to volunteer, his distinguishing feature being a slight limp in his left leg. Noticing the group's confusion, Dylan explained, I practiced clay pigeon shooting as a hobby in the past. Under the moonlight. Zhang Jing pretended to retrieve 3 automatic rifles and 6 magazines from the truck bed, distributing them to Jamie, Dylan, and Katie. Zhang Jing, Fei Lai, and Barbie armed themselves with handguns. 16-year-old jockey and nutritionist Haifa took charge of the 4-year-old Dylan and Barbie's 3-year-old son. Zhang Jing instructed, head to the northernmost part of the stables. It is safe there. Haifa nodded, cradling 2 children as she departed. Boss, am I in command without issues? Jamie inquired, glancing at Zhang Jing. Go ahead, Zhang Jing replied. In his youth, Jamie had served in the military, not as a frontline soldier, but rather as an aide to the commanding officer, meticulously assisting in the design of operational plans. They were driving a truck, undoubtedly headed for the silver. And it seemed the criminals were well aware of the situation at the championship racetrack, Jamie elucidated. They are likely to enter through the abandoned east gate, which is quieter and closer to the stables. What is your plan? Dylan asked candidly. The owner's house is well fortified. We can ambush them there. It sounded straightforward. Yet simplicity often signifies efficiency. Splitting up at night is perilous. We must not underestimate our adversaries, Jamie analyzed. Zhang Jing concurred. 7 individuals hastily drove a pickup truck to the stone-structured main house of the racetrack. The pickup was concealed behind the building, where the 7 ascended to the 2nd floor, waiting patiently while observing the eastern side of the house. 3 minutes later, the east gate, which had been locked for years, was quietly opened from the outside. 6 masked figures, clad in gloves and wielding a pair of steel pliers, effortlessly severed the iron lock. They swung the gate wide open, striding into the racetrack with brazen confidence. Generally, petty thieves exhibit trepidation, glancing around nervously, embodying the essence of guilt. However, these individuals entered with an air of nonchalance, as if they were strolling through their own home. Following them were 2 box trucks that rolled in and came to a halt at the entrance. It was evident that the 6 individuals at the forefront constituted the main force, tasked with clearing obstacles for the cargo vehicles. The distance from the east gate to the owner's house was relatively short, less than 50 meters, allowing the 6 to spread out every 5 or 6 meters under the moonlight as they approached the main house. Zhang Jing understood that these individuals were undoubtedly professionals. Had they been ordinary foolish thieves, they would have rushed in masse. The external group was relatively dispersed, maintaining a significant distance from one another. Regardless, they could not be allowed to succeed. In the stillness of the night, gunfire erupted suddenly. Zhang Jing, Barbie, and Fei Lai utilized handguns for general aiming, while Jamie, Dylan, and Katie focused on precise shooting. The lead assailant fell instantaneously, prompting the others to retreat into the night. A crucial factor was that the distance from the east gate to the main house was merely 50 meters, perfectly within the optimal range of an AK-47. After all, how could a person outrun a bullet? Furthermore, Dylan was a master marksman. Under close quarters, aided by the cold moonlight, none of the 6 escaped within 10 seconds. They all lay motionless on the ground. The 2 box trucks attempted to flee, with the drivers rushing out at the first sound of gunfire. Wasn't he that a deserted building? A middle-aged African-American criminal shouted into the walkie-talkie, bewildered. Why is there a group of people lying in wait inside? It turned out that prior to entering the racetrack, the criminals had gathered intelligence from the silver transport driver, who had informed them that the owner's house was an abandoned structure. They never anticipated that a group would be lying in ambush there in the dead of night. Let us retreat for now, came the voice over the walkie-talkie from another truck. The owner's house had been perfect for their plan, save for the legality of the automatic rifles. Yet, without such firearms, it would have been challenging to swiftly incapacitate the 6 criminals, akin to mowing down grass, all taken down within mere seconds. Zhang Jing was even certain that the handgun did not graze the assailants. It was solely the work of the automatic rifles. After pondering for a few seconds, he dialed the lawyer Shen Mingming's number. Armed intruders entered the racetrack, resulting in 6 fatalities, all gunned down by 3 automatic rifles. Is there any trouble? Zhang inquired. In the frigid weather, Shen Mingming, still groggy from sleep, took a moment to respond. Where did the automatic rifles come from? I found them on the road, Zhang replied. Who fired the shots? My 3 employees. Then that's fine. Call the police and an ambulance. There is nothing else you need to do. Should one person take the blame for the 3 automatic rifles? No need, Shen Mingming advised over the phone. The police and judges are not fools. Such actions would only complicate matters. Is everything all right? Zhang asked, feeling uneasy. Will I go to jail? The intruders broke into the racetrack at night. You and your employees possess the right to self-defense without limits. Your employees won't even be summoned by the police. As for possessing automatic weapons, that's another matter. As long as you have money, you won't face imprisonment. Zhang's spirits lifted. He had anticipated more complications. He and realized these were two separate cases. In other words, Dylan, Jamie, and Katie had killed the intruders with automatic weapons, and it bore no consequences. It didn't matter if they had used cannons or missiles to eliminate the intruders. However, in the other case, Zhang would have to explain the origin of the automatic rifles. Sleep eluded him in the latter half of the night. The racetrack was swarming with police cars and ambulances. Mr. Zhang approached the tall, lean officer Joe Taylor. Were there any injuries at the racetrack? No. Fortunately, Zhang lamented, I was nearly faced with a severe loss. These individuals appear to be highly organized, Joe Taylor cautioned. Be wary of retaliation. Thank you for the warning. No offense intended, Joe Taylor shrugged. The town hasn't seen such excitement in a long while. Zhang chuckled. At that moment, Katie approached with an anxious expression from the direction of the stables. She pulled Zhang aside, alarmed, and whispered, Boss, there's significantly less silver. It's not even half of what it was during the day. Indeed. Katie pressed. There was clearly a lot during the day. Indeed. Zhang reiterated. All right, I'll take your word for it. Zhang praised her. You performed remarkably tonight. You protected the racetrack. It was a bit chilly in the evening, and Katie sniffled, making a double entendre. I will always be remarkable. At dawn, Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing arrived at the racetrack. They exchanged a deep embrace, and Ding Jiechi repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Zhang. I didn't realize the risk of having so much silver piled together. It's not that much, only 9 tons. 9 tons? Ding Jiechi exclaimed in disbelief. ISN T2 plus 19 equal to 21 tons? Correct, Zhang affirmed. I've used the rest. Regardless, I'm just glad you're okay. Ding Jiechi hugged Zhang once more. On my way here, I conducted some online research, discovering that Whitefish Township comprises a sheriff, a clerk, and only 5 police officers. Chu Xiaoqing, standing nearby with her arms crossed, pointed out that with ample wealth, why not relocate to a safer area closer to Seattle? Ding Jiechi felt a pang of desire. However, Zhang Jing shook his head. His sole focus now was on amassing wealth to upgrade the mithril warehouse. During the conversation, the veterinarian, Lucy, clad in revealing attire despite the frigid weather, approached in her used white Chevrolet sedan. She was earning credits at school and only came to the ranch on Fridays, Saturdays, and weekends. Following an unexpected incident at the ranch last night, she hurried over. Boss, is anyone injured? Lucy inquired with concern. No, Zhang Jing assured the ranch vet, but it's cold. Next time, wear something warmer. Lucy instinctively zipped up her jacket. Ding Jiechi linked her arm with Zhang Jing's as they strolled into the ranch, chatting as they walked. She shared findings from Chu Xiaoqing's library research. The slave ship from July, sunk on June 23, 1855, by the Navy in the Florida Strait. The strait, located between the Florida Peninsula, Cuba, and the Bahamas, connects the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean, stretching 480 kilometers in length, 80 to 240 kilometers in width, and with depths of 500 to 800 meters. The data indicated it was merely an ordinary slave ship, devoid of valuable items, and had neither been sought after nor salvaged. Sounds a bit troublesome, doesn't it? Ding Jiechi mused. Indeed, if you wish to salvage anything, you would need to rent a professional salvage vessel equipped with deep-sea sonar systems and salvage robots, manned by a specialized crew, costing around 200,000 yuan per day. Zhang Jing halted in his tracks, astonished. He had previously considered a yacht rental of several thousand yuan per day exorbitant, viewing those who rented yachts as foolish. To his surprise, a professional salvage vessel commanded a staggering daily fee of 200,000. Was it a matter of perspective? Perhaps. As Zhang Jing had once hesitated to spend more than 50 yuan per day on a hostel. Is there an exact location for the sunken ship? Zhang Jing pondered. His thoughts were simple. If there were coordinates, they could rent a boat, navigate directly to the site, retrieve the items, and depart. No, Ding Jiechi replied, shaking her head. Over a century has passed, and many slave ships have traversed that area, resulting in numerous shipwrecks. It's highly unlikely to pinpoint it. Feeling overwhelmed, Zhang Jing realized the challenges were more daunting than he had imagined. Brother Zhang, what are you searching for? Ding Jiechi suggested. If the value is below 8 million yuan, it wouldn't be worth it. The likelihood of incurring losses is high. A statue, Zhang Jing explained, rumored to reveal a woman's form through delicate veils, incredibly exquisite. A female statue? Ding Jieqi paused, contemplating, and asked, does it have wings? This question left Zhang Jing momentarily speechless. Why would it have wings? A ubiquitous cupid? Or perhaps a cherubic fountain? The prompt did not mention wings, and Zhang Jing shook his head. To one's surprise, Ding Jieqi remarked that if that were the case, it was highly likely to be worthless. In the mid-19th century, numerous stone sculptures from Europe were shipped to the newly established United States. For instance, in the 1850s, the renowned Italian sculptor Giovanni Strazza crafted a magnificent statue of the Veiled Virgin Mary from marble. Its pristine whiteness and exquisite detail not only captured the delicacy of the veil but also conveyed the gentleness of the breeze. The craftsmanship was so extraordinary that it left one in sheer disbelief, yet it was still not valued at $8 million. After a brief pause, Ding Jieqi continued, mentioning the marble sculpture of the Sisters of Charity created by Raphael Monti in 1847. Ding described it with exaggerated fervor. Can you envision three youthful maidens, crowned with flowers, their heads slightly bowed, draped in gossamer, dancing gracefully in the soft wind? They were nearly flawless, captivating at first glance. In summary, Ding Jieqi concluded, during that era, sculptors, whether famed or obscure, favored depicting women adorned in veils, resulting in a plethora of similar works. Upon hearing Ding's assertions, Zhang Jing became uncertain. After all, it was merely a fragmentary clue in the treasure hunt, and at that time, Su Huang had only glanced at it, utterly entranced and unable to scrutinize it closely. The greater likelihood was that it was simply an inconsequential piece by an unknown sculptor, purchased by a plantation owner for ostentation. If that's worthless, then what female statue holds value? Zhang Jing challenged Ding Jieqi. The goddess of war, Ding replied without hesitation, asserting that all the styles of statues I mentioned earlier were imitations of the goddess of war. Zhang Jing's heart raced. Where was it? Had it vanished? No. It resides in the Louvre Museum. Ding Jieqi's words pierced Zhang Jing's heart like a sharp knife, leaving him feeling cold. After careful consideration, Zhang Jing resolved to temporarily abandon the pursuit. The cost of recovery was exorbitant, and the probability of success was exceedingly low, making it an unwise venture. Later that afternoon, the police department of Bayou Town convened a press conference. Case 1. Illegal invasion of a private residence, with the assailant's motives clearly evident. 21 tons, specifically 9 tons of silver. The police, disregarding how Zhang Jing could foresee the ambush or the weapon used to slay the assailants, announced that no charges would be filed. According to Fortress law, homeowners possess unlimited rights to self-defense against intruders. Case 2. Illegal possession of an automatic rifle, classified as a criminal offense, leading to Zhang Jing facing prosecution. The charge of possessing illegal weapons could vary in severity, yet Zhang Jing and Shen Mingming had already coordinated their testimonies. They would assert that the gun was found, expressing sincere remorse and a willingness to pay fines. If incarceration were still a possibility, they would resort to paying a substantial sum for bail. After all, in over 2 centuries since the nation's founding, the likelihood of the wealthy serving time is less than that of the impoverished by 1,000-fold. The death penalty is even rarer, almost non-existent. This is an evident truth. Laws are crafted by the affluent, resulting in an abundance of regulations. Countless laws, each appearing fair on the surface, are influenced by additional statutes, with conditions set upon conditions, rendering them incomprehensible to the average person. Even the wealthy may not fully grasp them, yet they can afford to hire exceptional lawyers to help them evade culpability. For instance, Zhang Jing merely possessed an automatic rifle unlawfully. What harm could there be in possessing a cannon? Private individuals may acquire cannons, provided they are not excessively advanced, though the boundaries are somewhat nebulous. The distinction lies between ordinary rifles and automatic firearms, with restrictions on rate of fire and range, alongside a more stringent registration system. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhang Jing resolved to purchase 2 antique cannons to place at his vineyard and horse ranch, intending to ward off all malevolent spirits. Recalling the kindness of the matron, Zhang Jing drove to the quaint town and proceeded directly to the gun shop. The matron, somewhat portly, was engrossed in her phone behind the counter. Upon noticing Zhang Jing's entrance, a genuine smile illuminated her face, warmer than that reserved for a long-lost relative. Thank you. Zhang Jing expressed his gratitude. I spent the night in the stable, and without your alert, I might not have made it. No need for thanks, she replied. The town of Whitefish is too quiet, devoid of any excitement. You are the source of amusement for us all. The lanky officer, Joe Taylor, had echoed similar sentiments the previous night, remarking that the tranquility of Whitefish was disrupted by the joy and chatter Zhang Jing brought. My marksmanship leaves much to be desired. Zhang Jing lamented to the matron, is there a weapon that is both powerful and allows for a degree of aimless firing? The matron, as if conjuring magic, leaned down and produced a weapon, placing it on the counter. The M500 revolver, with a force twice that of a desert eagle, could fell a large wild boar with a single shot. A mere graze could be fatal. Zhang Jing was taken aback. This revolver is half a meter long. Is it made of plastic? May I hold it? He inquired. The matron gestured for him to examine it, assuring him that it was unloaded. The grip, composed of composite materials, felt substantial in his hands, approximately 2.5 kilograms. If you seek reassurance, the matron explained, this weapon will undoubtedly provide you with a sense of security. With a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, it fires formidable rounds, comparable to those used in a Barrett rifle, earning it the nickname hand cannon. Due to the immense power of the ammunition, most revolvers can hold 6 rounds, but the M500 accommodates only 5. As she spoke, she placed several bullets on the counter, roughly the height of an adult's palm. How much does it cost? He asked. The gun is priced at 1,999 yuan, and the bullets at just 1 yuan each. Quite affordable, wouldn't you agree? The price did not deter Zhang Jing's decision. I'll take 2 of these. Along with 500 rounds, I need to practice. The matron beamed, impressed by his generosity. Once she had packaged the revolver and recorded the sale, Zhang Jing inquired further. The revolver has a slow rate of fire. Is there an automatic weapon that is rapid firing, powerful, and does not require precise aiming? Behind the counter, resembling a gadget-laden pocket from a fantastical realm, the matron presented a formidable weapon, approximately 1 meter in length. It was an AA-12 automatic shotgun, the mightiest handheld weapon on the planet, equipped with high-explosive rounds, high-explosive cluster munitions, and armor-piercing shells to accommodate various scenarios. Is it more formidable than the AK-47? Zhang Jing asked skeptically. The matron scoffed. The AK-47 pales in comparison. This weapon fires 5 high-explosive mini-grenades per second, raining down destruction. Who could possibly withstand such firepower? Isn't this a prohibited weapon? Zhang Jing ventured to inquire. Certainly. The elderly woman praised Zhang Jingjiu, remarking that he was rather decent, for he had not disclosed her sale of automatic rifles. Otherwise, they would not be present before him. What of the accuracy? Zhang inquired. The woman shook her head, stating that it lacked precision. The muzzle's trajectory was such that the projectiles could nearly blanket the entirety of a target, leaving no gaps or omissions, particularly in close-range aimed fire, where accuracy was a non-issue. Regardless of what lay ahead, everything would be utterly torn apart. Zhang felt quite impressed, as it aligned perfectly with his requirements. No need for aiming and immense power. Yet he sensed his wallet might suffer. With trepidation, he asked, how much for one? Fear not. She reassured him, illegal weapons are invariably inexpensive. Despite its seemingly exorbitant appearance, the price is akin to that of a revolver. The bear gun costs merely 1,999 yuan. And with the addition of a grip and scope, it amounts to just 4,999 yuan. The scope was pricier than the gun itself. Zhang, having perused short videos, could not quite grasp the rationale. Nevertheless, something felt amiss to him, and he questioned with a dubious expression, is there a pitfall awaiting me? The woman smiled wryly, explaining that due to its illegal status and the special ammunition required to be smuggled in from England, the costs were elevated. Zhang soon realized the implications regarding the ammunition's price. High-explosive rounds cost 2,000 yuan each, high-explosive cluster munitions 3,000 yuan per piece, and armor-piercing high-explosive rounds 4,000 yuan each. Calculating based on the cheapest high-explosive rounds, at a rate of 5 shots per second, it amounted to 600,000 yuan per minute. Transitioning to armor-piercing high-explosive rounds, it escalated to 1.2 million yuan per minute. Oh, my! Zhang exclaimed, realizing why even small towns boasted gun shops. Selling a few firearms could sustain the business solely on ammunition sales, allowing the woman to profit effortlessly. In truth, the likelihood of Zhang utilizing such powerful firearms and munitions was negligible. The revolver's popularity stemmed from its ability to meet the demands of most situations. Ultimately, to express his gratitude to the woman for saving his life the previous night, Zhang opted to purchase 2 replica AA-12 automatic shotguns. along with 500 rounds each of 3 types of ammunition. With grips and scopes included, the total for the 2 shotguns was 998 yuan. The bullets amounted to 500 yuan. Adding the expense for the revolver and its ammunition, he spent a total of 19,000 yuan in a brief span. Upon returning to the stable from the small town, Zhang's heart sank slightly as he spotted Ding Qiaqi and Katie standing outside the general stables, engaging in lively conversation. Appearing quite amicable, Katie, standing at 182 meters, possessed a well-proportioned figure, slender where it ought to be and ample where it should be. Her deep brown hair flowed smoothly, and her facial features were striking, complemented by large blue eyes and enchanting long legs. Recalling the previous evening when Katie had derided Ding Qiaqi for her height and lack of curves, Zhang now perceived her laughter as rather disingenuous. "Brother Zhang, you have returned," Ding Qiaqi exclaimed, her face alight with joy. "I just learned that Miss Katie is a tennis player. I hear you have decided to support her training?" "Indeed," Zhang affirmed with a nod. "I have resolved to sponsor her training, striving for her to become an exceptional tennis player." "What a remarkable decision," Ding Qiaqi praised. "Miss Katie appears to possess considerable talent." Zhang Jing glanced at Katie and was relieved to see no hint of arrogance in her eyes. He introduced her to Ding Qiaqi, saying, "Katie played a significant role in protecting the ranch last night, which is the primary reason I've decided to nurture her for 2 years before she competes in tennis." "Has the contract been signed?" Ding Qiaqi inquired. "Not yet," Zhang Jing replied casually. "The plan is to sign a 15-year contract, ensuring that 90% of her future endorsements and performances will contribute to our income." "Understood." Ding Qiaqi, eager to support, stepped forward to adjust Zhang Jing's collar while speaking. "Treasure hunting doesn't necessarily pertain only to gold and jewels. Talent can also be a gem. Brother Zhang, you are truly remarkable." Zhang Jing was convinced that this unabashed praise was akin to a man regaining his vigor. However, a saying rings true: no one is perfect. Ding Qiaqi was not much different from most young girlfriends. Her penchant for checking on things was a flaw that needed addressing. Lost in thought for a moment, Zhang Jing considered that since Ding Qiaqi had been around longer, she had a better understanding of the local scene. Being affluent, he asked with concern, "Do you have a good tennis agent and coach?" "Yes, leave those 2 matters to me, and I promise to handle them efficiently," Ding Qiaqi replied confidently. "It's a tough job. I'm entrusting Katie to you." "Yes," Ding Qiaqi responded, her demeanor suddenly resembling that of a docile kitten. "I will arrange for Katie to meet with an agent today and hire a coach as soon as possible." Finding a suitable trainer and rider in this unfamiliar place was daunting for a novice. Having an excellent assistant made Zhang Jing's task considerably easier. The crucial aspect was trust. Before coming to Seattle, Zhang Jing had known Ding Qiaqi for a year and a half, and their interactions felt relaxed and trustworthy. Woof, sensing his master's somber mood, the robust little yellow dog, aptly named Clever Bean by Zhang Jing, barked. "Your bark is quite unpleasant," Zhang Jing retorted, his mood sour enough to snap at the dog. "Woof. What?" Zhang Jing seemed to understand Clever Bean's barking. "Are you planning to tell your mistress on me? I will not give you the chance. Do you believe I would serve you dog meat hot pot tonight?" Katie's words were brash, and this matter could not reach Ding Qiaqi. The ramifications would be dire. Clever Bean, feeling a bit intimidated, tucked its tail and lowered its head. "Aha." The horse trainer, Agnes, entered wearing her riding boots, smiling. "There's an event tonight. Would you like to bring your dog along?" "Why bring the dog?" "Some people are particularly idle and have unique hobbies, such as dog racing. Perhaps through the dog, you could meet new friends." With no funds to travel to Florida for statue retrieval, and Alaska being too cold for treasure hunting, Zhang Jing, having no other matters at hand, decided to accompany Agnes to the Street Fort Ranch. St. Fort Ranch spans over 1,000 acres, a remarkable establishment with diverse business ventures, including venue rentals. Upon arrival, Zhang Jing and Agnes found a group of wealthy young men gathered, discussing the upcoming competition, their various luxury cars parked nearby. Surrounded by an entourage of sleek, slender-legged greyhounds, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation, particularly as many of these individuals were accompanied by alluring companions, hinting at the evening's potential for scandalous escapades. "Good evening, Miss Aegis." "Good evening, Mr. Jack." "Good evening, Miss Aegis." "Good evening, Mr. Fred. Welcome to St. Epho Market." Much like socialites in high society, nearly everyone present was familiar with Aegis. Today, she introduced a new acquaintance, Mr. Zhang Jing, the proprietor of the Rose Vineyard and Champion Racecourse, as well as my employer. The crowd turned to Mr. Zhang, offering polite, disingenuous smiles. Meanwhile, The intelligent dog was completely disregarded, as they had never encountered a purebred Chinese rural dog and thus did not recognize it. This indifference was not only felt by its owner, but also shared by the other canines, who overlooked it with disdain. This lack of recognition left Mr. Zhang feeling displeased. But it was the intelligent dog that felt the sting of rejection more acutely, for it was a rare purebred with a unique lineage. The unfortunate reality was that at merely 3 months old, it was destined only to observe, unable to compete with the professional racing dogs. As per the usual protocol, Aegis stood before the crowd, announcing that each participant would contribute either 1,000 or 2,000 for a 2,000-meter race, with the champion claiming all prize money. Familiar with the routine, individuals approached to distribute numbered racing vests while collecting checks or cash from each dog owner. In this scenario, profit was only attainable by securing first place, as no prizes were awarded for other positions. However, the reward for first place was not substantial, especially considering the grueling length of the 2-kilometer track, where repeated runs could be perilous for the dogs. Ultimately, it was merely a gathering of idle gentlemen seeking entertainment. Before the race commenced, all racing dogs lined up, their leashes removed, held in place by their owners. As the electronic rabbit took off, a whistle signaled the simultaneous release of the dogs. Like arrows released from a bow, the various racing dogs surged forward. The 2 kilometers, seemingly extensive, were completed in a mere 2 minutes and 28 seconds by the victor. The intelligent dog gazed longingly, yearning to partake in the race. Yet its short legs and tender age rendered it incapable of competing. At that moment, a Caucasian man in his 30s approached, greeting with, "Hello, your dog appears quite exceptional." Zhang Jing assumed this was a mere pleasantry and casually replied, "It is indeed quite special. I'm Ryan. Do you need a dog trainer?" He introduced himself. "I have trained over 300 racing and hunting dogs." Intrigued, Zhang inquired, "What would the cost be?" "Training for 2 hours daily at 50 yuan per hour," Ryan explained. Zhang looked at the intelligent dog. It would hardly fetch 50 yuan if sold, but considering its unique qualities as a prize-winning dog, investing in some training seemed worthwhile. With a decision forming in his mind, Zhang stated, "It may not excel in racing, but its talent lies in retrieval. I need to train it to become a versatile hunting and police dog. That is my specialty," Ryan affirmed, and they shook hands in agreement. In the courtroom, faced with the aggressive accusations from the prosecution, Zhang Jing resolutely maintained that the firearm was merely found. Shun Mingming stood shoulder to shoulder with his client in the defendant's seat, exerting every effort to defend him. "I believe this is the will of God." Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, his hair slicked back, he spoke with righteous fervor, asserting that God was safeguarding Mr. Zhang. Without the presence of 3 automatic rifles, Mr. Zhang might have already met with a tragic fate. What connection does this have with the divine? The judge felt overwhelmed. "Your Honor, esteemed members of the jury," Shen Mingming articulated, "Mr. Zhang has aided numerous unfortunate souls. He has supported a retired African-American veteran, a student burdened with debt, a father and daughter left destitute, a girl pursuing her dreams in tennis despite her meager weight of 40 kilograms, and even expended 3,000 yuan to rescue a sick horse destined for slaughter." The defense attorney listened, appearing somewhat dim-witted. For what does goodwill have to do with the law? Generally speaking, as long as one is guilty, even if they have cared for 100 orphans or are currently nurturing 100 more, imprisonment is inevitable. The reality diverges from that of Longhua, as this courtroom employs a jury, also known as a temporary citizens' tribunal. The jury can be of varying sizes. A grand jury, consisting of 23 individuals, is applicable only in criminal cases and primarily determines whether to indict the defendant. A petite jury, typically composed of 6 to 12 members, generally adjudicates civil litigation, deciding if the defendant is liable for damages. Each jury comprises a unique group, usually serving for a term of 4 weeks, with members drawn from diverse professions, ages, and ethnic backgrounds. To put it plainly, firstly, the jury holds the paramount authority to ascertain whether the defendant's criminal actions are substantiated. Secondly, the judge imposes sentencing based on the jury's established facts. Theoretically, if the defendant's plight is sufficiently tragic or if the defense attorney is adept at evoking empathy, incarceration and restitution may be avoided. Occasionally, a murderer is acquitted, with the jury's influence playing a significant role, as exemplified by the infamous O.J. Simpson case. Why was Simpson ultimately acquitted despite overwhelming evidence against him for the first-degree murder of his ex-wife and her boyfriend? This was primarily due to his legal counsel convincing the jury that Simpson could not have been the perpetrator, as he simply could not fit into the gloves worn during the crime. Although it was evident that Simpson had committed the act, The jury willfully turned a blind eye, concluding that the facts of the crime could not be established, thus leaving the judge no option but to acquit him. The underlying reason was straightforward. All 23 jurors sympathized with Simpson, perceiving him as a victim of circumstance, an innocent man driven to desperation. Consequently, they collectively declared him not guilty based on the rationale that Simpson could not have worn the gloves during the murder. In truth, everyone knew that he was the murderer. This is why Shen Mingming appeared somewhat foolish, invoking the divine in his arguments. As long as the jury deemed Zhang Jing not guilty, he could return home without the obligation to pay any damages. These matters were irrelevant to the case at hand, countered the public prosecutor. A plump African-American woman from the jury raised her hand. "Excuse me, we would like to hear the testimony regarding those individuals mentioned by the defense attorney." "Defendant, would you be amenable to this?" the judge inquired of Zhang Jing. "The occurrence was quite abrupt. They did not arrive today," Zhang Jing explained. The judge decided that a phone call would suffice. Consequently, Zhang Jing provided a number, and the judge dialed Jamie's number using his own mobile phone. "Hello, sir. The court is currently deliberating on Mr. Zhang Jing's case regarding the illegal possession of an automatic rifle. I am the presiding judge. May I ask you a few questions?" This was unexpected, and Jamie was unaware of Zhang Jing's court appearance. "What is your full name?" "Jamie Fox. Can you swear that the testimony you are about to provide is the truth?" "Yes, I can swear before God," Jamie affirmed over the phone. The defendant's attorney claimed that the automatic rifle was found, as if by divine will. "Do you concur?" "I do not agree," Jamie denied over the phone. "When my friends and I were struggling to find jobs and were at our wits' end, God did not assist us. It was Mr. Zhang Jing who provided us with employment and shelter, not God." The courtroom fell silent, and this display of audacity earned high praise. However, the judge was not easily swayed and inquired further. "Restaurants, supermarkets, factories, these jobs are not particularly difficult to find. Why do you portray it as such?" "I am African American. 49 years of age. These two factors make it exceedingly challenging for me to secure employment." The courtroom remained silent. The judge then proceeded to call Ruth. "Hello. The court is currently deliberating on Mr. Zhang Jing's case regarding the illegal possession of an automatic rifle. I am the presiding judge. May I ask you a few questions?" "Please go ahead." "What is your full name?" "Ruth Zhang." The judge frowned. "Are you the defendant's wife?" "No, I am a student at the State Technical College. 20 years old. My parents divorced when I was young, and I grew up in a violent household. I was deceived by my boyfriend and owe the bank $20,000 on my credit card. Mr. Zhang Jing helped me pay off my debts and offered me part-time work. Otherwise, I do not know how I would have managed to get by. Is there anything wrong with my taking the Zhang surname?" "No, no problem," the judge murmured. The judge then dialed Dylan. "I was originally a mechanic but lost my job due to a leg injury and disability. I have a 4-year-old daughter, and the child's mother was deported. Mr. Zhang Jing provided me with some light work, allowing me to care for my daughter." After 3 consecutive phone calls, the judge turned off his phone, feeling moved. Zhang Jing had taken in the elderly, weak, sick, and young. The jury was equally touched, with some soft-hearted members already in tears, unanimously concluding that the automatic rifle was indeed found by Zhang Jing and declaring him not guilty. At the court's entrance, Zhang Jing waved farewell to Shen Mingming and turned to embrace Ding Jiaqing, who had been waiting nearby. "How did it go?" Ding Jiaqing inquired with concern. Zhang Jing smiled. "Not guilty. That's wonderful. Lucky fellow," quipped Chu Shaoqing, like a pesky shadow nearby. Paying no mind to Chu Shaoqing, Zhang Jing took the opportunity, as it was lunchtime, to invite Ding Jiaqing. "Let me treat you to a meal." "French cuisine?" "No," Zhang Jing grimaced. "The portions are too small, and the service is too slow." Ding Jiaqing laughed heartily. There was no shortage of Chinese restaurants in Yisage, and the trio decided to dine at a Chinese restaurant run by a proprietor from Putian. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea bass, vermicelli scallops, stir-fried greens, century egg tofu, fragrant rice. In comparison to French cuisine, this is both more affordable and delectable. Halfway through the meal, Chu Shaoqing, in a sudden burst of energy, pinched Zhang Jing's arm and remarked, "You ought to build some muscle. It would better protect the vineyard and the racetrack." Holding his chopsticks, Zhang Jing instinctively glanced at Ding Jiaqi. Ding Jiaqi cautioned Chu Shaoqing, "This is my boyfriend. Please refrain from showing excessive concern or making any inappropriate gestures." Chu Shaoqing, unfazed, countered, "Zhang Jing is a treasure hunter. While there's time, he should build some muscle to protect himself and, by extension, you. What could be wrong with that?" Ding Jiaqi reiterated her warning, "You have a preference for muscular men." So do not try to mold my boyfriend into your ideal. Chu Xiaoqing defended her stance. Without muscle, one is easily taken advantage of. The banter between the two women unfolded like a theatrical performance, and Zhang Jing could only chuckle. After lunch, Zhang Jing offered to escort them back to school. Expecting an ordinary day, but trouble awaited them. A tall, imposing figure, with clearly defined facial features, suddenly lunged at Zhang Jing with a fist. Although Zhang Jing could evade the attack, Ding Jiaqi, walking alongside him, would be struck. In a stroke of misfortune, Zhang Jing could only raise his arm to block, taking a solid hit on his forearm. The bustling entrance of the school quickly emptied, and as Zhang Jing contemplated whether to draw his revolver, Chu Xiaoqing stepped protectively in front of him, shouting, "Wu De, what are you doing?" The young man, identified as Wu De, pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Jing, questioning, "Were you with this person that night?" It turned out that Wu De was Chu Xiaoqing's boyfriend, whom she had humorously labeled Daddy in her contacts. After nearly 2 months apart, he had just received his visa and flown in from the Dragon Country. Chu Xiaoqing was momentarily speechless, for she had indeed been with Zhang Jing that night. However, there was a rationale behind it. Her initial intention was to check on Ding Jiaqi, to see if there were any other women in Zhang Jing's room. After an unnerving encounter with a burly tattooed man in the elevator, which left her frightened and anxious, she had taken a considerable amount of Zhang Jing's red wine to calm her nerves, only to become inebriated. Coincidentally, Wu De called at midnight. And seeing the name Daddy on the screen, Zhang Jing, concerned for the caller, answered, leading to the misunderstanding. "I have already explained. It was a misunderstanding," Chu Xiaoqing insisted. "Can you not empathize with my situation?" Wu De retorted. "I," Chu Xiaoqing lamented, finding herself in a quagmire. Ding Jiaqi intervened. "You were calling my boyfriend." "It has nothing to do with Chu Xiaoqing. I can vouch that it was indeed a misunderstanding." Wu De, unfamiliar with Ding Jiaqi, remained unconvinced. "You are all colluding to deceive me. I assure you, it was merely a misunderstanding," Zhang Jing winced, adding, "Chu Xiaoqing has a penchant for muscular types." "I am not her type." Zhang Jing's silence only fueled Wu Da's anger. "How do you know she prefers muscular men? Very few are privy to that. I heard it from others. Do you believe me?" Zhang Jing replied. "I believe you are lying." Wu De charged at Zhang Jing once more. There was no need for a firearm. Zhang Jing and Wu De were engaged in a physical altercation. Due to differences in physical strength and build, Zhang Jing found himself at a disadvantage. It was not until 2 police officers intervened that the two were forcibly separated. Zhang Jing offered assistance. And as Wu De was about to be taken away in a police vehicle, Chu Xiaoqing, feeling sympathetic, interceded. After all, they were compatriots. She hurriedly approached the officers, explaining that it was a misunderstanding, asserting that they were friends, and that their earlier scuffle was merely playful, not a fight. "Are you certain?" the officer retorted, looking at Zhang Jing. "I am certain," Zhang Jing insisted. There was no room for uncertainty. Despite Wu Da's towering height of nearly 6 feet, if taken in, he would only lament in despair. Conversely, Zhang Jing had a safer disposition due to his outdoor work, which had given his skin a deeper tone. With the involved party asserting this, the police had no choice but to release Wu De. However, Wu De showed no gratitude. As soon as the handcuffs were removed, he swung a fist at Zhang Jing. The 2 officers crossed their arms, watching with amusement. This was troubling. Just as Zhang Jing braced himself for the confrontation, Chu Xiaoqing rushed in to shield him. Unfortunately, Wu Da's punch struck Chu Xiaoqing, rendering her unconscious. The scene was quite dramatic, entertaining a crowd of onlookers. After a tumultuous night at the hospital, on their way back to the winery, Ding Jiaqi was in high spirits. "Brother Zhang, starting Friday, I have a month off and will be at the winery every day. Will there be a break for Christmas?" she inquired. "Indeed," he replied. "That is splendid news." Chu Xiaoqing, with her head bandaged and seated in the back, weakly interjected, "Will Jiaqi's presence hinder your revelry?" Initially sympathetic towards Chu Xiaoqing, Zhang Jing pondered why Wu De hadn't dealt her a more severe blow. Their conversation continued until they returned to the racetrack around 10 in the evening. They dared not stay in the haunted house and opted instead for the stables. Each stall was meticulously cleaned, strewn with hay, and furnished with blankets, making it suitable for a good night's rest. In the early hours of the morning, while in a deep slumber, Zhang Jing was jolted awake by the sound of his phone. Having learned from past experiences, he initially feared another nocturnal ambush, but it turned out to be Su Zheong. "Zhang Jing," he lamented, "due to the long distance, the signal is intermittent. The Japanese are relentless. For that jade pendant, they continue to pursue me. And some insiders are applying pressure as well." As he spoke, Su Zheong expressed his grievances, stating that if he did not comply, he would face suspension from the university. Previously, some Japanese had troubled Zhang Jing and Barbie, prompting Zhang Jing to redirect the blame onto Su Zheong, who publicly announced the possession of the jade pendant. He had not anticipated the immense influence of that mechanical company, which could even overpower a university associate professor. Considering that Su Zheong had a chronically ill wife who required expensive medication not covered by insurance, and recognizing that he was merely an ordinary man unable to stand up to such pressure, Zhang Jing felt a pang of empathy. If Su Zheong lost his job, his wife's condition would surely worsen. Resolved to take action, Zhang Jing said, "Give me 3 days." After ending the call, he transferred 30,000 yuan to Su Zheong without any specific reason, driven by a sense of financial independence rather than mere sympathy for his wife's illness. The key issue remained: could Su Zheong withstand the pressure, and could Zhang Jing take on the burden? Regardless of the outcome, Zhang Jing felt compelled to shoulder the responsibility and ensure Su Zheong did not lose his job. The next day, Zhang Jing sought out Barbie, who was assisting Cindy in the brewing workshop, where Fei Lai and Jamie were also present. The vineyard spans 600 acres, of which 300 are dedicated to orchards, while the workshop occupies an area of 800 square feet, equipped with numerous devices. Even for experimental winemaking, Cindy requires assistance. Calling Barbie over, Zhang Jing explained, "I need to announce the golden seal in my possession. It originally belonged to Komatsu." Barbie expressed her concerns. What if the police get involved? Komatsu was a rental client who attempted to assault Barbie, only to be met with her fierce retaliation. Greed led Barbie to take the golden jade, and fearing it would leave incriminating evidence, she discarded it into the lake. "The police will not extract any information from me," Zhang Jing assured Barbie. "You will be completely safe." "No, boss," Barbie pleaded, her voice trembling. "I cannot take that risk. I have a 3-year-old son to care for." Observing the desperate look in Barbie's eyes, Zhang Jing felt compelled to consider her feelings. He added, "Also, do not corner others. Otherwise, the outcome could mirror that of Komatsu." After careful deliberation, Zhang Jing resolved to seek Wen Li's assistance, as she was a formidable ally capable of withstanding pressure from the Japanese. Truth be told, Zhang Jing was reluctant to approach Wen Li, feeling apprehensive. Dressed in formal attire, he arrived at the entrance of Manor 1032 at 9:50. 15 minutes later, he met Wen Li in the reception hall. She was clad in a beige sweater and black trousers, exuding elegance. Wen Li inquired slowly, "What brings you here?" Zhang Jing feigned nonchalance as he retrieved the golden jade from his pocket and gently placed it on the coffee table. "This is the seal of date Masamyun, crafted by Han artisans," he elaborated, adding that it was said these artisans, fearing they might lose their way home, painstakingly inscribed a maritime map onto the seal. After several minutes, Zhang Jing thoroughly detailed the significance of the golden jade. Wen Li's interest was piqued, and she instructed her assistant, Li Xing, to bring over a magnifying glass. Moments later, the magnifying glass arrived. Holding it, Wen Li scrutinized the jade closely, easily discerning a pattern reminiscent of an electrocardiogram, which, combined with the jade's intricate designs and the golden weave, indeed resembled a maritime route from Mumbai to Japan. As if admiring a treasure, Wen Li gazed at it for an extended period before setting it down, almost to herself murmuring, "Date Masamune, could he be the ancestor of that old ghost from Yokohama?" "Indeed," Li Xing respectfully responded. A smile graced Wen Li's face as she mused, "I never expected to come into possession of something that once belonged to his ancestor." Half an hour later, Zhang Jing departed Manor 1032. With Wen Li agreeing to assist him under one minor condition: it must be publicly displayed in Long Kingdom for a year. Wen Li acted swiftly, hosting a party the following day to showcase the golden jade to the public. Meanwhile, at a Japanese izakaya near Pike City, 6 young to middle-aged men sat together drinking. Among them, the young man in the prime position clearly held the highest status. "Minister," he addressed, referring to the departmental manager of the company overseeing specific affairs. The man speaking was Shibasaki from Yokohama Sankey Corporation, whom Zhang Jing had encountered before, dressed in only a white shirt and a suit jacket despite the cold weather. Bowed slightly and introduced, "That golden jade ornament has suddenly appeared in the hands of the estate owner at 1032 Avenue 84 in Seattle. Wasn't it in the western region of the Dragon Kingdom?" Su Zheong has posted numerous photographs online. There cannot be any deception. As tone was resolute. "Then why has it unexpectedly made its way to Seattle?" Idazumi, interrupted with a question, appeared as if he had committed a grave error, bowing at a 90-degree angle, stating that his subordinates had some conjectures but no definitive evidence. It was not that was timid, but that Idazumi was excessively imposing. He was the son of the president of Yokohama Sankai Company and a descendant of Idazumi Munamasa. Working under him meant ample financial rewards, yet the demands were exceedingly stringent. What conjectures? One treasure hunter named Zhang Jing had just arrived in Seattle in August. Lacking any backing, an ordinary person, he had a chance of acquiring the Golden Seal. Importantly, he was acquainted with Su Zheong and the owner of 1032, possibly causing disturbances behind the scenes. Hey, Idazumi scoffed. The old lady of 1032 is not to be trifled with, but this individual can be dealt with. Let's find a way to teach him a sufficient lesson. Responded affirmatively. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, trouble was brewing for him. At that moment, he and Ding Jiaqing were inside a clean and tidy wine brewing workshop. Standing before the excited winemaker Cindy, the orchard required pruning, soil loosening, and fertilization, necessitating 10 temporary workers. Cindy fervently explained to Zhang Jing that without these measures, the yield would be significantly low next autumn, adversely affecting the quality of the grapes. Observing Cindy, who had long chestnut hair and brown eyes, radiating a strong sense of justice, Zhang Jing couldn't help but laugh. The orchard can be left to fate. Next year's grape yield and quality will be whatever it may be. Boss, Cindy implored, if we do not meticulously manage the vineyard, we will not obtain good grapes next year. Without quality grapes, there can be no fine wine. You aren't even a winemaker, so why take it so seriously? Zhang Jing retorted mercilessly. The business model of the Rose Winery is to cater to tourists for photo opportunities. You merely need to pretend to know how to brew wine. But, no buts, Zhang Jing interrupted Cindy. What use is it to cultivate good grapes if you cannot produce fine wine? Cindy lowered her head, aware that she could not. Otherwise, her weekly salary would not be a mere 600. The shabby management approach was an idea proposed by Ding Jiaqing. After all, truly crafting quality wine was exceedingly challenging, so it was better to abandon all pretenses and save money. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqing urged, why don't you step outside and wait for me a moment? I need to speak with Miss Cindy. Once Zhang Jing departed, Ding Jiaqing gently inquired, Cindy, do you have any thoughts? I aspire to create fine wine, but I fear letting the boss down. Ding Jiaqing spoke pointedly. You seek opportunities to learn and experiment, don't you? Cindy nodded. Quality wine requires aging in oak barrels, beginning with a 3-year process, involving substantial financial investment and effort. Moreover, it is possible that 5, 6, or 7 years later, when you have mastered the skills, you might leave for another opportunity. Can you understand Brother Zhang's predicament? Ding Jiaqing asked. Contemplating, Cindy nodded. Comprehending that mastering a craft without seeking new opportunities would be foolish. There exists a Chinese proverb, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Ding Jiaqing enlightened Cindy, stating that to garner sufficient support, one must exhibit genuine sincerity. I will speak to Brother Zhang on your behalf. My sincerity? Cindy inquired. Pointing to herself, Ding Jiaqing confirmed, recounting how Katie, a tennis player, received Brother Zhang's backing, requiring an investment of over $400,000 over 2 years. In return, Katie committed to a 15-year contract, enduring rigorous training with a revenue split of 19-1. The revelation dawned upon Cindy. She understood that only by wholly dedicating herself could she receive true mentorship. After a moment's contemplation, Cindy resolved, I am willing to sign a 15-year contract and accept hefty penalties for breach. Could we negotiate a slight increase in salary? As the current weekly pay of $600 is rather meager, this year, the weekly salary will be $800, with a $100 increase the following year. Contingent on sales performance, and there will also be bonuses. Touched, Cindy embraced Ding Jiaqing, vowing to swiftly become an exceptional winemaker. At the entrance of the winery, Ding Jiaqing approached Zhang Jing, relaying the details of her conversation with Cindy. This diverges from our previous expectations, Zhang Jing noted. Since Cindy is eager to strive, let us grant her the opportunity, Ding Jiaqing encouraged. What if she succeeds? Zhang Jing, however, remained skeptical, acknowledging the multitude of small wineries surrounding Seattle, most of which thrive due to signature products. With a change in ownership, the loss of a winemaker also meant the loss of a flagship product. It would be wiser to invest more effort into managing the video account and gradually build up visitor traffic. Ding Jiaqing, with a soft and playful demeanor, pleaded, Brother Zhang, let us give Cindy a chance. Unable to withstand Ding Jiaqing's typically serious demeanor softened by her playful charm, Zhang Jing acquiesced. Subsequently, he found Barbie in the tavern and requested her to redraft Cindy's employment contract and recruit temporary workers to manage the orchard. This is different from what we previously envisioned. Barbie questioned. Indeed, Zhang Jing replied with a tone of resignation. Since Cindy wishes to endeavor in winemaking, let her pursue it. As the losses amount to merely over 200,000 in a year. Barbie set down her mouse and stood solemnly, stating, "Boss, I saw online that the owner of Manor Tim 32 announced the acquisition of that jade pendant. I am grateful for everything you have done for me. Work diligently." Zhang Jing shook his head internally, realizing he did not seek validation as a good person. He was solely motivated by profit. As Zhang Jing prepared to leave, Barbie called out to him from behind, "Boss, did you know I was a real estate agent before?" Zhang Jing paused and turned back, acknowledging her strong work capability. "There exists a lucrative opportunity one initially intended to keep to myself, never planning to share with anyone. You need not disclose it to me," Zhang Jing replied earnestly. "Do not leave others with no options, for a cornered dog will leap over the wall, and a frightened rabbit may bite. It has been many years. I may never amass enough capital, and rather than allow others to reap the benefits, I would prefer to repay you," Barbie explained. "What opportunity for profit?" Zhang Jing inquired with curiosity. Barbie returned to her computer, opened the real estate company's website, and entered 84 Avenue, revealing 2 properties for sale. At a glance, the more affordable option was priced at $18 million, while the other commanded $25 million, both epitomizing true luxury. Subsequently, Barbie accessed the live street view, pointing towards the $25 million lavish estate, alongside an even grander manor, remarking that the latter was not on the market, but could potentially be acquired for $7.5 million. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Jing felt that Barbie had lost her senses, perhaps having taken the wrong medication that morning. From the aerial view, the $25 million mansion spanned merely the size of a cup, whereas the estate Barbie indicated was approximately 6 cups in size. Moreover, this was the prestigious 84 Avenue Luxury District, adjacent to Washington Lake. How could it possibly be worth just $7.5 million? This estate, built in 1935, sprawls over 23 acres, equivalent to the size of 11 standard soccer fields. Originally costing $7.5 million, it should now be valued at around $90 million. Barbie elaborated that the property comprised multiple structures, including villas and towers, featuring 58 bedrooms, 43 bathrooms, 15 half-baths, 3 bomb shelters, a 2,000 square foot banquet hall, 3 tennis courts, 2 golf courses, 1 indoor basketball court, and a massive outdoor swimming pool. 7 years prior, when I first entered the real estate industry, the owner listed it for $70 million, yet no one showed interest due to the extensive renovation costs associated with such an aging property. There was a previous offer of $40 million, which the owner declined. I had researched online and found that the current owner, in his second term, purchased it in 1985 for $20 million. Zhang Jing interrupted Barbie, inquiring about the annual maintenance costs for such a property. The property tax and insurance are substantial, totaling approximately $1.4 million annually, with basic upkeep around $500,000. Zhang Jing gasped. This was indeed staggering. $9 million could buy 4 luxury cars. Nevertheless, how could Barbie muster the audacity to claim it could be purchased for $7.5 million? "Please, continue," he urged. Barbie enlarged the map, indicating the land between the estate and Washington Lake, revealing an intriguing fact. Although the estate was adjacent to the lake, it did not directly border it. There existed a 700 square foot parcel of land, more than half of which was submerged, belonging to another individual. Zhang Jing blinked, seemingly grasping a crucial point. This land had previously been on the market, with the owner asking for $3 million. However, due to its awkward positioning and the fact that most of it was underwater, it was overlooked by the wealthy and deemed unaffordable by the impoverished. Zhang Jing inhaled deeply, studying the map, and began to comprehend the situation. The grand estate faced east, with its entrance oriented towards the east and its backyard to the west. Though it was the backyard, it offered the most significant view as it overlooked the lake. If one were to acquire the 700 square foot parcel and construct an unsightly building, the value of the grand estate would plummet. Indeed, the most perilous aspect lay in the details. "Do you have the contact information for the landowner?" Zhang Jing asked, suppressing his excitement. Barbie nodded confidently, affirming her certainty. "If we secure that land." "I am not one to be stingy," Zhang Jing promised. "Upon acquiring the estate, you shall receive a reward of 100,000. Wealth can indeed move mountains." And with renewed vigor, Barbie springs into action. Investment requires capital, yet Zhang Jing finds himself with less than $3 million at his disposal. He turns to Ding Jiaqing, who is still busy in the winery. Overcome with excitement, Zhang playfully pinches Ding's chubby cheeks and says, "We have 9 tons of silver. Contact buyers and sell it." "Brother Zhang, we just acquired it. It hasn't appreciated yet," she replies. "Never mind. We can sell it temporarily and repurchase later. There's a lucrative opportunity at hand." "What opportunity?" Ding Jiaqing inquires, curiosity piqued. Zhang elaborates on the situation, leaving Ding astounded. "Will this affect our reputation?" she asks. "The key point is, I have no reputation to speak of," Zhang counters. Ding retrieves her phone to contact a precious metals company. After hanging up, she states, "We need a vehicle to transport the silver to the precious metals company near the Target store." "The Target in Yisij?" "Yes, indeed." With only 30 kilometers separating Bayou Town from Yisij, Zhang decides to make the trip himself. The density of silver is 10.49 GCM, meaning 1 cubic meter weighs 10.49 tons. The space needed to store 9 tons of silver, measuring 3 meters in length, width, and height, is easily manageable. Given that 6 robbers were recently killed at the racetrack, it would be prudent to hire a security company for escort, Ding suggests. "I can handle it myself." "You focus on your tasks," Zhang replies. "Just be cautious. Remember, life is paramount, and money comes second," Ding advises. Zhang nods and makes his way from the winery to the racetrack, retrieving the 9 tons of silver from the stable before driving away in his pickup truck. He travels 7 kilometers along a gravel road through the town, stopping at the gun shop. It has been a few days, and he finds himself missing the rather boisterous Susan. As always, Aunt Susan is behind the glass counter, engrossed in her phone, seemingly captivated by a soap opera. "What are you buying today?" she asks, glancing up at Zhang before returning her gaze to her screen. "I hadn't planned on purchasing anything, but since you asked, do you have any bulletproof vests?" Susan puts down her phone and heads to the back warehouse, shortly returning with what Zhang requires. Here is a domestic-made bulletproof vest with ceramic plates and a stab-resistant suit. Both are of excellent quality and high-cost performance. Together, they're only $299. "Is it illegal to wear these? Do you have a criminal record?" she retorts. "No, and even if I did, I would be the victim." "Then you're fine. The law prohibits convicted felons from purchasing bulletproof vests, but you're free to wear one." Removing his lightweight, long gray down jacket, Zhang tries on the vest, which weighs around 4 to 5 kilograms, and finds it quite comfortable. Finally, he puts his jacket back on and places $300 on the counter, receiving change in the form of a steel coin. "I heard that for the Seattle Cup at the end of March next year, the prize for the top horse in the 1,600-meter turf race has increased to $1.5 million. Aunt Susan chats as she engages Zhang. "Is your champion racetrack planning to participate?" "Indeed. The top prize is $1 million, and a wealthy benefactor has donated an additional $500,000. Feeling quite pleased, Zhang finds the prospect enticing. "I'll place my bets on your horse to win." Aunt Susan was in quite good spirits. A small gamble can be enjoyable, but a significant one can lead to ruin. One ought not to wager excessively, Zhang Jing advised. It seemed that Aunt Susan was quite the seasoned player. Before the finals, there were 4 elimination rounds, and only the finest steeds would advance to the final event. "If your horse performed admirably, I shall invest more. If not, I shall still offer my support." It was late December, with Christmas just 3 days away, leaving ample time ahead. The general and the unyielding were intensifying their training, while Haifa and another rider introduced by Aegis needed time to develop. The specifics could wait. If the performance was commendable, Zhang Jing would also increase his bets. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Jing bid farewell to Aunt Susan and drove his pickup truck towards Yisij to deliver silver, unaware that danger was lurking nearby. Navigating through the internal roads of the small town, he merged onto the interstate highway, a smooth 30-kilometer stretch leading directly to Yisij. Unfortunately, not long after departing, he was rear-ended by a private vehicle, resulting in a collision. The pickup, being a second-hand vehicle, was not a source of distress for Zhang Jing. He had no intention of seeking reparations and simply continued forward. However, to his surprise, the other vehicle caught up and signaled for him to pull over. Glancing at his rearview mirror, Zhang Jing complied and exited his vehicle, just as the other car came to a stop. 2 young Asian men emerged. "Are you planning to flee?" questioned the shorter young man with an impeccably styled haircut. "Flee?" Zhang Jing was taken aback. They had rear-ended him, and he had let it slide. As he spoke, he noticed both youths were armed with handguns, the metallic glint of their weapons evident within 5 meters. The pistols they carried, Glock models, were fully loaded. The absence of any manual safety on the Glock indicated that, should they choose to, Zhang Jing could be shot down in an instant. His mind raced as he recalled Zhou's handgun, Although it was the same model, it was certainly not chambered. What did this imply? For the first time, Zhang Jing felt an overwhelming surge of panic. What crime was a highway gunfight? In an instant, as he glimpsed a mocking smirk on one of the men's lips, Zhang Jing decisively drew his M500 and pulled the trigger. A deafening bang echoed as a gaping hole the size of a man's fist appeared in the chest of the short young man. The other, taken aback by the rapid demise of his companion, instinctively squeezed the trigger, firing 2 shots that struck Zhang Jing. Pain surged through him, though staggered by the bullets. He gritted his teeth and fired a second shot, obliterating half of the other man's head. And Susan had indeed spoken the truth. The M500's power was no exaggeration. Its effects were lethal, delivering a devastating blow. Now, the pressing question arose. What to do next? Trembling, Zhang Jing dialed his lawyer, Shen Mingming. I am on the road from Whitefish Town to Yisich, having shot and killed 2 strangers. What should I do now? Shen Mingming, engrossed in a game with his blonde secretary in his office, instinctively responded, Why did you kill them? Quickly, described the entire situation. As I drove normally, they rear-ended me and then ordered me to stop. I soon discovered that their handguns were cocked, and when they revealed their malicious intent, I took the initiative and fired. Shen Mingming, confused, asked how I knew their guns were ready to fire. Let's not dwell on that, Zhang Jing shouted into the phone. I don't want to go to prison. Okay, Shen Mingming quickly instructed, put down the gun, call the police immediately, and it's best to strip down. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Zhang Jing noticed the passing vehicles on the road, all of which were calling the police. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, he calmly set down his handgun and approached the back of the pickup truck. Lifting the waterproof cover to retrieve 2 tons of silver from the secret space and loading it into the truck bed, he then called the police, simultaneously shedding his clothes until he was left in only his shorts, appearing utterly harmless. It was his first act of taking a life, and it was 2 at once. As he endured immense psychological pressure, the first to arrive was an acquaintance. Officer Joe Taylor, a tall and lean policeman from Whitefish Town, along with his colleague Eddie Hurt, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the 2 young men lying lifeless on the ground in a gruesome manner, Joe Taylor was momentarily stunned. They tried to rob the silver from my truck, Zhang Jing, cold and frightened, stammered, his teeth chattering, yet his tone remained assertive. They fired at me. But thankfully I was wearing a bulletproof vest. Joe Taylor approached the pickup, lifting a corner of the waterproof cover to reveal some silver bars. He then moved to examine the bodies, intending to check for a pulse, but it was unnecessary. One had a gaping hole in his chest, while the other's head was shattered into pieces. Gazing at the ground, Joe Taylor noted the M500 revolver, famously known as a hand cannon, and his lips twitched. The shooting of 2 individuals was a major incident, and soon, more police cars, officers, and reporters flocked to the scene. As a hefty officer approached with handcuffs in hand, Zhang Jing felt a surge of fear. He did not wish to face imprisonment. Wait, Joe intervened. Mr. Zhang is innocent. The deceased attempted to rob his silver. The hefty officer glanced between Zhang Jing and the handcuffs, almost ready to snap them on. Zhang Jing retracted his outstretched hand, avoiding the cuffs. At that moment, Shen Mingming arrived, and upon learning that Zhang Jing's truck contained 2 tons of silver, her spirits lifted even higher, making his defense easier. How did you manage that? Shen Mingming was perplexed, 2 against 1, and he emerged unscathed. There was silver in the truck, Zhang Jing explained. I remained vigilant. Shen Mingming gave him a thumbs up. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Thank you. Zhang Jing sincerely expressed his gratitude, acknowledging how her experience had significantly mitigated risks. For instance, calling the police helped prevent the officers from arriving and indiscriminately shooting. Likewise, shedding his clothes, though chilly, reassured others that he bore no concealed weapon, which could have led to him being shot by arriving officers. He also felt grateful to Aunt Susan for recommending the bulletproof vest. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the bullets that struck him. Certainly, Zhang Jing's survival is primarily attributable to his own resilience. In moments of peril, he exhibits remarkable decisiveness and courage. For instance, when transferring 2 tons of silver into the truck, he firmly believed they would rise in rebellion upon seeing the wealth. One might ponder why such misfortune has befallen him. Could it be that he neglected to pay his respects to Chenggu? It is not yet the Qiming festival, after all. This is your revolver. The lanky Xiao handed the black-handled, silver-bodied M500 to Zhang Jing. Thank you. Zhang Jing expressed his gratitude as he accepted the revolver. Fortune favored you to arrive first. Otherwise, I might have been confronted by other officers directly. Highly unlikely, Xiao reassured him. When I arrived, You were unarmed and had removed your clothing completely. What can I do for you? The Bayou Town police station is quite small. With only 5 officers and a limited budget, could you possibly donate some funds? We would like to afford gifts for the children this Christmas. Are you that direct? Xiao Taylor shrugged. You asked? Absolutely, Zhang Jing affirmed. I will arrange for Ba to transfer $10,000 to the police station. Wow. Xiao Taylor's eyes sparkled with excitement. There will be no less than 2 patrols daily along the 7-kilometer gravel road leading to the Champion racetrack. Zhang Jing had not anticipated such benefits from his donation. It felt like a fortunate gain. With no one else attending to him, he inquired of Xiao. Can I leave now? There is a significant amount of silver in your vehicle. Allow me to escort you. Thank you. No, we are the ones who owe you thanks. The Bayou Town police station operates on a meager budget, struggling to cover salaries, vehicle maintenance, building upkeep, fuel costs, and more. Relying solely on the donations of a few residents. Zhang Jing nodded, his worldview broadening. Isn't the salary for police, firefighters, educators, and civil servants sufficient to cover property taxes? Simultaneously, in a quiet room of a Japanese tavern at Parker Market, Chizaki bowed respectfully. I only instructed you to teach Zhang Jing a lesson, not to kill him. Ida Sammy reprimanded, exasperated. Not only did you fail, but you were also killed in return. Are your subordinates fools or imbeciles? Have you not considered that this will attract police scrutiny? I had no intention of murder, Chizaki replied, bowing again. His expression one of grievance. Zhang Jing was too ruthless, employing high-caliber firearms against them. Ida Sammy was momentarily speechless, before finally asking, will you be implicated? No. Chizaki bowed yet again, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Let this matter rest. Rest? Chizaki's tone conveyed uncertainty. Of course, it must be left alone. Ida Sammy slammed the table forcefully. Sankei Corporation has numerous business interests in the United States. Do you comprehend the severity of being implicated? The old man will flay me alive. He has more than one son. Is it truly to be left at that? Chizaki glanced slyly at his boss, feeling a sense of delight. If he could remain idle, why exert himself to run? I am a treasure hunter, as is Zhang Jing. Ida Sammy resolved. I shall systematically and comprehensively create obstacles for him. Zhang Jing remained oblivious to the fact that the faux robbers were from Japan, and he was entirely unaware of the existence of the individual known as Ida Temple. The news of his counterattack against the 2 imposters quickly spread throughout the small town, becoming common knowledge. After returning from delivering silver, Zhang Jing was intercepted in the town by Susan, the firearms shop proprietor, whose eyes sparkled with astonishment as she inquired. They staged a car accident and masqueraded as pedestrians, leveraging their identities to their advantage. How did you manage that? Grateful, Zhang Jing replied. Thanks to your M500 revolver and bulletproof vest, otherwise I would have surely perished. It seemed prudent to stockpile more M500s and bulletproof vests, as the townsfolk would undoubtedly seek to purchase them. I'll take 1,000 rounds of revolver ammunition. I need to practice, as next time I may not be so fortunate. Very well, Susan beamed with delight. 15 sets of the same bulletproof vests, 1 for each employee. Susan's joy was palpable, her smile widening to the point of nearly meeting the back of her head. Equipped, Zhang Jing returned to the winery. Accompanied by a diverse group including the horse trainer, Igis, the dog trainer, Ryan, the manager, Barbie, the veterinarian, Lucy, the video operator, Irina, and others such as Ding Jiaqing, Chu Xiaoqing, winemaker Cindy, and farmers Feilai and Jamie, along with the jockey and nutritionist, Haifa, the mechanic, Dylan, and a relatively new male jockey, Andy, age 34, standing at 155 meters tall and weighing 45 kilograms. 2 small children and a clever little dog awaited him at the winery entrance. Leaping from the pickup truck, Zhang Jing opened his arms and cheerfully declared, I am unscathed. Ding Jiaqing, her eyes glistening with emotion, rushed forward to embrace him, exclaiming, Brother Zhang, you terrified me. The atmosphere, initially serious, lightened when Chu Xiaoqing interjected with envy, Jiaqing. Your boyfriend is remarkable. The playful banter of your boyfriend is great. And your girlfriend is marvelous. Became a running joke, and Ding Jiaqing immediately understood, casting Chu Xiaoqing a warning glance. After exchanging greetings with everyone and distributing the bulletproof vests, Zhang Jing made his way alone to the stable. General, you won't die? And the 8-month-old star rested peacefully in the barn. With no one else present, Zhang Jing's mind replayed the harrowing moments of close-range gunfire with the imposters. Envisioning the face-to-face confrontation, had he reacted even a fraction of a second more slowly, had he not donned the bulletproof vest, or if his handgun had lacked sufficient power, he would have likely found himself lying in the morgue by now. The thought sent tremors through his hands, and cold sweat dampened his undergarments. Sensing their owner's heavy heart, the three horses remained quiet and calm. After a half-hour of reflection, he tenderly kissed each horse before proceeding to the rear of the ranch, where a narrow stream, 1 meter wide, flowed. On the opposite bank lay a hillside, a small portion of which belonged to the ranch, and further beyond was a public forest park. The winery shooting range was established here, and Zhang Jing retrieved a half-meter-long revolver, its bullets fitting snugly in his palm, intending to release some pin-up frustration. Bang! A plume of white smoke erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar, producing twice the force of a desert eagle and a significant recoil. During the gunfight with the faux robbers, Zhang Jing had seized the initiative. However, after firing a single shot, his arm went numb, rendering him unable to fire a second shot. Had his arm possessed greater strength, he could have fired in rapid succession, preventing the situation from becoming so perilous. As anticipated, after firing 4 intermittent shots, my arm had lost all sensation. I believed myself to be formidable, yet the truth revealed my inherent weakness. My previous encounter with Wu De had left me at a disadvantage at that time. I faced no life-threatening peril, and thus dismissed the event lightly. This incident served as a stark reminder of the necessity to diligently train my physical endurance. When faced with hardship, I ought to contemplate the benefits. Firstly, the preservation of life, and secondly, the pursuit of a future filled with happiness. The day following the robbery incident, Barbie donned an elegant professional attire and drove the Audi A8, purchased by Ding Jiechi, to meet the landlord of a 700-square-meter parcel of land in the Everett district. Prior to this meeting, she had already sent an email with a bid of $2.3 million US the previous morning. The process of buying real estate in the Dragon Country is akin to that in other regions. Barbie's modus operandi typically begins with a verbal or written offer. Once intentions are clarified, she engages a lawyer for a face-to-face meeting with the other party. The lawyer's role is to draft and review contracts. It is noteworthy that involving a lawyer generally occurs only after intentions are firmly established. Meetings are unlikely if intentions are vague, and only after pricing discussions reach a consensus will a meeting take place. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Barbie was poised to acquire that piece of land, deemed undesirable by the wealthy and unaffordable for the average person, tasteless yet regrettably overlooked for Zhang Jing. In meeting Barbie, Zhang Jing was akin to discovering treasure. Under normal circumstances, individuals who have taken a life often experience profound psychological and mental growth, becoming more rational, calm, and adaptable. Data supports that fugitives who evade capture tend to achieve greater success in their endeavors. Barbie exemplifies this situation, entrusted with the managerial role. She would ensure the seamless operation of the winery and horse ranch. Notably, Barbie's innate abilities are remarkable, her intelligence evident in this audacious venture, which could be considered the pinnacle of robbery. Were it not for her 3-year-old son, Zhang Jing would never have been able to employ her at an annual salary of $80,000. Similarly, Dylan, a skilled mechanic and expert in various trades, would not have been hired for $60,000 if not for his slight disability and his 4-year-old daughter, Dylan. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing drove his pickup truck, accompanied by Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing, into downtown Seattle, intending to purchase gifts as Christmas approached. The gifts were simple: toys or chocolates for children, and wine or chocolates for adults. It remains a mystery why candy has become a customary gift, while fruit has not. Zhang Jing also intended to procure 2 types of fitness equipment, necessitating a trip into the city. However, they arrived too late. The Bika fitness equipment store had already closed. The poor economy had led to numerous shop closures, and with Christmas nearing, more were shutting their doors. The number of homeless individuals had risen, including some disheveled and deranged wanderers wrapped in blankets with matted hair. Many beautiful young women also found themselves on the streets, regrettably without rescue. The pickup truck continued onward, passing the closed fitness store and driving 10 kilometers back, eventually stopping at a Whole Foods supermarket in Bellevue. Here lay the paradise of the affluent, where individuals were impeccably dressed and exuded an air of cleanliness. By a stroke of coincidence, Zhang Jing encountered a fan at the supermarket. The young woman, dressed in a gray hoodie and matching gray trousers, had short hair and stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a medium build. Her facial features were distinctly defined, suggesting she was around 25 or 26 years old, presenting a rather androgynous appearance that rendered her quite recognizable. "Who are you?" Zhang Jing inquired, puzzled. "My name is Li Yi," she replied, holding a pre-packaged meal while gazing at Zhang Jing. I saw your report in the news about how you thwarted 2 robbers. That was impressive. Just fortunate, Zhang Jing responded, looking slightly apprehensive, wishing such incidents would not recur. Where do you live? Liu asked. If you were a Westerner. Such a question might be misconstrued as an invitation for retribution. However, Zhang Jing felt no such concern. I reside in Baiyu Town, which is over 40 kilometers from here. I've been there. There are many farm-style wineries, Liu remarked. Indeed. And you? I live at the boxing gym, quite nearby. You're a boxing coach? Zhang Jing asked in surprise. No, I am a professional mixed martial artist. I travel abroad for training. Wow. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had intended to purchase some equipment for strength training, but was fortunate enough to meet an expert. With a flurry of thoughts, Zhang Jing introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Ding Jiaqing, and this is Chu Xiaoqing." You actually have 2 girlfriends, Li exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Zhang Jing's revelation left Liu bewildered. And it startled Ding Jiaqing as well, while Chu Xiaoqing wore a perplexed expression. Is there a comprehension issue here? Zhang Jing clarified, Ding Jiaqing is my girlfriend. And Chu Xiaoqing is merely a friend. Ah, I see, Li responded, extending her hand toward Ding Jiaqing. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Ding Jiaqing shook her head in dismissal, subtly glancing at her boyfriend. Their silent understanding prompted her to invite Li Yi if you're alone. Why not join us at the Rose Winery to celebrate Christmas? Li Yi tilted her head in contemplation. I believe I've seen news about the Rose Winery among the Chinese community. Ding Jiaqing reminded her, the original owner of the winery, along with his lover and illegitimate child, were found hanged there, and subsequently the bank seized the property, which was then purchased by brother Zhang. Yes, Li Yi said, intrigued. Would that cause you any trouble? Not at all. We have over 10 people. A consensus was reached. After procuring gifts and food, including a free-range turkey and a winter holly from Yiwu, they filled the truck's bed to capacity. The 4 of them returned to Baiyu Town in a single vehicle. Upon their return to the winery, Barbie delivered joyful news from Everett, 70 kilometers away. They successfully acquired the 700 square meter plot for $2.49 million. Barbie could not return just yet. As the Christmas holiday would last a day and a half, she aimed to finalize the transfer and tax payments before the holiday, solidifying the transaction. With such happy tidings, Zhang Jing felt elated, striding with purpose as he personally joined others in decorating the Christmas tree in preparation for the festivities. Embracing local customs, he seized this opportunity to forge closer bonds with everyone. Employees are motivated by either financial compensation, promising prospects, or a positive work atmosphere. Zhang Jing's remuneration was modest, and the future seemed uncertain. Thus, he sought to invest more effort into nurturing relationships. In the evening, Barbie excitedly trotted into the stable, and even before crossing the threshold, she was enveloped by the rich, aromatic scent of turkey infused with sage, onion, and lemon wafting from within. Laughter echoed. The pure sounds of her 3-year-old son and 4-year-old Dylan, who were playfully hiding beneath a beautifully adorned Christmas tree, embellished with twinkling lights, stars, and sequins. Haifa, Katie, Fei Lei, Jamie, and the others busily prepared the feast, while her boss, Zhang Jing, tended the fireplace, adding logs to the flames. A stranger stirred the contents of a pot slowly with a spatula. Dressed impeccably in professional attire, Zhang Jing exuded an air of authority. Overcome with excitement, Barbie presented an A4 sheet to him. Success. As he accepted the property deed, adorned with an official seal, a smile gradually spread across his face. The beginning is often the most challenging. With this deed in hand, they had already achieved half of their goal. Well done, take a moment to rest before dinner, he advised. Barbie nodded, turning to cradle her son in her left arm and Dylan in her right, her face radiating maternal warmth. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback by Barbie's presence and uncertainly inquired of Zhang Jing. Is she also your employee? Barbie oversees the management of the ranch and vineyard. Zhang Jing replied. Impressive, Li Yi praised. Is everyone here? The winemaker Cindy is absent. The horse trainer Aegis is not here either. And the dog trainer Ryan is a temporary worker and also absent. But everyone else is present, Zhang Jing explained, gesturing toward the lively gathering. That's cool. You didn't appear to be wealthy at the supermarket just now, Li Yu remarked. What about now? Zhang Jing quipped. Still can't tell, Li Yu shrugged. I wish to build strength. Zhang Jing revealed the reason for engaging with Li Yi. Do you have an effective training regimen? Li Yi countered. What does it mean to have strength? Everyone's definition of strength varies. I can perform 5 consecutive M500s, Zhang Jing stated, with clarity of purpose, without trembling or going numb. Do you train regularly? Zhang Jing shook his head. Start with a daily 2-kilometer run, gradually increasing to 5 kilometers after a couple of weeks, Li Yi suggested. Offering professional advice. Do 3 pull-ups in a set, 5 sets each time, with 1-minute intervals. Eventually work up to 10 pull-ups in a set and 10 sets total. While it's merely strength training, agility is equally vital. Consider acquiring a throwing machine to practice evasion. That sounds straightforward, Zhang Jing expressed his doubts. It's not inherently difficult, Li Yi conversed. The challenge lies in persistence, training diligently, rain or shine, day after day. Zhang Jing noted Li Yi's words, and soon the Christmas Eve dinner commenced. The main course was a roasted turkey weighing between 16 to 17 pounds, which Haifa and Katie had spent the afternoon preparing. After cleaning it, they punctured the skin, generously applying honey, cooking wine, and various spices, allowing it to marinate for 3 hours. They then stuffed the bird with sage, reputed to enhance its aroma, along with onions, diced carrots, tomatoes, lemons, and more, before placing it in the oven, first at a low temperature and then at medium-high until perfectly cooked. In addition to the turkey, the feast included smoked ham, gingerbread, Christmas pudding, bread, Yule log cake, salmon, fried shrimp, and creamy mushroom soup, all served in large portions to accommodate the crowd. Particularly noteworthy is the exquisite ham, a whole hind leg of pasture-raised pigs, roasted to perfection, its surface intricately carved into a diamond lattice and generously glazed with a honey-infused sauce, exuding a golden hue that captivates the eye. The flavor is succulent and delightful, embodying a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and taste. A fine dish deserves an equally fine wine. Zhang Jing offers a selection of 2 types of wine, whiskey and sparkling wine, each priced at over 300 yuan per bottle. The whiskey, a robust 40 degrees, contrasts beautifully with the sweet 9-degree sparkling wine. The vineyard boasts both red and white wines, providing 4 options for the dining table. Additionally, there are 2 beverages available, apple juice and mango juice, much adored by the children. The video account is managed by Ukrainian beauty Irina and Chu Xiaoqing, who pour wine for everyone. Zhang Jing raises a toast, expressing gratitude to Miss Haifa, Miss Katie, Mr. Jamie, and Mr. Falai for preparing our Christmas Eve dinner. After a brief pause, he continues, thanking Miss Barbie, Mr. Dylan, Mr. Andy, Miss Irina, Miss Ruth, and everyone for their hard work. His appreciation is profound. He also acknowledges the charm of Dylan and David, who bring us much joy. A round of applause follows. Not forgetting Li Yi. Zhang Jing introduces her as a new friend and a free combat athlete, also sharing his heritage. Li Yi appears modestly shy. At this moment, the little yellow dog, Smart Bean, barks at Zhang Jing, clearly indicating its omission from the mention. Zhang Jing chuckles, apologizing for nearly forgetting, and expresses gratitude to Smart Bean, the great general, who brings us even more joy. Laughter fills the air. The Christmas Eve dinner persists until 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Jing thoughtfully prepares red envelopes for everyone. Others receive 600, while Barbie receives 800, equivalent to an extra week's salary. The 2 children also receive 200 each, as do Chu Xiaoqing and Li Yi, who each get 600. Ding Jiechi receives a bit more, totaling 6,000. On Christmas Day, the racetrack enjoys a 2-day holiday. Zhang Jing had intended to sleep in until the sun was high, but at 6 o'clock, Li Yu pulls back the covers. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Jing scolds. You vowed to build strength yesterday. Have you forgotten so soon? Dressed in a gray tracksuit, Li Yi inquires with arms crossed. The morning temperature is a mere 0 degrees, chilling to the bone. Zhang Jing, lips moving, reluctantly puts on his clothes. The racetrack spans 5 acres, an oval-shaped arena, and he jogs 2 laps. With no facilities for pull-ups, he begins with 30 sit-ups, resting for a minute before completing another 30, a total of 3 sets, amassing 90 sit-ups. After this exertion, Zhang Jing feels as if his body no longer belongs to him. Well done, Li Yu praises. Maintain this daily, and in a year, you'll surely be able to fire 5 rounds with the M500, with energy to spare. Zhang Jing lies on the ground, speechless, realizing that nothing comes easily. Undeterred, Li Yu performs 50 push-ups in place, then runs 3 laps around the racetrack before executing another 50 push-ups, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiechi approaches, standing alongside Zhang Jing by the racetrack. Wasn't the 6,000 yuan red envelope you gave me last night a bit excessive? Not too much, you can have it, she said. How could it not be much? Ding Jiaqing retorted. With everyone earning only $600 a week, $6,000 could hire an employee for 10 weeks. That is a considerable sum for me. Zhang Jing chuckled, playing his role convincingly. Though he was already aware of her deception, he believed the Oscars owed her a little golden statue. Moreover, Zhang Jing discovered that Ding Jiaqing could not cook at all. She had not even touched the food during dinner yesterday. Indeed, she was quite the actress. Were it not for his reluctance, Zhang Jing would have undoubtedly played the rogue. Consider it your remuneration, he said nonchalantly. With all that you've done, 6,000 might not suffice for someone else. Ding Jiaqing understood Zhang Jing was referring to money laundering and silver trading. What is the situation with the property deed for 1047 Avenue 84? Ding Jiaqing inquired curiously. Barbie intended to purchase the 23-acre estate at 1049 Avenue 84 for $7.5 million, situated in the affluent area on the east shore of Washington Lake. Ding Jiaqing grasped the implication immediately. Are you planning to force the purchase? Zhang Jing nodded, explaining, this endeavor requires a psychological warfare approach. If they refuse to sell, I will construct the most unsightly building on the land of 1047, obstructing the lake view of the 1049 estate, transforming it into an ordinary residence. Is this Barbie's idea or yours? Ding Jiaqing probed. It's Barbie's idea. She was a real estate agent and understands the underlying factors, Zhang Jing asserted confidently. I support her method. It presents an excellent opportunity for profit. Could there be risks involved? Ding Jiaqing expressed concern. What if we push someone too far? Conservatively estimating, the profit could reach 20 million, Zhang Jing shrugged, unable to resist the temptation. Ding Jiaqing tacitly approved of Zhang Jing's actions, recognizing it as an astute method for rapid advancement. Others merely stumbled upon opportunities, while he actively created them. Impressive indeed. Thank goodness for Barbie. Without her, such an opportunity would not exist. Curious about Barbie, Ding Jiaqing asked, Barbie is quite capable. Why does she accept a weekly salary of $800? She wants to keep her son, David, close while working, Zhang Jing explained. Then why share such a lucrative opportunity with you? Well, Zhang Jing hesitated. Perhaps it's because I'm too handsome. Ding Jiaqing chuckled. Standing at 178 centimeters and weighing 160 pounds, Zhang Jing appeared decent, though he was rather ordinary looking. Only a 7 out of 10. Had it not been for their familiarity, Ding Jiaqing would not have been so easily swayed by him. Do you have some leverage over Barbie? As soon as the words left her mouth, Ding Jiaqing shook her head in denial. No, she respects you greatly and is very dedicated. She doesn't want to be forced to work. Stop speculating. Zhang Jing interrupted her thoughts. It's my charm that's too overpowering. Otherwise, why would such an outstanding girl like you be my girlfriend? Ding Jiaqing blushed and rolled her eyes playfully. The brief holiday passed swiftly, and the horse ranch returned to normalcy as Aegis resumed horse training in preparation for the Seattle Cup at the end of March. Cindy returned to the winery, striving to become a true winemaker. Lee returned to the boxing gym, continuing her boxing journey. Katie returns to Seattle to resume her tennis training, with a tentative schedule set for 2 years, followed by participation in the World Tennis Open in the 3rd year. Aspiring to achieve the prestigious Grand Slam, Barbie is currently focused on her enterprise, creating the remote, disseminating information along 84th Avenue. With plans to erect an unsightly structure on the 1047 plot of land encompassing 700 square feet, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Shaoqing have sequestered themselves in their rooms, diligently striving for academic credits. Even the clever dog, Huang Goat Songming Do, is engaged in work, undergoing 2 hours of professional training each day. Zhang Jing remains equally occupied, rising early for physical exercise and dividing the remainder of his time among Dilong, Cindy, Feilai, Angus, and Barbie. The emphasis lies on the 3 horses, as the prize money for the upcoming competition at the end of March is notably substantial. Zhang Jing spends his nights in the stable, sharing breath and fate with them. This structured routine persists until after the new year, when a long-uncommunicated call from Kashi invites Zhang Jing to attend a private warehouse auction. The mention of a private warehouse evokes memories of the film Lord of War, where the protagonist, Nicolas Cage, maintains a shipping container warehouse filled with cash, firearms, and counterfeit passports to keep his family oblivious to his illicit profession. Generally, treasures within auction private warehouses are rare. It is quite common for debts to be forgotten. Yet significant assets are unlikely to be neglected. However, exceptions exist. For instance, if an individual is incarcerated or isolated for over 6 months without rent payment, their warehouse will be auctioned off. Who should I contact? Zhang Jing inquires of Kangxi over the phone. 4755, Northeast Commercial Road, Seattle. Arrive promptly at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The auction for 10 overdue warehouses begins at 9:30, with on-site registration. The following day, Zhang Jing arrives punctually at 4755 Commercial Road. The location features a large yard in a layout resembling a character, with numerous containers of various sizes, some stacked 2 or 3 layers high. "How is your winery?" Kangxi greets him. "No winemaker," Zhang Jing replies with a shrug, "currently stagnant and losing money daily." Kangxi shifts the subject, gesturing towards the long queue for registration. Zhang Jing nods and joins him in line. Lacking the aristocratic elegance of Christie's, the warehouse auction rules are simplistic to the point of being almost primitive. No asset collateral is required, nor is there a need for membership referrals, as long as one appears at the auction site and pays a deposit of 100,000 yuan. They may compete with other treasure hunters present. Same old rules. A bald old man clad in a brown jacket and jeans, holding a pen and clipboard, announces to the crowd of treasure seekers. The host scans the array of bidders. Participants are granted 5 minutes to assess the contents of the warehouse. Provided they do not cross the threshold, payment in cash is required upon winning the bid, with no delays or debts allowed. The buyer must vacate the purchased warehouse within 2 days, leaving no trace behind, or face forfeiture of the cleaning deposit. Zhang Jing comprehends the situation. In essence, this is a gamble between treasure hunters, or rather, refuse removers, and the warehouse company. The warehouse company exchanges potential treasures for complimentary junk removal, while treasure hunters offer their services in cleaning garbage in hopes of striking it rich. Similar to the situation in Longhua, large trash has nowhere to go, and the cost of hiring a vehicle or personnel is exorbitant, leading to auctions as a practical solution. Even if a bid starts at 100,000 yuan, the warehouse company benefits by saving on garbage disposal costs. The host speaks rapidly, akin to pouring beans, as he opens the first warehouse's roll-up door and steps aside to allow bidders to inspect the contents. Fortunately, Zhang Jing stands at a distance from the warehouse entrance, which reveals merely a dilapidated wooden bench, tattered cardboard boxes, a minimalist clothes hanger, and some dusty clothing. The crowd shakes their heads, aside from the uncertainty of finding treasure. The sheer volume of junk would require considerable cleanup. The bidding begins at 100,000 yuan, with increments of no less than 5,000 yuan. Ultimately, a Latino gentleman secures the lot for 101,000 yuan, cheerfully claiming it to be his lucky day, perhaps leading to wealth. How utterly foolish. As expected, upon entering to rummage through the items, he discovers nothing but a room full of refuse, unwittingly providing free labor for the warehouse company. Next up is the second warehouse, approximately 12 square meters in size. Though spacious, it contains few items and is remarkably clean, with only 12 cardboard boxes the size of microwave ovens stacked against the wall. Generally, a tidy warehouse has a slightly higher probability of containing valuable goods compared to a disordered one. The crowd is intrigued, yet the boxes are tightly sealed, rendering their contents a mystery. Zhang Jing shares in the curiosity. His golden finger reveals a 5-meter metal object, but all he can see are some used staples and paper clips floating within the boxes. It is evident that the boxes contain some form of paper materials, but their specific nature remains unknown to Zhang Jing. Without knowledge of the materials, their value is ambiguous, and he can only analyze them indirectly. With a monthly rental of approximately 90,000 yuan for the 12-square-meter warehouse, it stands to reason that the materials must be useful, otherwise the owner would not incur the expense of renting the space. Additionally, there is the potential issue of resale. What may be poison to one could be nectar to another. If these materials prove particularly valuable to certain individuals, they might fetch a handsome price. Most importantly, there are only 12 boxes, kept immaculate, thus eliminating the need for cleaning or garbage disposal. If the materials are deemed useless, discarding them would be a simple task. Other treasure seekers speculate that the boxes may contain brand-name shoes, while some naively suggest they might hold antiques. Pessimists, however, conjecture that the boxes could be empty. The 5 minutes pass swiftly, and the bald host raises a blue folder to initiate bidding, starting at 100,000 yuan. With increments of no less than 10,000 yuan, the lack of any identifying labels on the boxes does not dampen enthusiasm, and the bidding quickly escalates to 100,000 yuan. Zhang Jing raises the bid to 110,000. A hefty African-American gentleman provocatively gestures towards Zhang Jing, increasing the bid to 150,000. No one else bids, prompting Zhang Jing to raise it to 160,000. Despite the crowd's excitement, there is a palpable hesitance to bid. While they vocally speculate about the possibility of antiques within the boxes, no one genuinely believes it. 200. The African-American gentleman counters. The competition narrows to Zhang Jing and the hefty gentleman, leading Zhang Jing to raise the bid to 210,300. The African-American gentleman considered that the cardboard box might contain brand-name sneakers, which would be more resilient. 310. Zhang Jing called out his bid. 400. 810. Zhang Jing shouted again. 900. Suddenly, the African-American gentleman blurted out, and before he realized it, he had overbid, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Observing him closely, Zhang Jing worried that he might be deliberately trying to disrupt his bidding, so he attempted to raise his bid to 910. If the other party followed suit, it would indicate some personal vendetta. Thankfully, the opponent did not increase their bid, and Zhang Jing successfully acquired the small warehouse. With cash in hand, he handed the money to the seller and entered the small gun storage, opening the cardboard box. Indeed, it was filled with documents and manuscripts. He casually flipped open one book, revealing calculations and hand-drawn diagrams, resembling mathematical materials. After closing the roll-up door, he proceeded to the next warehouse. This one was cluttered with office supplies, including printers, desks, chairs, and filing cabinets. The crowd outside strained to search every detail among the piles of miscellaneous items to assess the warehouse's potential value. Ultimately, it sold for 2,300 yuan. Zhang Jing did not bid, as dealing with such items would be time-consuming. The fourth warehouse, upon opening, revealed some high-end fishing equipment. Anyone who enjoys fishing knows that such gear does not come cheap, and this warehouse contained several sets. The atmosphere of the auction was immediately ignited, with everyone eager to bid, and it eventually sold for 3,500 yuan. Zhang Jing still refrained from bidding, as he found it troublesome to handle. The fifth warehouse was a complete waste. Whoever bid on it would be unfortunate, as it not only required payment, but also the responsibility of cleaning up for the warehouse company. The sixth and seventh warehouses, while not trash, were nearly as undesirable for Zhang Jing. After wasting the entire morning without uncovering any hidden treasures, he returned to his own purchased small warehouse. Due to his limited education, Zhang Jing struggled to understand much of the material, fearing he might miss out on a fortune. He resorted to his usual method, taking some photos and sending them to Su Zheong, along with the customary 300 yuan appraisal fee. Late at night, Su Zheong, still awake, received the images from Zhang Jing, looking equally perplexed. As an expert in ancient literature and artifacts, he was not well versed in intricate mathematics or formulas, so he forwarded them to a friend for assistance. This friend, a vice professor in the mathematics department at Zhejiang University, opened the images and was increasingly astonished. Zhang Jing remained oblivious to the surprising contents of the materials. Leaving the warehouse company compound, Zhang Jing assumed everyone would return home. But Kangxi suggested they have lunch before departing. Conveniently, nearby was Panda Fast Food, and the two entered. It was noon, and the place was bustling with diners. "Hello. What can I get for you?" A Caucasian female server in a red jacket, black apron, and black cap greeted them from behind the glass counter. It was Zhang Jing's first experience with American-style Chinese fast food, and faced with a dazzling array of dishes, he could only point. Braised eggplant, orange chicken, broccoli, hot and sour soup, with fried rice as the staple, totaling 14.5 yuan. Kangxi ordered similarly, adding a pork chop, costing 17 yuan. Sitting across from each other by the window, Kangxi remarked, "The hot and sour soup is quite good. It's warm, perfect for this weather." Zhang Jing speculated that Kangxi had other matters at hand, so he was not in a hurry to speak, nor was Zhang Jing. He took a sip of the hot and sour soup, which was passable, though not entirely authentic Chinese cuisine. Overall, it was acceptable, considering this was the United States, where the flavors likely catered more to foreign palates. Indeed, it appeared that flipping properties was the way to make money. Kangxi weighed approximately 200 pounds, had small eyes, and spoke with a slight wheeze. It was rare for anything of quality to emerge from the warehouse. Today, 10 warehouses were up for auction, with over 30 bidders present. Zhang Jing managed to secure one, while Kangxi did not win any, and even if he had, they might have been worthless. Zhang Jing also felt the same. He firmly believed that as long as the Barbie plan proceeded smoothly, he could acquire manor number 1049 at a bargain price, potentially yielding a profit of $20 million upon resale. Although morally questionable, it was nonetheless legal. Naturally, Zhang Jing remained cautious of desperate individuals. Hence he wore a bulletproof vest beneath his coat. The firearms in the secret silver space were all loaded and ready for action. After a few casual exchanges, Kangxi revealed the reason for their meeting today. There was a luxurious property in Phuket Bay with a bank auction price of 2.8 million, After research, he found it to be at least $600,000 US dollars below market value. They could collaborate to purchase it, make simple renovations, and potentially earn $300,000 US dollars. Zhang Jing's initial reaction to these figures was one of astonishment, betting $2.8 million for a return of $300,000. Was the industry really that competitive? Without contemplation, Zhang Jing shook his head. He had the funds available, having sold 9 tons of silver for $6.12 million US dollars. Originally, he had $3 million in his bank account, primarily for payroll and daily expenses. His last significant land purchase had cost him $2.49 million, and he had spent around $30,000 for Christmas, leaving him with a balance of $360,000. His total cash reserves amounted to $6.48 million. Such funds were essential. Should the owner of Manor Number 1049 suddenly relent, Zhang Jing would need immediate access to the money, thus he politely declined Kangshi's invitation. After finishing the fast food, he settled into the driver's seat of his pickup truck when Su Zhang called. I had someone assess the information you provided. It relates to enhancing the precision of boring machines. Although it involves mechanics, part of it is also a mathematician's domain. Zhang Jing was unfamiliar with boring machines and, cutting to the chase, asked, "What is it worth? Is it valuable? And is the information complete?" There were 12 boxes the size of a microwave, but he was unsure if everything was in order. Su Zhang cautioned, "These are valuable items. If you trade them, you might attract the attention of authorities, potentially even charges of espionage." Espionage? Zhang Jing countered. Commercial espionage, Su Zhang clarified. Zhang Jing chuckled. "Are you trying to scare me?" "Enough," Su Zhang advised. "Don't take unnecessary risks. Do you have buyers?" "Yes," came the affirmative response, prompting Zhang Jing to drive away from the fast food parking lot. He stopped in a secluded area along the way, transferred the documents from the boxes into the secret silver space, and then ignited the fuel tank to create a self-combustion effect. The entire process was executed flawlessly, though it was unfortunate for a second-hand pickup truck. Following this, he called the police to report the incident, and once the necessary matters were settled, Zhang Jing headed straight to the airport. In the evening, he boarded a flight to Hong Kong. 16 hours later, I arrived at Hong Kong International Airport, just as dawn broke. Having left behind 12 boxes of documents, I received an equivalent of $400,000 Hong Kong dollars. By noon, I boarded another flight bound for New York, purchasing a ticket to subsequently transfer to Tacoma International Airport. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, like spring water flowing without a trace. After 2 days of air travel and a day of recuperating from jet lag, Zhang Jing emerged from his warm cocoon, for the pursuit of wealth must not cease. Today he was to participate in a warehouse auction. Once again at 4755 Northeast Business Road in Seattle, where nearly 10,000 warehouses of varying sizes resided. Among every 10 citizens of the United States, one owns a self-storage unit, serving as a remedy for cramped living spaces. It is easy to envision the immense business potential, which has given rise to tens of thousands of warehouse rental companies. Moreover, the practice of clearing out delinquent warehouses often results in losses, leading to the emergence of a profession known as warehouse treasure hunters. After participating in one auction, Zhang Jing learned that the warehouse companies announce auction information online a week in advance. If unrestricted by city limits, similar sales occur almost daily, encompassing private storage units, airport luggage, shipping containers, and more. This time, Kangxi was also present, and upon seeing Zhang Jing, he excitedly remarked, "You missed it the day before yesterday. I auctioned off a Qing Dynasty Water Guardian beast. Among the 9 sons of the dragon, one is the Water Guardian beast, typically depicted in stone, usually large and heavy, a true treasure. Congratulations. I hope today remains fortunate for both of us." "Thank you. Is this your dog?" Kangxi inquired, glancing down at the clever dog named Clever Bean. "Clever Bean, greet him," Zhang Jing urged, shaking the dog's leash. Woof. Clever Bean, wearing a muzzle, looked up at Kangxi and barked. "Haha, this dog seems quite intelligent," Kangxi remarked. "Indeed, it calls you uncle," Zhang Jing quipped, eliciting laughter from Kangxi. As they chatted, the queue moved to complete the deposit payment, and the auction commenced. The first warehouse was unveiled, revealing a motorcycle beneath the dust cover, though the specifics remained obscured. Even the wheels hidden. "It looks like a Harley," someone speculated. "But it could just be an ordinary bike. Otherwise, why would it be collecting dust here?" Another countered, igniting a flurry of discussion. Kangxi mused, could it be a domestically produced electric motorcycle, the kind that mimics a bike? Zhang Jing was taken aback, as Kangxi's guess proved remarkably accurate. The golden finger displayed a three-dimensional metallic outline within 5 meters, revealing that the motorcycle beneath the dust cover lacked an engine. Its structure resembled that of an electric bike disguised as a motorcycle. However, the silhouette it presented was undeniably cool, creating an air of deception. The starting bid was set at $500,000, with increments of no less than $50,000. The host called out 1,000. A redneck shouted his bid, believing that a loud call would give him an advantage. Everyone turned to look at him. Typically, treasure hunters do not engage in malicious bidding wars, as they are all ordinary people trying to make a living unless, as in this case, the item was unveiled. If the dust cover concealed a Harley motorcycle, a bid of 1,000 would be insufficient. As anticipated, bidders swiftly followed suit, with 4 or 5 offers driving the price up to 3,000. Zhang Jing raised the bid to 3,003. Everyone was eager to compete. If Zhang Jing refrained, it would appear peculiar. 5,000. All eyes turned towards the audacious individual who placed the 5,000 bid, a tall, lanky Asian with an unusually elongated face, none other than Ida Templeming, who provocatively lifted his chin towards Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing found this baffling, as he did not recognize the man. This bid should not intimidate the other treasure seekers. After 3 rounds, the price escalated to 6,005. Zhang Jing incremented his offer by 300, raising it to 6,008. In a spirit of rivalry, Ida Templeming pushed the bid to 7,000. Harley offered numerous motorcycle models, and 7,000 yuan was not for their high-end vehicles, yet it encompassed several entry-level options. A somewhat familiar African-American gentleman increased the bid by 50 on top of 7,000. Zhang Jing remained silent, choosing not to raise his bid. He merely wished to express his stance without any genuine intention of purchase. Kangxi, beside him, felt anxious for Zhang Jing, quietly advising in Mandarin that the risks were substantial here, better to miss out than to chase inflated prices, as the potential rewards did not justify the risks. After more than 10 rounds of bidding, the first storage unit was claimed by Ida Templeming for 9,700 yuan. At this moment, the slender-faced Ida Templeming couldn't resist tauntingly lifting his chin at Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing crossed his arms, watching him unveil the mystery box. 10,000 yuan was no trifling sum. Everyone lingered at the entrance, observing as Ida Templeming pulled back the dust cover. As expected, it revealed nothing more than a cheap, plastic-style electric motorcycle. Ida Templeming's expression soured, and the scene was almost comical. In the subsequent storage units, Zhang Jing merely placed bids for the sake of participation, with no genuine desire to purchase, yet Ida Templeming disrupted his attempts each time. This implied that even if Zhang Jing wished to acquire something, it would be maliciously sabotaged. To safeguard his interests, Zhang Jing felt compelled to retaliate. The familiar African-American gentleman had his sights set on a storage unit filled with various boxes and odds and ends. Logically, it was likely another loss for the storage company, yet his intuition suggested treasures lay within, prompting him to escalate the bid to 900 yuan. At this juncture, no one else was bidding, so Zhang Jing raised it by 10 yuan. Upon seeing Zhang Jing's offer, Ida Templeming, determined not to appear benevolent, increased the bid to 1,000. Zhang Jing shrugged, signaling his withdrawal. The African-American gentleman, frustrated, added another 10 yuan. Noticing Zhang Jing's lack of further bids, Ida Templeming declared his disinterest, finding a room full of rubbish unappealing. Thus, the African-American gentleman ultimately paid 1,110 yuan for the storage unit. It was evident he was infuriated, yet he had no recourse, as no rules had been violated. The gentleman was amiable, but the next individual would not be so forgiving. In the following storage unit, a white father and son were resolute in their determination to win, employing the same strategy just as the moment of truth arrived. Zhang Jing raised the starting price. With ample funds, Ida Templeming promptly added 100. A serving of McDonald's chicken nuggets costs merely 6 yuan. 100 was not a trivial amount, provoking the ire of the white father and son. Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag struck Ida Templeming's face, leaving him reeling and disoriented. You. And you. The assailant turned and barked at Zhang Jing. You have grievances between you. Do not bring harm upon us. Kangxi stood protectively between Zhang Jing and the hulking figure, urging, Brother, do not resort to violence. After a brief commotion, the auction resumed. Do you have a conflict with that Japanese individual? Kangxi inquired of Zhang Jing. I do not even know him, Zhang Jing replied, casting a glance at the disheveled Ida Templeming as he departed. He is merely a lunatic. Subsequently, Zhang Jing remained indifferent to the following several warehouses, while Kangxi successfully bid on the 14th warehouse. There must be valuable items within. I shall return to open the mystery box after the auction concludes. As he spoke, Kangxi skillfully retrieved a lock from his coat pocket, securing the roll-up door before proceeding to the next auction. Zhang Jing did not hinder Kangxi. He had spent 700 on a disordered warehouse, which merely contained a pile of worn cardboard boxes and a few expired door lock samples. All truly worthless, he mused. The dream of overnight wealth is not easily realized, nor is it realistic. It felt like a slap in the face as the host guided everyone in a circle to the 15th warehouse. This was a small storage unit, 2 meters wide and approximately 4 meters long, also cluttered with various items, including some old clothing. Within the 5-meter radius of the golden finger, 2 vintage-style unrifled pistols lay hidden in a wooden box in the corner. The pistols were devoid of grips, indicating they were not crafted from metal. This was indeed promising. Starting bid at 500 yuan, the host announced. After several rounds, a middle-aged woman raised the bid to 300 yuan, at which point no one else was inclined to increase their offer. Zhang Jing added 500 yuan. The middle-aged woman, having bid 300 yuan, glanced at Zhang Jing and escalated the price to 310 yuan. Zhang Jing exerted himself, raising the bid to 400 yuan. The woman, not wishing to engage in a bidding war, shrugged and withdrew. Kangxi produced a lock and offered it to Zhang Jing, asking, "Shall we open it now, or wait until the auction is complete?" Zhang Jing opted to secure the roll-up door and continue participating in the auction. Aspirations may be delightful, yet reality can be harsh. The subsequent warehouses were all filled with refuse, leaving the warehouse company to handle the cleanup. Boss, an African-American woman with bright eyes and disheveled hair approached. "Do you need help with the cleanup? I am quite affordable. I have a pickup truck that can haul away the trash. Treasure hunters often double as waste collectors." And this woman was genuinely a cleaner, one who found places to dispose of refuse. "Follow me." Returning to the small warehouse they had purchased, Zhang Jing unlocked the iron padlock. Contrary to common perceptions, this African-American woman worked diligently, swiftly removing debris and rubbish. Zhang Jing made his way directly to the back corner of the warehouse, retrieving the wooden box containing the pistols. The dust within was thick, so he stepped outside to open it. Before him lay 2 well-preserved revolvers, quietly resting upon a piece of blue velvet cloth. The grips appeared to be made of ivory, having yellowed with age yet still exuding an air of quality. To his surprise, beneath the gun lay more than a dozen postcards, each adorned with stamps. Before the internet became prevalent, postcards were a common means of communication, typically sent by friends and classmates as handwritten greetings, offering a sense of warmth. He carefully moved the pistols aside to extract the postcards. The handwriting appears rather disjointed and slightly shaky, indicating that the author may not be in good health. The foremost postcard contains a message that reads, "Winnie, I am profoundly remorseful for the irreparable wrongs I have committed against you. I am destined for perdition. I wish you all the best. Bowen," dated March 3rd of this year. Upon examining the other postcards, Zhang Jing uncovers further insights. This is a sorrowful tale, wherein the sender and recipient were once passionately devoted lovers in their youth, only to be tragically separated. What remains unclear is how a mere breakup could harbor such irredeemable faults that would plague the man with lifelong guilt. Given the sender's evident decline in writing steadiness, Zhang speculates that Winnie may have succumbed to a grave illness or perhaps even passed away, as it is unlikely she would forsake 2 seemingly valuable antique pistols. "Hey," Kangxi interjects, interrupting Zhang's perusal of the letters. "I purchased a warehouse full of junk, and I can hardly be bothered to sort through it. A few hundred yuan is merely chump change for you." Zhang offers a word of consolation. "You seem to have stumbled upon something worthwhile." Kangxi gestures towards a wooden box. "What is it?" Zhang opens the box for Kangxi to see. "Good heavens!" Kangxi exclaims, 2 antique pistols. 40 minutes later, Zhang Jing and Kangxi arrive at an antique shop in Pike Market with the pistols in hand. The shop's assistant, Will, a stocky man with dark brown hair standing approximately 5'7" and weighing around 200 pounds, is idly playing with his fingers. "Welcome. What do you have for sale today?" Zhang places the wooden box on the counter and gently opens it. Will, unfamiliar with antique firearms, calls for his father, the bald and robust owner. They seem to be French cavalry pistols, custom-made for the affluent, the owner remarks, donning gloves to inspect the weapons. After some deliberation, he acknowledges he is not particularly knowledgeable about them. He then requests the assistance of an expert, who arrives 20 minutes later, a scruffy old man, approximately 60 years of age, with a beard resembling a broom. Upon examining the pistols, the expert immediately identifies them as 18th-century French cavalry pistols. The primary distinction between a cavalry pistol and a regular one lies in its length, as cavalry pistols are generally longer to enhance effective range. The expert, now gloved, meticulously examines the pistols, noting their special design, with lion head motifs adorning the grips, indicating they likely belong to a noble family. What is their worth? The owner inquires directly. Considering their custom nature and ivory grips, I estimate each to be valued between 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. Zhang feels disheartened. It seems too little. In the realm of commerce, the owner shows no sympathy, swiftly countering with a firm offer of 4,000 yuan each. The expert's appraisal reflects market price, yet the pawn shop operates in a secondary market, naturally offering less than the original valuation. Nonetheless, the owner's cut is rather severe. After some negotiation, they settle on 4,700 yuan each. Do you feel it is insufficient? Upon leaving the pawn shop, Kangxi inquired cautiously. Zhang Jing nodded. The sum was lamentably scant, 9,400 yuan, barely sufficient to cover a week's wages. Let us collaborate on purchasing a property, Kangxi proposed once more. That luxurious residence is set to be auctioned tomorrow. Acquiring it and refurbishing would yield significantly greater profit than merely operating a warehouse. Zhang Jing raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, expressing his desire to cooperate, yet lamenting his limited means. Parting ways with Kangxi, Zhang Jing returned to Baiyu Town with his clever companion, Smart Bean. En route, they passed through Bellevue, where they encountered a grand villa adorned with 2 A-frame display boards. The red background proclaimed, estate sale, public auction. With determination, he pressed the brakes and pulled over to the roadside. An estate sale? A public auction. This household was selling the belongings and property of an elderly individual who had recently passed away. The term sale differed from auction, leading to some confusion. Generally, one would assume that personal effects would attract little interest. However, several cars were parked outside, and over a dozen buyers milled about, creating a lively atmosphere. Approaching the scene, Zhang Jing observed an array of items laid out on the lawn for sale, including 2 bicycles priced at 120 yuan, a writing desk at 30 yuan, a student table for 25 yuan, a painting of the Great Wall of China for 35 yuan, and a vintage grandfather clock from 1959 for 400 yuan. Other offerings included televisions, printers, desk lamps, globes, numerous decorative art pieces, speakers, bookshelves, books, safes, chairs, garment steamers, candlesticks, and an assortment of tools from the garage. The house and all its contents were meticulously cleaned and displayed for sale, even including kitchenware and tableware. Zhang Jing scrutinized the items for sale, hoping to uncover a hidden gem to earn some quick cash to pay his employees. After finding nothing of interest, he made his way to the garage. The garage had doors on both sides, allowing for a breeze to flow through. On the other side lay the backyard, where additional items were up for sale, such as an inflatable swimming pool. There was also a swing bench, and even potted plants were among the offerings. Stopping before a flower bed, Smart Bean, the yellow dog wearing a muzzle, barked up at Zhang Jing. Observing the dog, Zhang Jing pondered thoughtfully. Your dog is quite unique. What breed is it? A woman in her 40s approached and asked. It's a pastoral dog, Zhang Jing replied. The middle-aged woman merely offered a polite comment, gesturing towards the flower bed composed of potted plants. Do you enjoy flowers? She inquired. Zhang Jing nodded, complimenting, they are well cared for. My father has a passion for plants, the woman explained, and he has amassed quite a collection of books on the subject. I am considering purchasing both the flowers and the house. How much is this property listed for? Zhang Jing asked boldly. The woman's eyes brightened as she recognized the common perception of wealth among Asians. Surprised by the decisiveness and assertiveness of this young man, we plan to sell it for 2.6 million yuan, she informed him. Though we referred to the children of the original owner, who intended to sell all possessions in the house, subsequently dividing the inheritance. What is the interior square footage? How large is the front and backyard? Excluding the 2-car garage, the indoor area measures 475 square feet, with a front yard of 1,022 square feet and a backyard of 1,295 square feet. Converting these measurements, approximately 230 square meters correspond to the indoor area, while the front yard approximates 95 square meters and the backyard about 120 square meters. Zhang Jing is uncertain about the pricing. I will make a call to inquire. Please proceed, the middle-aged woman replied courteously. Zhang Jing placed a call to Barbie, inquiring in front of the hostess for details about the property's address, area, renovation status, and price. Boss, Barbie explained, upon comprehensive analysis, The house is neither exorbitantly priced nor remarkably cheap. It falls within the realm of ordinary market value. And there are no hidden bargains to be had. Zhang Jing understood, hung up, and discussed with the hostess, agreeing on a price of 2.6 million without negotiation, leaving behind the unsold furniture and appliances. The deal was sealed. Without hesitation, the hostess extended her hand forward. Since it was a sale, those ancillary items and minor belongings would require 1 to 2 weeks for proper handling. It was more convenient to sell them in a bundle. They signed the contract in the afternoon, followed by the process of title transfer and tax payment, delegating the matters to Barbie. After a week of quiet anticipation, they received the keys, and Zhang Jing returned with his clever companion. Opening the front door, they traversed the living room and kitchen, directly proceeding to the flower bed in the backyard, where they moved aside several pots. Beneath lay a concrete slab measuring approximately 3 square meters, set about 5 centimeters lower than the ground, upon which Clever Bean began to bounce. "You had better not make a mistake," Zhang Jing warned sternly, "or you'll be having dog meat for dinner." Retrieving a crowbar from the garage, he tested the edges for leverage and found it could be pried open. Lifting the concrete slab revealed a narrow downward passage, approximately 6 meters deep. Zhang Jing stepped inside, discovering a small space akin to a mine. Measuring less than 2 square meters, where 4 exquisitely crafted metal boxes lay quietly on the ground. Uncertain of their contents, he collected them into his secret silver space, replaced the concrete cover, and returned the numerous flower pots to their original positions. At that moment, the doorbell rang in the front yard. Hastily repositioning the potted plants, Zhang Jing jogged through the living room and opened the door. To his surprise, a sun-kissed, sweet-faced blonde girl with blue eyes and slender limbs stood before him, holding a box of chocolates. "Hello, new neighbor. My name is Lindsay Moore, and I live next door to your left." Zhang Jing glanced at the adjacent villa, a striking 2-story frame house belonging to a wealthy family. "Thank you. I was just about to head out, so I want to invite you in," he replied as he accepted the chocolates from her hand. Lindsay Moore awkwardly shifted her body, murmuring, "That's all right," driving his pickup truck back to the winery. Zhang Jing secluded himself in the haunted house's room and retrieved a metal box for examination. After considerable effort, he managed to open it, revealing numerous wax crayon-sized transparent sealed containers tightly packed with a light brown powdered solid. Clearly, these light brown solid substances exceeded Zhang Jing's comprehension. When faced with difficulties, one must consult an expert. Zhang Jing donned gloves, took a small amount of the solid into his palm, snapped a photo, and sent it to Su Zheong. As per usual, there was a 300 yuan appraisal fee. He promptly transferred the amount via red envelope. It was yet another midnight when Su Zheong, on the verge of slumber, received a photograph that left him utterly bewildered. As a historian and an expert in ancient artifacts, he possessed some knowledge of meteorites. Yet Zhang Jing seemed to regard him as a polymath. For the sake of monetary gain, Su Zheong donned his reading glasses to scrutinize the image. Suspecting something due to his wife's medication but lacking certainty, he exchanged a few words with her, donned a heavy coat, and departed his dormitory. He made his way to another building, knocking on the door of a colleague from the pharmaceutical department. "Lao Wang, could you help me determine if this is the fundamental ingredient for the production of the multi-target drug sorafenib?" The professor, referred to as Lao Wang, took the phone without requiring much examination. He nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, it is sorafenib. This substance is exceedingly valuable, but due to patent issues, unauthorized trade is illegal and carries severe penalties." "Thank you. I understand," Su Zheong replied, preparing to leave. "Wait," the medical professor called after him, "with your wife's illness, the cost of medication can be exorbitant. You must be cautious. If you need money, I can lend you some in an emergency." Retrieving his phone, Su Zheong deleted the image, assuring him, "I would not engage in any illegal activities. Rest assured." Zhang Jing soon learned that the metallic case contained the essential ingredients for the multi-target drug sorafenib, a rare and precious life-saving medication. Alarmed, he promptly deleted the chat history with Su Zheong, fearing that remnants might remain. He first submerged the phone in water, then smashed it bit by bit, soaking it again before crushing it once more until it was utterly fragmented. The 4 boxes of ingredients were worth a fortune, and he pondered how the original owner had acquired them, exercising caution to avoid any missteps. Leaving the ominous residence, he found Barbie, who was working at a tavern, and instructed her, for the Bellevue property, arrange for some partial renovations and then list it for sale. "Understood," she replied. At that moment, 4-year-old Dylan, with her hair styled in horn-like braids, giggled as she entered hand in hand with 3-year-old David, Upon seeing Zhang Jing, they obediently greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Zhang Jing." "Greetings to you both," he replied, gently patting their little heads, finding them utterly charming. Lost in thought, Zhang Jing recalled his previous promise to Dylan. Considering the night when he had defended the horse farm and eliminated 6 foes, he turned to Barbie and inquired, "What is the quality of the school district for the Bellevue property?" The housing prices in that vicinity exceed $2 million, making it quite expensive, with hefty property taxes. However, the funds are allocated for education and public safety, and it boasts numerous esteemed educators. "It is one of the best school districts in Bellevue," Barbie explained. Zhang Jing felt perplexed. "How do you know the property taxes are utilized effectively?" he pressed. "Before each year's property tax payment, the government sends a letter detailing the proportions allocated for education, public safety, municipal maintenance, and contributions," she replied. "Is it possible for them to manipulate this?" Zhang Jing inquired further. "I understand your concerns," Barbie elucidated. "And indeed, such occurrences have transpired. For instance, if the government needs to purchase a chair, which should cost $30, they might end up purchasing it for $300. According to the law, government procurements must be publicly announced in newspapers for public scrutiny. To circumvent this, they often publish in obscure, remote newspapers with zero circulation, or even establish their own newspaper, issuing it without selling it to the public." Zhang Jing gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent." Barbie shrugged in resignation. Such sophisticated matters were beyond her grasp. She merely needed to tend to her own little plot of land. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Jing made a decision. He would not sell the house, but rather keep it for Lynn's education. Barbie's mouth fell agape in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. "I have to embark on a long journey. The vineyard and the horse ranch will be entrusted to you." Originally, he had $6.88 million in his account, having spent $2.6 million, leaving a balance of $4.28 million. Such funds were insufficient to purchase the estate at number 1049, and he needed to maintain a sufficient supply of ammunition. Venturing out was unavoidable. At the ranch, Haifa and Andy were galloping on horseback, while Ijeezy stood at the edge of the arena, slightly lifting her snowy white chin to observe them. So engrossed was she that she did not even notice Zhang Jing approaching. After a period of acquaintance, it became clear, as Ding Jiaqing had said, that despite Ijeezy being a perfectionist, her horse training skills were indeed exemplary and highly professional. Zhang Jing had come to realize that Ijeezy was at Champion Ranch solely because of Wenli. Otherwise, there would have been no other possibility. A true understanding of oneself reveals a lack of qualities that might attract others, particularly with the connections to Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing. Ijeezy often refrained from dining at the ranch or attending its gatherings when they were present. One might wonder if the trivialities of youth could linger until now. Could it be that they had yet to emerge from their adolescence? "When did you arrive?" Ijeezy finally noticed Zhang Jing. "Just got here." "How are General and Survivor faring?" "Survivor has a swift sprint, nearing a top speed of 67 kilometers. General boasts excellent endurance and is not slow. Superstar excels in both endurance and speed. They are all fine horses." "Did General and Survivor stand a chance of reaching the Seattle Cup finals?" "Certainly," Ijeezy replied with conviction, her gaze steady and her tone resolute. "Eliminating external interference, they can undoubtedly reach the finals." "What are the plans after the Seattle Cup?" Zhang Jing inquired. "They will compete in the Triple Crown races scheduled between May and July, including the Kentucky Derby, 2,000 meters, the Preakness Stakes, 1,900 meters, and the Belmont Stakes, 2,400 meters. How rare is a Triple Crown winner?" Zhang Jing asked, intrigued. Ijeezy replied leisurely. "The last Triple Crown winner emerged in 2015, prior to that in 1978, and before that in 1948. Zhang Jing felt a shock within. A span of 37 years separated the last 2 Triple Crown winners. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Ijeezy glanced at Superstar, leisurely strolling nearby, contemplating that perhaps when it turned 3, it might be a contender. Since Superstar is a stallion, how much could its breeding rights sell for if it were to win the Triple Crown? Zhang Jing inquired. 200,000 meters, Ijeezy chuckled. "I dare not even dream of a Triple Crown. I can only hope." Zhang Jing was astounded. If that were to happen, wouldn't he need to hire a bodyguard for the racehorse? After a brief exchange, Zhang Jing reminded her, "I will be away for a while. The horse training will be in your hands. If you have the opportunity to visit number 1032 ranch next time," Ijeezy requested, "please remember to take me along." "Certainly." Zhang Jingshuang readily agreed, concerned that she might abandon the task and worried about her lack of motivation. Ding Jieqi was at school when Zhang sent her a text message informing her of the news. instructing her to complete the shopping at the supermarket that afternoon and to book a small plane online. Zhang prepared to seek out the elusive Goldstream River. As mentioned by Katie's grandfather, an athlete known for his prowess with a ball, 50 years ago, Katie's grandfather fortuitously discovered a 10-pound nugget of gold in a tributary of the Yukon River. This golden find led him to marry a beautiful woman. And thus the tale of Katie began. The following morning, they flew directly to Anchorage, the capital of Alaska. Upon arrival, the first sensation was the biting cold. The outdoor temperature in Anchorage felt well below -10 degrees, causing incessant sneezing. After an hour, they located the previously checked-in smart beans. And one person along with a dog followed the signs to the parking lot. It appeared that it had rained recently, as the sidewalks were coated with a thick layer of ice, compelling pedestrians to walk on the road. "Hello, you must be Mr. Zhang?" A middle-aged Caucasian man with a fair complexion approached to greet him. "I am Charles, the pilot." "It's me. Let us proceed to the aircraft. Then we will fly directly to the destination." Zhang had previously rented a C-47 transport plane from World War II, an antique propeller-driven aircraft. It was to fly northeast for 700 kilometers at a cost of 8,000 yuan, a round-trip charter. This was a necessary investment that could not be avoided, as the river where Katie's grandfather had once ventured had no roads. One could only travel by plane or boat. The drive was smooth and leisurely. Zhang was taken aback to find the rented plane stationed in an expanse of barren land. "How are we supposed to take off from here?" Zhang inquired of the pilot. "Charles, just like this," Charles explained. "The terrain at your destination is quite challenging. Although the C-47 is somewhat antiquated, it requires minimal conditions for landing." With the pilot's confidence, Zhang felt assured to board the plane. In a moment, the aircraft began to accelerate slowly down the runway. Due to the uneven ground, it felt akin to a car racing across the lunar surface, the vibrations similar to those of a roller coaster. The entire plane quaked with unusual noises. Fortunately, this did not last long, and they ascended smoothly. Covering just over 700 kilometers, the C-47 began to descend to find a landing spot after 70 minutes. Below lay rugged mountains, uneven snowfields, and patches of large forest, presenting a formidable challenge. "My God," Charles exclaimed, "this is more difficult to land than I imagined." "Mr. Zhang, do you know how to parachute?" "I'd rather not." Zhang silently cursed, reminding himself to patiently search for a landing location. "I can take you to the nearest village, which is less than 80 kilometers from the coordinates you provided." "That won't do," Zhang declined. In the wilderness without roads, 80 kilometers felt exceedingly distant. Ultimately, Charles opted to land on the ice. The landing process proved to be even more exhilarating than the flight itself, and Zhang feared the aircraft might crash land. Fortunately, being an antique plane, the power was not overly robust, and the thin layer of snow on the ice provided some resistance. After exiting the cockpit and standing on the ice, Pilot Charles curiously asked, "Mr. Zhang, what brings you out to play at this time?" "Having just experienced a breakup, my spirits were low." Charles, in his usual manner, reminded me to be cautious. I assured him I would take care. He elaborated, cautioning me to be wary of others, as some may harbor malicious intent simply because I was dressed well. "Does that sound like a movie?" Charles scoffed, advising me not to be swayed by the facade of humanity's goodness, for many have fallen victim to such illusions. Heeding Charles's warning, I was acutely aware of the presence of firearms and the remoteness of my surroundings. To take a life here could mean a swift disposal, with the body left to be consumed by wolves within days. The motives for murder could be as trivial as possessing a fine firearm, a quality pair of shoes, or a stylish garment. As I watched the plane ascend into the sky, I retrieved my tablet from the enchanted space, only to discover there was no signal. Fortunately, I had the foresight to download offline maps. After a brief assessment of my surroundings, I confirmed I was quite close to the Golden River that Katie had mentioned. While renting a plane was costly, its advantages were clear. It allowed direct access to the vicinity of my target. From my enchanted space, I procured the all-terrain motorcycle I had purchased in advance and navigated up the rocky riverbank, with my clever canine companion following closely. After traveling approximately 700 meters, a narrow river, about 6 or 7 meters wide, lay before me, the sound of flowing water audible beneath the ice. If Katie's information was accurate, this river was indeed the ultimate destination. Much like a Russian nesting doll, the Yukon River, flowing east to west, represented the outermost layer. The unnamed river where my plane had landed served as the second layer, and this tributary before me was the third. Although it was the innermost layer, it was still substantial, winding for 70 to 80 kilometers, originating from the Yukon Territory in the land of maple leaves. Surveying the bank strewn with rocks, the large forests, and the distant mountains, I felt the desolation of the landscape. A fierce wind swept through the trees, producing an eerie howling sound, reminiscent of a realm of death, devoid of any other life. This peculiar environment, though disconcerting, filled me with anticipation. The air was dry and biting, chilling to the bone, and my face felt the brunt of the frigid atmosphere, where temperatures hovered around -20 degrees. Thanks to technological advancements, I wasn't clad like a penguin. Instead, I wore a sleek 3mm thick gel jacket, long pants, and beneath, a single layer of cashmere thermal wear, maintaining a comfortable temperature of around 28 degrees. The quality was exceptional, albeit the price was rather steep, amounting to 3,000 yuan for the entire ensemble, including shoes, gloves, and a hat. Considering its capacity to withstand temperatures as low as -96 degrees, I readily invested in 2 sets, for money could be earned again. But a lost life meant losing everything. Aside from my face, the rest of me felt quite comfortable. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, I stowed away the motorcycle and began to traverse the icy surface step by step. The ice was approximately 14 to 15 centimeters thick, with a layer of freshly fallen snow on top. The river was not particularly deep, measuring just over a meter. As long as there was metal at the riverbed, it would surely not be overlooked. However, my search was not fruitful. After a day of trudging across the ice, I had found not a single golden nugget. Ironically, it was my clever dog who seemed the most delighted, free from the constraints of a leash or muzzle, bounding joyously across the ice, barking and rolling about like an untroubled child. I have no desire to stew dog meat this evening, I called out to the golden retriever, urging, hurry and go hunt. Clever dog responded with a yelp and darted into the woods. I eventually discovered a suitable spot to camp for the night. A sheltered area beneath a stone along the riverbank, offering protection from the snow and wind. First, he gathered stones to construct a fire pit. Then he fetched dry trees to chop into firewood. The dry trees had been washed down from upstream over time, accumulating in abundance. So there was no worry about a lack of fuel. The axe resided in the mithril space. Before setting out, Zhang Jing ensured he was well equipped with tools and supplies. Once these tasks were completed, his clever dog returned with a white grouse. This lifted Zhang Jing's spirits considerably, and he affectionately patted the dog's head, promising, "Once I find gold this time, I shall find you a mate." The mention of a mate caused the dog's bright eyes to sparkle even more, and it promptly scampered off again. Zhang Jing paid no mind. Clever Bean was a rural dog with a special destiny, intelligent, quick-witted, and fast on its feet, capable of handling most dangers. At this moment, Zhang Jing contemplated whether this wild grouse would be best prepared by braising or simmering. Regardless of the method, water was essential. Fortune smiled upon him again. While chiseling ice to obtain water for washing the chicken, he discovered a surprising number of fish in the ice hole. With the mithril space at his disposal, he had ample supplies and swiftly retrieved a net, placing the chicken entrails inside and dipping it into the icy depths. In just over 10 seconds, he felt the net grow heavy. With a vigorous pull, he brought up 3 sizable fish, the largest measuring approximately 60 centimeters. Zhang Jing was unfamiliar with them, unable to name them. This posed no challenge for him. He produced a tablet and activated an identification app, revealing 2 spotted trout and 1 white salmon. Ecstatic. Wild fish, wild chicken. Zhang Jing was already salivating. With a backpack that could accommodate his whims, he took out a large iron pot, half a meter in diameter, heated it, and poured in oil. He added scallions, ginger, garlic, and small chili peppers to release their fragrance, then introduced the chicken and a splash of cooking wine, followed by the fish, allowing them to stew together. Whether he struck gold or not was of little consequence. In this frigid environment, he needed to nourish himself. "Clever Bean, dinner will be ready soon," he called. But Clever Bean had not yet returned, causing Zhang Jing to worry about the dog encountering wild wolves. He shouted into the woods. As his voice echoed, a rustling sound emerged from the dim forest. Clever Bean trotted back, dropping a shiny, irregularly shaped silver ingot, about the size of a pencil case, at his feet. Zhang Jing picked it up, astonished. Was it possible to find such a complete piece of silver in the wild? He placed the silver ingot on a stone and produced a heavy hammer, bringing it down forcefully. It deformed but did not shatter, which was a good sign. "Where did you find this?" Zhang Jing inquired of Clever Bean, who barked toward the large forest. As dusk approached, Zhang Jing hesitated to venture into the dark woods. After a moment of calm reflection, he decided to postpone the exploration until tomorrow. For now, it was time to eat. As midnight fell, the temperature dropped further, and snow began to fall. Concerned for Clever Bean's well-being, Zhang Jing cradled the dog in his arms, both seeking shelter under a stone. The night passed, overall, not particularly restful. He had to frequently add wood to the fire, and animals wandered nearby. The presence of silver in the forest kept Zhang Jing's mind restless throughout the night. As dawn broke, he and Clever Bean ventured into the large needle forest, expecting an easy trek, but the snowfall from the previous night had left the snow knee-deep, making movement laborious. After an hour, Clever Bean halted and barked. Without needing a reminder, Zhang Jing noticed something unexpected ahead. Beneath the snowdrifts lay numerous metallic components. Yet, they did not resemble silver. Using a shovel to clear away the snow, a scattered skeleton is revealed beneath, marked by numerous bite marks. Surrounding it are a rifle, iron rings, a bulletproof vest, daggers, and other metallic items strewn about. Judging by the color of the bones, the tattered state of the fabric, and other details, this body has been deceased for at least a year. It is peculiar that a strong man would meet their end in such a desolate wilderness. Woof! The clever dog barks and continues deeper into the forest. Zhang Jing follows the clever dog, stopping after about 40 meters. He looks up, following the dog's gaze, and his heart skips a beat. Hanging from a towering tree, approximately 16 or 17 meters high, is a tattered parachute, beneath which dangles a skeleton clad in a bulletproof vest, also dressed like a formidable figure, yet devoid of a weapon, with none to be found on the ground below. It is evident that this individual had perished prior to their suspension in the tree, with their armaments mysteriously vanished. Taking a few more steps, the clever dog barks again, indicating the spot where it had discovered silver ingots. Before setting out, Zhang Jing had never anticipated that he would be searching for gold. Instead, he stumbled upon an abundance of silver, occupying a full cubic meter, approximately 10 tons. The question arises, should he notify the authorities? The answer is a resounding no. Reporting it would be futile. He promptly transfers the silver ingots into his secret space, concerned there might be more to uncover. Zhang Jing expands his search radius and indeed finds another box, also weighing 10 tons. It appears to have been shattered as if it had fallen from a great height. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing utilizes 16 tons of this silver to enlarge his secret space to dimensions of 4 by 4 by 4 meters. After a meticulous search, he finds no additional silver. He then endeavors to eliminate any traces of himself and the clever dog before departing, with his bounty secured. Yet bound by a prior agreement with the pilot regarding his return time and lacking mobile signal, Zhang Jing continues his treasure hunt along the river as initially planned. In truth, it seems that Grandpa Katie was merely stepping in dog waste, for over the next several days, Zhang Jing discovers not a single piece of gold. On the 7th day, he begins to suspect that he has ventured into the Yukon province of Maple Leaf Country along the river. This suspicion arises after encountering a residence adorned with the Maple Leaf Country flag. This is private property, and a man in his 50s, armed with a double-barreled shotgun, points it at Zhang Jing, warning him that he has trespassed. Beside the man are at least 7 or 8 dogs, all huskies, barking incessantly and creating quite a racket. I'm merely passing through, harboring no ill intent, and I'm unarmed, Zhang Jing asserts, raising his hands and slowly turning in place to demonstrate he poses no threat. The old man commands him to remove his coat and toss his backpack over. Zhang Jing complies, moving deliberately. The old man cautiously opens the backpack, revealing only some food, clothing, and other miscellaneous items, no firearms. Satisfied there is no threat, the old man lowers his shotgun and inquires in a neutral tone, "What brings you here?" "Searching for gold." Zhang Jing replies, "Have you found any?" "I walked along the riverbank, but found nothing." "You should have come in the summer," the old man remarks. Zhang Jing does not dispute this. "May I leave?" "Put your clothes back on and come in for a cup of tea," the old man invites. Zhang Jing retrieves his coat, dons it, picks up his backpack, and, accompanied by the clever dog, jogs to keep pace with the old man. The house lies approximately 60 to 70 meters from the riverbank. Had it not been for those snow dogs, the old man would have been oblivious to Zhang Jing's passage before his door. "What is your name?" the old man inquired. "Zhang Jing," came the reply. "A Dragon Kingdom citizen?" "Indeed. Others call me Old Dai Jing. You may address me thus as well." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two approached the house. Upon pushing open the door and entering the cramped living room, Old Dai Jing prepared a cup of red tea for Zhang Jing. "It has been quite some time since anyone visited me. The last stranger came a year and a half ago." "Was it a dreadful experience?" Zhang Jing cautiously probed. The old man's expression shifted. "How do you know?" "Just now by the river. You appeared somewhat overly tense. I feared I might mistakenly harm an innocent." This justification was compelling, rendering Zhang Jing speechless. At that moment, Zhang Jing noticed a piece of wire moving in the air adjacent to the living room. Someone seemed to be manipulating it to tie a knot, suspending it from the ceiling fan light in the bedroom, seemingly intending to commit suicide. Zhang Jing, taken aback, attempted to inquire of old Jing. Do you live here alone? I have a daughter. Could you invite her to join us for tea? Zhang Jing, feeling anxious, maintained his composure as he reminded the old man. She suffers from depression. The presence of strangers might exacerbate her condition. Zhang Jing reiterated, I have heard that depression can be profoundly painful and may lead to suicidal tendencies. Would you not wish to check on her? Acknowledging the reality of his daughter's suicidal inclinations, old Jing, upon Zhang Jing's urging, dared not delay. He opened the door and indeed discovered his daughter preparing to take her life. The wire was already fastened around her neck. And old Jing rushed forward to support her. Zhang Jing beheld old Jing's daughter, a towering figure at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing approximately 250 to 260 pounds. Her stature was comparable to Katie's, yet her physique was vastly dissimilar. Come quickly and assist, old Jing implored, unable to lift his daughter. Zhang Jing sprang forward, exerting his strength to help raise the woman. After a strenuous struggle, Zhang Jing and old Jing ultimately succeeded in saving her. However, the woman was emotionally shattered, weeping and wailing, tears and snot streaming down her face. The sedatives had already been exhausted, and old Jing felt a tumult of confusion. She might bite her tongue. Zhang Jing was unaware of the severity of depression. Recalling how Chu Shaoqing enjoyed singing, he began to croon in English, She must have magic. She must have magic. Leaving me unable to extricate myself. Not comprehending the need to pull back from the precipice, let me experience the disparity of love and hate. Love is a brilliant firework. As if true magic exists. Remarkably, the woman soon quieted. A year and a half prior, during the summer, 6 strangers had suddenly arrived here. This is a sorrowful tale. Milika, old Jin's daughter, witnessed her mother brutally murdered right in her arms. Although the 6 assailants were ultimately vanquished by old Jin, Milika subsequently fell into a profound depression. Observing old Jin, a man in his 50s, short, not particularly robust, with a potbelly and greasy appearance, he seemed an ordinary elderly white man. Could it be true that he had single-handedly slain 6 assailants? Contemplating this, Zhang Jing subtly inquired of old Jin, This place is remote. It is unlikely anyone would come here. Have you offended someone? No. They are searching for something and suspect we are harboring it. Zhang Jing's heart tightened. It was evident that the group of strangers was looking for the missing silver ingots. The crux of the matter was that those 2 crates of silver were of considerable value, and they would certainly not relinquish their pursuit easily. Observing old Jin's weary visage, etched with deep crow's feet, Zhang Jing felt a pang of sympathy and proposed, Your daughter is in need of a doctor. I have a plane booked to arrive the day after tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me to Anchorage, where there is a hospital? Old Jin's face brightened. Will I be a burden? Not at all, Zhang Jing reassured him, appearing as a benevolent figure. It is merely a matter of convenience. After resting for a night. Before dawn the next day, the trio set off with 8 dogs pulling the sled. Old Jin drove, while Zhang Jing and Milika sat in the back, with Smart Bean trotting alongside. They traversed over 70 kilometers of icy terrain, taking 3 breaks along the way, and arrived at the landing site by evening. On the 9th day, pilot Charles returned with the C-37 Antique transport plane. Leaving the sled behind, the humans and dogs boarded the aircraft, and 70 minutes later, they landed back in Anchorage. With a wave of farewell to old Jin and his daughter, Zhang Jing headed to the airport while they proceeded to the hospital. In his heart, Zhang Jing quietly apologized to the father and daughter. If the owners of the silver were to investigate and trace their steps, they would first seek confirmation from old Jin. Old Jin would attest that Zhang Jing had taken nothing, his bag was empty, and the plane was likewise void of any cargo. This would effectively eliminate any suspicions. However, those 2 crates of silver were not a trivial sum, and it was highly probable that both old Jin and his daughter would meet with fatal consequences. That evening, Zhang Jing returned to the winery in Whitefish Town, where Ding Jiaqi was also present. After an earnest embrace, Ding Jiaqi inquired with concern, Brother Zhang, were you in any danger? No danger at all. Smart Bean is quite remarkable, catching game for every meal, and I encountered a pitiable father and daughter. Zhang Jing took the time to briefly introduce old Jin and his daughter. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqi affectionately looped her arm through his. You possess a kind heart, which is why fortune has favored you. and you have not encountered peril. This statement struck like a thorn. Zhang Jing slowly withdrew his arm from Ding Jiechi's embrace. His tone brusque as he replied, I have never been a good person. My eyes are set solely on wealth. Observing her boyfriend's retreating figure, Ding Jiechi realized something and tentatively asked, Brother Zhang, can you truly reconcile your actions with your conscience? That is none of your concern. Zhang Jing evaded the question. At that moment, Xu Shaoqing breezily entered from outside, greeting Zhang Jing with the question, was Alaska enjoyable? Quite enjoyable, skating on the ice, trekking through the large forests. And at night, there were animals to provide warmth. Xu Shaoqing perked up. What kind of animals? Were they cute? Very cute, Zhang Jing described, fluffy gray wolves. Xu Shaoqing frowned and turned to Ding Jiechi. You should keep an eye on your boyfriend. Is it appropriate to frighten people like that? Ding Jiechi pretended not to hear her friend's complaint. Still recalling their previous conversation, she gently reminded Zhang Jing, Brother Zhang, it is never too late to mend a fence after the sheep are lost. Do not leave yourself with regrets. Zhang Jing stood, a faint sense of guilt gnawing at him, magnified manifold by Ding Jiechi's influence. After a prolonged contemplation lasting 87 seconds, he retrieved his phone and dialed. Hello, Mr. Dai Jane. I would like to invite you to work in Seattle. The following afternoon, Mr. Dai and his daughter, accompanied by a pack of dogs, arrived at the ranch. Thank you for offering me a job. Mr. Dai expressed his gratitude, clasping Zhang Jing's hands, which will allow me to care for Milika close to the hospital. Zhang Jing gestured towards Barbie, introducing her. She is the manager of the winery and ranch. She will arrange your employment and accommodation. The two exchanged brief greetings. Brother, Milika, Mr. Dai's daughter, gently tugged at Zhang Jing's arm. Could I listen to that song again? Zhang Jing stood at a height of 178 centimeters and weighed 160 Jane, while Milika towered at 190 centimeters and weighed approximately 260 Jane, creating a striking contrast beside him. Zhang Jing glanced toward Mr. Dai, silently inquiring. Thank you, if it's convenient for you, Mr. Dai implored. I can take Milika for a stroll around the racetrack. The racetrack lay behind the 6-row dormitories at the entrance of the ranch, on a patch of approximately 5 acres of muddy ground. Upon their arrival, they found Haifa and Aegis engaged in conversation beside the ranch, while the male rider, Andy, was controlling a horse in full gallop. Both Haifa and Aegis were taken aback to see Zhang Jing accompanied by a girl of such substantial size. Haifa waved and greeted, Boss, who is this? Milika. Just joined the ranch. Haifa, the jockey. Aegis, the horse trainer. Hello, petite Haifa, Milika said, looking down at Susan with a 60-degree tilt of her head, extending her hand in welcome to the champion ranch. Milika appeared somewhat timid, inching behind Zhang Jing. The scene was somewhat comical, with the large girl seeming apprehensive of the petite one. Zhang Jing encouraged, Milika, Haifa will be a good friend. Her barbecue is exceptionally delicious. Only then did Milika extend her hand to Haifa, but as soon as their hands touched, it was as though they had been jolted by an electric shock. Over the next 2 hours, Milika and Haifa gradually became acquainted and formed a close friendship. Perhaps due to a guilty conscience, Zhang Jing spent a sleepless night. And when he finally drifted into slumber, he was jolted awake by nightmares. In summary, the burden of that 20 tons of silver weighed heavily on his conscience. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Jing decided to consult Wen Li, who had previously mentioned that she would provide assistance regarding the inheritance of that study. At the time, Zhang Jing had scoffed at her age, questioning how much strength she could still muster. Yet she had proven her worth, demonstrating that even her residual influence was akin to a volcano. To be courteous, before setting out, Zhang Jing called his assistant, Li Xing, to make an appointment and took Aegis with him for a visit. He had promised Aegis to take her to the estate at 1032 Avenue 84. Upon receiving permission, he changed his clothes and departed. Unlike his previous visits, this time Zhang Jing opted for casual attire, dressing comfortably. Aegis, initially attired formally, changed her outfit at a roadside clothing store to match Zhang Jing's relaxed style of a deep blue jacket, denim pants, and black sneakers. Dressed casually, yet mindful of the timing of my visit, I no longer dared to arrive as I once did, either precisely at breakfast or just in time for lunch. At exactly 9:30, Zhang Jing rang the manor's bell, and by 9:45, he encountered Wen Li. Good morning, ma'am, he greeted. In the reception room, Zhang Jing and Aegis exchanged pleasantries with her. Wen Li, no longer youthful, appeared relatively spirited as she reclined on the sofa, cradling a blue short. Slowly, she inquired, when did you two become an item? Aegis is a horse trainer, Zhang Jing clarified. She is not my girlfriend. You spent the night together, didn't you? Wenli seemed a bit hard of hearing. Clearing his throat, Zhang Jing reminded her, I have a girlfriend, whom you have met, Ding Jiechi. Just a joke. Wenli waved Igz over, motioning for her to sit beside her. How has your grandmother been lately? At a loss for words, Zhang Jing could only stand. While Igz gleefully joined Wenli, like a magpie, chirping happily. The St. Buddha farm always had endless tasks, leaving her little time to relax. At her age, still clinging tightly to power and wealth, she ought to learn to let go. Igz felt a pang of embarrassment. Her grandmother was the embodiment of someone who would not relinquish control or material desires, even at 70. In truth, Igz's own perfectionist tendencies were influenced by her grandmother. After a brief, awkward conversation, Wenli dismissed Igz. Please wait outside for a moment. I need to speak with Zhang Jing. Igz complied, rising to leave. What is it you wish to discuss? Wenli asked Zhang Jing. He glanced at his assistant, Li Xing, who stood nearby. Li Xing, a middle-aged man in his 40s, possessed a masculine demeanor reminiscent of Zhao Wenjua. Go ahead, I have no pressing matters, Wenli replied with a relaxed demeanor. I discovered approximately 20 tons of silver in the large forest along the Yukon River in Alaska, near the border of Maple Leaf Country. Each piece is the size of a pencil case, with varying weights. Wenli turned to Li Xing. Look into this. Li Xing departed, leaving only Zhang Jing, Wenli, in the blue short in the reception room. Wenli regarded Zhang Jing with curiosity. I hear you plan to take advantage of easy opportunities? What do you mean by taking advantage? Zhang Jing inquired, perplexed. The 1049 manner, Wenli lazily reminded him. Zhang Jing confidently replied, I am a treasure hunter. Such serendipitous opportunities bestowed by the heavens must not be missed, provided they are legal. Wenli chuckled, finding it amusing. You have not been in Seattle long. How did you uncover this hidden loophole? A friend provided the information. Nobody willingly allows themselves to be taken advantage of, Wenli cautioned. Though it is impressive to have countered 2 robbers, one must remain vigilant. A moment later, Li Xing returned with a report. 18 months ago, not far from where Mr. Zhang discovered the silver, a shooting incident occurred near the border of Maple Leaf Country, resulting in 7 fatalities, 1 woman and 6 men. The 6 men were intruders who were countered by the homeowner, while the female resident perished. A month later, in a manor in southern Ottawa, the estate owner and his bodyguard were murdered. Zhang Jing inquired whether the 2 matters were interconnected. The likelihood was high, Li Xing replied in a calm tone, noting that public records indicated the estate owner was a proprietor of a mining company. You mentioned the inconsistency in the weight of silver ingots, which suggests potential illegal mining. Perhaps during transport, a betrayal occurred, resulting in the loss of silver. Consequently, the mining company owner might have dispatched someone to search, only to provoke a formidable adversary, leading to his demise. All of this remains speculative. Zhang Jing pointed out the inconsistency, stating that he had encountered the elderly man who lost his wife. He did not resemble the ruthless character you describe. One must not judge by appearances. As Li Xing spoke, he opened his phone and located a folder containing images of corpses, explaining, these are photographs from the Ottawa estate shooting, each depicting fatal wounds, with no extraneous shots, indicating that 2 or 3 individuals must have been working in concert. Zhang Jing murmured, turning to Li Xing to ask, so, what is the current situation? You are quite fortunate. It is highly probable that the owners of the silver are all deceased. Ha, ha, ha. Zhang Jing chuckled with a cackle of glee. However, Li Xing cautioned, you rejoice too soon. With 20 tons of silver, you cannot transport it nor launder it. You may continue your discourse. When Li remarked as she rose from the sofa, I find the business discussions rather tiresome. Upon her departure, only Zhang Jing and Li Xing remained in the parlor. Do you have a solution? Zhang Jing asked Li Xing intently. I can assist you in transporting the silver to Hong Kong and laundering it for a commission of 50%, payable in Hong Kong currency. The standard fee for professional laundering is typically 40%. If transport is factored in, the cost escalates. Yet, Li Xing could scarcely fathom that Zhang Jing currently possessed no more than 4 tons of silver, having previously acquired a substantial amount but only sold 9 tons, thus allowing for a complete remelting and legitimate sale. Nevertheless, Li Xing's formidable prowess prompted Zhang Jing to contemplate another dilemma, compelling him to seek his assistance. I can manage the silver myself, Zhang Jing implored, but I have another matter for which I seek your help. You can handle it yourself? Li Xing expressed profound skepticism, cautioning earnestly, this would be akin to self-immolation. Should any unforeseen complication arise, the consequences could be dire. One cannot be overly optimistic. As for the silver, Zhang Jing reassured him he could manage that. I require assistance with some basic materials for producing multi-targeted medication, specifically sorafenib. Do you have a means to assist? Li Xing struggled to keep pace with the conversation, uncertainly asking, sorafenib? Yes. How did you come by such a substance? I acquired it through a treasure hunt. Approximately how much do you possess? Around 100 G. 100 G. Li Xing's eyes widened. How much do you intend to sell it for? I am unaware of the price. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, were it not for Wenli. Zhang Jing would not have trusted Li Xing or disclosed so much. It needs to be delivered to Hong Kong, regardless of the final transaction amount. 70% is yours. I will deliver it myself, Zhang Jing asserted with certainty. Li Xing was taken aback, fearing Zhang Jing did not fully grasp the situation, and he gravely warned him. 100 Jin is a significant quantity. You cannot ensure that your associates will not betray you. If you are apprehended during transport, it is highly likely you will be implicated and face a lifetime in prison. Daring not to jest with his life, Zhang Jing assured, I will ensure your safe arrival. Observing Zhang Jing's determination, Li Xing promised, if you can deliver it to Xiangjiang, you shall receive 90% of the final transaction price. Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. After spending an hour at the 1032 estate, he drove Igz back to Whitefish Town in his pickup truck. Along the gravel road, they encountered a police car approaching. The tall and slender officer, Qiao, rolled down his window and greeted them warmly. Long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while. I heard the champion racetrack intends to participate in this year's Seattle Cup. Is that true? It is indeed true. General will compete in the 3,200 meters, while Dead No More will participate in the 1,600 meters. This is splendid news, Qiao exclaimed. I shall surely be at the racetrack to cheer for General and Dead No More. Thank you, Zhang Jing replied politely. I worry they may not achieve good results. Results are not what matters. Whitefish Town has never participated in the Seattle Cup. This is a monumental feat after exchanging a few pleasantries. Zhang Jing first dropped Igz off at the racetrack before returning to the winery. In the haunted house's living room, after replacing the old furniture, Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing snuggled with cushions against the fireplace, watching Two Broke Girls, which was filled with humorous dialogues and some risque jokes. Suddenly, something on screen struck them as hilarious, and they burst into laughter. Brother Zhang. Ding Jieqi waved to Zhang Jing. Come here, it's too funny. Zhang Jing sat beside his girlfriend, enjoying the show with her. In the series, the second female lead, Caroline, was originally a privileged girl from a wealthy family. But due to her father's involvement in a Ponzi scheme, they fell into ruin, left with nothing but a prized horse. She found herself in a series of unfortunate and comedic situations because of it. The story was both humorous and laced with underlying sadness. As time passed, the coldness of the outdoors contrasted sharply with the warmth of the indoors, and Ding Jieqi gradually fell asleep in Zhang Jing's embrace. He too began to feel drowsy, and they nestled together. The following weekend, Zhang Jing took Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing to school before heading directly to the airport with a backpack. Although he possessed a secret silver space, arriving empty-handed might raise suspicion. Approaching the airport, concerned about the quality of airplane food, he stopped by McDonald's and purchased 2 buckets of chicken nuggets to stow in his backpack. Though they were from fast-growing chickens, and despite the prevalence of overweight individuals on the streets, the taste was delightful. It was said that the world's leading scientists in taste and flavor worked for top-tier food companies. Previously thought to be mere rumors, it now seemed highly probable. However, the enticing aroma of the fried chicken caught the attention of security, and they refused to let it through. How embarrassing! If it had been 2 buckets of milk, Zhang Jing might have managed to negotiate, but 2 buckets of greasy chicken were excessive. He contemplated storing them in his secret silver space, but the crowd was too dense, and too many eyes were watching. Just then, a handsome young man approached, speaking in Cantonese, with a suitcase in hand, asking Zhang Jing, Brother, do you need help? Sure. Zhang Jing handed him 1 bucket of fried chicken. My name is Guiyu. As I spoke, Guiyu took the fried chicken, and coincidentally, I was quite hungry. It must be a special fate that brought us together. Zhang Jing clearly reminded me that although I appeared quite masculine, I was not. Guiyu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, clarifying, You misunderstood. I merely look delicate, but I am indeed a real man. Without further ado, as others began to board, the two of us squatted alongside and indulged in the feast, entering the aircraft cabin with only 3 minutes to spare. Zhang Jing had purchased an economy class ticket, while Guiyu opted for business class. Grabbing Zhang Jing, Guiyu generously declared, You treat me to fried chicken, and I will treat you to an upgrade. Zhang Jing, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected offer, readily agreed. Since the flight would have a 3-hour layover in Tokyo and would arrive in Hong Kong after 19 hours, upon landing, Zhang Jing went directly to the hotel. After resting for a day and a night, he embarked on a life of indulgence, shopping at malls, admiring scenic views, reveling in nightclubs, watching horse races, and savoring delectable cuisines. On the 10th day after landing, he ventured to the countryside, renting a quaint seaside cottage adorned with spring blooms. On the 12th day, he summoned Li Xing to deliver 4 boxes of serafinib. Li Xing arrived in merely half an hour and, upon seeing the 4 metallic boxes, reacted as if he had encountered an alien. Impossible. How did you manage this? Everyone has their own means of survival, Zhang Jing boasted without shame. 100 pounds are right here. I am in a hurry to return, so please take these. Are you really in such a rush? Li Xing murmured. Why spend over 10 days in Hong Kong? Zhang Jing jumped in surprise. Are you following me? Li Xing evaded the question, tilting his head in contemplation. And after a while, ventured to inquire, did you bribe the airline? How many members do you have? What might they be worth? Unable to respond, he forcefully shifted the topic. The price might be higher than you imagine. Typically, buyers only wish to pay 600,000 yuan per gram. Zhang Jing was astonished. Is that not exorbitant? Li Xing's expression remained unchanged, as if he had weathered countless storms. Selling 5 milligrams of serafinib to patients cost between 120 to 140 renminbi per dose. 1 gram equals 1,000 milligrams, so at 120 renminbi, it is valued at 24,000 RMB per gram, which translates to approximately 3,600,000 yuan per gram. Zhang Jing chuckled. Li Xing calculates the terminal price. But that is the cost to the patient. If we reverse engineer the process, the manufacturers need to earn a profit, the hospitals need to profit, and the middlemen need to profit, with taxes at every stage. Consider this. Farmers sell a pound of apples for only 7 or 8 dimes, yet in supermarkets, they retail for 7 or 8 yuan. In comparison, if the price were indeed 600,000 yuan per gram, I would be quite satisfied. However, from Li Xing's tone, it seemed there was much more at stake. What is the current situation? Zhang Jing inquired of Li Xing. What you have discovered is unique, to be precise. It possesses the ability to reverse engineer. Zhang Jing's heart raced intensely. It was akin to being given an aircraft engine that normally could not be replicated or would take decades to reproduce. Yet suddenly, there exists an engine that clearly outlines all the data and meticulously documents every process, detailing how to manufacture each component. Thus, its value would be entirely redefined. How much is it? Zhang Jing inquired eagerly. 370 million US dollars, Li Xing explained. This amount is not what I sought. Rather, it was offered voluntarily. Thank you for bringing hope to countless patients. You have done a commendable deed. After deducting a 10 commission and a 9 tax, there remains a sum of 300 million. Indeed, it seems to echo the adage that every opportunity for sudden wealth is inscribed within the penal code. If the rightful owner were to discover this, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. The fortunate intermediary is Li Xing, while the owner would first seek out Wen Li for confrontation. Yet, seeing Li Xing unperturbed, Zhang Jing felt reassured. With no further matters at hand, he boarded a flight out of Hong Kong that day, still relegated to economy class. Fortune favored him this time, as his seatmate was a stunning woman, a true beauty, a model with striking features, tall stature, and cascading waves of long hair. What do you do for a living? The model inquired. I raise horses, Zhang Jing replied. That sounds like a wonderful job, she said, though her tone belied her true feelings, perhaps out of sheer boredom. After a lengthy silence, the woman asked, have you ever encountered a heartbreaker? Recalling his ex-girlfriend, Xiao Jing, Zhang Jing nodded affirmatively. Don't be disheartened, the woman awkwardly comforted him. After a few more relationships, you won't feel sad anymore. Why is that? Zhang Jing mused, somewhat distracted. You become accustomed to the pain, he replied with a chuckle, finding her words rather audacious. In search of distraction, Zhang Jing queried her, how do you avoid marrying a scoundrel? Practice makes perfect, just date a few more boyfriends, and you're bound to find a good one. Zhang Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. Was there a flaw in her logic? It seemed both correct and flawed at once. Upon returning to Seattle, Zhang Jing first visited the University of Seattle to meet Ding Jieqi. His concerns lingered, as the university's location in the city center raised safety anxieties with its abundance of vagrants, street thugs, drug dealers, and professional women. After a fortnight apart, He spotted Ding Jiechi from a distance. She opened her arms wide and rushed toward him for a deep embrace. Their prolonged embrace elicited a teasing remark from the trailing Chu Xiaoqing. Are you two glued together? Both Zhang Jing and Ding Jiechi had grown immune to her jests. When did you return? Ding Jiechi inquired with concern. I just got back. You should have let me know in advance. I would have picked you up at the airport. Zhang Jing gently embraced his girlfriend, feeling a sweetness in his heart. Chu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes nearby, once again subjected to their public display of affection. The university entrance was bustling with people, and the trio made their way into a nearby CF, where they settled at a table. Ding Jiechi engaged Zhang Jing in conversation, asking, how is Hong Kong, brother Zhang? It was delightful. I visited many places far more vibrant than Seattle. Did you go to the Clover nightclub? Chu Xiaoqing suddenly interjected. I did, Zhang Jing readily admitted. There were many women, clad in scant attire. The drinks were pricey, and the music was electrifying. The atmosphere grew tense. I met a new friend on the plane, and he took me there. Zhang Jing clarified to Ding Jiechi, but we only drank. Nothing else happened. It's fine. Ding Jiechi replied with optimism. You don't need to explain, brother Zhang. How has Wuhan University been lately? Zhang Jing turned to Chu Xiaoqing, inquiring. Wu Dao is the boyfriend of Chu Xiaoqing, a fitness coach. Zhang Jing intends to confront her, enjoying her hospitality while simultaneously undermining her. He is still in Seattle, which is quite pleasant. Chu Xiaoqing's expression appears somewhat unnatural. He is quite infatuated with you, Zhang Jing taunts. Why do you not consider cohabitation? Chu Xiaoqing remains silent. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiechi interjects, Xiaoqing has already broken up with Wu Da. That man has violent tendencies and an unstable psyche. He has stalked both me and Xiaoqing on several occasions. Chu Xiaoqing has endured enough hardship. It is pointless to further torment her, so let it be. In the afternoon, they procure food and beverages. When Ding Jiechi finishes school, the three of them drive back to the winery. As it is just before Christmas, Zhang Jing donates 10,000 to the town's police, and Xiao promises to patrol intermittently twice a day. On the gravel path leading to the winery, they encounter a patrol car once again. Given that the town's police department, including the clerk who also serves as the mayor, consists of only 5 individuals, Zhang Jing recognizes the tall, slender policeman, Xiao. Zhang, long time no see, Xiao greets, lowering his car window. Manager Barbie said you went on vacation abroad. Indeed. Zhang Jing replies casually. I just returned. Any noteworthy news in the police world lately? Zhang Jing's intention is to inquire about any lucrative opportunities, but unexpectedly, Xiao brings forth an alarming piece of news. There is indeed something, Xiao, the tall policeman, explains. Just last night, Nick Torkas arrived in Seattle, and we have been instructed to remain vigilant. Who is that? Zhang Jing wonders if it is a significant figure. Nick Torkas is a member of the Leaf Nation's Marine and Air Mixed Transport Brigade, recently retired. His father was murdered a year and a half ago in a mansion in Ottawa, and he has come seeking vengeance. With so many coincidences converging, it seems certain he is here to confront old Daijin, and it is possible that Zhang Jing himself could attract trouble. By the way, Zhang Jing asks Xiao, what is this Marine and Air Mixed Transport Brigade? The Marine and Air Mixed Transport Brigade may sound insignificant, but in reality, it is the strongest special forces unit of the Leaf Nation, often deployed to chaotic regions for missions. Damn it, Zhang Jing curses inwardly. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao resumes his patrol, and Zhang Jing returns to the winery, where he finds old Daijin hard at work in the brewing workshop. Old Daijin has been assigned to work under Cindy by Barbie. I apologize, Mr. Daijin, but you must leave my horse farm. The old man is perplexed by the reason. Zhang Jing gets straight to the point, stating, I encountered the town sheriff outside, and he informed me that Nick Torkas arrived in Seattle last night. Who is Nick Torkas? Old Daijin asks, his expression one of confusion. What does he have to do with me? Nick Torkas has just returned from the Marine and Air Mixed Transport Brigade. He is the son of the owner of the Ottawa Mining Company. Many harbor such suspicions, old Daijin denies. But the incident at the Ottawa mansion has nothing to do with me. The police investigated at the time. Otherwise, I should be in prison. Zhang Jing resolutely insists. I do not wish to attract trouble. With the owner ordering him to leave, old Daijin has no choice but to depart from the horse farm. Can I take my daughter Milika with me? May the 8 sled dogs remain? Zhang Jing nods in agreement. Old Daijin sets down his work and rises to find his daughter, Milika. Milika was in the greenhouse, plucking tomatoes alongside Dylan in preparation for dinner, when she overheard her father announcing plans to take her away from the racetrack. Instantly, despair engulfed her. In just over 10 days, she had grown accustomed to, cherished, and reveled in the joyful companionship of Haifa, young Dylan, David, Falai, and Jamie. Overcome with emotion, tears and snot flowed freely. Old Zhang Jing, weeping for his daughter, lamented her loss, first her mother, and now the impending separation from her newfound friends. Just as old Zhang Jing attempted to forcibly remove Milika, Zhang Jing, unable to suppress his conscience, spoke with a harsh tone. Those 8 snow sledge dogs are quite a handful to care for. If Miss Milika wishes to stay and tend to them, that could be arranged. Old Zhang Jing averted his gaze from Zhang Jing and comforted his daughter, saying, "Father will be away for a while. You must behave well here and not lose your temper." Milika ceased her sobbing, yet her reluctance to part with her father remained. She stepped forward to embrace him, her voice soft as she gently urged him to return soon. Old Zhang Jing nodded slightly and departed. As he watched old Zhang Jing's figure slowly bend away, Zhang Jing felt a pang of guilt. To ensure a peaceful night's rest, he had no choice but to act thusly. Clearing his mind, Zhang Jing sought out Aegis. It was now mid-February, with the Seattle Cup finals scheduled for the end of March. Before the finals, there were 4 preliminary races, meaning the general and not dead yet would soon take to the track. The superstar, however, was ineligible to compete due to its young age. Zhang Jing inquired of Aegis, "Will general and not dead yet win in next month as preliminaries?" "I sold the sports car last week," Aegis replied evasively, "along with my necklace and earrings." Zhang Jing was puzzled. "General runs 3,200 meters, while not dead yet runs 1,600 meters. I want to bet on their victory." "Don't take such risks," Zhang Jing cautioned Aegis. "Be careful not to lose everything." Aegis was resolute, declaring, "If I hit the jackpot, a mansion and yacht won't be just a dream." This audacity was admirable yet ill-advised. Typically, gamblers do not find favorable outcomes. At the evening party, Zhang Jing extended an invitation to Aegis that was not to be refused, insisting, "Stay, it's decided." Aegis protested, "You can't be so domineering." Nevertheless, she acquiesced, half-heartedly agreeing to remain. Due to her ongoing conflicts with Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing, she had refrained from attending racetrack parties and gatherings. But this time she found herself compelled to stay. During the evening's festivities, while others assumed the celebration was for the upcoming races of General and Not Dead Yet, unbeknownst to them, Zhang Jing was actually celebrating the sale of 100 kilograms of targeting drug raw materials, netting 300 million meters. The feast featured roasted lamb skewers from a black-headed sheep, with Haifa as the head chef, assisted by the others in skinning, segmenting, skewering, and preparing the innards. Everyone busily engaged in the joyful tasks at hand. Suddenly, as jockey Andy boiled water while scrolling through his phone, he exclaimed, "In downtown Seattle, a fierce battle between police and criminals." Instantly, Zhang Jing and the others gathered around, captivated. The view from above, provided by a television station's helicopter, broadcasted the unfolding events live. A pickup truck and an SUV are careening wildly down the boulevard, racing at high speed, exchanging gunfire as they weave in and out of traffic. For police cars are in hot pursuit, their sirens wailing, while a police helicopter hovers above, urging them to halt and surrender through a loudspeaker. The adrenaline rush surpasses that of any cinematic thrill. Life feels precarious, as fragile as paper. Bullets sporadically strike ordinary vehicles, resulting in a series of devastating collisions. "Goodness!" exclaims the television host nervously from the helicopter as the pickup gains the upper hand and the SUV spirals out of control. Veering off the roadway, the pickup begins its escape. The live broadcast endures for approximately 13 minutes, with police cars pursuing and attempting to block the escape, while the helicopter continues its watchful surveillance. Unbelievably, the pickup manages to elude capture, vanishing into an underground parking garage. A moment of enlightenment unfolds. In the video, the two vehicles fire indiscriminately, showing no regard for pedestrians, and seemingly unafraid of the police, behaving with reckless abandon. "So cool," exclaims 4-year-old Dylan. "That looks just like my dad," remarks Milika, causing an immediate hush in the air. "The driver of the pickup resembles my father." Zhang Jing stares at the 19-year-old giant Milika and inquires, "How do you know?" "I can feel it," she replies. A collective sigh of relief washes over the group, recognizing that such instincts can often be unreliable. Haifa reassures Milika, "That isn't your father. Besides, the pickup escaped safely, so he must be all right." Milika nods and assists in the preparation of lamb. Though young, Haifa is an adept cook, transforming a single sheep into 5 distinct culinary creations: skewers, lamb offal soup, braised dishes, hot pot, and stewed lamb's head. The aroma of the stewed lamb's head and braised trotters is intoxicating, leading to a near altercation between Zhang Jing and Chu Shaoqing over the single lamb's head. "Stop," declares Ding Jiaqing assertively, confiscating the lamb's head. "It belongs to Miss Haifa. As she is the chef, it also belongs to Miss Milika, for she has handled the ingredients the most, and a portion is owed to Miss Dellen and Mr. David, for they are the most adorable." Haifa blushes, Milika feels shy, and 4-year-old Dellen, along with 3-year-old David, chuckles incessantly. The group bursts into warm laughter. The absence of the lamb's head does not diminish the feast, as the skewers, lamb offal soup, braised dishes, and hot pot are all delectable. Lamb paired with white wine. A bite of meat and a sip of wine is nothing short of divine. After several rounds of drinks and an array of flavors, Zhang Jing approaches Ijizi with a hint of concern, softly asking, "Will you abandon the champion racetrack in the future?" Ijizi, with her lovely golden hair, pauses momentarily before shaking her head. "I would have in the past, but not now. The general and the undying have great potential if they win. I can earn 10 of the prize money." According to industry standards, racehorse winnings are not solely the property of the owner, with trainers receiving 10 and jockeys 5. A bittersweet feeling settles in Zhang Jing's heart. Ijizi is fiercely pragmatic, driven by profit, racing ahead for her gains and departing swiftly when there is none. Ironically, she is a gifted horse trainer, a serendipitous encounter for Zhang Jing, as more skilled trainers often overlook the champion racetrack. As her gaze falls upon Ding Jiaqing, who is mingling effortlessly with the crowd, Ijizi alluringly proposes, "After the party, you shall escort me home, and we can find a place to enjoy another drink. Do not cause a commotion." Zhang Jing rebuffed Ijiz, asserting that Ding Jiaqing is not your adversary, but rather your classmate. "I do not share the same camaraderie with her and Chu Shaoqing." Ijiz wore a disgruntled expression. Zhang Jing, filled with curiosity, inquired about the cause of their previous altercation. "Forgotten events," he responded with exasperation. "What are you discussing?" Ding Jiaqing approached with a smile. Ijiz provocatively declared, "I hope your boyfriend will take me home later, and we can find a place to enjoy another drink." Zhang Jing raised his hands in an innocent gesture. Ding Jiaqing, fully aware of Ijiz's intention to provoke her, offered amicably, "Next Saturday, Chu Shaoqing and I are going paragliding. Would you care to join us?" "Not interested," Ijiz replied, her gaze directed upwards at a 45-degree angle. Her demeanor haughty and her tone rigid. In truth, Ijiz harbored a desire to partake. She wished to avoid a strained relationship with Ding Jiaqing. However, with the Seattle Cup preliminaries approaching, she found herself unable to commit. After the party, remnants of revelry were strewn about. Fei Lai, Jamie, Ijiz, Andy, and Zhang Jing lay inebriated, lost to the world, and in a state of utter disarray. Ding Jiaqing and Chu Shaoqing had also indulged considerably. Haifa, having abstained from alcohol, turned to Milika, who was equally sober, and quipped, "Some are quite busy." Delong fared better, having consumed only half a bottle of wine, and took the initiative to assist in the cleanup. The seriously depressed Milika had already integrated into the scene, joining the efforts to tidy up. Once the area was cleaned, Delong, limping slightly, returned from outside carrying a substantial amount of straw, laying it thickly against the wall. The men on one side, the women on the other. Zhang Jing embraced the large yellow dog, Song Ming Do, and thus dozed in the pile of straw until dawn, remarkably finding it not only warm but also quite comfortable. In the morning, Haifa had prepared breakfast and remarked to Zhang Jing, "In the future, there shall be no drinking at parties. If it weren't for Miss Milika's assistance last night, Delone and I would have been incapable of moving you all to the straw pile." "Indeed," Shadillan chimed in. "You are all so heavy, I could barely lift you." Thankfully, Sister Milika was there to help. At 19, Milika was aptly addressed as sister by Xiaodilin. Zhang Jing and Ijis, with their thick skins, were unperturbed, while Fei Lai and Jamie, feeling more bashful, expressed their gratitude to Milika. "Thank you, Miss Milika. Jamie and I are rather heavy, and it must have been a challenge to move us. Please do not hesitate to call upon us in the future if you need assistance." Milika, like a shy young girl, waved her hands dismissively. No need for thanks, it was merely a simple task. Breakfast, prepared by Haifa, featured Lebanese specialties, large flatbreads, vegetable soup, and pan-fried meat, all ample and delicious. After the meal, Barbie presented the accounts to Zhang Jing. Upon examination, he found them filled with fixed expenditures. For instance, a medium-sized excavator cost a direct deduction of 50,000 meters. A set of organic fertilizer processing equipment amounted to 30,000 meters, along with veterinary equipment, greenhouses, and more. 2 adult horses required an average of 40 kilograms of food daily, including oats, carrots, apples, honey, eggs, cereals, and hay. The 1-year-old star consumes quite a substantial amount, approximately 14 to 15 kilograms daily. Additionally, calcium supplements, various vitamins, amino acids, and trace elements are frequently required, all of which are rather costly. Then there are the expenses related to the vineyard, which flow like water. Over the past month, maintenance of the orchard has cost over 80,000 yuan, inclusive of pruning, soil aeration, pest control, and the purchase of organic fertilizers. Cindy has procured 2 auxiliary winemaking devices, incurring an expense of over 20,000. An order of 225-liter oak barrels has set back 60,000. Other expenses include nearly 10,000 in weekly labor costs. Rapidly flipping through the accounts, Zhang Jing turned to Barbie and inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" "Incurred expenses outweigh revenues," Barbie earnestly cautioned. "All expenditures, no income. Prolonging this situation could prove perilous." Zhang Jing remained unfazed, gently stroking the mane of the star while engaging in conversation. Irina is working diligently, publishing 2 videos exceeding 10 minutes daily. She has amassed 120,000 fans in the Dragon Country and 30,000 on YouTube. The lack of visitors is primarily due to the cold weather. There was no need for concern regarding the horse farm, Zhang Jing assured. General and Not Dead will soon generate profit. Barbie scrutinized Zhang Jing and asked, "Boss, are you truly unconcerned about bankruptcy?" "Rest assured," Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly, affectionately pressing his face against the star and proudly declared, "It would be rather challenging for me to go bankrupt at this point." Barbie was internally astonished by his bravado. Aware of Zhang Jing's treasure-hunting prowess, had he perhaps found something valuable during his last outing? Unaware of Barbie's thoughts, Zhang Jing inquired, "Any news from the 1049 estate?" Contrary to common belief, owning a large house in Seattle can become a burden due to high holding costs, including property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. Each expense is not trivial. If Zhang Jing were indeed to erect an unsightly structure behind the 1049 estate, obstructing its lake view, property values would inevitably plummet, potentially affecting neighboring prices as well. No. Barbie shook her head. Zhang Jing did not wish to prolong matters, as the Seattle Cup was about to commence, followed by a series of events spanning 3 to 4 months. There was no time to waste, and he resolved to take a step back. "You should visit the owner of the 1049 estate, offering 20 million. If they refuse, directly engage a construction company to erect a middle finger structure." Barbie agreed and promptly set out to execute the plan. For the subsequent 3 days, Zhang Jing remained at the horse farm, observing Aegis, Haifa, and Andy train the horses. It was evident that Aegis was quite pleased with General's endurance and Not Dead's speed. However, whenever Zhang Jing expressed his intention to take General for a ride, Aegis vehemently opposed him. The reasoning was that Zhang Jing's weight could potentially cause injury to a horse accustomed to lighter riders, a rather delicate concern. Haifa and Andy also dissuaded him, and even Irina, who was filming nearby, along with veterinarian Ruth, opposed Zhang Jing's intentions. It was indeed peculiar that the owner had never ridden his own racehorse. Footsteps approached from behind, and Barbie, clad in a beige blazer, matching trousers, and brown high heels, a vision of professionalism, strolled over. "The owner of room 1049 has declined the offer of 20 million. I have already contacted a construction company and paid a deposit of 50,000. They will commence work within 3 months and complete the construction of a middle finger monument within 8 months. Is it truly necessary to take 8 months to erect such a monument?" Zhang Jing retorted. "The preliminary work is extensive. We must await the structural design, sewage design, and main design to be finalized before submission for approval. After the approval is granted, the construction company will begin their work. They do not operate on weekends and work no more than 8 hours a day. Thus, 8 months is indeed the quickest timeline." Zhang Jing lamented that dealing with bureaucratic procedures can be quite rigid and inflexible. Even for a structure that is not intended for habitation, it must adhere to residential standards. With a dual approach in mind, Zhang Jing instructed that while the unsightly structure must be built, it is equally important to inform the owner of room 1049 and the neighboring proprietors of our intentions. Barbie nodded, stating that she had already tasked a former colleague from the real estate company to disseminate the news. Observing Barbie, her golden hair, deep-set eyes, high nose, and light makeup, Zhang Jing noted her professional demeanor and remarkable capabilities, often reflecting on how fortunate he felt to have her on his team. As if blessed by the goddess of fortune, Barbie's phone chimed during their conversation. The call was brief, lasting less than a minute, but upon ending it, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The owner of room 1049 has accepted the bid of 20 million. Zhang Jing inquired if the deposit to the construction company could be recovered. Contemplating, Barbie shook her head, indicating it was unlikely. No matter, Zhang Jing asserted, the cost is ultimately passed on to the owner. I shall revise the offer to the owner of room 1049 to 10 million. This year's pricing seemed both audacious and sinister. Zhang Jing recalled the crude oil incident and the virtual currency debacle that had decimated numerous investors in the Dragon Nation, leaving them indebted to foreign banks by hundreds of billions. These funds would not be diminished by even a fraction, and the repercussions of borrowing and selling properties would lead to losses. Furthermore, there had been a subsequent real estate company incident that required the Dragon Nation's banks to compensate hundreds of billions, again, with no reduction in the amount owed. Thus, Zhang Jing felt no pangs of conscience in presenting this price. Moreover, the purchase of room 1049 is fundamentally an investment. With investments come both gains and losses, and there are no guarantees of profit. Barbie was astonished by Zhang Jing's drastic price cut but understood that the opposing party had little choice. A 23-acre estate without a lake view would hardly attract the wealthy, and should the unsightly structure be erected, it would become a burden, accompanied by significant annual holding costs. Barbie made the call to present the new offer. When the estate owner received the revised bid, even from a meter away, Zhang Jing could hear the furious outburst emanating from Barbie's phone. Covering the microphone, Barbie relayed the message. He wishes to meet with you. Zhang Jing agreed to the meeting and instructed that it take place at the Rose Wine Estate. After returning to the call, Barbie confirmed the location and time with the other party. Place: Rose Wine Estate. Time: 1 p.m. Concerned about potential complications, Zhang Jing called upon mechanic Dylan, African-American Jamie, and Chinese-American Fei Lai to safeguard the meeting, cloaked in bulletproof vests and concealing an M1911 in their arms. Barbie is always equipped with a small revolver and donned in a bulletproof vest. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a blue BMW sedan appeared outside the winery, leading one to expect a group of burly men armed with Gatling guns. However, only a single woman emerged. Coincidentally, Zhang Jing had previously encountered her. Confirming that no one else was present, Zhang Jing discreetly gestured to Di Long, Jamie, and Fei Lai to vacate the area, aiming to avoid alarming the sweet, sun-kissed girl. "It's you," Lindsay Moore exclaimed, surveying Zhang Jing with surprise. The girl was none other than the neighbor from Bellevue, the Clyde Hill community, who had once extracted raw materials for drug production from her backyard. Zhang Jing had received a box of chocolates from her back then. The sun-kissed, sweet-faced blonde with blue eyes and a slender frame responded, "It is I." Zhang Jing was equally astonished. "Why did you employ underhanded tactics to pressure my grandfather into selling the 1049 estate?" He retorted. "To call it underhanded is rather juvenile. You didn't come here to quarrel, did you?" "Not at all," Lindsay Moore pleaded. "What would it take for you to reconsider?" "There is no possibility of reconsideration," Zhang Jing replied. "Could you possibly increase the offer?" Lindsay inquired, suggesting a figure of 18 million. "I did not propose 7 million, Zhang Jing stated frankly, exhibiting loyalty and empathy. "In reverse, would your grandfather be so kind to me?" Lindsay paused, taken aback. Given Zhang Jing's Asian descent, it seemed that in this era, every person of color was inherently deemed culpable. If it were her grandfather, he would have no qualms about exploiting Zhang Jing without remorse. As it was neither illegal nor unreciprocated, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she questioned, "So, you believe you have my grandfather cornered?" Nodding in contemplation, Zhang Jing was confident that the owner of the 1049 estate could only sell unless he resorted to murder. The estate was substantial and housed numerous buildings, yet lacked a lakeside view. It was akin to a molting phoenix being inferior to a mere chicken, making it improbable for anyone to take it over. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Jing asserted, "The current offer stands at 10 million. Once I have improved the unsightly structures, we may negotiate again, but the price will only be 7 million. You aren't afraid of a destructive end?" Lindsay threatened. "I have contemplated the consequences thoroughly." Observing the streets of Seattle, the wealthy remain affluent while the impoverished descend into homelessness. "Earning money legally is nothing to be ashamed of," he declared with conviction. 1. You will sell the estate. 2. You may hire someone to commit murder, but it would be futile, for I have an heir. When Li had cautioned Zhang Jing to be wary of desperate measures from the other side, and he was well prepared himself, donning a bulletproof vest daily and keeping his silver weapon loaded. Furthermore, he refrained from venturing outside, spending his recent days immersed in the equestrian world. Frustrated and helpless due to not achieving the desired outcome, Lindsay Moore recognized that this was ultimately a business transaction driven by money, who would jeopardize their financial interests. Regarding the small parcel of land between the 1049 estate and Lake Washington, her grandfather had considered purchasing it over a decade ago. However, negotiations fell through due to a discrepancy of $10,000. Convinced that the worthless land would never sell, he had delayed dealing with the seller, aiming to wear them down. Little did he know that this procrastination would become a critical vulnerability, now firmly held by another, leaving him filled with regret. The term refers to a fatal weakness. Unless one resorts to self-detonation, there is no remedy. Self-detonation is implausible, and the prospect of receiving $10 million in currency remains enticing. Especially considering that a simple meal on the street costs merely $20, a box of McDonald's chicken nuggets is only $6, and a brand new Ford F-150 is priced at just over $50,000. In essence, $10 million is indeed a substantial sum. After consulting with her grandfather, Lindsay more reluctantly agreed to the transaction, while Zhang Jing, hesitant to attend, instructed Dylan, Barbie, and their lawyer to proceed to Manor 1049 to finalize the sales agreement. By that evening, the deal was sealed, and Zhang Jing transferred the funds into an escrow account. Subsequently, he terminated the contract with the construction company and listed both the land at 1047 and Manor 1049 on the real estate company's website for pre-sale. Packaged at $50 million. The price was somewhat steep, yet potential buyers could negotiate. As long as they dared to bargain, Zhang Jing was willing to sell. True to his promise to Barbie, he transferred a bonus of $100,000 to her. Zhang Jing had no immediate plans to visit Manor 1049. Selling it would be far less troublesome and more profitable than residing there. As night fell, Zhang Jing secluded himself in the study of the haunted house. Seated before a pearwood desk, pondering how to manage the $29 million in his bank account, two options presented themselves. First, to purchase silver to enhance the capacity of his secret storage. Second, to acquire a salvage vessel to journey to the Florida Straits in search of the statue that captivates at first glance. After careful deliberation, Zhang Jing leaned towards expanding the secret storage capacity. Renting a salvage boat would cost $200,000 per day, totaling $73 million for a year, which felt exorbitantly expensive. With the Seattle Cup qualifiers approaching, the tall and lean officer Joe found himself exceedingly busy. Eagerly, he reached out to residents, organizing a cheerleading squad. Perhaps due to prolonged boredom, the townsfolk were enthusiastic, eagerly participating in the initiative. At that moment, Joe and a group of residents were at the police station tallying supplies: 50 whistles, 10 banners, 200 matching shirts, and 20 colorful flags. "Are 50 whistles sufficient?" inquired a woman from the gun shop, concerned that the momentum might be diminished. "Not at all," replied Joe, worried that the general and the horse named Unyielding might perform poorly if the event was too ostentatious. "What if we fail in the first match? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" questioned a boy of about 13 or 14. Joe reassured him, stating, "This is the first time Whitefish Town has participated in the Seattle Cup. It is a cause for celebration, not shame." The residents' enthusiasm placed immense pressure on the local champion stables. Each day, Zhang Jing found solace only in the rhythmic breaths of the horses, their powerful hearts, and their neighs, gently caressing their manes countless times until he could finally drift into sleep. On the Saturday of the third week of February, the Seattle Cup qualifiers occurred simultaneously at two venues, with the General and Unyielding competing at St. Fort Stables. To avoid drawing too much attention and to circumvent the ire of the wealthy, Zhang Jing opted not to purchase but instead rented two horse transport vehicles. Departing at 7 o'clock, he set out for St. Fort Stables, with a used pickup truck leading the way and another following closely behind, both moving at a cautious pace to avert any unforeseen mishaps. As Zhang Jing passed through the quaint town, he was astonished by the enthusiasm of the residents. Over 40 vehicles were gathered, half of which proudly displayed the town flag, adorned with a fish motif. The other half waved the national flag of the United States, in a manner so exaggerated it seemed as though they were preparing to conquer a territory. Zhang, alongside the exuberant officer Joe, was greeted with fervor. "We are all set. We can depart now," Joe exclaimed. Zhang's expression was tinged with concern. "Isn't this a bit excessive? I fear I might disappoint everyone." "Not at all," Joe declared, thumping his frail chest with pride. "We are prepared to celebrate tonight, regardless of the outcome. Participation is what truly matters. This is a historic moment." Although Joe professed indifference, it was evident he hoped that the General and Never Die would not finish poorly, as that would bring him greater joy. Zhang stepped forward and embraced the charming, lanky figure, saying, "Tonight's refreshments are on me." Zhou's spirits soared. The convoy set off, with the front 10 vehicles leading the way, a horse-drawn carriage taking the spotlight, followed by over 30 others. They drove in single file, banners fluttering in a grand display. Zhang had not anticipated that the pinnacle of his life would be illuminated by the presence of 2 horses. However, he soon encountered an even more extravagant procession, with vibrant flags waving and music blaring, reminiscent of village dragon boat races. Upon arriving at St. Foy racetrack, the scene was bustling with crowds and vehicles. Fortunately, the expansive grounds spanned over 1,000 acres, featuring 2 professional racing tracks, 1 dirt and 1 grass. Spectators stood closely outside the track's railing, as there were no tiered viewing platforms. The staff at the racetrack and the residents of Whitefish Town had already secured prime spots, standing in 2 lines, proudly holding banners and flags. Winning was of little consequence. Their spirit was undeniable. A total of 25 horses would race over 3,200 meters, while 29 would compete over 1,600 meters. The number of participating horses was modest, with 7 horses racing per round to enhance the viewing experience, increase the number of races for broader entertainment, and provide ample opportunities for betting companies to attract wagers. The odds for General and Never Die to finish first in the first round were both set at 1-1-7, with the second place odds at 1-1-3. While other placements offered no monetary reward, the betting companies were astutely calculated, ensuring profit without fail. As a horse owner, to demonstrate his support, Zhang placed a wager of 1,000 yuan each on General and Never Die for a first-place finish in the first round. Aegis, Andy, and Haifa led the horses to a temporary stable, with Never Die scheduled for the second round, allowing for a bit more rest. Time passed, and the first race was about to commence, with 7 riders in position. An electronic board on the opposite side of the track displayed the horse numbers, names, trainer details, jockey names, weights, and the odds from 2 different betting companies, providing spectators with insights into each horse's status. At 9:30 sharp, the race began. With a signal, the gates opened, and the horses surged forth. Previously, at the horse races in Xiangjiang, the seating was somewhat distant, but this time, the proximity allowed for the thrill of mud splattering onto their faces. As the horses thundered past, the ground trembled beneath them. In the 1,600-meter race, all 7 horses completed the course in under 1 minute and 50 seconds, eliciting a fervent cheer from the audience. 20 minutes later, in the second round, Andy took the reins of Not Dead Yet. At 34 years of age, standing at 155 meters and weighing 45 kilograms, he was neither the shortest nor the tallest among jockeys. Aegis had introduced him to the racetrack. She explained to Zhang Jing that although Andy was considered a lesser jockey, he possessed the heart of a champion. Not Dead Yet was a sickly horse that Zhang Jing had purchased for 3,000 yuan, on the verge of death. Ding Jieqi suggested a shock treatment to revive it. It was 9 years old at the time of purchase and now 10, having given birth 5 times. Before the race commenced, Barbie approached Andy and quietly instructed him, "The boss wants you to fall from the horse, make it look genuine, but do not get injured. This does not conform to the spirit of the race." Andy instinctively wanted to argue. This was the boss's command. Why? He felt reluctant. Barbie, with a half-smile, replied, "Of course, it's for money." This was unfair to Not Dead Yet. Andy longed to resist. The horse yearned to be a champion even more than he did, and he could sense its fervent desire. The upcoming race was its opportunity for advancement. Not now. Barbie insisted. Follow the instructions. We all stand to gain. With the power of money at play, Andy acquiesced. Over 2,000 spectators turned their gaze toward the starting gate. Zhang Jing was among them, apprehensive that Andy's fall would appear unconvincing, leading to an embarrassing situation. "Brother Zhang, do you think Not Dead Yet can advance in this first round?" Ding Jieqi, her voice brimming with excitement, lifted her chin and gazed in the same direction as Zhang Jing. The top 2 would advance directly, while the others would not face immediate elimination. The following Saturday, at St. Buddha racetrack, the same group of 7 would race again, with the top 2 qualifying a sort of resurrection race, marking their last chance. Thus Ding Jieqi was particularly invested. "It's a must," Zhang Jing replied confidently. "I bet on it for first place." A derisive voice from beside them, belonging to Chu Xiaoqing, interjected, "I bet 10,000 that Not Dead Yet will take first." Zhang Jing was speechless, unaware of when the silly girl had placed her bet. Otherwise, he would have encouraged her to wager more. The second round was set behind the starting gate, and the residents of Whitefish Town held their breath, all eyes fixed on the starting line. Zhang Jing was also extremely nervous, fearing Andy would resist the plan. Fortunately, with a resounding clang, The gates swung open, and within 2 seconds, Andy fell from the horse, appearing as though a collision had occurred. However, fate had other designs, resulting in a miraculous turn of events. After Andy's fall, not dead, yet surprisingly did not stop. It continued to gallop, initially lagging at the back, but by the midpoint of the track, it had surged into 3rd place. This was utterly astonishing. Everyone was left speechless, and the residents of Whitefish Town went wild. What was initially intended as a whistle to signal failure transformed into fervent cheers. The excitement surged, with the crowd almost wishing to rush onto the track alongside the racing horses. Other spectators were equally incredulous. While it was true that without a jockey, the horse bore less weight, it had long been established that only horses controlled by jockeys could achieve the fastest speeds. As they approached the halfway mark, Not Dead yet overtook the 2nd-place horse, igniting the arena into a frenzy. When Unkillable took the lead, everyone recognized its extraordinary fate. Dylan, Milika, Ruth, Jamie, Felai, Ijeezy, Chu Xiaoqing, Ding Jiechi, and the townsfolk had all gone mad. Barbie, appearing awkwardly, found herself beside Zhang Jing. Only Barbie understood that Zhang Jing's intention was for Unkillable to conceal its strengths, awaiting the resurrection race when the odds would soar, thus making a remarkable comeback. After all, maintaining a racetrack is a costly endeavor. Zhang Jing was surprised to find that Unkillable possessed an even greater competitive spirit than he had anticipated, which was indeed a positive sign. At 1 minute and 45 seconds, Unkillable surged past the finish line, igniting the crowd with fervor. However, due to a breach of competition rules, the 1st place did not belong to Unkillable. No one cared about this detail had there been a night. Unkillable would have run even faster. Ding Jiechi clapped her hands raw, her voice hoarse, before turning to embrace Zhang Jing, sharing a deep kiss. It was magnificent. Ding Jiechi exclaimed incoherently, "Unkillable is so brave. It possesses a heart of steel." Chu Xiaoqing had intended to hug Ding Jiechi in celebration, but was forcibly fed a dose of affection. Others also began to embrace acquaintances, expressing their joy. The townsfolk could hardly contain their excitement, eager to return home for a raucous celebration filled with alcohol. Zhang Jing and Xiao walked over, their faces flushed. "My heart can hardly bear this excitement. It has been ages since I felt this way." "Thank you. I was genuinely worried about disappointing you," Zhang Jing replied courteously. "You and Unkillable have not let us down. I must ask, you mentioned covering the costs of drinks for tonight's party. Is that still the case?" "Of course," Zhang Jing assured. Xiao teased, "I worried you might go bankrupt. Everyone will be drunk tonight. A can of light beer costs over $1, standard beer $2 to $3 a bottle, and premium options $5 to $6. A 2-liter box of cheap wine is under $10, while decent quality costs over $10. The same goes for whiskey. With over 200 townsfolk, elderly, women, children, and adults, if each drinks 100 bottles, Zhang Jing won faced bankruptcy. There were still 2 rounds of races left in the morning. In the 4th and final round, Ijeezy pointed to the racetrack, declaring, "Look at number 25. It is said that horses' value exceeds $1.7 million US dollars." Zhang Jing focused his gaze on a female jockey riding a horse with well-defined muscles, a balanced physique, and a long stride, its coat glossy and striking. The horse was exceptional, maintaining its lead from the start until the end. Number 25 would undoubtedly be Unkillable's fiercest rival. Ijeezy made a definitive judgment. There was no contender like it. Zhang Jing felt the pressure. Number 25 seemed to embody boundless strength. Its form graceful and strides expansive. "Do not worry," Zhang Jing reassured the trainer. "Unkillable has not disappointed us. It is remarkably talented," as Zhang Jing had noted. Even though number 25 performed brilliantly, both tourists and journalists flocked to capture images of Unkillable. Thriving in the attention, it particularly enjoyed the commotion, striking poses for the cameras. "Hello," greeted a young woman with fair skin, a sprinkle of freckles, a hint of baby fat, and dressed in jockey attire. "I am Jennifer, the jockey of number 25, and also the horse's owner." Zhang Jing felt a surge of alarm within, contemplating that the young woman before him appeared to be extraordinarily wealthy. Accompanied by Jennifer Pfeiffer, there was also a short young man. After a brief pause, Jennifer continued her introduction, stating, "This is my husband, Nail." Zhang Jing extended his hand to shake hands with the couple, introducing himself as the owner of horse number 7. He then gestured towards Ding Jiechi and Ijeezy, saying, "This is my girlfriend, Ding Jiechi, and our trainer, Ijeezy." Turning to the horse Not Dead Yet, who was striking a pose. Jennifer praised, "Your horse is remarkable. It possesses a strong competitive spirit, which is truly rare." It was evident that Jennifer had a deep affection for horses, particularly for Not Dead Yet. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Jiechi invited, "Madam Jennifer, after the race, you and Mr. Nail are most welcome to visit the championship racecourse." However, Jennifer politely declined, expressing her gratitude for the invitation, citing her busy schedule. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the couple departed. "Why invite them to the racecourse?" Zhang Jing inquired of Ding Jiechi. "Not dead, yet has already given birth 5 times at the age of 9. In general has had 7 or 8 offspring at 13. Surely, after this race, we cannot leave them unbred?" Zhang Jing elucidated, "The star mare has been pregnant for 9 months. In another 9 months, she will be capable of breeding." He further explained that the star mare lacks achievements in pedigree, making her progeny likely to be mediocre. Zhang Jing cautioned Ding Jiechi that good horses come with a hefty breeding fee. "I have a plan. Perhaps I can manage without spending a dime. We shall discuss it later." After the morning races concluded, they were scheduled to run 3,600 meters at 2:10 p.m. At noon, Mrs. Mary, the 72-year-old owner of St. Fort Racecourse and Igeezy's grandmother, invited all horse owners and trainers to a luncheon. It was a buffet-style meal attended by 54 horse owners and over 30 trainers, totaling more than 100 participants. Each horse owner was accompanied, while most trainers worked at 2 or 3 different racecourses, resulting in fewer trainers than owners. Ding Jiechi was by Zhang Jing's side, introducing him to the attendees. At that moment, the gracious Mrs. Mary approached, holding a glass of champagne, and struck up a conversation with Zhang Jing. "Your horse's performance is astonishing. I heard that Not Dead Yet hails from the neighboring Jordan racecourse. Is that true?" Reflecting on the process of acquiring Not Dead Yet filled Zhang Jing with joy. Although he feigned a sorrowful demeanor as he replied, "At that time, it was gravely ill and would have been sent to the slaughterhouse. I am quite surprised by its current condition. Kindness begets kindness." Zhang Jing offered a polite smile. "This must be Miss Ding," Mrs. Mary remarked, looking at Ding Jiechi. "Igeezy has spoken highly of you. Indeed, you are young and beautiful." "Hello, Mrs. Mary. Thank you for your luncheon invitation," Ding Jiechi greeted politely. "You're welcome." The elderly lady responded with a warm demeanor. "I wish you both great success in your racing endeavors." After a brief exchange, Mrs. Mary moved on to greet other guests. Soon after, a handsome man in his 60s stood before Zhang Jing, remarking, "Not Dead Yet looks exceptional. Do you plan to sell it?" Zhang Jing probed. "What price do you have in mind? How does $40,000 sound?" "It can certainly reach the finals, far exceeding 40,000, Zhang Jing retorted. Afterward, no one could predict the outcome. Shaking his head in refusal, even if the old man offered 400,000, Zhang Jing would most likely not sell. The bond formed through day and night companionship was far too profound. In the 2 o'clock direction, someone harbored considerable resentment towards you, Ding Jiechi softly cautioned. Zhang Jing turned his gaze, spotting another elderly man, bald and portly, whose appearance suggested animosity. He was the owner of the Khitan racecourse. Nail approached to greet him, mentioning he had heard that Zhang Jing acquired Not Dead for merely 3,000 meters, which was a significant oversight. Zhang Jing corrected him, stating that such circumstances did not qualify as a fortunate find. One would not purchase a sick horse under the guise of luck. This was merely a divine reward for the benevolent. Jennifer admired Zhang Jing's compassion. Upon the mention of benevolence, Nail shifted the topic, expressing that he and Jennifer planned to establish a racehorse club, with the condition that members must contribute to the cause of human justice. Ding Jiechi was about to interject but was preemptively silenced by Zhang Jing, who asserted that he would certainly not qualify for membership, as he merely extracted resources from society, having no connection to justice. "Mr. Zhang, you are too modest," Jennifer chimed in, her freckled face beaming. "If you are willing to save a sick horse, you would undoubtedly be inclined to assist those in dire need." Zhang Jing felt a deep aversion to this notion. He despised donations, believing that spending money on treating the townsfolk to drinks was far more genuine, as they would sincerely cheer for Not Dead at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Unaware of Zhang Jing's true sentiments and mistaking his humility for modesty, Jennifer formally extended an invitation to visit the estate at 1042 Avenue 84. After the buffet lunch concluded, Zhang Jing and his girlfriend strolled across the grassy expanse, questioning Ding Jiechi about the directness of foreign invitations. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiechi explained, "the so-called human justice cause is often hypocritical. You'll understand once you attend tomorrow." The afternoon was bright and warm, with a clear sky. The number of visitors surpassed that of the morning. with the most intriguing sight being the array of women's hats, each competing for attention, sometimes even outshining the horses themselves. Observing both horses and people proved to be an engaging endeavor. At 2 p.m., Haifa's general made his debut in the first round. With the course stretching 3,200 meters on grass, not dead sprinted with remarkable speed, while General excelled in endurance, thus being assigned to run the longer track by Aegis. Haifa mounted the horse, adopting a slight crouch. Rather than sitting, it resembled more of a squat upon the horse's back. As the starting gate opened, 7 horses surged forth. Horse racing knows no gender, nor do the riders. Initially a horse nutritionist, Haifa, due to youth and lightweight, transitioned mid-career to become a champion jockey. Amidst the cheers, the 7 horses flashed past, completing the 3,200 meters in under 4 minutes. General's performance was mediocre, finishing 4th and failing to qualify directly. He and not Deadwood need to return to St. Fort Racecourse next Saturday to compete for the final opportunity to qualify. Nevertheless, the residents of Whitefish Town were content, and after all 4 races concluded, the convoy made its way home in jubilant procession. Passing by a Walmart, Joe and the cheerleading squad members entered to procure party provisions and beverages. The food was quite simple: 2.5 pounds of beef, over 700 pounds in total. They purchased 60 bottles of quick sale wine, each 2 liters, priced at $7 per bottle. Additionally, they acquired 60 bottles of 40-degree whiskey, 500 milliliters each, at $9 per bottle. They also gathered 40 cases of beer, 20 cases of juice drinks, and 20 cases of a functional beverage called Ghost Claw. Furthermore, they obtained 10 outdoor barbecue gas cylinders, each costing 20 yuan. The party was set to take place in the police station courtyard, where the grill, tables, and chairs had already been arranged in advance. Upon returning to the town, they immediately entered celebratory mode, with the entire town reveling until the festivities gradually subsided around 10 in the evening, leaving a great mess behind. Dylan, Haifa, Milika, Ding Jiechi, Chu Xiaoqing, and 7 sober women stayed behind to tidy up. It was a laborious task. Once the area was cleaned, Ding Jiechi divided the remaining beverages and food among Dylan, Haifa, Milika, and the 7 others to take back to their dormitories and homes. Milika, has Mr. Jing called you recently? Ding Jiechi inquired softly at the dormitory entrance upon returning to the racetrack. Given Milika's struggle with depression, everyone was particularly concerned for her. Even Barbie, usually the loudest, was especially gentle with her. Amidst the nighttime chorus of barking dogs, Milika shook her head and replied, "No, I don't know where he is now." "It's all right," Ding Jiechi reassured her. "If you want to go out or need anything, just let me know." "Thank you, I'm doing fine at the racetrack." "I don't need anything." Ding Jiechi nodded and returned to the car, where her boyfriend was already a bit tipsy in the back seat. Chu Xiaoqing, in the front passenger seat, complained, "Your man is going to drink himself to death eventually. Today, he is not going to die." "Performed exceptionally well," said Brother Zhang, pleased. "You used to say you wouldn't marry unless it was from a 985 school or a world-renowned university, right? What about fate?" Ding Jiechi drove along the internal cement road of the racetrack, chatting while maintaining her standards. "I'm afraid of regretting it," she replied. "What about Zhang Jing's ex-girlfriend? What is she up to now?" "How would I know?" Chu Xiaoqing urged. "While he is asleep, check his phone." "You shouldn't do that," Ding Jiechi retorted earnestly. "If you want to look, go ahead, but don't involve me." Once the car halted at the stable entrance, they helped Zhang Jing back to the stable to rest. Chu Xiaoqing picked up Zhang Jing's hand to unlock his phone and began browsing without hesitation. "Chu Xiaoqing, how can you go through someone else's phone? That's impolite and unethical." Ding Jiechi softly chastised her friend, feeling anxious like an ant on a hot pan, yet she was also extremely curious, though too shy to look directly. Chu Xiaoqing, unfazed, first opened Facebook but found nothing of interest. Then she accessed WeChat, scrolling through without success. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, fate intervened. A stranger with the WeChat name Backpacker and owner Sun Ting sent a message along with a picture. Upon receiving the message, Chu Xiaoqing's heart skipped a beat, and she dared not display any extraneous emotion. First, she forwarded the image to herself before deleting the message. "What's wrong?" Ding Jiechi inquired with concern. "Nothing," Chu Xiaoqing replied, pressing the lock screen button. Zhang Jing seemed reliable. There were no ambiguous chat records. His messages were as pristine as a blank canvas. This reassured Ding Jiechi, but Chu Xiaoqing's heart raced. The following day, Zhang Jing and Ding Jiechi drove the rarely used champagne-colored Lamborghini to the 1042 estate, just as luxurious as the 1032 estate, with an immaculate yard that defied description. The guest parking area was filled with an array of extravagant vehicles, each guest arriving punctually, greeted at the villa entrance by the Nair couple. Observing the others, most were young, elegantly dressed, and impeccably groomed. Fortunately, Ding Jiechi was with Zhang Jing, who, after a minimal morning makeup routine, styled his hair neatly and donned a light gray casual suit, appearing both handsome and radiant. Ding Jiechi, with her long hair tied back, wore a loose white sweater paired with a fitted gray woolen skirt, exuding grace and style. "Welcome," Nair extended his hand to Zhang Jing. "Thank you for the invitation." Zhang Jing replied, shaking Nair's hand gently. Ding Jiechi and Jennifer exchanged cheek kisses. After some polite formalities, around 15 or 16 guests followed the Nair couple into the estate's reception hall, where servers offered coffee and fragrant tea. Jennifer announced, "Myself and Jennifer plan to establish a racing club. Each of you has thoroughbreds. The club will provide professional care services and inform owners about racing events worldwide, including registration and international transport for the horses." A young man interjected, "Please, just tell us the conditions for joining the club. That's why we're here." Jennifer gestured to a server, who brought her a map. Spreading the map on the coffee table, Zhang Jing, despite his academic struggles, instantly recognized it as a WKL map. "The situation is straightforward," Jennifer explained. "Someone owes a significant debt and lacks the means to purchase arms, thus offering the city as collateral. To support the cause of justice, I propose we collectively acquire several key blocks in the city center." She pointed to the map. Dnipro, the third largest city in WKL, had a pre-war population of 1 million. It is not only a vital technological and industrial hub, but also a transportation nexus. "What is the current situation there?" someone inquired. "The conflict is stagnant." Jennifer confidently reassured them, "I have insider information that this state of affairs will not last long." "Will we be overpaying?" "After all, it's quite chaotic there. Every street is clearly priced, requiring only 1/20th of the pre-war value." Jennifer emphasized, "This is not an act of exploitation. It is a contribution to a just cause." The conversation buzzed with enthusiasm, and due to Jennifer's stature, everyone placed their trust in her. Zhang Jing's mind buzzed with thoughts. He would never squander his money on abandoned streets, nor would he permit his wealth to be transformed into instruments of violence against strangers. Ding Jiaqin was equally taken aback, silently glancing at Zhang Jing, and both resolved in their hearts to firmly abstain from participation. As concerns manifested, Jennifer turned to Zhang Jing and inquired, "With a minimum investment of 10 million, how much do Mr. Zhang and Miss Ding intend to invest?" Ding Jiaqin's demeanor was direct, her emotions steady, and her tone resolute, clearly conveying her refusal. "We are not interested in investing in commercial real estate and will not allocate a single penny." Jennifer retorted, "What does Miss Ding believe is worthy of investment in WKL?" Having firmly decided to decline, Ding Jiaqin cleverly replied, "Unless it pertains to agricultural land, specifically vast plains traversed by rivers, with a price not exceeding 1,000 per acre." In a single statement, Ding Jiaqin presented three formidable challenges. Firstly, WKL has legal stipulations. Foreigners, stateless individuals, and legal entities are prohibited from acquiring statutory capital shares, stocks, or membership in legal entities as owners of agricultural land. In simpler terms, foreign ownership of agricultural land is unequivocally forbidden. Secondly, the land must be a vast plain with a river running through it. Thirdly, the price must not exceed 1,000 per acre. Brilliant. Zhang Jing mentally commended Ding Jiaqin's wit and quick thinking. These three conditions would be insurmountable for even the most skilled negotiator. However, to his surprise, Jennifer appeared unfazed, confidently stating that there was indeed agricultural land along the Dnieper River, and while the price had yet to be negotiated, it would certainly not be exorbitant, starting at 100 million. Regarding the legal constraints, Jennifer smirked, "Such limitations will be lifted within 24 hours, allowing for the completion of the transaction during that day, after which the regulations will be reinstated." This scenario struck Zhang Jing as oddly familiar. It felt reminiscent of short-term tours where genuine buyers were often caught off guard, as if the rules were bent specifically for someone. Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqin exchanged a silent glance, both intrigued. Certain opportunities are rare, akin to waiting a millennium for a fleeting moment. If missed, they may never reappear, yet financial constraints pose a significant hurdle. As anticipated, others expressed their disinterest in agricultural land, citing insufficient funds. Enthusiasm ran high as they engaged in conversation for 2 hours, and once agreements were reached, Jennifer distributed a confidentiality agreement to each participant, warning that any disclosure of today's discussions would incur severe legal repercussions. Following this, they proceeded to lunch, departing the estate by 2 in the afternoon. "Brother Zhang, what are your thoughts?" Ding Jiaqin asked from the passenger seat on their way back. "I need to conduct some research. I've heard that region is rich in black soil, but I'm uncertain about the conditions along the Dnieper River. The ongoing conflict must also be taken into account." "Indeed, the black soil is valuable," Ding Jiaqin explained. "However, its significance lies in its strategic location. Situated at the center of 5 directions, northeast, east, southeast, south, and southwest, all of which are embroiled in conflict. Hence, the land is being sold at a bargain." As Zhang Jing drove and conversed, he reflected on the coexistence of risk and opportunity. "Brother Zhang, how much capital do you possess?" Ding Jiaqin inquired, her concern evident. "Less than 300 million, Zhang Jing replied. Ding Jiaqin felt a jolt. She had no idea Zhang Jing was so affluent. Could it be that his wealth had increased since their last visit to Hong Kong? Was it the result of some treasure hunt? Impressive indeed. Ding Jiaqin's eyes sparkle with stars. "I must strive harder to keep pace with your footsteps." In truth, Ding Jiaqi is already exceptional. For instance, at the previous party, when Zhang Jing and Chu Shaoqing fought over the lamb's head, she generously shared it with Haifa, Milika, Dylan, and David, earning the approval of all. She commands the respect of every employee at the winery and the racetrack, including IGZ. Moreover, she maintains her composure and clarity when engaging with Jennifer, Lady Melif, and when Li, embodying a dignified presence. Most importantly, Ding Jiaqi possesses a kind heart. Upon Zhang Jing's return from Alaska, intending to enjoy 20 tons of silver and evade suspicion, he initially planned to take advantage of the unfortunate old Dai Jane and his depressed daughter, Milika. It was Ding Jiaqi who reminded him to act with a clear conscience, leading to Milika being cared for at the racetrack. Such a treasure of a girl. With her and the golden finger, Zhang Jing's fortunes will undoubtedly flourish. Returning to the racetrack, IGZ, clad in a gray trench coat and blue jeans, is fiercely reprimanding Andy and Haifa, holding them accountable for past mistakes. She chastises Andy for his unexpected fall from the horse, deeming him irreparably foolish, and criticizes Haifa for finishing 4th without showcasing the prowess of a true knight. IGZ's fiery demeanor leaves Milika, Dylan, and Feline nearby too intimidated to breathe. In matters of theory and fact, when it comes to horse training, racing, and everything related to horses, IGZ wields the greatest power. Barbie serves as the manager, handling procurement, finances, and planning. While Zhang Jing is nominally the owner, he is essentially uninvolved. The distance the general can run, the races he enters, are all at IGZ's discretion. Provided the racetrack owner maintains a sound mind, they typically do not oppose the trainer's arrangements, granting her the authority to reprimand the jockeys. Additionally, the distribution of prize money reveals the hierarchy. Trainers receive 10, jockeys 5, while caretakers receive nothing. Furthermore, if IGZ transfers the general and the unyielding to another, she also garners a commission, a customary practice enshrined in contracts. Nevertheless, both Andy and Haifa carry grievances, as Zhang Jing has demanded their labor without commensurate effort. Zhang Jing's perspective is straightforward and naive. Initially appearing mediocre, the odds continue to rise. Unexpectedly, unyielding proves to be a stubborn contender, finishing first even after the jockeys fall, which is quite perplexing. The general performs consistently, being easier to manage. Upon seeing Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqi approach side by side, IGZ brandishes her sword, dismissing Andy from the racetrack and instructing Haifa to tend to the horses while seeking a new jockey. Andy and Haifa's expressions are forlorn. Zhang Jing offers them a comforting glance and urges IGZ, reminding her that horse racing offers second chances and advocating for another opportunity for them. As the trainer, I understand both the general and unyielding. Their poor performances are solely due to the inadequacy of the jockeys. IGZ, I share in this responsibility. Let us grant them a second chance, Zhang Jing implores. IGZ keenly seizes upon the core of the issue, questioning, "You too bear responsibility?" Indeed, before the race, I placed a bet of 1,000 on both the general and unyielding to win, which has imposed considerable pressure on Andy and Haifa. Next Saturday, Aegis warned, marks the final opportunity for this year's Seattle Cup. Waving off the crowd, Zhang Jing confided in Aegis, expressing his curiosity about the capabilities of General and Undying. I have analyzed all the racehorses. Should the jockey perform adequately, General and Undying possess an 80 chance of advancing to the finals, with respective 15 to 20 probabilities of securing the championships in the 1,600 and 3,200 finals. As thoughts raced through his mind, Zhang Jing boldly queried, "Considering the odds set by various betting companies, how could we maximize our profits?" Aegis reacted vehemently, asserting that such actions contradict the spirit of sportsmanship and would lead to public disdain if exposed. Zhang Jing, with a dismissive expression, retorted against her feigned innocence. Aegis, dropping her pretense, remarked earnestly that she admired his ruthless pursuit of wealth, as well as his sole focus on profit. Like a turtle meeting a green bean. They were aligned in their thoughts. Aegis had already devised a strategy. Undying's fierce competitive spirit and strength could be harnessed to maintain its prowess until the critical moment, when allowing it to lose would present a significant opportunity for substantial gains. General's lackluster performance in the initial race belied its true potential. If it maintained an unremarkable facade leading up to the finals, it could seize a 20 chance at a stunning victory. Zhang Jing, intrigued yet apprehensive, inquired, "Is this illegal?" It may not align with the ethos of sportsmanship, but it is certainly not unlawful. If exposed, however, we, along with the champion racetrack, would face total exclusion from all competitions. Zhang Jing inhaled sharply and declared, "I relish a challenge." "So do I," Aegis affirmed, her words resonating with conviction. Beginning this weekend, Undying would maintain its usual training intensity, while General's training would increase by 20. Its endurance was commendable if its speed could be enhanced. The likelihood of it becoming a dark horse would rise significantly. Aegis planned to wager her entire fortune on the two horses. Zhang Jing, too, was determined, putting forth $500 million to gamble, arriving with nothing to lose. In the ensuing days, Aegis remained on edge. Zhang Jing was equally occupied, rising early to strengthen his physique, traversing various warehouses during the day to participate in auctions, hoping to uncover valuable items. Ding Jiaqing and Chu Shaoqing attended classes from Monday to Friday, inseparable even during sleep. Their constant companionship led Ding Jiaqing to notice that Chu Shaoqing had been distracted lately, often appearing absent-minded. "Is Wuda troubling you again?" In the afternoon, within the confines of their dormitory, Ding Jiaqing asked Chu Shaoqing, still lost in thought. Chu Shaoqing failed to hear her. "Chu Shaoqing," Ding Jiaqing called out loudly. "What?" Chu Shaoqing jolted back to reality. "What has been going on with you these past few days?" Ding Jiaqing inquired, curious about her thoughts. "It's nothing," Chu Shaoqing replied, regaining her composure. "Merely contemplating how to separate you from Zhang Jing." Ding Jiaqing rolled her eyes, stating that you will never understand the goodness of brother Zhang. "Jiaqing," Chu Shaoqing said earnestly, "why do you refuse to heed advice? Why do you always target brother Zhang?" "I am not targeting Zhang Jing. I simply do not wish for you to suffer." Ding Jiaqing chuckled. "What grievances could I possibly have?" Chu Shaoqing resolved to confront the matter directly. On Saturday night, Zhang Jing, inebriated, had his phone unlocked by her. "You mentioned the phone is quite clean. Yet, someone sent a rehabilitation report to his device." "Who sent it?" Ding Jiaqing inquired calmly. "What rehabilitation report?" Chu Shaoqing retorted. "Who is Sun Ting?" Ding Jiaqing countered. Sun Ting was the proprietor of a youth hostel, 45 years old. Brother Zhang had resided there for a year and a half during his 2 years in Xizjiang. She was a jovial person, never shy, easily making jokes with anyone. Ding Jiaqing asked her friend, "What now?" Zhang Jing had contracted syphilis, and the rehabilitation report issued by the First People's Hospital of Xizjiang was sent to the hostel. The owner had forgotten about it until Saturday, when she finally forwarded the contents to his phone, mocking Zhang Jing for being particularly open in his affairs. Ding Jiaqing laughed heartily. "You haven't interacted with Sun Ting. She's an exceptionally amusing person." Chu Shaoqing opened her phone, presenting the report to her friend. "Look. It has a red stamp and Zhang Jing's name. Fake, 100%. If brother Zhang had this illness, I might as well leap off the Golden Gate Bridge." Ding Jiaqing stated with unwavering confidence. Sun Ting, resembling a mischievous child, once forged others' signatures, leading to her brief incarceration. She had a knack for stirring trouble. "If that's the case," Chu Shaoqing inquired curiously, "why are you checking on him?" "Consider it from a different perspective," Ding Jiaqing countered. "If I ignore him, showing no concern for his safety while he is away, would that be the conduct of a proper girlfriend? My goal is marriage," Ding Jiaqing affirmed resolutely, "not mere play." Chu Shaoqing remained skeptical and dialed Zhang Jing's number, putting it on speakerphone. "Where are you? Is something amiss?" Zhang Jing, having stepped away to a quiet area during an auction, answered the call. "Did you ever have syphilis?" "You're insane. Your entire family must have it," he retorted angrily before abruptly hanging up to return to the auction. The host spoke as rapidly as a machine gun, and with the crowd's presence, one could easily miss a bid. "See? Ding Jiaqin shrugged. In Brother Zhang's mind, you appear as a lunatic. Before coming to America, Ding Jiaqin had known Zhang Jing for a year and a half. They were familiar with each other's backgrounds and had even envied his romance with a former girlfriend. Thus, when she learned of someone's breakup, she immediately reached out with various forms of concern, eventually leading to her desires being fulfilled. However, at that moment, Ding Jiaqin suddenly recalled when Li's remark at a party, "Deep love does not endure." The literal interpretation of deep love does not endure suggests that the greater the love, the shorter its duration. Conversely, it can be understood that love requires appropriate distance and freshness. Considering when Li's transcendent status and rich life experiences as a junior, she naturally regarded her elder's words as profound truths, leading to an important decision forming in her mind. Ding Jiaqin was a woman of action. She promptly decided to send a message to her boyfriend. "Brother Zhang, my mother came by earlier and mentioned transferring schools. At first, I thought she was merely joking. But to my surprise, she actually proceeded with the transfer." Zhang Jing was unaware of Ding Jiaqin's long-term intentions, and upon receiving the message, he felt a surge of panic. He abruptly withdrew from the auction, forfeiting his deposit, and hurried to the entrance of Seattle University, dialing Ding Jiaqin's number. "Jiaqin," he inquired with concern, "what's going on?" "My mother believes Seattle University has a poor ranking, hence the transfer. She genuinely intends to move to a better school in Xiangjiang, so she wants T-line." Zhang Jing sighed in relief. "I'm at the south gate of the school. Where are you now?" "I'm packing my bags in the dormitory. My flight is in 2 hours. Brother Zhang, please head back first, and I will contact you once I've arranged everything." Due to Ding Jiaqin's various attentions towards him, such as mending old wallets, managing change, and checking the room, Zhang Jing was assured that she would not abandon him. He resolved to return home first without hesitation. The second-hand pickup truck was not too expensive. He had previously purchased 2. After burning one, Barbie bought 2 more, thus he had a vehicle to drive. Upon returning to the racetrack, he encountered Agus leaving work. "You don't look too well," Agus remarked, lowering her car window. "My girlfriend is leaving Seattle, and I feel a sense of emptiness." Agus chuckled carelessly. "Why go through the hardship of a relationship? Look at my grandmother. She married 5 husbands and is still single. Then there's my grandfather, who wed 3 women but eventually realized that he preferred to remain unmarried, accompanied by a young starlet. There are numerous such examples. Do you want to hear more?" Zhang Jing refused to believe that love was so bleak. "Provide another example." The founders of operating systems, who were once seen as a model couple, ultimately went their separate ways. Zhang Jing was left speechless. "Think positively," Agus consoled. "If you wish to have children, I can lend you half of the process for free. With technology, we no longer require partners." Zhang Jing was taken aback. Agus laughed as she departed. "See you tomorrow morning at St. Foma racetrack." They still used rented horse-drawn carriages. The cheering team set forth in grand procession from Whitefish Town to St. Foma racetrack. Following the first round of races, more spectators and media flocked to witness the event. This occasion featured a fierce contest among the horses eliminated last Saturday again. The top 2 from each round would advance, while the others would be left behind, thus completely missing out on the Seattle Cup this year. Not Dead had gained popularity due to its remarkable prior performance, attracting attention from betting companies with interesting odds. The first horse, Not Dead, had odds of 1.07, and the second horse had odds of 1.3, while the eliminated horses had odds of 1.7. Unlike the betting methods of the Xiangjiang Jockey Club, the Seattle Cup involved a dealer. A group of experts would analyze the horse's conditions and set the odds, enticing the general public to place bets. For instance, Not Dead had significantly high odds of elimination, meaning a $1 bet could yield a return of $1 plus a profit of $0.7. Even the betting companies held high hopes for its victory. Such earnings were too good to pass up. Thus, Zhang Jing wagered $1 million on Not Dead to secure first place among the 7 horses. This extravagant investment naturally drew the attention of the betting companies, prompting them to dispatch representatives to observe the event. As the competition commenced, the horse Death Cannot Die entered the first round, racing from the 3rd lane. This time, Andy did not falter. He maintained a commanding lead from the outset, decisively finishing first, with Death Cannot Die crossing the finish line ahead. Zhang Jing felt a sense of relief. He had feared that the betting companies would resort to unscrupulous tactics. Death Cannot Die advanced, securing the 5,000 yuan prize awarded by the organizers. Of this sum, Agus received 500, Andy 250, while the remainder belonged solely to Zhang Jing. This, however, was but a trifling amount. The substantial gains lay in gambling. With $1 million wagered, A return of 70,000 was earned, a low payout with high risk. Indeed a source of anxiety. The situation escalated dramatically, with a direct remote targeting of death cannot die. At 2:10 in the afternoon, General also entered the first round on the lush turf of 3,200 meters, following a lackluster performance the previous Saturday. The odds for General contrasted with those of death cannot die. Both betting companies offered similar odds, 7 horses for first place at 1-1, 7, second place at 1-1, 3, and a non-finisher at 1-1, 0-7. It was evident that General was not favored, as the high odds for first place were designed to entice players to invest. While Death Cannot Die exhibited a fierce competitive spirit, General appeared steadier, influenced more by its rider. Could General secure the first position? At noon, Zhang Jing inquired of Haifa and Aegis in the horse transport vehicle. The odds of 1-1, 7 were tempting. Zhang Jing perhaps could achieve his modest goal in the preliminary rounds. Aegis explained, I have repeatedly reviewed the competition videos of the other 6 horses. Among them, one possesses formidable strength, making a bet on second place a safer choice. Haifa. Can General secure second place? Haifa, a 17-year-old refugee from Lima, slender with dark skin and much hardship endured, nodded affirmatively, asserting, it will surely be second place. Zhang Jing acknowledged this, contemplating that if conditions allowed, a subtle underperformance could lead others to believe that General's victory was merely luck. This request posed a challenge, after all. Mistakes were intolerable in the racing arena. After pondering for a few seconds, Haifa nodded again. Upon exiting the horse transport, Aegis turned to Zhang Jing and asked, Will you place a bet? The current odds were still too low, and frequent large wagers would attract the attention of the betting companies, Zhang Jing worried. You could register dozens of shell companies in the Cayman Islands, Panama, or Hong Kong, placing bets online under their names, Aegis suggested. Noting that such actions would be largely untraceable, Zhang Jing then called Barbie, who was stationed at the racetrack, instructing her to handle this matter by finding intermediaries to register no fewer than 50 shell companies. Barbie excelled in such endeavors and promptly flew to Hong Kong, vowing to execute the task flawlessly. At 2:10, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Haifa maneuvered General in the first round. Its speed so remarkable that it swiftly passed from view, leaving only the large screen to follow the race. The race commenced splendidly, with the General maintaining a commendable second position for the initial minute. However, due to a misstep by Haifa, he fell to third, and it took 2 minutes before he regained second place. It was only at the final moments that he surged ahead, crossing the finish line with a narrow advantage of a third of a horse's length, thereby securing his advancement. Yet, both the General and Haifa appeared to be exerting their utmost, seemingly drained of all vigor, particularly the General, whose tongue hung long and saliva flew about chaotically. Zhang Jing and Ijizi exchanged a silent glance, surprised to find that both the General and Haifa still harbored the potential to claim the coveted golden trophy. With a prize of 5,000 at stake, Ijizi would receive 10, the knight 5, and the remainder would belong to the horse owner. With 2 more rounds of competition remaining, Zhang Jing and Ijizi remained to observe until the end. There might be some trouble ahead. Ijizi pointed to the last round of the race, analyzing the first horse to cross the finish line, a remarkable quarter horse named Big House. Just how remarkable? Zhang Jing was perplexed. Over a distance of 3,200 meters, it had achieved a time of 3 minutes and 38 seconds, the best record among all participating horses. Zhang Jing, feeling a headache coming on, extended an invitation to Ijizi, suggesting she join him at a party in town that evening. I want to go, Ijizi flatly refused. Zhang Jing assumed her reluctance stemmed from concerns about drinking affecting her performance the next day, but she quickly added, I cannot tolerate inferior wine. Not wishing to indulge her foul temper, Zhang Jing pressed the accelerator and departed. Since the General had raced in the first round that afternoon, the others had already left with the General and the Indestructible. Zhang Jing and Ijizi lingered until the end. Upon exiting the racetrack, they encountered a road, and shortly after, Zhang Jing was blocked by 2 SUVs. 4 men and 1 woman appeared cold and unyielding, surprisingly without firearms. Quite intriguing. Mr. Zhang, may we have a word? Inquired a man around 35, clean-shaven with a short haircut, exuding strength and sharpness in his gaze. Who are you? Zhang Jing leaned against the car door, questioning. Nick Torcas. He replied. This was the son of the Ottawa Mining Company's owner, mentioned by the tall, slender policeman Joe, a member of the transport brigade. Zhang Jing's first thought was to eliminate them, an end to the matter. With the cars surrounding him, it could be considered justifiable self-defense. However, The proximity was too close. He had heard that trained individuals could disarm quickly, and Zhang Jing lacked confidence to take on four. His mind raced as he feigned ignorance. I don't know you. What is this about? After Christmas, you visited Alaska near the Canadian border, didn't you? That is my private affair. Do you know Reed Dakin? Are you from the FBI or CIA? Zhang Jing asked mockingly. His thoughts were simple. At worst, he could endure a beating, and in the chaos, there might be an opportunity. If such a moment arose, he would not hesitate to use his powerful revolver to eliminate them all, thereby eradicating future threats. Perhaps fate intervened, as a police car arrived to disperse the situation, prompting the four to hastily depart. The matter was not yet resolved. Upon returning to the racetrack, the sun dipped low in the sky, and a group of 8 snow sled dogs frolicked nearby, creating an appearance of harmony. Zhang Jing discovered Milika at the entrance of the storage shed behind the stable, accompanied by her father, old Daijin. The elderly man, clad in worn-out jeans and a brown jacket, appeared not to have aged at all. In fact, he seemed more spirited than before. Long time no see. Zhang Jing greeted him, contemplating how to rid himself of his troubles, and deliberately inquired, Are you planning to take Milika with you? I'm afraid that's not possible yet. Old Daijin responded, the deep crow's feet at the corners of his eyes suggesting a life of hardship. The troubles were far from resolved. Zhang Jing, wishing to avoid foul language in Milika's presence, led old Daijin aside. This is not a charitable institution. Zhang Jing gritted his teeth, recalling how, merely 40 minutes prior, Nick Tokus had intercepted his pickup truck. Had it not been for a police car fortuitously passing by, he might have met his demise. This situation won't last long. Old Daijin said with a pained expression, I've called in some old friends. The troubles will soon be smoothed over. Zhang Jing, feeling irritable, retorted. Why do you seem so untroubled? Dealing with Nick Tokus required 2 expensive pieces of equipment, likely costing around 600,000 yuan. Haha. Zhang Jing scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Am I in debt to you for a favor or for money? It's a favor I owe you, old Daijin replied, his expression grim. I'll probably never have the chance to repay 600,000 in this lifetime. In exchange, I promise to do one thing for you without limits. Without limits? Zhang Jing echoed in surprise. Does that include murder? Indeed, old Daijin affirmed. Unlike conventional reasoning, such a pledge is typically reserved for critical moments. However, Zhang Jing held a different view. He harbored no belief that old Daijin would honor his word, nor did he trust that anyone would. The most prudent course of action was to utilize the promise in advance. Don't scold me, Zhang Jing mused, aware that he had always been the type to focus on minor grievances rather than significant threats. His mind raced, realizing that he had no formidable enemies. The only person he truly loathed was Chu Shaoqing, whose incessant chatter and meddlesome nature were irksome. Eliminate her? That's absurd. It's not worth it. Then there was that long-faced Japanese man, who harbored a strong animosity towards him, having deliberately caused trouble during several warehouse auctions. Should he be dealt with? Zhang Jing pondered this as he turned to old Daijin, requesting, Hand me your phone. Reed Daijin complied, passing the phone to Zhang Jing. After ensuring there were no recording devices on old Daijin, Zhang Jing got straight to the point. Get rid of Martha Blake. She's a public figure, often appearing on television. Once she's gone, you can collect your payment in cash in Hong Kong within 7 days, and from that moment on, we will owe each other nothing. You seem quite experienced, old Daijin remarked, puzzled. Why fear trouble when you stand alone? Old Daijin countered, casting a fond glance toward his daughter, Milika. I should be the one to be cautious. Zhang Jing chuckled softly, reminiscing about a past treasure-hunting expedition in the West Xinjiang region, where 7 of them traversed a shallow river valley flanked by steep cliffs. Suddenly, a deluge surged upstream, and they were unable to outrun the flood, resulting in 4 being swept away, including Zhang Jing, while the remaining 3 clung precariously to the sheer cliff face, awaiting rescue. The pursuit of treasure carries the peril of losing one's life, while hiring a hitman poses an even greater risk. How could Zhang Jing possibly act carelessly? How could you develop a vendetta against a celebrity? Inquired old Daijin with curiosity. I do not know her, came the reply. Then why resort to murder? There is no reason. I simply do not wish to squander your commitment. Old Daijin felt a surge of indignation in the mind of a rational individual. Such a significant promise is typically reserved for critical moments. The notion of killing a stranger led old Daijin to perceive Zhang Jing's thoughts as fantastical. Yet the reality of wealth allowed for such whims. After discussing further details and bidding farewell to his daughter Milika, old Daijin departed the racetrack before nightfall. Once old Daijin left, Zhang Jing felt no pangs of conscience for having taken a stranger's life. He was devoid of fear or guilt. The reason lay with Martha Blake. Should she meet her demise, it would undoubtedly be the fault of Chu Shaoqing. Zhang Jing had inadvertently encountered Martha Blake through television. An obnoxious, bigoted old woman who harbored contempt for Asians, particularly those from the Dragon Country. Her opinions were profoundly despicable, far from feeling pressure. Zhang Jing felt elated and even uncorked a bottle of expensive champagne to celebrate in advance. Meanwhile, Ida Shimi could never have anticipated that he had narrowly escaped becoming Zhang Jing's target. That evening, as usual, he visited his favorite izakaya and entered a private room. At 31 years of age, standing 1.7 meters tall and weighing 70 kilograms, he was a loyal sycophant, dutifully followed by Chai Zaki, who respectfully closed the door behind him. What has Zhang Jing been busy with lately? Ida Shimi inquired as he settled onto the tatami mat. Horse racing. It's even been featured on television and looks quite impressive, Chai Zaki replied. Is his performance noteworthy? Ida Shimi asked, somewhat displeased. He has been performing exceptionally well. Ida Shimi, feeling a pinch in his pocket, commanded, with a budget of 10 million USD, acquire a horse racing track with favorable conditions. Whatever Zhang Jing is involved in, I shall target it. Chai Zaki must have felt distressed, realizing he was dealing with a modern-day scoundrel. After dismissing Chai Zaki, Ida Shimi summoned 2 voluptuous women, one black and one white, to commence his extravagant nightlife. While Ida Shimi reveled in his pursuits and Zhang Jing enjoyed his own, only old Dai Jin was left troubled. Initially perplexed by Zhang Jing's decision to murder an unknown elderly woman, he delved into research and discovered that Martha Blake was a far-right extremist. Not only was she aligned with extreme right ideologies, but the entire state of Tennessee reflected this sentiment, as evidenced by the demographic statistics revealing a racial composition of 79. 2 white, 16. 5 black, 2. 2 Hispanic, 1. 0 Native American, 1. 1 mixed, and 0. 3 Asian. In such a uniquely structured society, vehemently opposing Asians and artificially creating conflict would undoubtedly prove beneficial in garnering votes. He flew directly to Tennessee's capital, Nashville, and waited for approximately 10 minutes in a park littered with needles before his 2 companions arrived. They were all in their 50s, with prominent bellies, appearing rather portly. Engaged in a casual conversation typical of older men, the 3 sat together as Dai Jin outlined the objective of their task. A mere 600,000, he mused. Seems less reliable than robbing a bank. Shanam, this is not the 90s. Both banks and cash trucks have long ceased to be easy prey, Dai Jin cautioned. The name Shanam, reminiscent of Shannon or Shannon, carries a positive connotation, symbolizing a lively and adorable young girl, yet it is also a popular name for boys. Shannon's great-grandfather bore the same name, from which it originated. In reality, he was a balding, rotund man with a greasy demeanor, perpetually clad in worn-out denim, far removed from anything charming. Surely, killing is easier than robbing a bank, another older man interjected, suggesting the old method of surveillance followed by strikes. Rolando is right, Dai Jin concurred. This is not a trivial matter. It's wiser to proceed with caution. Rolando, also in his 50s and slightly greasy, bore a name rich in meaning, well-liked, reputed in the vicinity. Yet, like Dai Jin and Shanam, he was neither particularly popular nor renowned. The trio then commenced devising their execution plan. Public records could reveal the workplace of Martha Blake, situated near a 6-lane east-west thoroughfare outside the state government building. Due to the considerable risk of being followed, they opted for a method of surveillance, first determining the direction Martha Blake would take upon leaving the building, then identifying the intersection where she frequently turned to grab coffee. In essence, they intended to lie in wait, employing the simplest method to track her daily movements. Subsequently, they would seek an opportunity to kill her. This process would not be swift, requiring meticulous and patient effort. Of course, they acknowledged that extraordinary luck could also play a role. Dai Jin's luck proved particularly fortuitous. Under normal circumstances, Martha Blake was accompanied by bodyguards. Yet, 4 days later, by chance, he observed her dismiss her guards and drive alone for half an hour into an open, mountainous middle-class community. The scenery was picturesque, with variously styled villas nestled behind grand trees. Dai Jin spotted Martha Blake's white Cadillac parked in the front yard of one residence. After a brief moment of hesitation, he informed his 2 companions, then parked his vehicle by the side of the road and scaled the wall into the villa's yard. A few minutes later, he stealthily approached the back corridor, where he could glimpse the interior of the living room through a window. Peering inside, he quickly ducked behind the wall, blinking in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Seizing the moment, Dai Jin retrieved his phone and cautiously opened the camera, directing it towards the interior. Martha Blake, in her 60s, was sensually dancing like a stripper while a muscular, naked African-American man sat on the sofa, moving rhythmically. After filming for over 40 seconds, Dai Jin sent the video to Zhang Jing, adding a note. This is Martha Blake herself. Is she truly worth 600,000? Should we still proceed with the kill? Zhang Jing, engrossed in his own activities, was equally taken aback upon viewing the footage. With resolute determination, Dai Jin replied, it's worth it. No need for violence. Grant me exclusivity. Should more videos surface, your rewards will multiply. Without further ado, Dai Jin proceeded to send Zhang Jing additional videos, each more provocative and eye-catching than the last. 20 minutes later, he returned to his vehicle, pleasantly surprised by the ease of this task. With a chuckle, he started the car and headed straight to the airport to collect his payment in Hong Kong. Zhang Jing received 3 segments of video, the first lasting 43 seconds, the second 94 seconds, and the third an impressive 332 seconds, all in high definition and captured from 2 angles. The 2 flabby figures were rather unappetizing to behold. The young African-American gentleman appeared to be a professional, showing no signs of disdain, while Marsha Black's enthusiastic calls echoed in the background. Assessing the videos in hand, Zhang Jing resolved to sell them for a handsome price, aiming to recuperate at least the 800,000 investment. Initially, he had promised Dai Jin 600,000, but given his exceptional effort in directing what had become a short film, Zhang Jing felt compelled to offer him 800,000 instead. Who could he approach for this transaction? The answer was singular. Professor Su Zheong from Zhejiang University. Help me find a buyer. It was the early hours in Zhejiang when Su, groggy and disoriented in bed, took a moment to respond to the phone call. What antiquity are you referring to? Not an antiquity, but something fresh off the press, Marsha Black's artistic short film. Su, a retired professor still teaching to support his wife's medical needs, was understandably irked at being awakened in the middle of the night only to be pitched a short film. Had it been anyone else, Su would have vented his frustrations, but Zhang Jing was different. He patiently inquired, is this individual well-known? Frequently gracing television screens in the United States, though hardly anyone in Longwa has heard of him. Look it up online. The short film knows no bounds, high definition, spanning 7 to 8 minutes. The cost is 800,000, and I won't sell for less than $1 million. Otherwise, I'll keep it for my own enjoyment. Please, do not disclose its origins. With that, Zhang Jing ended the call. Su Zheong, startled by the film's steep price, sprang from his bed in a heartbeat. A quick online search revealed the details, and as he perused the older woman's profile, he was left speechless by the astonishing cost of 800,000. Just 5 minutes prior, he had thought it exorbitant. Now it seemed not only reasonable, but a bargain. Being a vice professor, he still had connections. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he placed a call. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing stood by the racetrack fence, watching Andy and Haifa ride, and within half an hour, he received a return call from Su Zheong. A brief exchange ensued, and they agreed to meet for the transaction in Vancouver, a city 200 kilometers to the north. In a habitual precaution, Zhang Jing intended to save the files to his email but, fearing insecurity, decided instead to physically isolate them from the network. He transferred the data to his computer's hard drive, which was also disconnected from the internet. It might have been futile, but better safe than sorry. He approached the stable mechanic and hardware technician, handing a mobile phone and 1000 to Dylan, who had a disability in his left leg. Deliver this phone to Vancouver. I'll provide you the exact location later. Dylan did not hesitate or inquire further. He simply nodded in compliance. On the other side, Dai Jin was swiftly approaching Hong Kong. Zhang Jing called Barbie, who was in Hong Kong registering a bag company, to inform her to withdraw $800,000, equivalent to the local currency. She was to rent a car, place the money in the trunk, and park near the airport, allowing Dai Jin to retrieve it himself to avoid leaving evidence of the transaction. Those who often tread by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. One can only hope that the day comes as late as possible. The money Dai Jin obtained was tainted, and he would need to find a way to launder it, a matter that bore no connection to Zhang Jing. He hoped that Dai Jin would soon eliminate Nick, the transport traveler, so that Zhang Jing could enjoy the exquisite pleasure brought by 20 tons without worry, if not for the need to eliminate potential threats. Even if Dai Jin were to kneel and call him father, Zhang Jing would not part with that sum, to say nothing of 800,000. Even 80,000 is not a sum easily found among families in a capitalist nation. Parting with such money is painful. After finishing his tasks, Zhang Jing left the racetrack at noon. In the afternoon, he promised Katie he would attend her match at the Isaac Sports Arena, a friendly competition akin to a training match. During his drive, he encountered a lengthy red light and was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face. "Oh." A surprised exclamation came from the side as a white Chevrolet hatchback lowered its passenger window. What a coincidence! Zhang Jing turned to see a woman waving. Indeed. It was the stunning model he had encountered on the plane. They had spent nearly 15 or 16 hours in close proximity without even knowing each other's names. As the woman had dismissed Zhang Jing entirely, had they not been seated together out of boredom, she wouldn't have bothered to acknowledge him. In this situation, Zhang Jing could only offer her an elegant, polite smile. As the green light illuminated, he pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared to life. Surprisingly, Zhang Jing did not linger, which left Zhou Wanmiao feeling displeased. Watching the pickup speed away, she scoffed, "Loser. Do you know him?" The driver's seat was occupied by another beautiful woman who exuded an aura of grace reminiscent of a refined lady from a scholarly family of the Republic era. "No. She was just seated next to me on the plane. If you don't know her and haven't offended her, why insult her?" Casting a glance at her friend Liang Jiashu, Zhou Wanmiao remarked, "I greeted him, yet he completely ignored me. Such low quality. With the green light. How could she greet you?" Not wanting to dwell on the loser, Zhou Wanmiao changed the subject and candidly stated, "I am here to find a wealthy boyfriend. I have no desire to watch boring tennis. Most people who have time to watch tennis are not in dire financial straits." "Really?" Zhou Jing inquired, her eyes bright with curiosity. Liang Jieshu advised, "The premise is that you maintain a ladylike image, avoid foul language, and don't appear too eager for money. As men despise materialistic women." "Hypocritical," Zhou Wanmiao retorted, echoing her sentiments from the plane. "Men adore young and beautiful women. Yet they double standard by claiming that women are too materialistic." Liang Jieshu was left speechless. This straightforwardness was one of the reasons she and Zhou Wanmiao were friends, as she always spoke candidly, embodying an unpretentious nature. Isaac Star Sports Arena. As Zhang Jing arrived, he noticed Katie, who stood at a height of 182 meters, dressed in a light gray tracksuit and sporting a white baseball cap. Waiting in the parking lot. "Boss, I never expected you to agree to come," she said, her demeanor somewhat shy. Zhang Jing, however, was not easily deceived. Their acquaintance was not new, and her bashful expression was likely an act, convincingly performed. He candidly remarked, "You are much more comfortable as your usual self." In an instant, her expression transformed as she straightened her posture and declared with a boisterous tone, "To secure your continued financial support, I will undoubtedly win beautifully today." "Ah, indeed. Women are such dramatists." Following Katie, they returned to the locker room of the tennis stadium, where her French coach awaited. "My sponsor, Mr. Zhang Jing," Katie introduced. "This is my coach, Miss Swiatek." Swiatek, wearing a white baseball cap and also quite tall, appeared vibrant and full of energy. Katie's training expenses over the past 2 years amounted to approximately 400,000 yuan, 3/4 of which was allocated for Swiatek's coaching fees. Even more astonishing was that Katie was merely one of the 6 students under Swiatek's guidance. The reason for her impressive stature was her incredible achievement of a 33-match winning streak in world-class tennis tournaments, showcasing her formidable prowess. Zhang Jing extended his hand. Expressing his admiration, "I have long admired your reputation. I have watched every match you've played." Swiatek shook his hand, promptly dispelling Katie's fib. "She claims you do not enjoy tennis." Unfazed, Zhang Jing replied smoothly, "That is because Katie does not truly understand me." "Is that so? I thought you two were quite close," Swiatek remarked. In her 40s, she possessed an aura that made her seem almost ancient, as if she could see through many matters. After idle chit-chat that bore little substance, Zhang Jing exited the locker room, anticipating the forthcoming match. The spectator area of the tennis court, which could accommodate 1,000 people, was sparsely populated, with no more than 15 attendees. Zhang Jing's gaze quickly landed on Zhou Munsa. What an unexpected coincidence. Zhou Munsa also spotted him, her fury igniting as she strode over briskly, demanding, "Are you stalking me?" Zhang Jing remained composed, meeting her gaze directly. "I arrived before you." Zhou Munsa's beautiful face contorted in frustration, struggling to find a retort. "This is a misunderstanding." Liang Jieshu stepped in between them, introducing herself with a close scrutiny of Zhang Jing. "My name is Liang Jieshu. May I ask how to address you?" As Zhang Jing assessed the woman before him, he marveled inwardly at her fair complexion, tall stature, large expressive eyes, and exquisite features, all complemented by an elegant outfit reminiscent of the Republic of China era. She exuded an air of sophistication that felt almost otherworldly. With a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, he introduced himself. I am Zhang Jing. A student abroad? She inquired. No, he replied. Have we met somewhere before? Liang Jieshu regarded him with a hint of curiosity. Aside from our encounter on the road just now. This is our first meeting, he explained. How could you possibly know him? Zhou Munsao interjected, pulling Liang Jieshu aside. Let's move to the other side to watch the match. This was merely a trivial interlude, and after about half an hour, the match was set to commence at 2:10. This is a friendly match, also referred to as an open training session. Katie takes the court first, sporting a sun visor and a sporty white skirt paired with a fitted tank top, exuding an air of agility. As the match commences, Katie maintains a relentless offensive, her opponent either scrambling for position or caught in the middle of it. It is evident that the sport of tennis demands immense physical stamina and quick reflexes. With an impressive streak of 6 consecutive games, Katie triumphantly secures the first set. The match is played in a best-of-3 format. After a brief intermission and a change of sides, the second set begins. True to her earlier promise of winning in splendid fashion, the second set unfolds similarly, with her opponent in despair, ultimately tossing down her racket in frustration and exiting the court. Yes, Katie, brimming with excitement, first embraces her coach before dashing towards Zhang Jing like a whirlwind. Zhang Jing feels overwhelmed. Standing at 182 meters tall and slightly muscular from her training, Katie quickly stands up, fearing she might be crushed. In a heartfelt embrace, Katie gazes into Zhang Jing's blue eyes and excitedly asks, Boss, am I amazing? The term amazing carries a hidden meaning, understood only by those in the know. Zhang Jing, intent on avoiding any entanglements with Katie, remarks that her opponent was rather weak and not worthy of pride. Undeterred, Katie retorts, I'll win the fourth match just as splendidly. Seated across from them, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha observe the interaction between Zhang Jing and Katie, concluding that they must be a couple. Liang Jieshu engages in conversation with her friend, while Zhou Mansha feels a surge of frustration. How could an average guy have such a beautiful and accomplished girlfriend? Jealousy clouds her judgment. Liang Jieshu reminds her that perhaps he is indeed remarkable, adding, I can't shake the feeling that I've seen Zhang Jing somewhere recently. Zhou Mansha counters. Where have you been lately? I attended a friend's birthday party on Friday and was at the Santa Fe racetrack on Saturday. Liang Jieshu's eyes widen in realization. He seems to be the owner of the racetrack. Impossible. Zhou Mansha feels as if she has been stabbed in the chest. Realizing she had been inches away from a fortune, Zhang Jing had mentioned he was merely feeding the horses. Liang Jieshu firmly asserts he truly is the racetrack owner. As his horse cannot die in the first race, the jockey fell, yet it still finished first, leaving a lasting impression on everyone. Isn't horse racing in America a pastime for the impoverished? Zhou Mansha inquires with a glimmer of hope. Liang Jieshu shatters her friend's fantasy. You, being from Hong Kong, should be well aware of the value of a racehorse. This isn't over. Zhou Mansha, suddenly invigorated as if she had just consumed a potion, gazes intently at Zhang Jing from across the court, her expression fierce, declaring, that man is definitely mine. Let it go, Liang Jieshu advises her friend. He has a girlfriend and is clearly uninterested in you. Moreover, after a long flight of over 10 hours, you don't even know his name. That's rather presumptuous. This isn't my fault, Zhou Mansha retorts, feeling aggrieved by his overly modest demeanor. Being so forward won't yield results. Liang Jieshu understood her friend well, recognizing her extravagant spending habits. Without a wealthy boyfriend to support her, she proposed, the Shengfu racecourse has a competition this Saturday. Join me. We can create a chance encounter. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with some horse racing knowledge to ensure we have topics to discuss. Zhang Jing remained oblivious to the woman's scheme. By the time Katie finished her fourth race, it was already past 5 in the evening. As he prepared to leave the stadium, he was intercepted in the empty parking lot by Idazumi Neru and his sycophant, Chai-Chi. Initially, Zhang Jing did not recognize Idazumi Neru. Their first encounter had been during a disruption at the auction warehouse, leaving a lasting impression. Upon learning his name, Idazumi Neru, everything fell into place. The gold-engraved jade exhibited at the Longwood exhibition bore the name Idazong. What a sight! Standing at 6 feet tall, with bright, large eyes and an elongated face, Idazumi Neru proudly presented an A4 sheet to Zhang Jing. After examining the contents of the paper and then looking back at Idazumi Neru, Zhang Jing silently admired the wealth of this individual. He had remarkably acquired the Jodan racecourse, spanning 500 acres and housing over 70 horses. Impressive. Just as Zhang Jing was about to leave, he was once again halted by Idazumi Neru, who exuded an air reminiscent of a notorious young scion from ancient times. I heard that Did Not Die was born at Jordan Racecourse and that you snagged it for 3,000 yuan. I'll repurchase it for 60,000. Intrigued, Zhang Jing decided to linger, concocting schemes in his mind, and enticed. No need to buy. Let us place a bet. What shall we wager? Idazumi Nara retorted. Does Jordan Racecourse have any horses advancing to the races? Indeed, there's a 1,600-meter dirt track. Zhang Jing nodded. Let us race to see who can cross the finish line in the shortest time. If I lose, Did Not Die is yours. If you lose, your horse is mine. Idazumi Naro's eyes sparkled with interest, while Chai-Chi leapt forward, protesting vehemently. Did Not Die made a profound impression during its first appearance. The jockey fell yet still managed to secure first place. How brazen. The loyal Chai-Chi cautioned, Minister, this looks like a trap. A trap? Zhang Jing countered. You suddenly appear to block my way, and I just happened to learn about your acquisition of Jordan Racecourse. When would I have time to set a trap? Besides, I know nothing of horses. This wager is about courage. If you dare not accept, refrain from boasting before me in the future, next time we meet. I shall call you cowards. Idazumi Naro, being astute, recognized the validity of Zhang Jing's arguments. There was no time for traps. Rather than a bet on horses, it was a wager on audacity. After contemplating for several seconds, Idazumi Naru concluded that he lacked no courage and nodded emphatically. I accept. Zhang Jing indeed acted on a whim, playing with his heart's rhythm, firmly believing that his fortunate fate would not betray him. Most crucially, he held the conviction that he would survive alongside Igizi, both of whom were diligently striving, unwilling to disappoint their benefactor. Particularly the notion of survival resonated with him, perhaps. Akin to a horse that has faced death once, he ran with fervor and competitive spirit, seemingly intent on proving his worth to his former owner. Chai-Chi and Ida Ming instructed their sycophants to summon someone to draft the contract. I will compose the contract for you, professionally. Just then, Zhou Munsa, who had been observing the scene, approached in her high heels and initiated a conversation. Aren't you a model? Zhang Jing inquired. Before modeling, I worked as a secretary at the Guas Micro Motor Company in Hong Kong. Drafting contracts is my forte. Zhang Jing chuckled. I would not have guessed. It seems you are the one for the job. I shall offer you a salary of 100. 100? Who do you think you are insulting? If it weren't for Zhang Jing's status as a wealthy bachelor, Zhou Munsa would have retorted fiercely. With a feigned smile, she appeared obedient and demure. Ida Ming felt indifferent towards Zhou Munsa, but when he laid eyes upon Liang Jieshu, reminiscent of the Republic of China elegance, he was momentarily entranced. Though her figure was not particularly striking and her beauty was modest, it was her quintessential aura of the Republic that captivated him, igniting an unexpected spark of love. In an instant, he transformed into a devoted admirer, approaching Liang Jieshu with a humble demeanor. I am Ida Ming, the son of the president of Yokohama Sankey Corporation. Liang Jieshu was taken aback, unable to fathom that this seemingly naive young man was indeed the heir of a leading global machinery company. Hello, Mr. Ida Ming. She greeted politely. Hello, he replied, brimming with excitement. Would you consider being my girlfriend? No, Liang Jieshu swiftly declined. Are you already married? Ida Ming's heart sank. Observing from the side, Zhang Jing noted that Liang Jieshu's rejection was devoid of any hesitation. Ida Ming's sorrow was genuine. His infatuation with her was sincere. I just broke up with my ex-boyfriend, Liang Jieshu unexpectedly responded. Oh dear. Zhou Munsa interjected, stepping between them, addressing Ida Ming, you stand no chance with my friend. Her great-great-grandfather is Liang Xichao, her great-grandfather is Liang Mingqing, and her great-grandmother is Su Wayne. The Liang family's ancestral teachings strictly forbid her from marrying foreigners. Zhang Jing was astonished, realizing the profound heritage that imbued Liang Jieshu with such a rich cultural essence. Moreover, this ancestral decree was commendable. It explained why Liang Jieshu possessed an unblemished appearance of pure Chinese descent, devoid of any foreign influence. Ida Ming, unfamiliar with Liang Xichao's significance, grasped the weight of the ancestral teachings, causing him to lament deeply. For the next hour, Zhou Munsa meticulously drafted 2 betting agreements, covering every detail with precision. As Zhang Jing and Ida Ming affixed their signatures and fingerprints, the bets would take effect, and they would reconvene on Saturday to determine the outcome. Before parting ways, Ida Ming lingered reluctantly before Liang Jieshu. Zhang Jing presented 100 yuan to Zhou Munsa, praising, the contract is exceptionally professional. This is your remuneration. Zhou Munsa cast a pleading glance towards her friend. Liang Jieshu, quick to comprehend, interjected, Mr. Zhang, let us forget the money. Please treat us to dinner. Zhang Jing turned to Katie, who had been patiently waiting beside him, and, noting that it was indeed dinner time, readily agreed. Several restaurants dotted the vicinity of the gymnasium, and Zhou Mansha expressed a desire for Thai cuisine. The four of them entered a restaurant adorned with curry-themed decor. "Welcome," greeted the owner. A Thai gentleman with a darker complexion and a courteous demeanor, his face radiating warmth. Zhang Jing's gaze drifted past the owner to the back of the establishment, where a Buddha head, roughly the size of a watermelon, resided on a shelf. "Please, take a seat," the owner gestured. Noting the lack of patrons on this slow business night, Zhang Jing, a devout Buddhist, earnestly requested, "May I pay my respects to the Buddha head?" "Of course," the owner replied, stepping aside. Zhang Jing pressed his palms together, murmuring prayers, bowing deeply at 90 degrees, then knelt and prostrated himself fully on the ground, performing the five-body prostration. Katie was bewildered. She was aware that Zhang Jing held no particular faith. If he did, it seemed to revolve around wealth. What was unfolding now? Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha exchanged glances. Believing the sincerity of Zhang Jing's display, he appeared profoundly devout. Once he concluded his homage, the four friends settled by the window, with the menu in Zhou Mansha's hands. "Mr. Zhang, can you tolerate spicy food?" Zhou Mansha, having shed her previous arrogance, now inquired politely. "I can accept all flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy," he replied. Encountering a minor setback, Zhou Mansha swiftly finalized the order. Due to the lack of customers, the owner promptly served the dishes: tom yum goong, spicy and sour seafood soup, curry fish cakes, curry chicken, grilled crab, grilled shrimp, and curry crab with mango rice, 6 plates in total. "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guests," the owner announced as he departed. Zhang Jing called after him. "That Buddha head seems to carry much worldly experience and has endured numerous hardships. May I have the honor of purchasing it?" The owner hesitated. Zhang Jing, hands clasped, assured him that price was not an issue. "That is an ironwood-carved Buddha head," the owner explained. "An expert at the pawn shop appraised it as over 100 years old. I have been considering selling it. If you can offer 10,000 yuan, it is yours." Zhang Jing shook his head, stating, "For a believer, the value of the Buddha head is immeasurable. You must have a reason for selling it." "I need to pay next month's rent. Business is not thriving," the owner lamented. Zhang Jing reached into his pocket, retrieving 3 neat stacks of green bills from his hidden space, placing them gently on the dining table. "I do not possess the courage to sacrifice for the Buddha. Yet I can assist you within my means to help you through this difficult period." Upon seeing the stacks of bills, the owner rubbed his eyes in disbelief and confessed, "The pawn shop would only offer 3,000 yuan. "Do not worry," Zhang Jing replied with a tone of compassion. "May good people find peace throughout their lives, and may all their hard work receive due rewards." The owner could no longer contain his emotions. He covered his face and wept openly. While Zhang Jing fulfilled his wish of acquiring the Buddha head, the dining table fell silent. Reflecting on Zhang Jing's support during her basketball endeavors, Katie became increasingly convinced of his benevolence. The owner's willingness to accept only 3,000 indicated that the Buddha head was likely worth no more than 5 or 6,000. 10,000 was an extravagant sum. Zhang Jing was aware of the pawnshop's valuation, yet he still offered 30,000. Liang Jieshu believed that Zhang Jing was a good person, even going so far as to think that he possessed the purest soul in the world. The most tumultuous thoughts belonged to Zhou Mansha. Zhang Jing's selfless actions made her feel both shameful and insignificant, akin to a mere jester. As his gaze swept across the faces of the 3 women, Zhang Jing sighed inwardly, not wishing to leave the impression of a benevolent man. Moreover, this was merely a misunderstanding. His motives were monetary, not altruistic. Alas, he was compelled to maintain a faade and could not provide an explanation. For the sake of the Buddha's head, he bore it silently. By the time they returned to the racetrack, night had fallen. Zhang Jing first transferred 100,000 yuan from his Nanyang bank account, equivalent to the value of Hong Kong currency, to Su Zheong. The small film had sold that afternoon for a price of 1 million yuan. According to an earlier agreement between the two, Su Zheong would take a 10 commission from the transaction. This 10 was considered a fair price, as other professional intermediaries would typically start at 30. Subsequently, Zhang Jing dialed Su Zheong's number. "Do you ever consider the time when you make a call?" Su Zheong yawned on the other end. "I just acquired a Buddha head, made of ironwood. At first glance, it appears to be a carved artifact. Yet I perceive its structure to resemble a Kongming lock, allowing it to seamlessly integrate with the Buddha's facial features. Under normal circumstances, one would not discern any abnormalities in the Buddha head. Zhang Jing relied on his metal detector to uncover its hidden intricacies. Otherwise, he would never have spent money to procure it. Please take more photos and videos and send them to me via WeChat. After hanging up, Zhang Jing captured 360-degree images and videos of the Buddha head and sent them to Su Zheong, awaiting a response in silence. For days passed in this manner until two strangers appeared at the entrance of the racetrack, an elderly man and a young man, resembling a master and disciple. Coincidentally, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha also visited the champion racetrack for the first time, and the four encountered each other at the gate. "Professor Wang, what brings you here?" Liang Jieshu approached the bespectacled man, who appeared to be in his 60s, with genuine surprise. Wang Xingxue took a few seconds to respond, finally recognizing her. "Oh, it's been 3 years since I last saw you." It turned out that Liang Jieshu was a former student of Wang Xingxue's wife. With a slight bow, Liang Jieshu inquired, "You are an expert in mortise and tenon structures. What brings you to the champion racetrack?" "A friend recommended me," he replied. "He mentioned that the owner of the racetrack acquired a mortise and tenon Buddha head, so I came to take a look." Both women were momentarily speechless, recalling the events from 4 days prior. Moments later, Zhang Jing met the four guests beside the racetrack's fence, surprised to discover that Liang Jieshu and Wang Xingxue were acquainted. Wang Xingxue was introduced to Zhang Jing as an expert in mortise and tenon structures by Su Zheong, and he was accompanied by another young male student, approximately in his 20s. The Buddha head was secured in a silver compartment. Zhang Jing feigned returning to the stable to retrieve the Buddha head and presented it to Wang Xingxue. However, rather than accepting it, Wang Xingxue curiously circled the Buddha head, inspecting it from all angles before asking Zhang Jing, "How did you deduce that it is a mortise and tenon structure?" "I had previously visited the Shandong Pavilion, where I saw a massive Luban lock measuring 3 meters. As a professional treasure hunter, I naturally took a closer look at the Buddha head and noticed something was amiss, though I am uncertain of its exact structure." Zhang Jing was only aware of the valuable treasures concealed within, and thus refrained from forcibly opening it, fearing the potential damage to the precious contents inside. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha stood quietly nearby, their first realization dawning that Zhang Jing was not merely the owner of a horse ranch, but also a professional treasure hunter. "Yundi, come and take a look," he beckoned. Yundi, a young man and a student of Wang Xingxue, was somewhat handsome, with a hint of charm, and approached to examine the Buddhist head. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, indicating his confusion. "Please place the Buddhist head on the ground," Wang Xingxue requested. Weary from the exertion, Zhang Jing complied. Wang Xingxue lifted the Buddhist head, appearing to struggle, his arms trembling slightly. Everyone, including Zhang Jing, was apprehensive that he might accidentally drop it. "I will need a few days to examine it thoroughly," Wang Xingxue insisted. "Please prepare a spacious and well-lit area for me." "Certainly," Zhang Jing replied, laying down his conditions up front. "I will assign someone to supervise." Wang Xingxue nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of the request. Zhang Jing summoned Di Long and Jamie, stating unequivocally, "You are to accompany Professor Wang in examining the Buddhist head, ensuring it remains within sight at all times, including during meals, restroom breaks, and sleep." Wang Xingxue's expression darkened. The scrutiny felt excessively stringent, clearly indicating a lack of trust, yet he was reluctant to leave, driven by curiosity to uncover the contents. Di Long and Jamie obliged, escorting Wang Xingxue and his disciples, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha, to the horse barn. Inside the barn, there were 20 stalls, meticulously cleaned, with horses occupying one side and humans the other. "Does my teacher only deserve to work in a barn?" Yundi could not help but inquire. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha shared a similar sentiment. Di Long explained, "Please do not take offense. Due to the limited conditions at the ranch, the boss sleeps in the barn every night, and this stall serves as his room." Wang Xingxue glanced inside, noting only a simple mat on the ground, devoid of even a bed, and a single word emerged in his mind, "pitiful." Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha were equally taken aback. Just 4 days prior, Zhang Jing had appeared quite magnanimous in his charitable endeavors, showcasing a compassionate demeanor. That was a sum of $30,000, an amount that would take the average American a year of labor to earn, after expenses for food, taxes, and housing. Most individuals could hardly save such an amount in a year. At that moment, they felt a pang of inferiority, viewing Zhang Jing as a pure and noble lotus that emerged untainted from the mire. However, in hindsight, it was evident that he was merely capitalizing on others' misfortunes, akin to a weasel wishing the chicken good fortune. But what was the situation with residing in a barn? having endured 3 consecutive weeks in the rugged wilderness of Xinjiang. Exposed to the scorching sun by day and the biting cold by night, the barn seemed positively luxurious in comparison. Zhang Jing felt quite content, especially considering his preference for watching money quietly accumulate in the bank. While Wang Xingshui studied the Buddhist head, Zhang Jing and Ijizi were engrossed in analyzing the horse racing odds for the following day at a tavern's computer. The day marked the penultimate round of qualifiers for the Seattle Cup Finals, and the order of the horses had already been announced. 2 major betting companies quickly followed suit, releasing the odds for each horse and accepting online bets from clients. Due to its remarkably strong performance, the horse Dead Can't Die had seen its odds for elimination increase significantly, detailed as follows. Horse 7, first place, 1-1. 0-5, horse 7, second place, 1-1. 5, elimination, 1-2. 3, betting $1 on elimination could yield a total return of $2-3, including the principal, which was highly enticing for those with a penchant for risk. The odds for the first place contender are quite low. A mere wager of $1, inclusive of the principal, would yield a return of only $1.5. Should one miss the opportunity, the principal would be forfeited, luring the average person into betting on Not Dead Yet with the false sense of security of a safe choice. Both prominent betting companies hold a favorable view of Not Dead Yet taking the lead, while the general presents a contrasting scenario. During the previous race, the jockey Haifa unexpectedly lost control of the horse, coupled with formidable competitors, resulting in a rather delicate situation for the general regarding its odds. For the 7th horse, the odds for first place stand at 1-1, while for second place, they are 3-1. Aegis pointed at the odds displayed on the computer screen, lamenting, "Are the betting companies apprehensive that the general might falter again?" The absence of not qualifying odds indicates a lack of confidence from the betting agencies regarding the general. Given this skepticism, it seems illogical for the odds for first and second to be so low, prompting Aegis to inquire further. Can the general secure direct advancement with a normal performance tomorrow? Zhang Jing asked. Aegis shook her head, affirming that the betting companies were correct. The general faces strong adversaries, and it would be prudent to refrain from betting until the revival race. Ultimately, Aegis invested 500,000 in Not Dead Yet for first place in the group. A victory would yield a mere profit of 25,000 in addition to the principal, while a loss would result in the complete loss of the principal. The employees at the racetrack and the local townsfolk predominantly placed their bets on Not Dead Yet for first place in the group. Naturally, many were enticed by the high odds to bid on Not Dead Yet not qualifying. Zhang Jing abstained from betting, realizing it was unwise. The general was not a viable option due to the strength of the competitors, and the low odds for Not Dead Yet made it unwise to stake $1 million on a mere 500,000. He had a new target in mind: the foolish heir of the landlord, Ida Shimming. The following day, Saturday, marked the pre-qualification race for the Seattle Cup. Having already run 2 rounds, the buzz across the internet and radio had surged, and with it being Saturday, many visitors brought their families. Admission was not free, with tickets priced at $10. Upon arrival, Ida Shimming seemed to have been waiting for Zhang Jing, enthusiastically knocking on the horse carriage, brazenly declaring, "Thank you for giving me the horse." Zhang Jing retorted, "I fear your face may swell." "Ha, ha." Ida Shimming laughed heartily. "I fear you'll be the one crying." Just as the words left his mouth, Ida Shimming's demeanor shifted instantly. He stood upright, adopting a well-behaved demeanor as he greeted the elegantly approaching Liang Jieshu with a soft tone. "Good morning, Miss Liang. Are you two arguing?" Liang Jieshu inquired with curiosity. "Not at all," Ida Shimming firmly denied, casually draping an arm around Zhang Jing's shoulders with enthusiasm. "Zhang Jing and I are good brothers. Betting on horses is merely a hobby. No arguments, no conflicts. We'll talk later. Goodbye." Liang Jieshu offered a subtle smile, exuding the enchanting charm of a beauty capable of captivating a city. Ida Shimming felt his legs weaken slightly, while Zhang Jing's heart raced. Zhang Jing, adorned in exquisite attire, presented a paper bag to him, appearing both demure and considerate. "I brought you breakfast." At the racetrack, the veterinarian Ruth, the plantation manager Falai, the jockey and nutritionist Haifa, the jockey Andy, the trainer Ijizi, the tennis player Katie, and the video operator Irina all turned their gazes towards Zhang Jing. At this moment, a singular question lingered in everyone's mind. Where is Ding Jiaqin? In the presence of all, Zhang Jing did not spare Zhou Munsa's feelings, accepting the paper bag and expressing his gratitude. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Zhang Jing to wave his hand dismissively. instructing that the horses be taken to the stable and not to remain idle in place. The jockeys, veterinarian, and trainer departed. Among the crowd, Katie's attention remained fixated on Zhou Munsa. Without needing to ponder excessively, she discreetly approached her and issued a stern warning. Don't entertain unrealistic fantasies, Beachy. To her surprise, Zhou Munsa, equally fierce, retorted, I will replace you. You misunderstand, Katie remarked with a hint of glee. I am not the boss's girlfriend. The true partner is someone else. Zhou Munsa was taken aback. Having encountered Zhang Jing several times, she still had not discerned who the legitimate female lead was. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, who was oblivious to the private clash between the two women, he spotted the couple Nail and Jennifer in the throng. Since departing from Manor 1042, Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqin had learned that Jennifer was the eldest daughter of the founder of the Mosquito Coil, a woman who had been enamored with equestrian pursuits since childhood, marrying the Egyptian jockey Nail 4 years prior. Regarding the Mosquito Coil, only Zhang Jing was aware that the company developed notable games such as Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, Splinter Cell, Far Cry, and the Watch Dogs series. Following the Dragon Kingdom's prohibition on the piracy of single-player games last year, which aimed to protect intellectual property rights, companies like Mosquito Coil had reaped substantial profits. It was utterly unexpected that this freckled woman, slightly chubby, concealed such formidable connections, enabling her to treat the law with levity and purchase land abroad at will. Due to their unique status, Nail and Jennifer were quite popular, surrounded by a crowd that rendered movement nearly impossible. Noticing Zhang Jing's gaze, Liang Jieshu, with a gentle voice, introduced, that is Nail and Jennifer. Jennifer is the eldest daughter of the Mosquito Coil's founder, a prominent figure from Seattle. How impressive! Zhou Munsa exclaimed. Is she also a horse owner? She is the owner of horse number 25, a brown quarter horse valued at 1.7 million meters, and she is also a jockey. Zhou Munsa expressed her desire to meet her. They have their own circle. Outsiders cannot penetrate it. Liang Jieshu dismissed her friend's unrealistic hopes. While speaking, both Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa's gazes remained fixed upon the couple, instinctively holding their breath as they saw them approaching. Long time no see, Nail called out, extending his hand towards Zhang Jing from a distance. It hadn't been long. They had only seen each other the day after the first round of the race, precisely half a month ago, while plotting mischief. Given Nail's unexpected warmth, Zhang Jing, eager to partake in the land acquisition plans, reciprocated enthusiastically. It's been a while. Nail's unexpected cordiality led to a handshake and an embrace with Zhang Jing. Overall, since Nail and Jennifer's marriage, their material life had improved significantly, with an increase in wealth. Although it certainly did not reach 100 million, he did not, Zhang Jing, at the very least, invested 100 million euros in purchasing arable land. A feat that is both impressive and deserving of respect. Jennifer, with a hint of baby fat and a smattering of freckles, appeared remarkably youthful, akin to a high school student, although she was actually around 25 or 26. Her gaze wandered as she inquired, where is Miss Ding? She is currently in Longhua. Zhang Jing replied evasively. I eagerly anticipate having coffee with her and discussing horse racing, Jennifer said in a light-hearted tone. Jennifer held Ding Jiaqi in high regard, having previously witnessed her assertive and unwavering rejection of investment in commercial real estate. She had presented 3 formidable challenges regarding the acquisition of arable land. Although Jennifer ultimately triumphed, overcoming all obstacles, it was clear that Zhang Jing was the wealthiest patron among all the guests that day. While Jennifer's father was affluent, it did not necessarily imply her own wealth. Rather, it spoke to her status, which was certainly not on par with 100 million euros. Thus, Zhang Jing was someone to be admired from afar in her eyes, and she felt the same way about him. Zhang Jing responded courteously. The slight baby fat on Jennifer's face lent her a genuine smile as she wished for Death Knot in general to achieve favorable results that day. Thank you. And I hope to see good results on the 25th as well. After a brief conversation, Jennifer and her husband departed. Unsurprisingly, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa were left astonished. Their expressions reflecting their surprise, it was evident that the couple was genuinely warm and respectful towards Zhang Jing. What did this indicate? Zhou Munsa's heart raced. She vowed to win over Zhang Jing, regardless of the circumstances. As for Miss Ding, currently in Longhua, her opportunity had arrived. Liang Jieshu, less impulsive, was more curious about Zhang Jing and what had earned him such deference from Jennifer and her husband. Was it wealth, status, or background? The morning's race consisted of only 2 rounds, with the first beginning at 9:10. Death Knot and the horse named Ida Temple's number 17 competed in the first round. Jennifer's number 25 would run in the second round, thus dubbing it the Death Group, featuring a formidable lineup of 1.7 million horses. Due to its popularity, not only the residents of Bayou Town cheered for Death Knot, but tourists and television stations also favored it immensely. Even after a rider fell, the horse managed to secure first place. Who else could achieve such a feat? With a sharp whistle, the starting gates flew open, and the race commenced. The 7 horses surged forward like lightning, and Death Knot, as always, driven by its competitive spirit, maintained its lead as they crossed the halfway mark. In a brief span of less than 100 seconds, the race concluded. During that fleeting moment, everyone held their breath, culminating in an uproarious cheer. Death Knot finished in first place with a 2-length advantage. Zhang Jing enthusiastically raised his fist, perhaps due to being a dark horse. Death Knot exhibited remarkable determination. Crossing the finish line, slowing down, and proudly raising its front hooves, showcasing its exceptional strength and vigor. Irina, stationed with 5 cameras at fixed angles to live-stream the race, witnessed Death Knot charge across the finish line with an unbeatable spirit, perhaps moved by the moment, shedding tears of joy. Some fans were moved to tears by her plight as a refugee, and they fervently urged Zhang Jing to raise her salary. In the next moment, upon witnessing Irina and Zhang Jing in an enthusiastic embrace, many threatened to unfollow. Fortunately, it was a fleeting moment. Over 10,000 viewers were captivated by the live stream, only to be met with another infuriating scene as Zhang Jing embraced the alluring veterinarian, Ruth, the tennis goddess, Katie, and the serious horse trainer, Agnes. The chat overflowed with jealousy. However, this audience soon discovered an amusing twist when the equally stunning and model-like Zhou Manxia attempted to embrace Zhang Jing. She was met with merely a handshake. The atmosphere shifted to silence when they saw Liang Jieshu exuding a vintage charm. It became clear that some individuals could inspire love at first sight. After a brief pause, the chat erupted with gifts. The tall and slender police officer, Qiao, approached. Overwhelmed and at a loss for words, his voice hoarse and eyes misty with emotion. Initially, neither he nor anyone else believed that Not Dead could reach the finals. "Thank you all for your support," Zhang Jing graciously acknowledged, attributing their success to the encouragement from the audience, which inspired Not Dead to achieve such remarkable results. Qiao nodded repeatedly, taking charge, declaring that he would treat everyone to drinks at tonight's town party. Zhang Jing, with great enthusiasm, proclaimed that Not Dead would cover the festivities. As the prize money was more than sufficient, there was one more matter. Qiao hesitated. Many adults and children in the town wished to take photos with Not Dead. No problem, Zhang Jing readily agreed, stating that after the finals next Saturday, he would accommodate 40 to 60 people each day for 4 days. Qiao, knowing Zhang Jing's amiable nature and good heart, expressed his gratitude. The awards ceremony followed, featuring photos with racehorses, jockeys, trainers, and owners, culminating in receiving a prize of 10,000 yuan from the organizers. The process was live-streamed, and interestingly, Irina's stream received more tips than the prize money from the race. Now for the critical part. Irina, equipped with her streaming device, followed Zhang Jing to the stable where they found Ida Si Ming, Liang Jieshu, and Zhou Manxia. Unfamiliar with the others, accompanied Zhang Jing to the stable. Upon finding Ida Si Ming, he was gently stroking the mane of horse number 17, appearing deeply attached and reluctant to part. Regrettably, horse number 17 did not qualify for the finals. Upon seeing Zhang Jing approach, the 26-year-old, approximately 6 feet tall, with bright, large eyes and a long face, had a rather displeased expression. "Do you need more time to say goodbye?" Zhang Jing inquired, arms crossed, with a hint of malice. Sensing Zhang Jing's apparent antagonism, Ida Si Ming released horse number 17 and declared with renewed spirit, "I will certainly bring back Goose." It turned out that horse number 17 was named Goose, a rather unfortunate name for such a fine horse. "From now on, it shall be called half Jiner Guitu," Zhang Jing decided, adding with a smirk, "While my girlfriend is away, I have the naming rights." Ida Si Ming was infuriated, while over 10,000 viewers found great amusement, realizing that Zhang Jing was indeed a master of provocation. On the other side of the earth, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing were engrossed in a live broadcast late at night. Listening to Zhang Jing lament about his lack of naming rights, Ding Jiaqing muttered to herself, "When I return, I shall change the name. Half Jiner Guitu is simply unappealing. Prince sounds much better." Chu Xiaoqing, however, was fixated on a different matter. Her gaze fixed upon Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manxia, her anger simmering as she felt it was utterly outrageous that Zhang Jing had already found new affections. And not just one. but 2 immediately after her departure. Ding Jiaqing chose not to voice her thoughts. Having noticed that Zhang Jing maintained a distance from Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa, yet she could not overlook the invasive glances Zhou Munsa directed at him. The scene shifted back to the Shengfu racetrack, where Zhang Jing's proposal to rename Guz incited a furious reaction from Ida Teming. "Let us wager once more," Ida Teming declared, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. "Director, that is unwise." Chai Chong, acting as an assistant, prudently advised against such risks and suggested cutting losses promptly. Zhang Jing had intentionally lured Ida Teming into this predicament, and with Chai Chong's interference, his gaze deliberately wandered to the alluring Liang Jieshu, enticingly remarking, "I have heard that beauties are drawn to men of audacity." Ha! Ha! Zhang Jing's acting was painfully amateurish, prompting Ida Teming to laugh heartily. "You seem overly confident. Do try not to grimace too much when you lose. What will your wager be?" Zhang Jing, undaunted, replied. The Dindan racetrack was set to host a race of 3,200 meters that afternoon. Ida Teming inquired, "I have a horse in contention for promotion. You do as well, correct?" Zhang Jing nodded. With a firm decision, Ida Teming proposed, "Let us race for the shortest time. If I win, I reclaim Guz. If you win, the horse shall be yours." Zhang Jing turned to Zhou Munsa. "Miss Zhou, I would be grateful if you could draft the contract." "Of course," Zhou Munsa sweetly responded. The previous contract was rewritten, and a new wager was established between Zhang Jing and Ida Teming. All of this transpired under the watchful eyes of thousands of viewers online, with many resolved to stay up through the night, determined to witness the upcoming race. Lunchtime came swiftly, and before long, the clock struck 2:10 p.m. Thanks to Ida Teming's deliberate promotion, the wager between the champion racetrack and the Dintan racetrack had become widely known, providing ample amusement and conversation among the public. Enthusiasm for the race heightened as the start approached. Concerned about the pressure on the jockeys, Zhang Jing sought out Haifa, urging her to disregard the wager. With the blast of a whistle, the gates swung open and the horses surged forth. At that moment, Zhang Jing was acutely tense. While the 53-year-old Old Daijin and his companions, Shannon and Roland, held their breath in anticipation. They were concealed in a remote farm, situated 50 kilometers east of Whitefish Town, over 100 kilometers from downtown Seattle. Clad in camouflage, Old Daijin was hidden less than 50 meters from the main house of the farm. His two companions, Shannon and Roland, were similarly disguised, concealed on a hill 800 meters away from the farm, having remained hidden for over a day and night. Shannon, perched atop the hill, had two long-range rifles before him. Gently caressing one, he recognized it as the renowned Barrett, specifically the M107A1, the latest version, with an effective range of 2,400 meters. This high-caliber rifle was designed for vehicles, and with an 8-times scope, it was valued at over $30,000. If it is indeed so inexpensive, why did Old Daijin require $600,000 USD to purchase equipment? The answer lies in another long-range rifle, the M200 rifle developed by the Xi'an Tactical Company. To begin with the price, due to its status as an illegal firearm, it hovers around $300,000, with the standard cost being approximately $200,000 USD. The exorbitant price is justified, as it is not merely a sniper rifle, but a comprehensive weapon system, complete with revolutionary ammunition and a portable computer. This accompanying computer can store all ballistic data and automatically calculate necessary adjustments under current conditions. In other words, even a novice, unfamiliar with wind speed, wind direction, humidity, and atmospheric pressure, can achieve high precision if they can operate it. For seasoned marksmen, it allows for rapid, high-precision shots akin to an automatic rifle. Roland held a digital reconnaissance telescope, valued at a staggering $60,000 USD, alongside their communication devices and automatic weapons, all of which are exorbitantly costly. Two vehicles approached. The lead vehicle carried 4 individuals, and the following vehicle also contained 4. Identification is being verified. Target confirmed. The front passenger seat is occupied by none other than Nick Tokus himself, engrossed in his mobile phone. Nick Tokus, the son of the owner of Ottawa Mining Company. Age 35, beardless, with a resolute expression, a robust physique, and piercing eyes, firmly believes that Old Daijin murdered his father. The reason is simple. His father had sent individuals to kill Old Daijin's wife, who happened to be Milika's mother. At 53 years of age, Old Daijin, seeking a normal life and considering his daughter's future, was compelled to take up arms and call upon old friends for assistance. After a long day of waiting, he finally awaited Nick Tokus. Hound, acknowledge. Hound acknowledges. The hound signaled Jing, who was in close proximity to ambush, already able to visually confirm the approach of the two vehicles. As the vehicles drew nearer, Roland issued the command, 3, 2, 1, fire. Shannon operated the Barrett, targeting Nick Tokus. A hit, Shannon reported with calm composure. Approximately 2 seconds later, old Jing utilized a portable grenade launcher, firing 6 40mm rounds at the target from a distance of 20 meters over the course of 3 seconds. The ensuing explosions created a cacophony of sound. In the following vehicle, someone in the right rear managed to survive. Roland relayed the information. From 800 meters away, Shannon employed the M2000 for a follow-up shot. As the smoke dissipated, Roland, through the telescope, confirmed there were no further threats and communicated, "Hound, proceed to secure the area." Jing set down the grenade launcher, grasped an AK rifle, and, panting, emerged from the half-meter deep pit, slowly approaching the site of the explosion. Upon careful inspection, he confirmed there were no survivors but discovered a remarkable large object that had miraculously survived the blast, lying askew by the roadside. Hesitating for a moment, Jing took out his phone to capture an image. Following this, the three retreated. The wait was prolonged, yet the act of killing transpired swiftly. All within a mere 2 minutes, while at the same time, the 3,200-meter grass track at the St. Fermat field had yet to be completed. Amidst the crowd's cheers, the first round of the afternoon race concluded in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, with the first horse crossing the finish line. The racehorse Ida Zimaru was among the competitors, ultimately achieving a time of 3 minutes and 46.5 seconds, securing second place. The general ran the second round, trailing the leading horse by a length and finishing with a time of 3 minutes and 47 seconds, also placing second in the group. Although he successfully advanced, Zhang Jing lost the wager. Ida Zimaru exuberantly cheered, leaping 3 meters high, and pranced over to Zhang Jing, teasingly asking if his face hurt. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa exchanged a silent glance, both wearing expressions of resignation. They had hoped for Zhang Jing's victory, but the outcome was contrary. Zhang Jing remained silent. Only he knew whether his face hurt. His thick skin rendered him impervious to embarrassment. Returning the wager to Ida Zimaru, Zhang Jing led a group of followers back to Whitefish Town, where they celebrated with the 200 residents until midnight. The two betting companies acted swiftly, announcing the final odds the following morning, which were notably similar. For the 1,600 meters, the odds for the first place, not dead, stood at 1-1-7, second place at 1-1-3, and third place at 1-1-0-8. It was evident that despite Not Dead's valiant performance against Jennifer's horse number 25, skepticism surrounded its prospects. Consequently, the odds for first place were set relatively high, offering 1.7 yuan for every 1 yuan bet. The least favored horse boasted odds of 1.3 for first place, promising 3 yuan for every 1 yuan wagered. In the 3,200 meters, the general was particularly undervalued. With odds of 1.3, a bet of 50 million could yield a staggering 150 million if successful. With a heartbeat full of anticipation, Zhang Jing summoned Haifa and Igz. "Have you analyzed the other horses? Do you believe the general has a chance of securing first place in next Saturday's 3,200-meter final?" Zhang Jing inquired directly. Haifa discreetly glanced at Igz, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Igz could be quite formidable. "The general is more reliable than Not Dead," Igz asserted confidently. One was flamboyant, the other reserved. "If Haifa posed no issues, I believe the general will emerge as a dark horse." Zhang Jing turned his gaze towards Haifa. "Boss," Haifa expressed her thoughts, "you have instructed me to conceal the general's strength. Is this for a substantial wager?" "Not exactly," Zhang Jing reassured her. "Just ensure the general unleashes its speed in the final. There is nothing else to worry about." Haifa nodded in understanding. Waving Haifa away, Igz cautiously probed Zhang Jing. "How much do you plan to bet?" "I am not as reckless as you," Zhang Jing replied, appearing composed, revealing that he would only wager 1/3 of his cash. Igz was unaware that 1/3 equated to 100 million yuan. Otherwise, her knees might have weakened. Not wishing to disturb their training, Zhang Jing departed the racetrack and called Barbie, who was still in Hong Kong at that moment. "Good morning, boss," Barbie greeted over the phone. Zhang Jing promptly instructed. "The final odds have been released. Place a bet of 50 million on the general for first place in the 3,200 meters. And another 50 million on Not Dead for first place in the 1,600 meters. Make sure to distribute the bets across the two companies." Barbie felt a rush of anxiety at his orders. By the way, Zhang Jing remembered, purchased 92 tons of silver in Hong Kong. 92 tons. Barbie thought she had misheard. Yes, 92 tons. The price of silver remains relatively stable at 680,000 yuan per ton, making the acquisition of 92 tons, amounting to 62.56 million yuan, entirely feasible. Boss, unable to restrain herself, reminded that young, rising stars are far more alluring. What purpose does purchasing silver serve? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jing located two experts, one elderly and one youthful. In the stable, Delong and Jamie were also present. They were still endeavoring to open the Buddha head, appearing utterly perplexed. Perhaps it would be wise to seek assistance from the firefighters? Zhang Jing's tone was somewhat blunt, suddenly inspired by a strong stimulus. Wan Xingshui pried off a mortise and tenon component from the top of the Buddha head. The subsequent process unfolded smoothly in under 10 minutes. The Buddha head was disassembled into over 100 mortise and tenon components, revealing hidden treasures within. Among them stood a bronze Buddha statue, approximately 20 centimeters tall. With its eyes gently closed, the right hand raised with the palm facing forward, and the left hand hanging down in a similar manner, resting upon a lotus pedestal. It appeared remarkably impressive and, indeed, quite valuable. Wearing gloves, Wang Xingshui lifted the statue, examining it from various angles, reminiscent of Tang Dynasty bronze artifacts. Zhang Jing's spirit soared, capturing photographs and videos to send to Su Zheong. As per their customary arrangement, he also included a 300 renminbi appraisal fee, along with a 10,000 RMB confidentiality fee, emphasizing yet again that his actions were not motivated by sympathy for Su Zheong's ailing wife. Zhang Jing was no philanthropist. Wang Xingshui reassembled the mortise and tenon structure of the Buddha head and inquired whether Zhang Jing intended to sell it. No, Zhang Jing promptly declined. Wang Xingshui felt a pang of disappointment, mistaking Zhang Jing's tone for a potential sale. Zhang Jing was not foolish. He understood that anything is most valuable when part of a set. For instance, the land behind number 1047, seemingly insignificant, was in fact the lifeblood of the 1049 estate. Feigning to retrieve 2 stacks of yuan from his pocket, he gently placed them before Wang Xingshui, courteously stating, "This is the agreed-upon remuneration for your efforts." With the work concluded, Wang Xingshui took the money and departed the stable with his apprentice. Zhang Jing politely escorted them to the stable's entrance, only to be greeted by a new visitor, Reed Dajing. The old man appeared forlorn, his spirit seemingly depleted, and beseeched Zhang Jing, "Could you offer me a job?" The job was a mere facade. His true desire was to spend time with his daughter. Milika was indeed the lifeblood of old Dajing. As for that fellow from the transportation company, he had passed away yesterday afternoon. Zhang Jing suppressed his inner excitement, asking, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," replied Dajing. "What about his accomplices?" "They are all deceased as well." "Impressive." Zhang Jing gave old Dajing a thumbs up, allowing him to relish the joy brought by 20 tons of silver. 16 tons had already been consumed, increasing the secret silver space from 3 by 3 by 3 meters to 4 by 4 by 4 meters, leaving 4 tons currently resting in the stable. "You are a treasure hunter," old Dajing declared, pulling out his phone. "This photograph might be of use to you." "Oh my." Zhang Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. It depicted a dragon, seemingly crafted from bronze as well. The initial impression was that it was a counterfeit, towering around 2 meters high and resembling a stone lion. However, how could it possibly be casually lying by the roadside? Niktokus placed great importance on it. Accompanied by 8 individuals and 2 vehicles, Dai Jin was introduced. Logically, one would think that something of dubious authenticity would not warrant such investment. Yet Zhang Jing trusted his instincts. Furthermore, buoyed by his wealth and a sense of extravagance, he proposed a new arrangement. "Hand it over to me, and I will pay you a deposit of 1 million RMB, with another million RMB to follow upon successful acquisition. As per our usual arrangement, I will collect the cash in Hong Kong. Along the way, hiring a model of Victoria's Secret caliber would cost merely 20,000 to 50,000 RMB. A scoop of Haagen-Dazs ice cream was priced at 4,500 renminbi, and a decent house in Whitefish Town could be acquired for 500,000 RMB. Zhang Jing boldly stated his offer of 2 million. Old Dai Jin initially considered chastising Zhang Jing, thinking, "Is being wealthy so impressive?" Yet, the words lingered unspoken. It was truly hard to refuse. Old Dai Jin did not enter the winery, turned around, and immediately set about fulfilling the task. Just as Zhang Jing waved the cash to win over old Dai Jin, it was the early hours in the western region. In the dead of night, Su Zheong, clad in a coat, sat at his desk scrutinizing the images of the Buddha statue previously sent by Zhang Jing. Among the countless Buddha statues in existence, this one appeared unremarkable, save for 4 lines of scripture that might provide a clue. The supreme, profound, subtle Dharma is hard to encounter in countless eons. I now see and hear it, receive and hold it, and wish to understand the true meaning of the Tathagata. Being an associate professor of considerable age, Su had many acquaintances, including well-versed Buddhist scholars. He forwarded the image, hoping to glean some insights. He also consulted a calligrapher to authenticate the handwriting. This process was slow, taking approximately 10 hours. At midnight in Seattle, Zhang Jing received a call from Su Zheong. The authentication fee was 3,000 RMB, Su lamented over the phone. I consulted 4 friends before confirming its identity. Not an issue, Zhang Jing chuckled, for he was not short of anything but money and readily agreed. The 4 lines of scripture inscribed on the lotus pedestal were the opening verses written by Wu Zetian for the Avatamsaka Sutra. What exactly is the opening verse? Zhang Jing was oblivious. It was akin to a prologue, which carried a particular allusion. Could it be a legend? Not a legend, Su replied earnestly. What I am telling you is substantiated by ancient texts. What allusion? Zhang Jing inquired. Su elaborated. Wu Zetian was well-versed in Buddhist philosophy, particularly enamored with the Avatamsaka Sutra, and felt that the translations of the text at the time were incomplete. Therefore, she dispatched envoys to ancient India to seek the scriptures and invited the master Xuanzang to the Tang dynasty to translate the Avatamsaka Sutra. Upon the completion of the translation, when Wu Zetian first read the text, she was deeply moved and composed a famous opening verse that has endured through the ages. Zhang Jing burst into laughter, utterly skeptical. You can't be suggesting that this statue was once venerated by Wu Zetian, can you? Su, with a serious demeanor, remarked. Wu Zetian has left behind numerous handwritten Buddhist texts. I consulted 2 eminent calligraphers, and they confirmed that those 4 lines of opening scripture are undoubtedly from the hand of the empress. Zhang Jing was taken aback. Su Zheong's voice took on a tone of somber gravity. That is a national treasure. Consider donating it. Is there any possibility it could be a forgery? Zhang Jing responded with a question that was not relevant to the topic at hand. How could it be in the hands of the Tai? During the reign of Empress Wu Zetian, the Tang dynasty was at its zenith, with an Annam military governor established in the south. So its presence in Thailand is not surprising. How much is it worth? Zhang Jing inquired with concern. A national treasure cannot be measured in monetary terms. Su Zheong replied with heartfelt sincerity. Zhang Jing chuckled, noting that old Su, despite his age, had a wife who consumed expensive imported medicine daily and yet still held such sentimental value. Meanwhile, someone else, without a moment's thought, hung up the phone and transferred 700 renminbi to Su Zheong for the appraisal fee. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, he took out the Buddha statue for a careful examination. Did Empress Wu Zetian, over 300 years ago, also scrutinize this statue in the dead of night? Regardless of future financial struggles, Zhang Jing resolved never to sell it. When the time was right, he envisioned establishing a private museum, charging an admission fee of 10 RMB per person, which seemed quite reasonable. A sharp crack echoed as a grass stem snapped underfoot. Zhang Jing stored the statue in a secure space and produced an M1911 handgun, which was lightweight, had a rapid firing rate, and formidable power. Just then, a shadow appeared at the stable door, indistinct but certainly recognizable as Chu Xiaoqing. Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief, quietly concealing the handgun, and inquired, "Has Jiechi returned?" "No," came the response from the shadow. "She's occupied with numerous courses." "What brings you here then?" Zhang Jing asked, perplexed. "I came to see if those 2 vixens are in your bed," was the reply, referring to Liang Jieshu and Zhou Masha. Ignoring Chu Xiaoqing's erratic behavior, Zhang Jing decided to go for a run, as sleep eluded him. He jogged until dawn, drenched in sweat. At 6:30 in the morning, Zhang Jing encountered a geef at the entrance of the horse farm. A geef arrived in a striking light blue Aston Martin, wearing oversized sunglasses, exuding an air of nonchalance and charisma. A geef, translating to Aegis, had smooth blonde hair and a personality that revolved around profit, embodying a capitalist mindset. A gifted horse trainer, he took his work seriously, hence his early arrival to prepare for the Saturday finals. "I have some explosive news," Aegis announced, parking his car in front of Zhang Jing. "What is it?" Zhang Jing inquired. "Someone has unscrupulously acquired the 23-acre estate at 1049 Avenue 84, worth a staggering $40 million. That must be a false report," Zhang Jing replied without a hint of embarrassment. "It's not false," Aegis insisted with conviction. The owner of 1049 personally informed the neighbors, "My grandmother lives on Avenue 84. Zhang Jing offered a hollow chuckle. To his surprise, Aegis expressed admiration. His words filled with longing. "I admire that buyer. Securing a 40 million property for just 10 million is truly remarkable. How wonderful it would be to marry him." The thought of marrying Aegis conjured up various idioms in Zhang Jing's mind. A nest of snakes and rats, colluding in chaos, and collusion between officials and businessmen. What if that buyer were a 70-year-old man? Zhang Jing teased. "What does that matter?" Aegis retorted, unashamed. "If I married him, I could inherit his fortune." Observing the earnest demeanor of Aegis, Zhang Jing experienced a peculiar illusion, perceiving this woman as rather admirable, genuine in her disposition. With no other matters at hand, Zhang Jing cautioned. "Chu Shaoqing is at the racetrack. You must not engage in any altercations." "And Ding Jieqi?" Aegis inquired. "She has yet to return." Aegis chuckled heartily. "How bold of her to let you roam free." Zhang Jing's expression darkened. Aegis swiftly pressed the accelerator and departed. Upon returning to the stables, where hot water awaited, Zhang Jing prepared for breakfast. He expressed gratitude towards Haifa, a 17-year-old refugee who served as both a horse trainer and nutritionist, responsible for preparing the morning meal. He also acknowledged Milika, aged 19, who, despite battling depression and weighing 260 pounds, consistently lent a helping hand to Haifa in harvesting vegetables and cooking. The breakfast comprised 20 pieces of half-pound naan, a large iron pot of vegetable soup, and a basin filled with ham. This feast was meant for everyone, though often leftovers remained, which were not wasted but repurposed as sustenance for the dogs. 8 sled dogs and a clever one named Doe were among them. Their primary diet consisted of fish paste, purchased in 50-pound barrels, costing about 8 yuan per meal, making it economical and easy to maintain. Occasionally, they were given various amino acids, calcium powder, and coarse grains suitable for equines. These dogs also had their duties. Trainer Ryan taught them to guard the premises, yielding impressive results. The standout performer was undoubtedly Doe, excelling in tasks such as locating objects, overcoming obstacles, long-distance running, swimming, and rescue operations, all while responding adeptly to commands. Ryan even contemplated spending 2,000 yuan to acquire Doe, much to Zhang Jing's bemusement. Gathered around the table, the atmosphere was lively, filled with diverse conversations. Andy, a 34-year-old standing at 155 meters and weighing 90 pounds, posed a question. "Boss, can I wager my entire fortune on Undying to win the finals?" This topic garnered significant attention, with everyone turning their gaze towards Zhang Jing. He countered Andy's inquiry. "Do you have confidence in yourself?" "Horse number 25 is quite formidable," Andy expressed concern. "Even the betting company holds it in high regard." In truth, the betting company also favored Undying. Haifa interjected, "Otherwise, they wouldn't offer such low odds of 1.7 for the favorite." "Then what will you bet on?" Andy asked Haifa. Taking a deep breath, she responded with unwavering conviction, "I possess 3,500 yuan. I will wager it all on General to win." Zhang Jing felt a surge of anxiety. Haifa had worked diligently for months, living frugally and saving every penny. Yet, with a weekly income of only 200 yuan, her total savings seemed paltry. As both a trainer and a nutritionist, her meager earnings were a stark reflection of her refugee status, which Zhang Jing was acutely aware of as he took advantage of her situation. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Zhang Jing offered, "I will lend you 30,000 yuan." Concerned about being misinterpreted as benevolent, he added, somewhat harshly, "If you win, pay me back immediately. If you lose, your weekly salary will be halved until the debt is settled. You're young. You will eventually repay it." Haifa discreetly stuck out her tongue, but did not decline the offer. To maintain fairness, Zhang Jing surveyed the group and asked, "Is there anyone else willing to lend money?" "Boss," Di Long raised his hand and said, "I would like to borrow 30,000. If I win, I shall repay it immediately, but if I lose, my salary will be halved until I can repay it gradually." Zhang Jing nodded, exuding an air of affluence. "Is there anyone else in need of a loan?" "I too would like to borrow 30,000, announced the Chinese-American Falai, raising his hand. "Me as well," chimed in the African-American Jamie, expressing his need for funds. "I would like some too," added Ijeezy with a chuckle. Andy also raised his hand. The beautiful winemaker Cindy glanced around, seemingly the only one not borrowing money, and tentatively raised her hand, saying, "Perhaps I too could borrow 30,000? Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. "Can I borrow some from Uncle Zhang as well?" asked the 4-year-old Dilling, raising her small hand. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhang Jing readily agreed, saying Dylan could also have 30,000. May I borrow? Asked Milika timidly. I wish to bet on the general to win. Zhang Jing generously acquiesced to Milika's request for 30,000. The veterinarian Lucy and the video operator Irina, who only attended the technical academy on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, also requested 30,000 each. At this moment, it was evident to all that Zhang Jing was affluent and untroubled by financial constraints. One person remained, and Zhang Jing turned to Chu Shaoqing, asking, "Do you wish to borrow?" Chu Shaoqing shook her head, which stirred a slight unease in Zhang Jing's heart. After breakfast, the group dispersed to tend to their respective duties. Zhang Jing, too, kept busy, driving out to participate in a warehouse auction. Although the private warehouse was mostly filled with junk, he hoped to stumble upon a hidden treasure. As it turned out, few could forget their wealth. After 4 consecutive days of running without earning a single penny, he found himself constantly encountering Ida Siming, which was quite vexing. Time swiftly passed to Saturday. Before dawn, Zhang Jing rose early and walked to the not dead yet stable. Embracing the horse's large head and whispering softly, "First, first, first, as long as you can finish first, I promise to wash you personally for a week. And I will not go back on my word." Feeling the intense affection from its owner, not dead yet responded with a joyful neigh. Zhang Jing approached the stable of the general, a 12-year-old horse purchased for 350,000 USD, undeniably a prized steed. Majestic, tall, graceful, powerful, and possessing a lengthy stride, it had many admirable qualities, albeit it was aging and had exceeded its service limit. Gently stroking its mane, Zhang Jing encouraged, "You are the chosen one, destined for greatness. You shall surely be the champion." The general had a gentle disposition and a humble gaze, embodying a considerate and affectionate nature. Nuzzling against its owner's face to express intimacy. The superstar, still under a year old and ineligible for any competitions, was not neglected either. As Zhang Jing showered it with affection, hearing footsteps approaching from behind, he turned to find Chu Shaoqing. "Are you feeling nervous?" she inquired of Zhang Jing. Nervousness was indeed undeniable. His heart felt like a crumpled piece of paper, yet he strove not to display it too overtly. Concerned it might affect the pre-race emotions of Not Dead Yet and the general. "You are remarkable," Chu Shaoqing complimented Zhang Jing for the first time. But then shifted the conversation, saying, "However, the barriers of social class are insurmountable. It would be better for you and Ding Jieqi to part ways." "Social class?" Zhang Jing chuckled, casting a glance at Chu Shaoqing. "Class is an invisible yet palpable reality, and those who reside in the upper echelons often exude an air of superiority." Zhang Jing remained silent, pondering that class is merely a manifestation of power, which he too could possess. After a brief exchange, Chu Shaoqing turned away from the stable, departing in her sleek Bentley. As an ordinary individual with ample exposure to society, Zhang Jing had a keen understanding of social stratification. In the realm of antique appraisal, esteemed professors often disdain mingling with treasure seekers from the lower strata. Su Zihong's circumstances were unique. He was in need of financial support. Similarly, certain local politicians, unless seeking to make a spectacle, show little interest in engaging with the common populace. To them, ordinary people resemble mere grass or chives, serving solely as resources for harvest, performance metrics, or stepping stones for advancement. Their impatience is palpable, as even a fleeting glance is deemed bothersome. Should they offer a smile, it is undoubtedly a facade. Regrettably, this is a widespread reality, unavoidable no matter where one goes. How to navigate this predicament? One must believe in the existence of light in the world and trust that solutions abound, outnumbering challenges. With the treasure-seeking system as his ally, Zhang Jing felt assured he had a plan. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Dawn was breaking, and Ijizi had arrived earlier than usual. "I encountered Chu Shaoqing on the way. Is she well?" "She is fine. You have arrived rather early today." "I couldn't sleep," Ijizi replied, tucking her golden hair behind her shoulder, as her fortune rested upon the general and the undying. Without vigilance over them, her heart remained uneasy. Zhang Jing nodded in agreement, having spent the night lost in dreams himself. As more individuals gathered, it became evident that none could find rest. Once everyone had assembled, Zhang Jing addressed Fei Lai, instructing him to remain at the racetrack to care for the star. Fei Lai lowered his head, a hint of regret evident. "Jamie," Zhang Jing turned to the only African employee. "You are tasked with guarding the undying, ensuring it is never out of your sight and no strangers are permitted to approach." "Understood, Dylan." "Your duty is to protect the general, with the same restrictions in place." "Received." "Andy, Haifa, you are the jockeys and must not stray from your horses. Even during meals and restroom breaks, two individuals must remain beside the general and the undying. Zhang Jing had invested 50 million in each of the two horses, a considerable sum that warranted meticulous care, as one could never be too cautious against the potential underhanded tactics of betting companies. While it could be perceived as paranoia, caution is rarely a folly. Ruth, be prepared at all times. I hope your skills will not be necessary during the race. Ruth affirmed. Cindy and Milika, you are to run errands. Go wherever you are needed. Both acknowledged. Irina, focus on your responsibilities. Fans are the source of our livelihood, so ensure the videos are well executed. Irina agreed. Igizi required no reminders. She understood her role. As the horse transport traversed the small town, the tall, lanky Officer Joe and the plump, greasy Susan, along with numerous town residents, awaited their arrival. This time, there were no shouts of joy or raucous music. The atmosphere was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the norm. For an entire month, today marks the fourth match, the grand finale. Initially, no one anticipated that two horses from the champion's stable would reach the finals. Time and again, unexpected events ignited the fervor of the small town. This time, the excitement was palpable. The crowd was both anxious and hopeful. Officer Joe, tall and lean, approached Zhang Jing's pickup truck and remarked, "General and not dead, yet are the heroes of Whitefish Town. Regardless of today's outcome, they are destined to become legends in our community." It was evident that Joe still harbored disbelief, or perhaps fear, that either General or not dead yet could clinch the championship. This sentiment resonated with most townsfolk, as both horses had already delivered numerous shocks and created countless miracles, leaving them hesitant to harbor extravagant expectations. "I believe they will emerge victorious," Aunt Susan interjected with a voice full of conviction. Observing her, Zhang Jing invited, "Please, take the passenger seat." Susan paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "I thought your passenger seat was reserved for beautiful ladies." The convoy set off slowly, with over 20 vehicles leading the way, followed by the horse transport in the center and more than 30 vehicles trailing behind, all moving in a straight line towards the San Fo racetrack. They were fortunate, as the preliminary rounds had taken place at two different racetracks, and ultimately, the draw determined that the finals would also be held at San Fo. This was advantageous, eliminating the need to acclimate to a new venue. During the journey, Zhang Jing opened up to Aunt Susan, directly addressing his hope that she would align herself with him. The discussion proved fruitful. She was willing to embark on a new venture and pursue a political career. The journey was not solitary, and they arrived at the venue at 7:50, thinking they had arrived early. However, reporters and some spectators had come even earlier, drawn by Not Dead Yet's prior stellar performance and soaring popularity. Many fans had taken the initiative to print photos of the horse, raising them high and loudly wishing for a successful run today. Journalists positioned themselves strategically, capturing the moment. Not Dead Yet and General disembarked from the horse transport and entered the stable. During this process, Irina and her assistant Milika were live-streaming with 7 mobile devices, broadcasting across platforms including YouTube, Metacafe, Dailymotion, and others. All accounts were registered under Zhang Jing's identity, with Irina managing the operations. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa were also present, extending their best wishes to General and Not Dead Yet. Additionally, there were Nail and Jennifer, to whom Zhang Jing simply nodded, noting that Not Dead Yet would be competing alongside their number 25. As rivals, there was no animosity. Overall, the competition was fair. However, the atmosphere shifted when Idasimi approached Zhang Jing, holding 2 new betting slips, tempting him with the question, "Care for another wager?" 2 matches were scheduled for the morning. Not Dead Yet was set to participate in the 1,600-meter dirt race, followed by General in the 3,200-meter turf race 2 hours later. Idasimi had a horse competing in the 3,200-meter final as well. The phrase "another wager" referred to a bet between his horse and General. What was at stake? Amid the clamorous surroundings, Zhang Jing inquired of Idasimi, "I have suffered a minor setback. The last time I won a wager, it inflated Ida Temple's ego. I wagered the Jordan racetrack and over 70 horses against your vineyard, the racetrack, and your 3 horses. The Jordan racetrack also offers tourism projects. Of the 70-odd horses, a substantial portion is for tourists to ride. These are not valuable draft horses that are cheaper than a cow. A small fraction is designated for breeding and selling mares and foals. In reality, only 3 or 4 horses are capable of participating in professional competitions, with only 1 or 2 being of commendable quality. The true treasure lies in the 500 acres of land owned by the Jordan racetrack, located just 20 kilometers from Seattle. Importantly, affluent individuals tend to reside outside the city, thus making the racetrack's location quite advantageous. On weekends, a number of tourists visit, with reports suggesting an annual attendance of up to 10,000 people, averaging over 200 visitors each week. One might wonder if Ida Temple has become reckless, intoxicated by last Saturday's victory. Upon receiving the wager, I glanced over it. Its content was indistinguishable from the previous two agreements, encompassing breach of contract liabilities, victory and defeat criteria, and the timeline for settling the wager, all meticulously detailed. Zhang Jing turned to the sycophant Chisaka, who was closely following Ida Temple, questioning why he did not intervene in such a reckless endeavor. Chisaka, being highly educated and intelligent, after all, he would not have secured a high-paying position beside Ida Temple otherwise, immediately understood this was a form of provocation. Moreover, he had indeed attempted to dissuade Ida Temple, but to no avail. As expected, Zhang Jing's admonishment was met with childish indignation from the otherwise rational Ida Temple, who exclaimed, "Don't underestimate me, you bastard." Zhang Jing retorted, "I fear you may not be able to bear the loss. Are you worried about your own inability to cope with the loss?" As Ida Temple calmed down, he sarcastically responded, "After all, the vineyard and the racetrack comprise your entire fortune." Although accurately gauging Zhang Jing's indifference towards the vineyard and the racetrack, he was deeply concerned about the three horses. After all, they shared a profound bond, having spent countless nights together. With no other conditions altered, Zhang Jing unabashedly declared, "I will exchange $3 million for the three horses." $3 million, not 300 million yen, Ida Temple consented. Thus, witnessed by over 130,000 viewers on the live streaming platform, Zhang Jing and Ida Temple formalized their wager. "Is this not too reckless?" Aegis interjected from the side. The wager excluded employees and the three horses, allowing Zhang Jing to feel quite at ease. "If I lose the racetrack and the vineyard, I can simply purchase better ones." Aegis wore an expression of confusion. "Are you quite wealthy?" The adage, "riches do not return home," like a brocade-clad figure walking in the night, applies even in this land. Zhang Jing did not shy away from the truth of his wealth, nodding affirmatively. Aegis, whose character leaned towards seeking profit, and bolstered by Zhang Jing's association with Wenli, felt compelled to elevate her status, candidly expressing her thoughts. "I would love to bear your children. I am quite remarkable." Zhang Jing shook his head, as he harbored thoughts of Ding Jiechi, who, despite appearing cunning, was genuinely considerate and unpretentious towards her boyfriend. In contrast, while having children may be easy, divorce would also be simple. Yet it would inevitably lead to a painful division of substantial assets. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa exchanged a silent glance, their expressions filled with incredulity. The dialogue between a man and a woman unfolded without restraint, captured meticulously throughout the live broadcast for an audience exceeding 130,000. As anticipated, the live chat erupted into chaos, with a myriad of opinions surfacing, some praises, others criticisms, and a few lamenting unfulfilled potential. Netizen A proclaimed, "A true gentleman from the Dragon Nation, his love for Ding Jiaqin is genuine." Netizen B retorted, "Shameless and excessively liberated." Netizen C lamented, "How could he disregard such a stunning and alluring beauty? It's infuriating." Meanwhile, Netizen D speculated, "Could Zhang Jing be a boy?" The comments varied widely. Embodying the spirit of the fan is king, Irina endeavored to steer Zhang Jing's image in a favorable direction. Yet, she faced backlash, with individuals questioning whether she had ever bowed down before Zhang Jing. Ultimately, tears welled in Irina's eyes as she worked to rectify the atmosphere of the live stream. Following this, fans expressed a desire to see a beauty reminiscent of the Republic of China, Liang Jieshu. Irina arranged for Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa to step into the limelight. As a well-bred young lady, Liang Jieshu, well-versed in various matters, effortlessly engaged with 7 cameras, delivering a series of eloquent remarks that elicited rounds of applause and generous rewards. However, some astute viewers recognized Zhou Munsa and uncovered her modeling background, noting her gaze towards Zhang Jing, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. Initially, the atmosphere was manageable, but soon the comments escalated, with inquiries regarding whether Zhou Munsa had experienced any misfortunes in her past. This utterly infuriated Zhou Munsa. Once the distractions were dealt with, Zhang Jing returned to the sidelines of the competition, standing quietly alongside the local townsfolk as they awaited the commencement of the event. At that moment, a Caucasian man donned in a gray suit approached him, swaying slightly as he walked. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Jeffrey, an employee of the Peck National Lottery Company Seattle branch." "Hello," Zhang Jing responded courteously. In a conversational tone, Jeffrey casually inquired. Many people are betting on Dead Not in general to secure the first place. What are your thoughts? I share that belief, Zhang Jing affirmed confidently. Do you not think that horse 25 has a higher probability of winning? Zhang Jing's gaze shifted toward the starting gate as he conversed with Jeffrey. What are you implying? Someone has invested a substantial sum to secure first place for your two horses in their respective events, and Peck National is concerned about potential foul play. Zhang Jing interjected. Before the race begins, all horses undergo drug testing. The scenario you suggest is implausible. Are you insinuating that Ms. Jennifer would deliberately lose? Not at all, Jeffrey quickly denied. I merely find it perplexing. Horse 25 appears stronger. As the race was about to commence, Zhang Jing had no desire to engage in further discussions with Jeffrey. Asserting there would be no cheating, only raw power. He focused intently on the starting gate. Simultaneously, countless eyes were fixed on the starting gate, with numerous cameras trained upon it. Two racecourses, having selected 9 formidable steeds through 3 preliminary rounds, were set to present a visual spectacle. The arena fell silent, abruptly pierced by a whistle, and the 9 horses surged forth. Zhang Jing's gaze settled on the jockey of Dead Not. Andy, his fists clenched tightly, his heart momentarily forgetting to beat, and his mouth and nose oblivious to the need for breath. The ground trembled increasingly, and the horses flashed past him, mere meters away. On the 25th, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as the commentary echoed across the racetrack. Horse number 19, the secretary, trailed the leader by half a length, while horse number 7, Undying, held the 4th position. The tension was palpable. In the vast arena, aside from the commentary, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Horse number 25 maintained its lead, when suddenly the commentator's voice surged with excitement as Undying began to accelerate. Astonishingly, it forced its way past horse number 35, currently in 3rd place. A perilous maneuver that pushed 35 to the outermost track. The secretary was overtaken, and with only 200 meters left, the commentator's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch as Undying continued to gain speed, overtaking horse number 25. This was a moment of historical significance. 200 meters could be traversed in mere seconds, yet the commentator urged for a slower pace, for the finish line was imminent. Together, horse number 25 and number 7 surged forward, crossing the finish line simultaneously. Without needing the commentator's reminder, the audience's eyes were glued to the large screen, with only a handful erupting in cheers while the majority remained silent, awaiting the outcome. There could only be one winner, and the judges were scrutinizing the high-definition footage. In just 2 minutes, the results were revealed. Undying had triumphed by a narrow margin of 5 centimeters, clinching the Seattle Cup for the 1,600-meter dirt race. As the results were announced, the cheering from the supporters of Whitefish Town crescendoed, and the tourists joined in applause for Undying. Yet, a few remained silent, undoubtedly nursing their losses. Congratulations flooded Zhang Jing's ears, and disregarding all else, the prize amounted to a staggering $1.5 million. Previous races had yielded prizes of merely 5,000 or 10,000, leaving little impact. However, the $1.5 million was a substantial sum. Following this, the award ceremony commenced, featuring flowers, horses, jockeys, trainers, owners, and organizers posing for photographs. Next came the press interviews. A bespectacled male reporter thrust himself forward, inquiring whether Undying's victory over horse number 25, valued at over $1.7 million, implied that Undying's worth had also surpassed that figure. No, Zhang Jing replied. Undying's championship win was largely due to luck. A petite white female reporter interjected, asking, I heard that Undying was a sick horse you purchased from Den Racetrack. Destined for the slaughterhouse? Zhang Jing confirmed, explaining that he had never anticipated such a future for the horse. He simply intended to bring it home to care for it. Another reporter asked if he was considering selling Undying after this race. No, Zhang Jing responded swiftly, it will never be traded. I love it. Just as one loves a girlfriend. Mr. Zhang, do you have confidence in another upcoming race? Came another question. Zhang Jing did not evade any inquiries, responding as thoroughly as possible. At that moment, Nair and his wife Jennifer approached, with Jennifer still clad in her riding attire. Congratulations, Nair extended his hand to Zhang Jing. Undying is remarkable. Thank you. Horse number 25 is also exceptional, Zhang Jing replied graciously. Congratulations. Jennifer extended her hand forward, and before the competition, I believed victory was destined for me. Zhang Jing found himself at a loss for words and reached out to shake her hand. Mr. Nair, Ms. Jennifer, a reporter inquired. The defeat on the 25th caught everyone off guard. Do you have any comments? Dead Can't Die is an exceptional horse, Jennifer explained, boasting an excellent trainer, Miss Aegis, who possesses remarkable talent, along with the outstanding jockey Andy. Zhang Jing seized the opportunity to excuse himself with a phone call, evading the reporter's persistent inquiries. Boss, congratulations. Barbie called from Hong Kong. Zhang Jing was in high spirits. The odds for Dead Can't Die winning were 1-1-7. 70% of 50 million amounts to a staggering 35 million. Calming his excitement, Zhang Jing advised, do not halt the silver acquisition, complete the task and return promptly. Noticing two stunning beauties approaching, he promptly ended the call. Zhou Munsa, her eyes sparkling, stepped forward to offer her congratulations, saying congratulations. Dead Can't Die is remarkable. Liang Jishu also expressed her well wishes to Zhang Jing. Thank you. Zhang Jing replied politely. It was unexpected, merely a slight advantage. For the happiness of her friend Zhou Munsa. Liang Jishu extended an invitation. I'm hosting a small gathering at my home tomorrow. Just 2 or 3 friends. Would you have time to join us? Assessing Liang Jishu. With her fair skin, tall stature, large eyes, and exquisite features, even in jeans, she exuded an air of elegance reminiscent of the Republic of China, instantly captivating him. However, Zhang Jing had prior commitments, as he was to meet Wenli in the morning and then finalize the house purchase, gently declining her invitation. Since Barbie had already sent the funds to the seller for the property in Hong Kong, and the transfer had been completed, the Manor 1049 had yet to be handed over. Liang Jishu discreetly glanced at her friend, her intentions clear. I've done my best. Yet Zhou Munsa remained undeterred, suggesting, the day after tomorrow works as well. Not wanting to decline a second time, Zhang Jing agreed. Coincidentally, Liang Jishu's residence was not far from the house Zhang Xian Jing intended to reserve for Di Lin's studies, where he aimed to find raw materials for targeted medication. Congratulations. Ida Temple Ming, drawn by Liang Jishu, approached Zhang Jing to convey his felicitations. Thank you. Zhang Jing responded courteously. I hope your horse performs admirably in the 3,200-meter race. I shall. Ida Temple Ming replied assertively. I will win your vineyard and horse farm. Liang Jishu, observing the interaction between Zhang Jing and Ida Temple Ming, curiously inquired, what conflict lies between you two? This guy, Ida Temple Ming pointed at Zhang Jing, indignantly complained, he took the ancestral treasure of the Ida family, which ultimately circulated to the Dragon Country, leading the Ida family to lose it forever. What do you mean by took? Liang Jishu asked. It was a cherished ancestral gold and jade artifact, brought to the United States by a trader 60 years ago. My family has been searching for it all these years. Just before the recent Christmas, we finally received a lead, only for it to resurface in the hands of an associate professor at West Jiang University. We then traced it to West Jiang, and it subsequently appeared in the possession of the owner of a manor at 1032 Avenue 84. Liang Jishu and Zhou Munsa listened in astonishment. To whom does it truly belong? Of course, it belongs to the Ida family. Ida Siming asserted confidently. What does this have to do with Brother Zhang? Zhou Munsa also referred to Zhang as brother, her tone sweetly melodic. Although there was no direct evidence, Ida Siming explained. Zhang Jing is acquainted with that associate professor from West Jiang University and the owner of 1032 Avenue, and given his identity as a treasure seeker. It is nearly conclusive that my family heirloom was lost to the Dragon Kingdom because of him. I grasped the implications, Zhou Munsa analyzed. Your ancestral treasure was brought to the United States by a trader, lost for 60 years, and now that item is in the Dragon Kingdom. Ida Siming nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is unreasonable. Zhou Munsa retorted earnestly, your family lost something for 60 years. Why shouldn't others be allowed to reclaim it? Why shouldn't they be permitted to trade it? Furthermore, all of this is merely conjecture, with no evidence to support it. Ida Siming, exasperated, stated that his subordinate, Chai Chi-shi, had encountered Zhang Jing at a pawn shop and expressed a willingness to pay a high price for the artifact. Yet he sold it to the owner of 1032 Avenue instead. Such arguments are unfounded. Anyone can sell to whomever they choose. Why should it be restricted to just you? Zhou Munsa countered persuasively, and besides, that item now belongs to the owner of 1032 Avenue. Your fixation on my man, Brother Zhang, serves no purpose. Overwhelmed by her desire to make someone her own, Zhou Munsa nearly revealed the truth. Ida Siming was furious. He knew pursuing Zhang Jing was futile, but he could not afford to provoke Wenli, so he chose to vent his frustrations elsewhere. Stop, Zhang Jing interjected, interrupting their quarrel. Let's settle this with a wager. Ida Siming stormed off. Both races were scheduled for the morning, transitioning from a 1,600-meter dirt track to a 3,200-meter grass track. At 11:10, the race commenced promptly. With a whistle, 7 racehorses surged forth, and Haifa rode General on the 6th track. Unlike the previous race, Zhang Jing felt significantly less pressure, as he had already secured considerable winnings with the assurance of not facing dire consequences. The 3,200-meter race is a test of endurance for both horse and rider. General, renowned for its stamina and having undergone rigorous training under IGZ, had solidified its strengths and improved its speed. Moreover, being a fine horse valued at 350,000 meters, its chances of winning the championship were quite favorable. General took the lead, leaving spectators in disbelief, as it had never led a race before. House 29 followed closely behind, trailing by a length, and expectations for it ran high. Horse 11 was currently in 3rd place. Was its rider sprinting? The commentator pondered. As the race had only just begun, where could the issue lie? On the 11th, the horse racing event at Denon Racecourse commenced. Prior to the race, Ida Tipple fervently insisted that they must not lose to the 5th horse, General. As they approached the halfway mark, the commentary became increasingly anxious, as General was maintaining a firm lead over the heavily favored contender, House 29. Could today witness the emergence of an unexpected champion? The commentator was skeptical, as were many spectators, given that General had performed rather modestly in earlier heats, nearly failing to qualify. In stark contrast, House 29 had dazzled, drawing significant attention akin to the Invincible and Horse 25. Even the betting companies believed House 29 had a high probability of winning, with odds at a mere 1.07, while General was deemed less likely to succeed, with odds soaring to 1.3. With only 3,200 meters to cover, the final 500 meters saw House 29 surge forward, gradually closing the gap to half a body length behind General. Unless something unexpected occurred, the championship seemed destined for House 29. Haifa, crouched on her steed, cast a glance at House 29's jockey, while she deftly controlled the reins of General, prompting a remarkable acceleration. This moment left the audience, the horse owners, and the betting companies in awe, each straining to witness the unfolding drama. Good heavens, the commentator exclaimed, General still possesses energy for a final sprint. Am I the only one who thought it had exhausted its strength? All the horses were now in full flight, with General transitioning from the lead to establishing a growing distance from the 2nd-place contender, 1 length, 2 lengths, 3, 4, 5 lengths, before crossing the finish line. Silence enveloped the arena for a brief second, 2, 3, as all were left astounded by General's performance, their astonishment palpable. Suddenly, a roar of applause erupted. The tall, slender police officer, Joe, could not contain his excitement and embraced Zhang Jing. Aunt Susan was equally unreserved, planting kisses on Zhang Jing's forehead and cheek, leaving 2 lipstick marks. Despite this unexpected display of affection, Zhang Jing remained unperturbed, smiling broadly, knowing he would soon reunite with his companions. The townsfolk embraced their family and friends, celebrating the victory. Congratulations! Aegis also hugged Zhang Jing, exclaiming that his 2 horses had clinched both championships at this year's Seattle events, an unprecedented achievement. Unprecedented? Zhang Jing inquired, uncertain. Indeed, Aegis affirmed. This is the first time in the history of the Seattle Cup, an extraordinary feat. Zhang Jing chuckled, returning the compliment, asking if she had sufficient funds for a yacht. Absolutely. And I even have enough left over for a luxury car. With a cough, Zhang Jing's demeanor shifted. Repayment is due, 30,000. Aegis erupted in laughter. Why should I repay what I borrowed through my own merit? Zhang Jing feigned exasperation. At that moment, the couple, Jennifer and her husband, approached, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Congratulations, Zhang Jing, a champion indeed. Thank you, he replied, acknowledging the couple's status, considering Aegis's aspirations to ascend the social ladder. Zhang Jing praised her. This is largely thanks to Miss Aegis. I feel somewhat superfluous in the race. Following this victory, Miss Aegis would undoubtedly gain prominence in the United States. Jennifer, approachable and warm, extended her hand to Aegis. In return, Aegis cast a grateful glance towards Zhang Jing, acutely aware that her status could not reach the heights of the Jennifer couple. As she extended her hand to clasp Jennifer's, Aegis politely remarked, Fortune favors me more than skill. Both the champion and I must strive harder. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa exchanged a silent glance, their astonishment transformed into sheer disbelief. You've long sought a wealthy boyfriend, and yet, The matchmaker arranged for you a man of both affluence and refinement aboard the flight. How could you let such an opportunity slip away? Do you regret it? Liang Jishu teased. Zhou Mansa, whose heart had previously ached like a wound, now felt as if it were gushing blood. Her fists clenched tightly, her jaw set with determination. She silently vowed to secure Zhang Jing at all costs. While some reveled in joy, others were engulfed in sorrow. The dark horse implied that many had lost their bets, with some even facing bankruptcy. The grand press conference unfolded, featuring the main characters, the general, who could not perish, along with Andy, Haifa, Aegis, and Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing refrained from seeking trouble with Ida Temple, as such pettiness would only elevate him to the status of a small-minded individual. The festivities in the town continued until dusk. At midnight, after consuming only a modest amount of alcohol, Zhang Jing secluded himself in the study of a haunted house, resolving to pursue his next objective, to find the statue that captivates at first glance. This statue, known as the July number slave ship, held his interest. He accessed the recorded treasure-hunting clues, Su Huang. In 1855, it was the most exquisite statue I have ever beheld. It is unfathomable that ancient artisans could carve such a flawless female form from stone. With just a single glance, I was entranced. I fell in love with it. My descendants, I regret to inform you that due to the passage of time, I only recall that it sank alongside the July number slave ship in some waters southeast of Florida. The details are hazy as the circumstances were dire. Nevertheless, it is truly perfect, unparalleled in beauty, and if possible, I implore you to locate it. Previously, Ding Jiechi and Chu Shaoqing had uncovered that the July number was sunk by the Navy in the Florida Strait. Due to the age of the event, no precise coordinates existed. The strait spans approximately 500 to 600 kilometers in length and 200 kilometers in width, making the search for a ship that sank 167 years ago akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Zhang Jing resolved to attempt the endeavor, planning to rent a salvage vessel, complete with a crew. With determination in his heart, Zhang Jing reviewed his assets on paper. He owned 5 properties in total: a 600-acre vineyard, a 20-acre horse ranch, a 700-square-meter mansion in the Bellevue area on 84th Avenue, and a 23-acre estate. Additionally, there was the $2.6 million residence in the Clyde Hill community. Almost forgotten, he also had the recently acquired 500-acre Den and Horse Ranch. In sum, he possessed 6 properties, with the horse ranch and vineyard remaining untouched, as well as the middle-class home. The others would be sold, converted into cash. He had 4 tons of silver stored in the barn. Originally, his cash reserves amounted to approximately $4 million, with the targeted pharmaceutical materials selling for $300 million. The general yielding $35 million, and the overall profit from the racing winnings amounting to $3 million, with each champion netting $150,000. According to the contract and industry standards, the horse trainer Aegis would take a 10% cut from both, totaling $300,000. Andy acquired a 5 stake for 75,000 meters. Haifa also obtained a 5 stake for the same amount. Zhang Jing garnered the lion's share, totaling 2.55 million meters. Naturally, a small token of appreciation must be given to the veterinarian. Recently, there were only 2 significant expenditures: the purchase of Manor number 1049, which cost 10 million meters, and the acquisition of 92 tons of silver, amounting to 62.56 million meters. After deducting these substantial expenses, Zhang Jing still possesses approximately 367 million meters in cash. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jing felt a swell of emotions. The following day, Zhang Jing retrieved the ironwood Buddha head and the bronze statue from the hidden silver space. Wenli, having learned of the news from an unknown source, called on Friday to express her desire to see the statue. Before heading out, Zhang Jing ensured that all debts were collected, even pressuring little Dylan, aged 4, for payment. Due to mutual trust, everyone invested in Sherwin and General with great success, resulting in considerable profits and jubilant expressions all around. Individuals like D. Long, Jamie, and Fei Lai enjoyed significant earnings, especially Haifa, who, as a jockey, earned 75,000 meters in bonuses and 67,000 meters from betting on General. After 6 months of diligent work with no expenditures, and with a meager weekly wage of 200 meters, she transformed from a financially struggling individual with only 500 meters in savings into a little wealthy lady, her smile hardly fading. Of course, the highest earner among the employees was undoubtedly IGZ, who took home a bonus of 300,000 meters. Once debts were settled, Zhang Jing summoned Di Long and instructed him to head to the east coast to rent a deep-sea salvage vessel, targeting the Florida Strait in search of a sunken ship. Di Long took a moment to process the considerable scope of the task before agreeing. With the instructions conveyed, Zhang Jing departed from the horse farm. Initially intending to drive a large vehicle but fearing for safety, he opted for his pickup truck instead. Unlike the casual encounter with Wenli previously, Zhang Jing meticulously managed his time and rang the doorbell at 9:30 a.m. By 9:45 a.m., he met Wenli in the reception hall of the manor. Picking up the prepared magnifying glass, Wenli leaned in to inspect the 4 lines of scripture inscribed on the lotus pedestal of the statue, supreme and profound subtle dharma. Difficult to encounter over countless eons, now I see, hear, and uphold it, wishing to understand the true meaning of the Tathagata. Such beautiful verses. Wenli couldn't help but exclaim. For centuries, countless individuals have attempted to modify these 4 lines, yet no matter the alterations, they remain best in the hands of the Empress. Clearly enamored, Wenli continued to praise the piece, commenting on its exquisite craftsmanship and striking beauty. Where did such a treasure come from? She inquired, looking up at Zhang Jing. I purchased it from a Thai restaurant, usage for 30,000 meters. Zhang Jing briefly recounted the acquisition process. 30,000 meters. Wenli laughed heartily. You truly have remarkable luck. Zhang Jing forced a stiff smile, pondering why Wenli was so delighted. Wealth that does not return home is akin to walking in splendid garments at night, Wenli mused. Such a splendid piece. Shouldn't we consider sending it back to the Dragon Country for a year-long exhibition? Absolutely not. Zhang Jing firmly declined. I prefer to enjoy it privately. In truth, he was apprehensive about its return. Knowing the likelihood of such an event was minimal, he needed a rationale to keep it. Akin to what Su Zhang had said, it belongs to national treasures. Are you considering selling it then? Wenli asked. Zhang Jing shook his head resolutely, asserting, I am not lacking in funds. Indeed, Wenli smiled faintly. Having recently sold 100 pounds of targeted drug raw materials, and with General Anne Survivor clinching first place in 2 separate events, it was reasonable to conclude she had amassed a considerable fortune. Zhang Jing scrutinized Wenli with a watchful eye, sensing an unsettling impression that she aimed to seize all his hard-earned money. Are you a treasure hunter? Do you know where the most abundant treasures lie? Wenli inquired. This question was straightforward. Zhang Jing could answer it with ease. The ocean. Exactly, Wenli affirmed, offering Zhang Jing a thumbs up. It is indeed the ocean. Have you considered purchasing 2 or 3 salvage vessels? Zhang Jing's jaw dropped in astonishment. 2 or 3 vessels. 2 or 3 is merely the minimum requirement. A detection vessel, a salvage vessel, and an icebreaker, she explained. With 367 million yuan in his pocket, Zhang Jing felt emboldened and ventured to ask, what are the prices? The detection vessel is the least expensive, costing around 300 to 400 million yuan, Wenli replied nonchalantly. The salvage vessel is somewhat pricier, around 400 to 500 million. The icebreaker is a bit more costly, estimated at 500 to 600 million. Zhang Jing felt a lump rise in his throat. Despite his burgeoning wealth, he could only afford an entry-level detection vessel. No way, he insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Don't think you can swindle my money. Wenli gently urged him. Just because you don't need it now doesn't mean you want it in the future. Considering that these vessels often take 3 to 4 years to manufacture, purchasing sooner would be a prudent choice. Madam, your family isn't running a shipyard, are they? Zhang Jing casually speculated. Unexpectedly, Wenli nodded earnestly. After all, we are acquaintances. I can offer you the best price and the finest quality. With all necessary equipment included, nothing will be overlooked. Thank you, Zhang Jing insisted. If I need a salvage vessel, I can rent one. There is no need to buy. Wenli seemed confident, not rebutting his stance, her smile suggesting victory was within her grasp. Upon leaving Manor 1032, Zhang Jing drove north along Avenue 84 for approximately 2 kilometers, halting before the entrance of Manor 1049, resembling a community gate. There, he encountered Lindsay Moore, a slim, fair-skinned blonde with striking blue eyes, dressed in black leather pants and a white jacket, waiting patiently. Good morning, Miss Moore, Zhang Jing greeted her, surprised to see her. In transactions such as these, it was customary for intermediaries or lawyers to handle matters, rendering the seller's presence unnecessary. I want to see the person who took my grandfather's inheritance, Lindsay Moore stated solemnly, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jing. Remember his face. Zhang Jing touched his nose, bemused. To an outsider, it might seem as though Lindsay harbored deep feelings for someone. This is merely a routine transaction, Zhang Jing reassured her. Concerned she might act irrationally, we have no personal grievances. Lindsay remained silent, turning to pass through the small gate in the large iron door, entering the manor. Compared to many with unflattering figures, her perfect physique was certainly captivating. However, the lessons from previous experiences are numerous, and there is a lingering fear of being framed, of wrongful accusations and endless litigations. Zhang Jing called out to the woman from behind, saying, "You need not accompany me. I can enter alone." Lindsay? Mower turned around with a chuckle. "Are you not concerned that it may already be shattered inside? I trust you." Zhang Jing paused for a moment before adding, "And your family would not act that way." "Of course not, Lindsay," Mower declared emphatically, "because we will buy it back from you. You may not have the opportunity. It has already been listed for sale with a real estate company. I am willing to sell it at a low price, and it will be sold quickly." Zhang Jing displayed no sympathy, for nothing is more paramount than money. Infuriated, Lindsay. Mower turned on her heel and left. As he watched Lindsay Mower drive away in a BMW coupe, Zhang Jing found her quite impressive, pondering what profession she might be engaged in. He then turned his attention to the property at 1049. After all, it is a 23-acre estate. It could not possibly be unoccupied. At that moment, 10 gardeners and servants of African, Latin American, and Asian descent stood in a row inside the main gate, awaiting their new master. Since he had no intention of holding on a 1049 long-term, he deemed it unnecessary to get to know them. Just then, a black sedan approached from outside the gate. Coming to a halt 20 meters away, a female driver exited the vehicle and opened the rear door. Zhang Jing recognized her as the housekeeper from estate 1032, a gentleman of about 60 with graying hair, who spoke fluent Mandarin. Although he usually had a low profile, when Li's assistant, Li Xing, was quite memorable. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." The housekeeper courteously greeted him. It was evident, and could be deduced, that this elderly gentleman was a diligent and dedicated housekeeper, as he had been working alongside Li. "Is there something concerning the lady?" Zhang Jing inquired politely. "No," the housekeeper replied. "I am here on personal business." "Please, do tell," Zhang Jing encouraged him. The housekeeper asked, "Do you require a housekeeper?" Just as Zhang Jing was about to decline, the old man, as if sensing something, remarked, "A good housekeeper can enhance the value of the estate." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jing concurred. A house's value exceeds a certain threshold, making it only sellable to a select few affluent individuals, who often place greater importance on added value, such as a competent housekeeper. Contrary to common perception, a traditional housekeeper does not merely follow the homeowner but remains in the house, awaiting the next proprietor. This means that even if Zhang Jing sells the house, the housekeeper will remain, patiently anticipating the next owner. To ensure a favorable sale price for the property, Zhang Jing nodded. "Is the person here?" "Yes." The housekeeper slightly bowed his head and turned to beckon the woman waiting beside the car. It turned out that the female driver was the newcomer the housekeeper had intended to introduce to Zhang Jing. Leah Binosh, the housekeeper introduced. She is 25 years old. "And she comes from?" Zhang Jing hardly heard the old man's words, his eyes and heart captivated by the woman. Until today, he had never encountered a woman who could embody the qualities of beauty, competence, principle, reliability, loyalty, and composure all at once. Is this what professionalism entails? Simply remarkable. The old butler presented a resume before Zhang Jing. Leah Binosh, age 25, was born in Lyon, France, and graduated from the University of Michigan School of Music in Ann Arbor. Subsequently, she underwent 3 years of specialized training in butlering in the United Kingdom. Unlike typical resumes, which often contain restricted inquiries and private information, Leah Binosh's document was exceptionally thorough and comprehensive. It included details about her parents' professions, her general experiences, her romantic history, as well as her medical examination report and a certificate of no criminal record. Her father served as a theater manager and director, while her mother was a university literature professor and also performed as an actress in theater. Regarding her love life, 6 years prior, she dated her classmate Benoit Macamol for a year before parting ways. 4 years ago, she entered a relationship with diving instructor Andrew Hall, which lasted 8 months before ending. 2 years ago, Leah was involved with actor Os Carrick for 6 months before they separated. Currently, she is single. Her medical report indicated she was healthy, with no infectious diseases, no evidence of drug use, not pregnant, and no history of abortion. The certificate confirmed that she had no criminal record, nor did her parents. In contrast to the chaotic pasts of many, L.A. Binoche epitomized the ideal of a Western individual. After setting down the resume, Zhang Jing looked up at the old butler with curiosity and inquired, "Where did you find Miss Binoche?" The butler replied, "A dear friend teaches at a vocational college in London, and he recommended L.A. Binoche to me." "Thank you," Zhang Jing praised. "The resume appears impressive. What is her salary?" The butler suggested, "How about a weekly wage of 500 renminbi?" "That seems a bit high," Zhang Jing replied. The old butler expressed his gratitude and then departed in his vehicle. Zhang Jing's gaze returned to L.A. Binoche, still in awe of her beauty. How could someone inspire such trust solely based on appearance? The notion of first impression trust applies not only to men, even women, upon seeing L.A. Binoche, would likely harbor no negative associations. She was strikingly beautiful and exuded a sense of reassurance. Her image and demeanor were truly exceptional, which also explained Zhang Jing's willingness to readily agree to the 500 renminbi weekly salary. As Zhang Jing prepared to take over the 1049 estate, Lindsay Moore had driven less than 6 kilometers, arriving at the middle-class community of Bellevue, Clyde. After navigating several turns, she finally parked before an exquisite 2-story villa. This location was quite close to her own residence, less than 100 meters in a straight line. It was also only about 100 meters from the bargain asset Zhang Jing had purchased for 2.6 million, whether by fate or coincidence. Most of the properties Zhang Jing had acquired had histories of tragic and unsettling deaths. Liang Jieshu emerged from the house and greeted Lindsay Moore, who had just alighted from her vehicle. "What took you so long to arrive?" Their tone and gestures revealed a clear familiarity between them. Lindsay Moore, visibly agitated, replied, "I just wanted to take another look at that detestable Asian. I need to remember his face. I am also of Asian descent." Liang Jieshu responded with a hint of exasperation. Realizing her misstep, Lindsay Moore affectionately embraced Liang Jieshu's arm, saying, "Darling, I didn't mean you. Is there no way to reclaim that estate?" Liang Jieshu inquired with concern. Indeed, Lindsay Moore felt an overwhelming sense of frustration towards that detestable man. She cursed and to collide with a lamppost. How infuriating. Upon returning to the living room, she found Zhou Manao there as well, clad in a silk nightgown that left little to the imagination. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Zhou Manao curiously inquired, "If he doesn't wish to sell, can he be compelled to do so? What about the police?" The matter was somewhat intricate. Lindsay Moore, being friends with Liang Jieshu, explained. That individual purchased a parcel of land behind the 1049 estate, which conveniently obstructs the view between the estate and the lake, and has threatened to construct an unsightly building that would block the lake vista. Zhou Manao, whose aspirations revolved around marrying a wealthy man and who seemed somewhat lacking in intellect, innocently asked, "What does that matter? He can build whatever he likes. It simply means we won't have a lake view." Liang Jieshu interjected to elucidate for her friend, a mansion valued in the tens of millions, losing its lake view, is tantamount to becoming an ordinary residence. No one would invest tens of millions in a mere commonplace dwelling. Lindsay Moore nodded, exasperated. The annual property tax plus insurance amounts to 1.4 million. Considering basic maintenance, the yearly holding cost reaches 2 million. The expenses incurred in a single year could secure a decent home in a middle-class community. Consequently, my grandfather had no choice but to sell. For retaining, it would only lead to further losses. A 40 million estate can only be sold for 10 million. Zhou Manao was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Which brilliant mind is behind this? A certain Asian man, whom I have seen on television, Lindsay Moore seethed. His 2 racehorses just won championships in 2 events at the Seattle Cup yesterday. Such incredible luck. Liang Jieshu, Zhou Manao, unaware that the two were acquainted with Zhang Jing, Lindsay Moore, in a familiar tone, asked, "Weren't we expecting a new friend today? Where is he?" Zhou Manao instinctively responded, "He will come tomorrow." At that moment, Zhou Manao's thoughts were entirely consumed by Zhang Jing. She had initially believed that owning a winery and a racetrack, along with 2 championship racehorses, was the pinnacle of success. Little did she anticipate that he was also a proprietor of a mansion worth tens of millions. If she were to miss out on such a good man, she would regret it for 3 lifetimes. Liang Jieshu observed her friend. Noticing the tension in Zhou Manao's clenched jaw and her increasingly fierce expression, as if she had resolved to make a significant decision. Zhang Jing was unaware of these matters. He spent a day casually exploring the 23-acre estate. He left 50,000 meters for the stewardess, Leah, for the temporary maintenance of the estate, and then returned to Whitefish Town. Passing a warehouse-style supermarket, he purchased gifts for his visit to Liang Jieshu's home the following day, adhering to local customs. The gifts consisted of chocolates and champagne. Upon returning to the stable, night had fallen. Haifa and Milika were in front of the 6-unit dormitory at the stables. Haifa reclined on a bench while Milika lay on the ground beside her, both gazing at the stars and chatting. Seeing Milika reminded Zhang Jing of her elderly father. Read Dajin. He wondered about the current status of the bronze dragon. After 20 days without news, he pondered whether Dajin had absconded with the 1 million deposit. Shaking his head at the thought, Zhang Jing reassured himself that Milika was Dajin's lifeline, and he would never abandon his daughter. With a silent night passing, Zhang Jing departed the stables at 10 the following morning, driving 40 kilometers towards the city as per the navigation. He passed by the house he had purchased for 2.6 million, casting at a glance, but if not for Dylan's education, he would sell it at a loss. Every house bore witness to a death. And fate could not be so coincidental. Yang Jieshu, dressed in light beige cotton trousers and a loose-fitting light brown long-sleeve top. Her long black hair tied back with a red scrunchie exuded a strong sense of the Republic of China era. At that moment, she was waiting at the door, which took Zhang Jing by surprise. The absence of Zhou Manmu was a slight unexpected twist. After parking the pickup truck at the entrance, Zhang Jing approached Liang Jieshu with the prepared gifts. "Thank you for the invitation," he said, extending the gifts towards her. "Thank you," Liang Jieshu replied gracefully, accepting the token of appreciation with a slight bow. "Could you perhaps give Ma Miao another chance?" she inquired. "I have a girlfriend," he responded. "Haven't you already broken up?" Liang Jieshu questioned with a puzzled expression. "We merely parted ways. We did not officially break up." Liang Jieshu sighed, stepping aside to invite him in. As they passed through the living room door, Zhang Jing curiously asked, "Miss Liang, your ancestors hailed from a prestigious lineage. Why do you not live with the extended family?" "As you mentioned, they are ancestors," Liang Jieshu smiled and explained. "My grandfather was the third son of my great-grandfather. The family fortune and social standing belonged to the eldest son, while the other children sought their own paths. In terms of my parents and me, we no longer have a clan, living like ordinary individuals. The reason we adhere to ancestral rules is out of respect for our grandparents' teachings." "That sounds rather harsh," Zhang Jing remarked. Entering the living room, he noted the cozy decor, distinctly feminine in style, adorned with several oil paintings and ceramic crafts. At that moment, Zhou Manmu was in the kitchen, 3 cups of red tea before her, hesitantly clutching 3 small pills. She hesitated, deeply conflicted, until she heard Zhang Jing's voice from the living room. Resolutely, she dropped the 3 pills into the cups of tea. When Zhang Jing spotted Zhou Manmu, her hair was elegantly pinned up, and she wore a light blue long dress, her delicate shoulders partially exposed, clearly having made a special effort in her appearance. Approaching with the 3 cups of fragrant tea, she sweetly offered, "Brother Zhang, please enjoy the tea." Zhang Jing does not hold contempt for Zhou Manmu, for she is refreshingly candid, openly expressing her desire to find a wealthy partner. Much like Ijizi, who unabashedly declares herself a self-serving individual, fixated solely on profit. She never disguises her true intentions nor compromises her own needs. Today, the gathering with Zhang Jing serves as an opportunity orchestrated by her friend, Liang Jieshu, who sensibly remarks, "You two converse. I shall take a brief trip to the nearby supermarket." Zhou Manmu, feeling a twinge of guilt, stops her friend from departing, suggesting they finish their tea first. "All right," Liang Jieshu acquiesces, not giving it much thought. In this ordinary exchange, Zhang Jing remains unguarded. Although Ding Jiaqing frequently warns against accepting drinks from strangers, even those one knows, such advice often falls on deaf ears, much like the health warnings on cigarette packages. Moreover, despite having faced peril during treasure hunts in Longhua, no one would dare to drug him. Uncle Hat would not tolerate such behavior. Lifting the celadone teacup, Zhang Jing takes a sip, savoring the rich flavor of the black tea with a hint of sweetness, and praises, "This black tea is delightful." Zhou Manmu smiles faintly, rising from the sofa to fetch a plate of small cookies from the kitchen. As they sip tea and engage in conversation, a sense of enjoyment envelopes them. However, this is merely an illusion. Soon, Zhang Jing senses something amiss. As he attempts to leave, his vision blurs, and he feels disoriented, as if ethereal figures are approaching him like a swarm of celestial beings. The ensuing events unfold purely on instinct. The original plan was to have lunch at Liang Jieshu's home before flying to Xiangjiang in the afternoon. When Zhang Jing regains consciousness, it is already midnight, and he finds himself in bed, having missed the flight. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the window, he vaguely perceives 2 delicate arms draped across his chest and long, fair legs wrapped around his waist. Initially believing it to be a dream, He examines closely to find Liang Jieshu on his left and Zhou Man Miao on his right, resembling a sandwich encasing him. Lying on his back, gazing at the ceiling, Zhang Jing can only mutter a single exclamation, "Oh, damn." After a moment's hesitation, he gently shifts his arm and slowly extricates himself from the embrace of those long legs. Moving cautiously, he descends from the bed, locating his own clothes amidst a sea of alluring garments, and decides to head to the airport, prioritizing profit over women. Unbeknownst to him, as he closes the door behind him, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Man Miao awaken almost simultaneously. Under the scrutiny of Liang Jieshu's furious gaze, Zhou Man Miao, aware of her misstep, buries her head in her chest. "You should have informed me," Liang Jieshu exclaims in anger. "I am sorry," Zhou Man Miao replies weakly. "I feel insignificant. One person may not be able to hold on to him, and I cannot let this opportunity slip away. While I do not harbor hatred for Zhang Jing, neither do I possess any fondness for him. Have you considered the consequences if I were to report this?" "Please, don't," Zhou Man Miao pleads. "For the chance to meet Zhang Jing, I have strived to excel in my studies, maintain my figure, and engage in exercise. Xiaojia, I would willingly devote my next life to repay you. You know I speak from the heart." It is precisely because she recognizes the inherent goodness within the other that Liang Jieshu refrains from contacting the authorities. Otherwise, Zhou Man Miao may be subjected to torment in prison. Continuing to tidy up the bed linens, 2 areas stained crimson were undoubtedly rendered unusable. Disposing of them seemed a waste, seizing the opportunity while her friend was distracted. Liang Jieshu discreetly concealed the linens. Zhang Jing hurried to the airport, and upon visiting the restroom, noticed a dried blood stain on a certain part of his body. Judging by the quantity, could it possibly be 2? He purchased a new ticket and, awaiting dawn, boarded a flight at 9 in the morning, transferring in Tokyo before heading to Hong Kong. Without pausing for rest, he took a taxi directly to the rural area of Zhangquan-O Industrial Village, where the silver bought by Barbie was piled high in a rented room, with Barbie herself present. After a long absence, he initially intended to embrace her. But recalling the calamity he had endured just the day prior, the embrace transformed into a handshake. Exhausted, Zhang Jing pointed to a heap covered with gray cloth and inquired, "Is all 92 tons of silver here?" "Indeed," she replied. "You should head back. I will manage the rest." Barbie blinked, reminding him, "Boss, this is 92 tons of silver. And it is quite heavy." "I understand. You should go straight to the airport and then home," he instructed, and she complied. Guarding the silver in silence for 4 hours without interruption, Zhang Jing retrieved the remaining 4 tons of silver from Alaska, bringing the total to 96 tons. He proceeded to melt down all the silver, transforming it into fine silk, rendering it transparent. The volume of the dense silver space expanded from 4 by 4 by 4 meters to 6 by 6 by 6 meters. Transitioning from 4 to 5 required 32 tons of silver, and from 5 to 6 necessitated 64 tons. It was costly, yet undoubtedly worthwhile. A 6 by 6 by 6 meter space was ample for transporting numerous items. Once the task was completed, Zhang Jing rested for 2 days in Hong Kong before flying back to the United States, aiming for Miami, Florida, with stopovers in Tokyo and New York. He arrived after 28 hours. Exiting the airport, a call from Dylan came through. "Boss, the Philia Ocean Exploration Company has a distribution map and detailed coordinates for shipwrecks in the Florida Strait. They are selling it for $490,000 USD, with a stipulation that it cannot be resold or disclosed." "I don't understand," Zhang Jing responded, perplexed. "What does that mean?" Dylan elaborated. "Salvage vessels and exploration vessels serve different functions. If you wish to rent a super-large multifunctional salvage vessel, the rental fee is $300,000 USD per day. If it's merely a salvage vessel, the price is $200,000 USD per day, complete with a skilled salvage crew. Is purchasing the map more cost-effective?" Zhang Jing inquired. "Yes, boss, buying the map is indeed more economical." "Then let's proceed with the purchase," he declared with confidence. "I have funds in my pocket and am currently in Miami." The daily fee of $200,000 USD was not trifling, yet Zhang Jing resolved firmly. Either he would achieve greatness or perish splendidly. On board the salvage vessel, Dylan introduced Zhang Jing to the captain, Mr. Mike Watt, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, who was noted for his extensive salvage experience. "Mr. Zhang, my boss," Dylan introduced. "What are we searching for?" the bearded man queried. "The slave ship from July," Zhang Jing replied. "There are no precious metals aboard the slave ship," Mike Watt cautioned, indicating a lack of profit. I am aware. I only need to locate it. Do you have any valuable suggestions for me? Zhang Jing asked the bearded man. No, Mike, What replied, gesturing with his hands. You provide the direction, we handle the salvage. The salvage vessel also belonged to the Philly Marine Exploration Company, which possessed a computer mapping the distribution of submerged wrecks. It seemed Zhang Jing spent 490,000 merely for a sense of solitude. Alas, such is the disparity between what they possess and what you lack. It must be this way. Zhang pointed at the screen. Commencing with the most recent wreck. At your command, Mike Wood acknowledged, instructing the crew to navigate towards the designated coordinates. The latest wreck lay approximately 40 kilometers southeast of Miami. An hour and a half later, the salvage vessel reached the target site, initially deploying the robot. The process began smoothly, but soon the underwater world descended into darkness, revealing only the limited reach of the searchlights. The operation progressed slowly. Whether lowering the robot or examining the remnants of the ship, there were no signs of fire or explosion. Zhang, in frustration, moved on to the next wreck location. The July was sunk by the Navy, an important piece of information. Mike Wood instructed the robot operator to retract the robot, a process that took an hour. They then proceeded to the next site, during which the crew indulged in coffee and snacks. After an hour, they reached the new location, where they began lunch, followed by an hour's rest, before finally resuming work and gradually lowering the robot. The afternoon yielded no results, as the evening brought rising winds and waves. Captain Mike Wood suggested returning to port for shelter. The following morning, the weather remained unfavorable. However, conditions improved in the afternoon, prompting Zhang to insist on setting out again. Despite Mike Wood and the crew's reluctance, Zhang was resolute in departing the harbor, incurring a docking fee of 5,000 yuan. That day, nothing was retrieved. The third day mirrored the first and second. Dylan observed his employer. As long as the robot was submerged, he remained fixated on the screen, unwavering in his gaze. The salvage company was indeed solely responsible for the recovery operations. Finding items and analyzing the wreck's conditions fell squarely on the employer's shoulders. Moreover, the crew offered no insights or shared any salvage knowledge. Days passed, and Zhang transformed from a dashing young man into a disheveled, older figure. He slept only 5 hours each night, reviewing the underwater footage from the robot, while the crew rested, fearful of missing crucial details. Overall, due to his lack of experience, Zhang should have employed more seasoned professionals to assist him, at least one individual to help analyze the underwater footage. The region, connecting the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic, also happened to be the most historically trafficked route for the slave trade, resulting in a plethora of underwater wrecks. However, the vast majority were deemed unworthy of salvage. Otherwise, they would not remain undisturbed beneath the waves. Zhang faced a formidable challenge in locating the July among these sunken vessels. On the 17th day, Zhang finally identified a suspected wreck. Utilizing the robot's arm, he retrieved a plank bearing scorch marks and fortuitously unearthed a section of wood torn asunder by cannon fire. Being a wooden vessel of considerable age, parts of the hull lay ensconced in sediment. Fortunately, the robot was equipped with a flushing mechanism, generating a current to clear the hull, a process that spanned 2 full days. What the robot expelled from the depths was not mere silt, but rather the greenbacks of fortune. However, Lady Luck did not favor Zhang Jing. Beneath the waves, aside from the debris of a sunken ship and a few rusted cannon barrels, there were no statues or aquatic life to be found. Boss, DeLong cautioned. You appear to be in poor condition. It would be wise to take a rest. Zhang Jing was acutely aware of his state. His eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, and his face bore a slight puffiness that could be quite alarming. No, he firmly rejected DeLong's well-meaning suggestion, commanding the bearded captain to proceed to the next shipwreck site. With a daily rental fee of 200,000 meters, a Maybach S-Class costs only 189,000 meters. And Zhang Jing winced at the thought. DeLong, concerned that Zhang Jing might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage, insisted, Boss, allow me to guard the computer. I have been observing for the past few days and know precisely what to do, ensuring no clues will be missed. Zhang Jing, needing to lean against the wall to walk and feeling dizziness in his head, acquiesced to DeLong's request. He succumbed to slumber for a full day and night, awakening to find a yacht approaching the vessel. To his surprise, it was Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mianmiao. Upon their reunion, the previous matters were left unspoken. However, Liang Jieshu's ears were flushed with pink, and in an effort to mask her embarrassment, she stated, It was Mianmiao who brought me here. Zhang Jing turned to Zhou Mianmiao. recalling that she had orchestrated something at noon 28 days prior, perhaps having slipped something into his tea, an act both audacious and reckless. It was akin to elementary school children vying for class president. While many aspired to participate, the courage to do so was another matter entirely. Those who dared to step onto the stage, despite the likelihood of failure, deserved commendation for their bravery. Unaware of Zhang Jing's thoughts, Zhou Mianmiao expressed her concern. "Brother Zhang, you look exceedingly fatigued. One can easily become seasick at sea, so ensure you obtain ample rest each day." Zhang Jing too yearned for good food and restorative sleep, lamenting, "Spending 200,000 meters daily on rent is the most outrageous thing I have ever done. Money is being burned every minute, and I cannot sleep." Both Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mianmiao shuddered at the mention of the exorbitant rent, exclaiming how expensive it was. "Is there anything we can do to alleviate your burden?" Liang Jieshu volunteered, "We are capable of assisting in many ways." Zhang Jing nodded, requesting Liang Jieshu to monitor the underwater shipwreck footage being explored, while asking Zhou Mianmiao to review the underwater videos from the past 22 days to identify any gaps. With the addition of 2 more individuals, the pressure was significantly alleviated. However, just 2 days of respite were followed by new troubles as the wind began to rise on the sea. Captain Mike Waters, akin to a cuckoo, would appear whenever the wind picked up to remind Zhang Jing that the waves would hinder the salvage operations, necessitating a return to port for shelter. "Mr. Mike Waters." Zhang Jing could no longer tolerate the incessant interruptions. "Do you suffer from a malady that dictates you will perish if you do not set foot on land for 3 days? Mike Waters' face flushed crimson in an instant. Liang Jieshu discreetly tugged at Zhang Jing's sleeve, wishing to avoid a rift in their relationship, as they would still need the cooperation of Mike Waters and the crew for the salvage. Zhou Mianmiao silently admired Zhang Jing's retort. She had long recognized the crew's lackadaisical work ethic, which was truly infuriating. As tensions escalated, the crew's complaints grew more frequent, with incessant bathroom breaks and leisurely coffee breaks, followed by an hour and a half of rest after each meal. Mike Waters provided an abundance of excuses for why work could not proceed. And with the weather forecast predicting rough seas for the next 2 days, it was evident that the crew would be unable to work once again. They were inevitably forced to return to port. On the return journey, within the confines of the cabin, Liang Jieshu offered solace to Zhang Jing, saying, "Do not be disheartened. The search and recovery of a sunken vessel often requires several years. You have performed admirably." Zhang Jing expressed his awareness of the low probability of successful recovery, lamenting the numerous issues encountered along the way. Liang Jieshu suggested that every setback is a lesson learned, and that this experience was not entirely negative. Moreover, she advised that a team is essential, and possessing a salvage vessel would be advantageous. However, Zhang Jing lamented that acquiring a salvage ship was beyond their means. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air, emanating from the adjacent cabin, as Zhou Mianmiao's desperate voice rang out. Zhang Jing rushed from the cabin to find a Caucasian crew member attempting to overpower Zhou Mianmiao. Zhang Jing initially contemplated using his revolver, aware that doing so could likely result in harm to Zhou Mianmiao as well. Instead, he wielded the half-meter-long revolver like a bludgeon, delivering a decisive blow to the crew member's skull, rendering him unconscious. Believing the ordeal to be over, Zhang Jing was unprepared for the ensuing complications. Zhou Mianmiao trembled in fear, retreating behind Zhang Jing. Moments later, Captain Mike Waters, accompanied by the first mate, approached, demanding to know, "Why did you incapacitate my crew member?" Zhang Jing, filled with indignation, replied, "Your crew member intended to assault my friend. I did not anticipate such unprofessionalism or lack of integrity from you. This matter is far from resolved. I will pursue legal action until justice is served." Captain Mike Waters glared at Zhang Jing with malice. Deep-seated prejudice against Zhang Jing's ethnicity fueled his disdain, and he warned, "You would be wise to reconsider, otherwise you will live in perpetual fear." Zhang Jing, stifling his anger, stood firm. "You are but 4, and one of you is a coward." In a menacing tone, Mike Waters threatened, "In these treacherous waters, it is commonplace for individuals to go missing. Before that happens, your 2 female companions will be treated well." Zhou Mianmiao clutched Zhang Jing's arm, her trembling palpable. Liang Jieshu also felt the weight of fear. There was ample time aboard the vessel to obliterate everything. Thoughts of only crossed Zhang Jing's mind, providing him a sense of escape. Fueled by fury, he feigned emotion behind him, then brandished the revolver, its safety disengaged. With a swift resolve, he fired 3 shots in quick succession, all under Captain Mike Waters' horrified gaze. The first shot struck the captain, killing him instantly as the bullet pierced his heart, leaving a gaping wound. The second shot went astray, severing the first mate's arm at the shoulder, while the third shot claimed the first mate's life. Regret? Absolutely none. Fear? Not in the slightest. This was not his first act of taking a life. Grateful for his vigilance, Zhang Jing retrieved a recording device he had on hand, which was actively recording. He switched it off and stowed it away in a secret compartment. After pulling out another device, he activated it and tucked it into his pants pocket. Following this fluid sequence of actions, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao emerged from their shock. Brother Zhang, did you capture that on audio? Zhou Manmiao asked, astonished. Zhang Jing nodded affirmatively. Liang Jieshu, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of relief. For this evidence would substantiate their claim of self-defense, significantly reducing the likelihood of imprisonment. Meanwhile, Di Long, who had been dining in the ship's restaurant, returned to discover that the worst possible scenario had indeed unfolded. The crew, confronted with the shocking murder of their captain and first mate, wore expressions of disbelief. Following the unfortunate incident, the salvage vessel finally made its way to shore at the nearest Leighton Island after an arduous half-day of retrieval. Leighton Island, situated at the southernmost tip of Florida's elongated chain of islands, greeted Zhang Jing with the cold embrace of law enforcement, promptly locking him in handcuffs. His misfortune continued as he spent 5 days consuming the meager provisions of the police station, finally being released on bail at 9 o'clock on the 6th morning. The price of freedom being a hefty $500,000. Why such a delay? Zhang inquired, to which Shen Mingming explained that the judge, a liberal, had caused the holdup. We must rely on the jury this time. Fortunately, you have the recording. When is the trial? 10 days hence. Thank you. You're welcome. Shen Mingming replied with efficiency. I shall return to prepare for the defense. After bidding farewell to Shen Mingming, Zhang Jing turned to Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao. It's all right now. You may return to Seattle. Zhou Manmiao's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red as she lowered her gaze, her small hands twisting nervously. I am yours now. Wherever you go, I shall follow. In this modern age, the notion of belonging to someone seems antiquated. Yet, Zhang Jing was reminded of a famous figure from 50 years prior and his first wife. The husband, citing irreconcilable differences, sought a divorce, while the wife, a quintessential submissive woman, merely uttered, I shall leave all decisions to my husband, before retreating to a life as a nun. Was Zhou Manmiao similarly the demure type? This thought lingered in his mind, especially as she diligently assisted in reviewing the underwater footage. As a courteous individual who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and held steadfast beliefs, Zhang Jing refrained from speaking harshly. He turned to Liang Jieshu, and you? I am fine for now, Liang Jieshu replied, still unable to meet his gaze, choosing to remain with Manmiao. The goddess appeared to possess a shy demeanor, Zhang Jing mused, suspecting that the bloodstains on his body were likely hers. As for Zhou Manmiao, he dared not speculate further. Tales of the modeling industry hinted at numerous unspoken rules. Just then, Di Long opened the car door, and as Zhang Jing prepared to leave, a tall young man, approximately 6 feet tall with bright, expressive eyes and a slender face, approached with a cheerful smile. It was Ida Temple Ming, accompanied by his loyal Shiba Inu. The audacity of a man who could walk free after the murder of the salvage vessel's captain and first mate suggested he must have expended a considerable sum on bail. Observing Ida Temple Ming, Zhang perceived a man of extreme idleness, verging on the eccentric. Not wishing to escalate tensions or become entangled in an endless pursuit, Zhang Jing retreated, saying, the Denton racetrack, take the horses you love, they are free. If you can offer a fair price, the Danxiao racetrack is also available. Ida Temple Ming, momentarily taken aback, processed the offer for several seconds before inquiring, why? This opportunity is singular. Contemplate your decision carefully. Zhang Jing's demeanor suggested he was not easily agreeable. I'll buy? Exclaimed Ida Temple Ming, elated. How much do you intend to sell it for? With only 20 kilometers separating the Osage from Seattle, the Denton racetrack was ideally situated, encompassing 500 acres with multiple buildings and a professional racing track. $3 million is a fair price, wouldn't you agree? Ida Temple Narumi stamped his foot in frustration, asserting that the distance was indeed a straight 20 kilometers, and it would take at least 30 minutes to drive from the city to the Denton racecourse. Furthermore, the price was inaccurate. The amount I paid was less than half of 30 million. So what price do you propose? Zhang Jing appeared vexed, offering only a single opportunity for negotiation. Ida Temple Narumi glanced at his assistant, Chisaka, And after a brief whispered discussion, they quoted a price of 18 million. 19 million. You may proceed to have manager Barbie handle the transfer. The additional 100,000 US dollars was intended by Zhang Jing for employee bonuses and salaries, and to purchase bags for Liang and Zhou. Ida Temple Narumi was taken aback by Zhang Jing's generosity and left in high spirits. Zhou Man Miao was puzzled as to why the highly professional Denon racecourse, equipped with all necessary facilities, was being sold. Though Ida Temple Narumi did not articulate his desire, it was clear he yearned to reclaim the Denton racecourse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pursued it all the way to Florida. Liang Jieshu explained that selling it would prevent unnecessary disturbances. Zhang Jing looked at Liang Jieshu in surprise, praising, "Your analysis is quite unique." At that moment, Liang Jieshu became particularly bashful, her cheeks flushing crimson at the compliment. She had not always been this way. Could this be a change brought about by their newfound closeness? 2 hours later, Di Long, Zhang Jing, Liang Jieshu, and Zhou Manyao returned to the Old Boy at the Miami Golf Resort. The palm trees were lush, the sky a brilliant blue, and the grass a vibrant green, creating a tranquil and pleasant environment. Aside from the somewhat steep prices, everything else was quite agreeable. Secluded in their hotel room, Zhang Jing calculated the expenses incurred during the salvage operation. The sunken ship's coordinate map cost 490,000. The rental boat for 28 days amounted to 4 million US dollars. And adding the 500,000 in bail resulted in a total loss of 6,500,000. While the monetary loss was minor, it significantly impacted his confidence. As the protagonist, shouldn't he be more reliable? Damn it. In the evening, Zhou Manyao, dressed in a palm tree print long dress and wearing casual sandals, knocked on the door, her long, dark hair cascading down her back. Politely, she inquired, "Could you accompany us for a stroll on the beach?" Over Zhou Manyao's shoulder, Liang Jieshu stood outside as well. Zhang Jing, wishing to clear his mind, nodded in agreement. The daytime heat had subsided, and the evening air was pleasantly cool as they walked beneath the palm trees and along the beach, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of romance. As they strolled and conversed, the bond among the three deepened significantly. Currently unable to leave Miami, they awaited the court hearing. On the 9th day after coming ashore, Zhang Jing entered the bathroom as usual, only to discover someone already in the bathtub. It was Zhou Manyao, her hair cascading like a waterfall. "When did you come in?" Zhang Jing asked, perplexed. "I've been here for a while," she replied, reclining in the tub, her long legs elegantly raised, her tongue lightly licking her lips. With the court session scheduled for the following morning, Zhang Jing was not in the mood for distractions. Turning away, he closed